Move. My father is ahead. Let me through. Year 1500 of the C-round calendar Loguetown Square. In the surging crowd, 5-year-old Alan squirmed like an eel desperately pushing forward. The stench of sweat, cheap rum, and the frenzied clamor of pirates mingled together, nearly igniting the air. But everyone's eyes were fixed on the tall man on the execution platform. The Pirate King Gold. Roger. They were all waiting for a legend to fall, but one person didn't care about any of that. Alan's eyes were red with urgency as he pushed through the crowd, frantically searching for a man in a blue-green vest. I have to find that stupid uncle. Stop him. I've been transmigrated for 3 months, no background, no cheat, no bloodline, just a pure bottom feeder. Once that uncle asks that stupid question and kicks off this damn great pirate era, a nobody like me won't survive 3 episodes. Thinking of this, Alan couldn't help but complain inwardly. If they were going to execute him, fine. Roger didn't want to say anything, he was just going to die quietly. Why did that uncle have to open his mouth? It was precisely because of that uncle's question that Roger spoke, thus starting the great pirate era. Found him. Just a few meters ahead, a strong uncle with a red face had his hands cupped around his mouth like a megaphone. Alan lunged forward with all his might. But he was a step too late. Pirate King, where did you hide the treasure you found? The man shouted out that famous line excitedly. Alan trembled, stumbled, and was completely pushed back by the crowd behind him. You must have gotten at the legendary treasure, the one and only treasure, One Piece. On the execution platform, Roger laughed wildly. You want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go find it. I put all the treasure there. With that, under the gaze of countless people, 2 long swords pierced his chest. Thus the Pirate King Roger fell. The world stood still for 3 seconds. Then, like a volcanic eruption, the entire square erupted. Oh, big treasure. One Piece. Set sail. I'm going to be the Pirate King. The frenzied shouts nearly ripped the sky apart. The square was completely mad. Alan sat down, his face pale, his mind buzzing. It's over. This damn fate was not something a 5-year-old child could change. Ding. Witnessed Roger's execution. Famous scene check-in system awakened. Host attempted to change history and was about to succeed by a hair's breadth. This check-in rating. A reward drawing. In that instant, Alan saw a magnificent giant roulette wheel with dozens of colored sections. White, green, blue, purple, red. The areas became smaller, and red only occupied 10% of the whole. Before Alan could see the text on each section, the pointer already landed on a narrow red area. Roger's swordsmanship has been granted. Name Augustine Allen, age 5, strength 0. 3 0. 9 agility 0. 4 1. 2 body 0. 3 0. 6 mind 1. 3 1. 3 ability Roger's swordsmanship 1. The moment the system panel appeared, Alan felt a tremendous change in his body. His muscles became firm, his bones crackled, and his malnourished body suddenly filled with explosive coordination. At the same time, an innate instinct for swordsmanship took root in his mind. At that same moment, an invisible oppressive sword intent radiated from 5-year-old Alan. The frenzied pirate underlings noticed nothing, but among the crowd, several terrifying gazes swept over simultaneously. Fufufu. A brat with such a frightening spirit right after Roger's death. Under the red sunglasses, the man's mouth curled into a manic grin. A pair of sharp hawk-like eyes locked onto the spot. That aura. Is it an illusion? Troublesome brat. From the shadows of a dark alley, a man, biting a cigar, let out a cold laugh. Divine avoidance, wild soul, fire, Kagutsuchi. These are Roger's swordsmanship. As those familiar skill names appeared in his mind, Alan's heart was filled with ecstasy. That was the Pirate King Roger's swordsmanship. Just those words alone were a ticket to becoming a strong person. Though the one progress meant he hadn't fully acquired all of Roger's swordsmanship. But everything is hard at the beginning. As long as he developed well for a while and fully inherited Roger's swordsmanship, he might not stand at the top of the pirate world, but as long as he didn't court death, he could definitely protect himself. Several powerful gazes like solid objects fell on him. Alan snapped awake, his back soaked with cold sweat. The newspaper King Minga, the high-end game regular Laosha, the legendary binder in yen. We're all sizing him up at this moment. Alan's heart tightened. In this world, except for a few of the Straw Hat Pirates, most of the others were not good people. The so-called charm was just the audience's love for the characters after they formed bonds with the main crew. For weak, ordinary people like them, pirates were exactly as Nami once said. Pirates are all the same. They casually take away things that are important to others. Right now he was still weak, and being exposed to these people's eyes was not a good thing. Moreover, with Roger starting the Great Pirate Era, so many pirates were gathered here. If the Marines had any sense, they would send troops to mop up soon. There would definitely be a battle here. Run. He was about to turn and blend into the chaotic crowd when he suddenly sensed 2 cold, malicious gazes fixed on him. He quickly lowered his head, intending to slip into the frenzied crowd, but 2 undisguised, vicious gazes blocked his way. Hey, this kid is soft-skinned and tender, and no adult is watching. A scar-faced pirate minion licked his lips, staring at Alan's delicate face. Another pirate directly drew a blood-dripping curved sword from his waist, grinning sinisterly. Catch him, and sell him to a slave trader, at least one robbery. Targeted so quickly, Alan's heart skipped a beat. This body of his inherited good genes from some parents, and at 5 years old, he was already handsome, with delicate features like a porcelain doll. Plus he was alone, without parents, and looked panicked. All these factors combined made him not a person in the eyes of these desperate pirates, but a walking bag of berry. This damn great pirate era moved. The cold killing intent was like a knife at his back. Alan's pupils contracted. He didn't seek help from the people around him, but quickly dashed into an empty alley away from the crowd. Loguetown was only so big. He had no one to rely on, and escape was impossible. To survive in this man-eating era, there was only one path. Kill. Just as Alan had predicted, the Navy would not allow the pirates in Loguetown to set sail easily. Soon the streets of Loguetown had completely turned into a cannon fire. Roared shouts shook the sky. The clash of swords mixed with civilian screams, creating a chaotic mess. In an unnoticed alley, Alan ran for his life, his speed no less than the two pirates behind him. The standard for a normal, healthy adult's strength, agility, endurance, spirit should be 1, and after obtaining Luigi's swordsmanship talent, his strength, agility, and endurance had all improved to varying degrees. Strength should represent physical power, agility should be the coordination of the body. A strength of 1, 2 combined with an agility of 0. 9 agility enough to shake off 2 small fry. As for why he was unbalanced, it was easy to understand. Swordsmanship relies on explosive power and body coordination, so strength and agility are the essentials. As for endurance, representing stamina, and defense and spirit representing the mental aspect, the bonuses were not significant. That was why with only 1% progress, the physical quality of this 5-year-old body had skyrocketed like a cheat. Of course, this cheat was currently only compared to ordinary people. Kid, stop running. If you run again, I'll break your legs when I catch you. The angry curses of the two pirates behind him pressed close like death warrants. Alan felt a burning pain in his chest, his heart pounding like a drum, and the soreness in his legs surged like a tide. An endurance of 0. 6 was still too much of a disadvantage. He couldn't keep running aimlessly like this. Quick, block him. An excited shout came from behind. Alan's heart stirred. He looked up and saw a high wall covered with moss completely blocking the way. Little brat, where do you think you can run? The two pirates blocked the narrow alley entrance, one in front and one behind their faces, wearing mocking smiles like a cat playing with a mouse. The tall pirate bared yellow teeth, slowly swung his curved sword, the blade glinting coldly in the dim light. The position is about right. No one should be able to see our fight here. Alan let out a deep breath. He had already made his decision when the two targeted him. Loguetown was only so big, and he, a child, couldn't escape the pursuit of 2 adult pirates. The only solution was to kill these 2. Of course, he didn't want anyone else to see this, whether pirate or marine. The feat of a 5-year-old child killing 2 adults, though not too shocking in this world, would still put him in the spotlight. As for whether he could win, how are you kidding? Even with only 1% of Luigi's swordsmanship, even with a 5-year-old body, killing these 2 underling pirates, it was enough. Hey, did you hear that, little brat? He actually wants to fight us. Too funny, I've never seen such a cute kid, even thoughtfully finding us a spot to fight. The 2 pirates laughed hysterically, nearly in tears. The tall pirate even dropped his last guard, grinning as he Alan sneered, and in the moment the tall pirate approached, he suddenly sidestepped and rushed toward the corner, behind him grabbing a rusty iron pipe about a meter long. The iron pipe was cold and heavy in his hand, but the moment he grasped it, a strange sense of peace washed over him. Was this the supreme iron pipe? You're asking for death. Seeing Alan still resisting, the tall pirate roared his curved sword, whistling as it slashed straight at Alan's head. Hey, we're supposed to capture him for money, don't kill him, the other pirate quickly reminded. The slash was fast and fierce enough to make any adult fall, let alone a 5-year-old child. But now, in Alan's eyes, the trajectory, speed, and force of that slash became incredibly clear. Full of flaw, his body made the correct choice before his brain could react. An extreme sidestep and backward lean, the cold blade passing almost against the tip of his nose. What a... The tall pirate's eyes bulged a look of disbelief. TSK, I told you not to kill him. Who told you to go easy? The other pirate yelled again. The tall pirate had no time to retort. The moment Alan's body straightened, his wrist flicked sharply, the heavy iron pipe seeming weightless in his hand, and at a vicious, tricky angle from bottom to top. It slammed viciously into the tall pirate's abdomen. A dull tooth-grinding sound. The rough rust and edges of the pipe's front ripped through flesh and muscle, piercing straight. The tall pirate's grin froze. He looked down, numbly staring at the pipe, piercing his abdomen, blood flowing profusely along the pipe wall. Alan gave him no chance to resist. Using the momentum of his body leaning forward, he suddenly tensed his arm muscles, pulling outward and then sideways. The originally blunt, unsharpened iron pipe now displayed the terrifying power of a long sword slash, tearing open a large chunk of flesh along the wound, sending a spray of blinding blood. "Aya!" The tall pirate screamed, his curved sword clattering to the ground, his body curled in agony. Was that it? No. In the world of the Pirate King, Alan made a rare finishing move. He raised the iron pipe and smashed it with all his might at the man's neck. A dull thud. The tall pirate's scream cut off abruptly, his neck twisted at a strange angle, and he collapsed limply, completely silent. Loguetown Swordsmanship, 1-1. 1 Spirit 1. 3-1. For the battle ended, Alan's confidence surged, and his understanding of swordsmanship seemed clearer. The other short pirate at the alley entrance was completely terrified. He watched as his companion was killed by a seemingly frail boy with a rusty iron pipe. The entire process was fluid, without any hesitation, like a skilled executioner. But on this 4 or 5-year-old child it seemed utterly eerie. "Monster! Damn it!" A distorted scream came from his throat, and he turned to run. "Leave." Alan's icy voice sounded behind him. At that moment, half of his clean face was splattered with warm blood, but his clear eyes held a chilling fervor. After the first kill, there was no nausea or vomiting as imagined, but instead a release of suppressed malice, a feeling of Watashi. Watashi is no longer human. Alan gripped the iron pipe, ready to pursue. But suddenly his vision blurred, and a black shadow of extreme speed appeared, silently wiping across the short pirates. No sound, no scream. The short pirate's running movement froze, fear still on his face, and his head soared into the air. The headless body fell heavily. The alley instantly returned to dead silence. Alan's body stiffened, and he mechanically slowly looked up toward the alley entrance. A man unknown one stood quietly there. A wide-brimmed black hat adorned with white feathers, a winered floral shirt with open collar, a cross-shaped short sword necklace hanging on his chest. The most striking feature was his pair of hawk-like sharp golden eyes that seemed to pierce the soul. Alan's throat moved, his lips dry, and he uttered a name. "Hawkeye. Mihawk." Dead silence. In the alley, only Alan's heavy breathing remained, along with the dripping sound of blood from the corpses. Hawkeye Mihawk stood there quietly, seemingly unconcerned that a mere child knew his name. His towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, almost blocked the entire alley entrance, casting a shadow that completely enveloped Alan. It was a pressure that words could not describe. Alan tightened his grip on the bloodstained pipe, every muscle taut, assuming a defensive stance. Yet he knew that before this man, any defense was utterly meaningless. Hawkeye's gaze was devoid of emotion, merely fixed on the hand clutching the pipe. "Your swordsmanship does not belong to you." This statement nearly sent Alan's CPU into overdrive. What the hell? He saw through me just like that. Is this the intuition of a powerhouse? With a single glance, he saw through the essence of my system. Immature, feeble, full of flaws. But that artistic conception belongs to a man who stands at the pinnacle of the sword. Hawkeye's golden eyes narrowed slightly, as if he could see through Alan's soul. "Whose disciple are you? Or rather, whose descendant? I wish to fight him." The words left Alan speechless. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Startled me. I thought he saw through my cheat." He had been worried that the system's cheat was too obvious, but it turned out to be this. But how should I answer now? Should he tell the truth, that he just drew Roger's swordsmanship from a lottery? Hawkeye would probably send him to the afterlife right then and there. Yet seeing the sharp battle intent in Hawkeye's eyes, he knew that if he didn't give a plausible answer today, this man wouldn't let him go. So after a moment's thought, Alan made a decision that defied his ancestors. He took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and said, "I am Roger's disciple." Bang! The moment the words left his mouth, a terrifying, tangible sword aura exploded. Alan felt like a tiny boat caught beneath a 100-meter wave, his knees buckling, as if he might collapse. Holy crap, I've blown it out of proportion. This poker-faced guy reacted so strongly. Alan groaned inwardly, knowing that such a lie was hard to believe. To link a little brat like himself with the legendary pirate would raise suspicion in anyone. But he truly had no other choice. Yet the next second, that overwhelming aura that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth receded like a tide. Alan shakily looked up to see Hawkeye slowly shaking his head, and on that eternally frozen face there was even a hint of regret. What a pity. Alan dared not speak, his mind racing with complaints. Hey, what the hell are you regretting? Don't tell me you actually believed it. If Roger hadn't just been executed, Alan felt this guy would immediately draw his blade and challenge him. He should have claimed to be IM's disciple instead. Maybe it would have led straight to the finale. Before Alan could fully relax, Hawkeye's tone shifted, becoming solemn. "Since Roger is no more, let this battle intent be carried on by you." Alan, already scared to tears. However, Hawkeye looked him up and down, his venomous tongue instantly unleashed. "A treasure mountain you cannot mine. Your body is too weak, like a 3-year-old swinging a supreme grade blade. It's not only laughable but pitiful. The current you is not even worthy of being my opponent. Alan was truly silent this time. Fine, whatever you say, you're the boss. He now seriously suspected that Hawkeye had a perverse enjoyment in scaring children. Yet this assessment was like a bucket of ice water dousing the small flame of pride Alan had felt after defeating an adult pirate. The truth was that he was still pitifully weak. But then, Hawkeye seemed to lose interest and turned to leave. The only reason he had intervened was that the aura he sensed in the square had led him to believe he had found a swordsman worthy of his expectations. Yet after some observation, the result was a great disappointment. A brat who couldn't even control his own body didn't deserve the smallest blade from him. Hey, don't underestimate me. Just as Hawkeye was about to step out of the alley, Alan, somehow finding the courage, shouted at the top of his lungs. Hey, don't underestimate me. Just as Hawkeye was about to step out of the alley, Alan instantly switched into acting mode. Leaning on the iron pipe, he forced himself not to collapse, staring intently at Hawkeye's back, and said word by word, "One day, I will make this body worthy of the name Roger's disciple." Alan knew he had no powerful bloodline. The only way to increase his strength was to use the system complete iconic scene check-ins and obtain the talents or abilities of other powerhouses. Now that he had encountered the world's greatest swordsman, he had to deepen their bond and milk it for all it was worth. Besides, as a person from Earth, he had his own pride. How could a noble transmigrator be intimidated by a native of One Piece? Wasn't a 3D being against a 2D one a dimensional crushing blow? Silence returned to the alley. Hawkeye did not leave. His back looked like a plump sheep waiting to be sheared. Strike that. After a full half-minute, Hawkeye finally spoke, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Oh, how long? 10 years. Or 20. Silence returned to the alley. Hawkeye did not leave. His back looked like a plump sheep waiting to be sheared. Strike that. After a full half-minute, Hawkeye finally spoke, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Hawkeye finally turned around. Those golden eagle eyes for the first time seriously examined this brat who was shorter than a pipe. What he saw was a pair of eyes blazing with intense fire, ambition, resentment, and a naked greed for power. And that greed felt a bit strange, as if it was directed at himself. Hawkeye inexplicably felt a certain place tighten. He quickly unfastened the cross necklace from his chest and flicked it. Whoosh! A silver flash cut through the air, and the pendant embedded itself precisely into the wall crevice at Alan's feet, a third of it buried, humming with vibration. "I'm interested in your proposal. When you think you're worthy to challenge me, bring this and find me." With those words, Hawkeye lingered no longer. His figure flickered a few times and vanished completely from the alley. Only a faint voice echoed in the wind. "They'll be waiting for you at the pinnacle of the sword." The pressure dissipated. Alan breathed a sigh of relief. With trembling hands, he struggled to pull the pendant from the wall, and without a second thought hung it around his neck. And now, when he roamed the world, he had another banner to wave. Ding! Host's silver tongue succeeded. Received the recognition and expectation of the world's greatest swordsman. Automatic iconic scene generation. Peak. Betting on the honor of an earthling. The battle for the world's greatest swordsman. Clap, clap, clap. Alan clapped vigorously. Well, so you system were produced by QQ Candian, huh? You're so good at making up stories, even Oda would have to call you an expert. But that's fine, at least he had formed some bond with Hawkeye. When the time comes, he will take revenge for today's scare, and also snatch his swordsmanship. But what now? Alan rubbed his chin, lost in thought. The system's core logic was simple: check in at iconic scenes and draw prizes. If he were to rush around like a headless chicken trying to cling to strong fighters, he wouldn't even know how he died. Compared to those ferocious pirates, our Mihawk is still a little girl. The safest way was to follow the original plot. He had to go to Windmill Village to stake out Luffy, and also Shank's iconic arm-cutting scene. If he could check in and draw red-haired conquerors, Haki wouldn't that be a direct takeoff? Alan was fired up for 2 seconds, then quickly calmed down. Now it was the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. Luffy wasn't even a cell yet, and his father dragon hadn't even started his baby-making plan. Besides, going to Windmill Village required travel expenses. Feeling his empty pockets, Alan made a decision. Make money, he must make money. But Loguetown was in chaos now. The Marines had low pay and required punching and too restrictive. Becoming a pirate now was like looking for trouble. Pure suicide. It seemed there was only one path left. Time flew. 5 years later, Sea Circle calendar 1505. In a tavern in Loguetown. Joseph, life is getting harder and harder. A man with sunglasses and a gray crew cut drained the cheap ale in his cup, slammed it heavily on the table. It's been almost a month, and we haven't seen a single decent pirate. Beside him, a man with long golden hair was wiping a long blade, also looking distressed. You're right, Johnny. With brother Alan around, plus that monster daddy pirates entering Loguetown now are practically committing suicide. What's the difference? I think we might as well go back to our hometown and become fishermen. Being fishermen, Those sea kings aren't gentler than pirates. With our skills would probably end up as snacks for them. Hearing this, Joseph also sighed silently, and the two sat in the tavern drinking in silence. These two were the famous bounty hunters of the East Blue, known throughout the underworld as Sword God Joseph, Sword Saint Johnny. If it weren't for Luffy holding them back, Hawkeye would have been left in the East Blue long ago. Even after they retired, the bounty hunter profession gradually disappeared from the world. This shows how formidable they were. A year ago, they were almost defeated while hunting a pirate with a 1 million berry bounty, but luckily Alan stepped in and saved them. The two were immediately impressed by Alan's strength. Ignoring the fact that Alan was only 9 at the time, they resolved to acknowledge him as their big brother. Speaking of which, shouldn't Big Brother be here by now? Johnny looked at the clock on the wall. Just then the tavern door was pushed open and a figure walked in. In an instant the noisy tavern fell silent, and everyone's eyes fell on the figure. He was a boy of about 10 with a slender build, neat black short hair, and a clean-cut face. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt and pants suitable for movement, a cross pendant hanging around his neck, and a black iron pipe at his waist that seemed disproportionate to his height. There was some sweat on his forehead, as if he had just returned from training outside. It was Alan. 10-year-old Alan inherited the ordinary bloodline of his parents, failing to grow into the giant physique of the One Piece world with broad shoulders and no leg training. However, due to long-term training, he was slightly taller than his peers. About 1.6 meters. He calmly walked into the tavern that had quieted down at his arrival, found an empty seat, and sat down, casually glancing at his own status panel. Name: Augustine Allen, age 10, strength 6, 1 agility 6, 2 endurance 4, 8 spirit 3, 6 ability Rogers, swordsmanship 9. 6. 5 years of training had elevated his physical fitness to a level far beyond ordinary people, but ironically, spirit, which had been his leading attribute, had become his biggest weakness. After all this time, Alan finally understood what spirit was. So-called spirit includes both a person's mental power and, more importantly, their heart and ambition. In simpler terms, it's the vital energy, spirit, and drive. Crocodile, a Shichibukai, and Logi, a devil fruit user. Why did he lose to Luffy, who didn't even understand Haki in the early stages? You know, in his youth, he even fought evenly with Barrett, who was from Roger's crew. It wasn't until Alan came to this world that he understood Crocodile's defeat wasn't entirely due to plot armor, but because he had lost his ambition. After failing to challenge Whitebeard, he no longer had the will to travel around challenging strong fighters to become the Pirate King. Instead, he tried every means to find Pluton, the ancient weapon in the kingdom of Alabasta, placing his hope for strength on a weapon. That was the fundamental reason for his failure. Later, after losing to Luffy, he finally faced reality, regained his former ambition, and gradually recovered his strength, eventually becoming a figure on the level of Yonko Father. The concept of spirit influences the development of devil fruit abilities and the strength of Haki, and its impact on overall power is no less than the 3 attributes of strength, agility, and endurance. Unfortunately, Alan had no devil fruit ability to develop, and he hadn't met any decent strong opponents, so his ambition had barely increased. Fortunately, Alan didn't slack off in swordsmanship. He didn't have as many powerful enemies to train against as Roger did, and the few pirates he encountered were mostly small fry. Roger died at 53, so mastering 10% of his swordsmanship in 5 years was already quite fast. The original One Piece manga never mentioned specific levels of swordsmanship. So-called swordsman and great swordsman are merely honorary titles for powerful swordsmen. But Alan could already cut iron with iron and perform flying slashes, earning the title of a swordsman. In 5 years, he had grown from a weak child into a nightmare for pirates with bounties under 5 million berry in Loguetown. And because of his relentless fighting style against pirates, he was given the title Shuro Boy by the local bounty hunters. Of course, Alan rejected this title, because whenever he heard it, he couldn't help but think of a certain pink-haired fat guy from Wano. He didn't know which idiot came up with such a stupid title, but if he caught them, he would definitely beat them up. Big Brother. Joseph and Johnny's eyes lit up at the sight of Alan, and they immediately scurried over. The sight of 2 grown men being so respectful to a boy was indeed strange, and even laughable, but no one in the tavern dared to mock them. They even drank cautiously. Seeing Joseph and Johnny, Alan's expression turned helpless. These two were really clingy. Ever since he saved them, they had even followed him to Loguetown. If they weren't so loyal, he wouldn't bother with them. Any work? Alan asked. Joseph and Johnny looked embarrassed. Big Brother, it's been quiet lately. We haven't even seen a single pirate. Alan frowned, feeling troubled. No pirates meant no battles, and no battles meant his swordsmanship would improve slowly. What was he going to do? It was also his own fault. In the past few years, to improve his strength, no pirate who passed through Loguetown had been able to leave intact. Add to that the suddenly rising bounty hunter daddy, and the pirates in Loguetown were no longer enough to go around. Sigh. It was time to set sail. But these two clingy guys were also a problem. His future adventures would definitely be extremely dangerous, and if they continued to follow him, they would die miserably. They both called him Big Brother, so he couldn't just watch his little brothers go to their deaths. But if he said it directly, it would seem like he cared about them, which might backfire and make them even more determined to follow him. Damn. Forming bonds is such a hassle. He should have just not saved them. Alan scratched his hair in irritation. Just then the tavern door was slammed open and a man rushed in, panting, his face full of excitement. Big news. Big news. Daddy is fighting with someone from a pirate crew at the port. I think it's their sniper named Yasa. A showdown between sharpshooters. The entire tavern erupted into chaos. The patrons threw down their glasses and money, scrambling to get outside, afraid to miss the spectacle. Joseph and Johnny were also flushed with excitement, looking at Alan. Big Brother, should we? However, the seat in front of them was already empty. Alan's figure had already disappeared. Yusubu. Red-haired pirate crew. Alan's figure swiftly rushed towards the port of Loguetown. The storyline of One Piece was so extensive that Alan had nearly forgotten this matter. The red-haired pirates had once stayed in Loguetown, and Usopp's father Yusubu had competed in a marksmanship duel with a man here. So that Dottie was the same Dottie with a child whom Luffy and his crew would encounter upon arriving in Loguetown. However, in the original story, Luffy set sail in 1522, and at that time Dottie's daughter was barely 10 years old. When Yusubu checked his pocket watch, his own daughter was only 2 or 3. By this reasoning, the duel between Dottie and Yusubu likely took place around 1515, a full 10 years earlier. Thinking of this, an odd expression crossed Alan's face. Could it be that because he had become a pirate hunter, he had taken Dottie's livelihood, causing the latter to feel a sense of urgency early on and become a pirate hunter ahead of schedule? And then he happened to run into the red-haired pirates here. After all, this was Roger's hometown, so it was not impossible for Shanks to visit multiple times. Never mind. Since he had encountered them, he absolutely could not miss this opportunity. For years he had been dealing with small fry every day, not even a single pirate with a name from the original storyline. Today he had finally caught sight of someone formidable. At last he had encountered a strong opponent. Though the opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, Alan felt no fear in his heart. He quickly arrived at the harbor, which was already packed with people. In recent years, thanks to the efforts of Alan and Dottie, Loguetown had become a pirate-free zone in the East Sea, so the locals rarely saw any pirate ships daring to approach. At that moment, two figures were facing off. One of them was Dottie, whom Alan recognized. Opposite him stood a man with a lean, vigorous build, wearing a headband with the letters Yasop on it. A confident smile adorned his face. He was the sniper of the red-haired pirates, Yusubu. Not far behind Yusubu, a group of men exuded an aura so powerful it was suffocating, standing casually. The leading man had striking red hair, 3 prominent scars above his left eye, and a mischievous grin. A rapier hung at his waist. Simply standing there, he seemed to be the center of the world. Red-haired Shanks. Beside him stood a tall man with slicked back hair, a cold expression, and sharp eyes. Ben Beckman. There was also a fat man in green clothes chewing on a chicken leg, watching the duel with cheerful delight. Lucky Roo. Alan's gaze swept over these individuals one by one, and his heart began to beat faster involuntarily. He could feel the blood within him starting to boil at this moment. This was the future Yonko crew. Every single one of them was a major figure in the new world. And today he had encountered. The atmosphere at the harbor was tense to the extreme. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. Yusubu clutched his right arm. He had been hit. Yet the smile on his face remained. In contrast, Dottie's abdomen was stained with blood, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise after being struck. The smell of gunpowder filled the harbor. The outcome of this battle was clear. You lost, said Yusubu. Dottie looked at the wound on his abdomen, then lay flat on the ground, as if resigned, his face full of desolation. Kill him! Kill him! A pirate hunter should be prepared to be killed, someone shouted. But Yusubu frowned, then slowly raised his gun and aimed it at Dottie. Just then a young voice pierced through the noisy crowd. I challenge you. The crowd parted automatically, and all eyes turned to the source of the voice. Alan, holding a pitch-black iron pipe, walked out from the crowd step by step, and finally stopped in front of the red-haired pirates. He did not look at Yusubu, nor at Ben Beckman. His gaze was fixed on a single person. From the very beginning, he had been locked onto that man. Red-haired Shanks. The entire harbor fell silent instantly, then the crew erupted in laughter. This kid is crazy. Does he even know who he's talking to? Hey, Captain, you're being looked down on. The main members of the red-haired pirates showed expressions of astonishment. Lucky Roo stopped eating. Even Ben Beckman raised an eyebrow in rare surprise. Shanks himself laughed so hard, he doubled over, tears almost streaming down his face. He bent down to examine the boy who barely reached his chest. Little one, you've got guts. But do you know who I am? No, I just know you're strong. Alan stared at Red-haired with utmost seriousness, secretly marveling. He looked so cool. At this time Red-haired was still young, 20 years old in the prime of his youth. Both his arms were intact, and there was no scar above his left eye from Blackbeard, yet though the scar would later add to his manliness. But it had to be admitted that his handsomeness was second only to that of Alan himself and the many One Piece fans. Shanks' laughter paused, and the playful look on his face faded slightly. He re-evaluated the boy before him. This kid didn't seem to be joking. Interesting. Shanks straightened up, his playful spirit rising, and grinned. Alright, I accept your challenge. Among the Yonko, only he would probably waste time fooling around with a child like this. He didn't even intend to draw his sword. He just stood casually beckoning Alan with a finger. Come on, show me what you've got. Faced with such a dismissive attitude, Alan was not annoyed. Even the strongest pirate hunter in Loguetown had been defeated by a mere crew member of the red-haired pirates, let alone a kid like him challenging their captain. No one would have faith in him, but he didn't need it. In this world, only strength earns everyone's respect. In the next instant he moved. He pushed off the ground with explosive force, his entire body shooting forward like a cannonball. The iron pipe in his hand whistled through the air, thrusting straight at Shanks' chest. The speed and power of this strike far exceeded what a 10-year-old child should possess. What? That speed? The laughter of the onlookers abruptly ceased, replaced by gasps of astonishment. Azura Boy Alan. I remember now. He's that terrifying kid from Loguetown. So it's him. No wonder he dares to challenge red-haired. Hearing the nickname Azura Boy, Shanks' eyes sparkled with even greater interest. Oh, so you're not an ordinary kid after all. He said this, but his movements showed no sign of panic. Just as the pipe was about to touch his clothes, he casually lifted his leg. Supreme grade slipper. A single kick. Alan felt an irresistible force slam into his abdomen. His entire body flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. A sweetness rose in his throat, and he nearly spat blood. Another round of laughter erupted around him. Alan lay on the ground, the pain in his abdomen causing his muscles to involuntarily spasm and twitch. Another round of laughter erupted around him. Alan lay on the ground, the pain in his abdomen causing his muscles to involuntarily spasm and twitch. He ignored the mockery, wiped the dust from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, then used the pipe as support to stagger to his feet. His eyes showed no trace of wavering or retreat. Instead, they burned with even fiercer fighting spirit. Shanks paused, and the smile gradually faded from his face. Then he saw that after standing up straight, the boy did not immediately charge again. Instead, he gripped the pitch-black pipe with both hands, held it horizontally in front of him, and assumed a stance that looked somewhat familiar to Shanks. In that instant, the boy's entire aura changed. An intangible sharpness emanated from him, as if what he held in his hands was not a rusty old pipe, but a supreme-grade great sword. Shanks' pupils contracted sharply. The laziness and casualness on his face vanished, completely replaced by extreme shock and disbelief. That stance, that movement, that flow of power. How could it be? Ben Beckman also sensed something wrong, his expression turning serious as he fixed his gaze on Alan. Alan closed his eyes tightly, visualizing in his mind the posture of the man who once stood at the pinnacle of the world as he delivered that earth-shattering slash. His physical constitution was insufficient. He had no conqueror's haki. He could only imitate the form and forcefully drive it. He would be severely injured, but it was worth it. Divine departure. Alan silently chanted in his heart. The moment his eyes snapped open, the ground beneath his feet cracked. The onlookers only saw a blur as Alan turned into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. The water pipe in his hand sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle as it slashed horizontally towards Shanks' chest. The onlookers only saw a blur as Alan turned into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. The water pipe in his hand sliced through the air. Griffin was drawn from its sheath, and in an instant it was coated with a metallic pitch-black luster as it met Alan's water pipe. Clang! A deafening clash of metal resounded throughout the entire port. A visible shockwave erupted from the two of them as the ground beneath their feet shattered inch by inch. The violent blast of air sent the surrounding crowd stumbling and staggering. Even the ships moored in the harbor began to shift slightly under the impact of the residual wave. Alan's figure flew backward even faster than he had charged, and spitting out a large mouthful of blood like a kite with a broken string. After landing, he barely managed to prop himself up with the broken water pipe, preventing a disgraceful collapse. He was not sent flying by Shanks' strength. In that clash, Shanks hadn't exerted any force at all. It was merely a pure defense. Instead, Alan was injured by the terrifying recoil from forcefully unleashing that technique. Shanks stood still, his hand holding the sword slightly numb. He looked down at his beloved sword Griffin, and as the armament Haki coating faded, his eyes showed a hint of shock. What a terrifying brat. He had actually made Shanks unconsciously use armament Haki. At this moment, Shanks was only 20 years old, just beginning to make a name for himself in the East Blue, still a long way from becoming a Yonko. Even so confident as he was truly shocked that he had used armament Haki against a 10-year-old boy. Moreover, why did that move seem So familiar. Big brother. At that moment, two piercing screams came from afar. Joseph and Johnny rushed over, stumbling and crawling. When they saw Alan, who had spat out a large mouthful of blood and was barely standing, the two grown men's eyes instantly turned red. Big brother. The two threw themselves beside Alan. When they saw him shake his head to indicate he was fine, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then they abruptly turned their heads and glared murderously at Shanks. You red-haired bastard. How dare you beat our big brother like this? Joseph trembled with rage. Today it's either you or us. Johnny even drew his sword directly. The two exchanged a glance, their faces filled with fearless determination, and roared as they prepared to charge at Shanks. Alan had not yet recovered his senses, and was almost scared and is spitting more blood by the antics of these two goofballs. He quickly used his last ounce of strength to hold them back. Big brother. Let us go, Alan. Big brother. Just hold us like this, or he'll kill this red-haired guy. Upon hearing their words, Alan spat out another mouthful of old blood. All right, no wonder you two are the sword god and blade saint. Cutting down Mihawk isn't enough, now you want to take on a Yonko, huh? If I don't hold you back, go ahead and cut down Emu for me, and we'll have the finale right away. This was of course Alan's inner rant. Since the two acknowledged him as their big brother, he couldn't just let them go to their deaths. Seeing their big brother spitting blood, the two no longer cared about taking on the Yonko. They hurriedly turned back to support Alan, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Big brother, don't die. Big brother, if you die, you'll make this red-haired pirate crew your funeral. MPH. Sensing the dangerous gazes of the many pirates, Joseph's words were cut off as Alan covered his mouth, and he used a fierce glare to stop Johnny from continuing to provoke hostility. You two can die, but don't drag me into it. Ha ha ha. Shanks laughed heartily, then waved his hand to stop the commotion from his crew behind him. He walked slowly to Alan, crouched down, and suddenly asked, that move. Before Shanks could finish, Alan calmly interrupted him without a hint of guilt. He taught me. I am his disciple. Ben Beckman's hand holding his cigarette froze. Lucky Roo stopped gnawing on his chicken leg, and Yassop even forgot the wound on his arm. Everyone looked at Alan with puzzled and probing expressions. Who is he? Who could have taught such a terrifying little monster? Only Shanks trembled all over, his breath even stopped for a few seconds. Then the look in his eyes toward Alan became somewhat gentle. It was normal for others not to recognize that move, but he couldn't be unaware of who Alan was referring to. Captain Roger, is this the spark you left behind? Your name is AI? Alan. Shanks frowned and carefully examined Alan's face. After confirming there was no trace of that person, he became somewhat puzzled. Damn, why are you looking at me like that? Not everyone has the same weird fetish as those guys on Whitebeard's ship, hey? Alan was going crazy with inner ranting. Could this guy be mistaking him for Ace? The confusion in Shanks' eyes lasted only a moment. Given his personality, he didn't want to dwell on it. He grinned and extended a hand toward Alan. Hey kid, do you want to join my ship? Come on an adventure with me. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire harbor erupted in an uproar. At this time, although the Red Hair Pirates had not yet become a Yonko crew and were still in the phase of recruiting members, they didn't have much fame. But the fact that the crew members on his ship could easily defeat the strongest pirate hunter in the town showed how powerful this pirate. Such a pirate crew would actually invite a 10-year-old kid to join. Haha, the captain sure is reckless. I think the kid is pretty impressive, why not bring him aboard? On board. Let's have a banquet. The crew members were first stunned by their captain's decision, but soon they began to welcome Alan on their own, and some even started heading back to the ship's cabin to prepare a feast. Their vision was clearly much broader than that of the townsfolk. A kid with such strength at the age of 10 definitely had unlimited potential. Recruiting him would be a huge asset. Alan's heart skipped a beat at this moment. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. That was a future Yonko crew. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he followed them, he would surely witness many iconic scenes, and might even have a chance to acquire the Red Hair's various abilities. Moreover, with the protection of a Yonko crew, his safety would be absolutely guaranteed. However, Alan suddenly remembered the moment when Luffy crushed the eternal pose to Laugh Tale. He began to ponder why he had come to this world. Was it to inherit the spirit of the age of great suppression for Robinshin, Hankokshin, Yamadakan, Namakan, Shirahashikan, Peronikan, Vivishin, Rebeccakan, Califakan, Manechan, Ryajukan, Quinichan, Tokakakshin, Momosachikan? Ahem. Yes and no. These are naturally one of the goals, but by no means the ultimate goal. Is it to become stronger? No, becoming stronger is merely a tool to achieve a purpose. If one regards becoming stronger as the ultimate goal of this life, it would be like putting the cart before the horse, losing sight of the most precious things in this world. Freedom. Just as those who take shortcuts to obtain One Piece cannot become the Pirate King. Blindly seeking comfort is like wearing invisible shackles, unable to be free. Alan raised his head, meeting Shanks' expectant gaze. He slowly shook his head. I refuse. What? He actually rejected our invitation. Huh. The boss charm couldn't even attract a brat. No. My banquet. The moment these words were spoken, the entire pirate crew erupted into chaos. In this era of the Great Pirate Age, based on their past experience, almost no one had ever refused an invitation from the Red Hair Pirates. This brat actually refused. I have my own adventure, Alan explained with utmost seriousness, sweeping his gaze over the shouting, laughing men, utterly speechless. Even if it weren't for freedom, he wouldn't board a ship filled with nothing but a bunch of burly men. What for? Where was the luxury? Shanks froze for a moment, then burst into a hearty laugh more exuberant than any before. Ha ha ha. Well said. Excellently said. He gazed at Alan with admiration, as if beholding an uncut gem. He'll remember you, Alan. Looking forward to our next meeting. With that, Shanks turned around and waved his hand grandly. Men, let's set sail. The crew of the Red Hair Pirates also sheathed their weapons and promptly turned to board the ship. The pirate ship slowly departed from the harbor. Shanks stood at the prow waving at Alan until the vessel vanished beyond the horizon. Only then did the people at the port slowly exhale in relief. The pirate ship slowly departed from the harbor. Shanks stood at the prow waving at Alan until the vessel vanished beyond the horizon. Only then did the people at the port. Alan caught his breath and walked over to Daddy, who was still lying on the ground, helping him up. Are you alright? I want Doc. Daddy clutched the wound on his abdomen, his face pale, but his eyes still resolute. He glanced at the rival who had been competing with him daily for pirate bounties, hesitated for a moment, and then offered his thanks. Thank you for the rescue. Daddy clutched the wound on his abdomen, his face pale, but his eyes still resolute. He glanced at the rival who had been competing with him daily for pirate bounties, hesitated for a moment, and then offered his thanks. Alan looked at him, then cast a glance at the direction the Red Hair Pirates had departed, feeling a swell of emotion. To be honest, compared to Yasopp, he held greater respect for the man before him. After all, a man who abandoned his wife and child for the dream of piracy, versus a man who gave up his identity as a Marine for his family. At least in terms of character, the difference was clear. Although such matters have no absolute standard of right or wrong, deep down Alan admired a man like Daddy. As if sensing Alan's gaze, Daddy suddenly snorted, "Don't think that just because you help me you'll go easy on you in hunting pirates. I still have a family to support." Daddy's face flushed red, as if being saved by a rival was a humiliating thing. Yet before leaving he still turned back. Daddy's face flushed red, as if being saved by a rival was a humiliating thing. Yet before leaving he still turned back. "If you ever need anything, just call me." With that he left without looking back. Ding. Host witnessed the duel between Yasopp and Daddy and saved Daddy, earning Daddy's gratitude. This check-in rating. E. Reward drawing in progress. E. Alan's mouth twitched. This evaluation was far too low. "If you ever need anything, just call me." With that he left without looking back. Ding. Host witnessed the duel between Yasopp and Daddy and saved Daddy, earning. Yet this wheel was far too shabby. It was densely packed with over a dozen sections, but the colors were only white and green. The white sections were almost entirely junk, things like Daddy's flintlock, Daddy's hat, Daddy's physical techniques, etc. The green sections were. The white sections were almost entirely junk, things like Daddy's flintlock, Daddy's hat, Daddy's physical techniques, etc. The green sections were slightly better, such as Daddy's marksmanship. Alan couldn't be bothered to look further and immediately began to draw. The wheel spun rapidly, and finally the pointer wobbled and stopped on a pitifully small green area. Daddy's perception has been granted. Detected that the host's spiritual power far exceeds ordinary people. Daddy's perception has been fully absorbed. Before Alan could ponder what this meant, he felt the entire world change. The previously chaotic ambient sounds became incredibly clear. He could hear the vendor's cry at the distant street corner, the muttering of a drunkard on the road, the flapping of seagulls' wings far away. Then the images before his eyes grew increasingly sharp. With enough focus, he could even make out the patterns on the wings of the seagulls flying in the distance. This is observation Haki. Alan's heart leaped with joy, and soon the panel's display confirmed it. Name Ao Gu Si Ting Ai Luan. Age 10. Strength 6. 1. This is observation Haki. Alan's heart leaped with joy, and soon the panel's display confirmed. Abilities Luo Jiez Swordsmanship, 11 Observation Haki Basic. Seeing the increase in spiritual power, Alan quickly realized what Daddy's perception actually was. At that moment Yasopp had likely just set sail not long ago, but since he was able to serve on Red Hair's ship, he must have already awakened observation Haki. Although Daddy lost in their duel, the fact that he could wound Yasopp proved his perception ability was far from ordinary. Although it was only basic observation Haki, the feeling of controlling everything intoxicated Alan. It was as if the entire world's. Although it was only basic observation Haki, the feeling of controlling everything intoxicated Alan. It was as if the entire world's graphic quality had Although it was only basic observation Haki, the feeling of controlling everything intoxicated Alan. It was as if the entire world's graphic quality had suddenly been upgraded from smooth to high definition. The more he encountered powerful figures, the more Alan understood how crucial this ability was. If a person couldn't clearly capture an opponent's movements in battle, even with immense strength, it would be useless. For instance, despite inheriting Luo Jie's terrifying swordsmanship, if Red Hair were to fight seriously, he might not even be able to see his opponent's movements. This ability came at the perfect time. Moreover, the divine evasion he had tried to clash with Shanks earlier had also boosted his swordsmanship progress by a small margin. Indeed, battling against the strong is the fastest way to improve one's strength. Alan smiled, but his stupid grin standing there made Johnny and Joseph somewhat worried. Big brother. Could Big Brother have been beaten silly? Just as the two hesitated, Alan suddenly spoke calmly. Johnny, Joseph, I'm leaving. 3 seconds of silence. Huh? What? Johnny and Joseph were instantly panicked. Boss, where are you going? Why are you leaving? Boss, don't abandon. The two of them flanked him, their faces etched with panic and confusion. In their hearts, Alan was not only their savior, but also the big brother who had looked after them for over a year. Alan looked at them on the verge of tears and felt a headache, but also a trace of warmth. Yet he did not respond. Instead, he slowly stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the boundless sea. The salty sea breeze ruffled his short black hair, and Alan couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Loguetown, the town of beginning and end. But for him it was indeed the beginning, but by no means the end. 5 years. It had been 5 years since he had transmigrated into this world. In those 5 years he had honed his body, practiced swordsmanship, and hunted pirates here. This place could be called his second home. But Loguetown was too small after all. The East Blue was too weak. It was time to go out and see the vastness of this world. Moreover, he had missed too much over the years: the destruction of O'Hara, the escape of the Golden Lion. He no longer wanted to miss the tragedies that could have been averted and the adventures he longed to witness with his own eyes. In the past he could make excuses with insufficient strength, but now that he had a certain ability to protect himself, he no longer wanted to wait. He had his own adventure to complete. He had even already decided on the first stop. The #1 must-see in One Piece fanfiction. Skypiea. Who wouldn't want the gold of Shandora, the flying ship Arc Maxim, and one of the top Logia devil fruits in the world, the Goro Goro no Mi? Enel destroyed his homeland Baruka in C Circle calendar 1516 with the power of the Goro Goro no Mi. And now it was 1505, a full 11 years before Enel destroyed his homeland. That fruit was most likely still uneaten. Although he had a system and didn't necessarily need to eat a fruit to gain power, even if he didn't use it himself, securing it for his crew would be excellent. That's right, I am abandoning you. Alan withdrew his thoughts, turned to look at Johnny and Joseph, and suddenly wore an expression of impatience. Loguetown is too small. Staying in this backwater with 2 rookies like you is a waste of my potential. Johnny and Joseph froze, their entire faces stiffening from Alan's sudden disdain, their eyes filled with disbelief. Alan turned around, paying no heed to their reactions, and walked past them, continuing forward. You 2 losers better not follow me. Don't drag me down and make me waste my attention protecting you. Just stay in the East Blue fishing. His words were acerbic and cutting, each one seeming to pierce deep into their hearts. Boss! Johnny's roar interrupted Alan's words. Stop saying that. His eyes were wide, brimming with tears as he stared fixedly at Alan's retreating figure. It must be really hard for you to keep saying things you don't mean. At these words, Alan seemed to be shaken, and his entire figure paused abruptly, and the steps he had been taking forward came to a halt. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in Johnny's eyes. But the next second, bang! The black sole of a shoe rapidly expanded before his eyes. Alan turned and delivered a flying kick, and in an instant Johnny was sent flying backward, his longsword clattering to the ground. Johnny! Joseph was shocked by the scene, his eyes wide. He quickly helped the knockdown Johnny up, staring intently at the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. How could this be? Brother Alan was never like this before. Although Alan always seemed aloof, Joseph could always see the suppressed smile on his face whenever they met. When hunting pirates, whether they helped or not, Alan would always generously share the bounty with them. When they were injured, Alan would not hesitate to avenge them. The past played out before their eyes, only to be shattered by the cruel reality. If you follow me again. Before they could speak, Alan suddenly raised the iron pipe in his hand and slammed it down onto the longsword on the ground. Clang! The piercing sound of collision echoed across the harbor. The falling pipe instantly shattered Johnny's sword into 2 pieces. He'll kill you. With that, Alan never looked back. His figure quickly disappeared around the street corner, leaving the 2 of them standing there, tears in their eyes, stunned. For a long time, they could not come to their senses. Alan walked quietly through the streets of Loguetown, his steps brisk, as if he had a clear destination. Over the past 5 years, he had changed this pipe countless times. It was adequate for dealing with small fry, but against true experts, it was no better than a fire poker. Just now, when he clashed with Shanks, the inside of the pipe had been riddled with cracks. Now with this heavy blow, it was completely ruined. To set sail on an adventure, he needed a real sword. Loguetown, the weapon shop. A middle-aged man in a blue kimono with a decent head of hair was holding an account book, clicking an abacus, and sighing. Our business is slow again this month. That damned Alan and Daddy have caught all the pirates, so even fewer people come to buy weapons. And I've got a tiger at home. How am I supposed to get by like this? The man was the owner of the weapon shop, Ipponmatsu. At that moment, the wind chime at the door jingled, and a young man with black hair and black eyes walked in. Ipponmatsu looked up and immediately put on a fawning smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum rushing to greet him. Oh my! Isn't this the famous Shuro boy, Lord Alan? What brings you here? In Loguetown, who didn't know the name of AI Lun? Over the past 5 years, no fewer than 100 pirates had perished at his hands, and the bounties he had collected were enough to make ordinary people green with envy for a lifetime. In the eyes of Ben Song, AI Lun was a walking fat sheep. I've come to buy a sword. AI Lun was too weary to wonder which sweet potato had given him such a Chinibu name. He cut straight to the chase, wasting no words while his gaze curiously appraised the other man's current hairstyle. Jet black, thick, and bursting with an afro. Well, now it looked far more pleasing than the future hairstyle that resembled a hen spreading its wings. Buy a sword. You've come to the right place. Ben Song's eyes lit up, and he eagerly led AI Lun to a row of sword racks by the wall. The swords here are the finest in Loguetown. Look at this one. It can split a hair blown against it, cleave iron like mud, absolutely befitting your status. He took a katana from the rack, extolling its virtues with exaggerated praise. AI Lun gave it a single glance and lost interest. The sword was fine, but it was merely an ordinary 100-fold steel blade, not even reaching the level of Wazumono. Trash. Ben Song's smile froze on his face. He hadn't expected this young man to have such a discerning eye. Ahem, he coughed awkwardly, put away his merchant's sly demeanor, and grew somewhat more serious. My apologies, I was too hasty. Since you are a connoisseur, let me recommend something truly fine. With that, he carefully lifted a wooden box from beneath the counter. The box opened, revealing a dado lying quietly within its scabbard, ancient, and its tsuka exquisite. One of the 50 fine-grade swords, the Shuezo. Ben Song's tone carried a hint of pride. AI Lun's gaze lingered on the Shuezo for a moment. It was indeed a fine blade, light, sharp, and perfectly suited for swift slashes. This is the treasure of my shop, valued at 10 million berries. For you will give a discount, 9 million. Ben Song covered his eyes, putting on an expression of great loss. AI Lun held back the urge to kick him. Damn swindler. He recalled that ordinary fine-grade swords were only worth millions, and even great-grade swords could barely break 10 million. Moreover, that was during the time of Wang Luffy's voyage, when inflation had driven prices sky-high. Even newspapers had risen from 50 to 100 berries, and the bounty on a ship's pet reindeer had reached a terrifying 1,000 berries. This showed how rapidly prices had soared. The current 9 million was at least 20 million in Luffy's era. Spending 20 million on a fine-grade sword would only happen if AI Lun's brain had been smashed by a thunderbagua. This showed how rapidly prices had soared. The current 9 million was at least 20 million in Luffy's era. Spending 20 million on a fine-grade sword would only happen if there a humble barrel stood filled with all sorts of cheap swords, a crooked sign on it reading 50,000 berries each. And among that pile of junk, a faint, ominous chill subtly emanated through AI Lun's observation Haki. AI Lun strode over, and under Ben Song's bewildered gaze casually tossed aside the bent pipe and pulled a sword from the barrel. It was a plain-looking dado with a blade length of just over a meter and a width of about half an inch. Etched with flame-like purple patterns, it exuded an ominous aura. Sir, this. Ben Song started to say it was just a pile of worthless junk, but the moment he saw the sword, clearly his face changed drastically. That sword. You cannot take it. His voice trembled with unprecedented tension and fear. Why, oi? AI Lun feigned ignorance. Because it is the Sandai Guiche. Ben Song's voice quivered. Although all the Guiche lineage, starting with the Shodai Guiche, are supremely excellent, they are all cursed swords. As the words "cursed sword" fell, his face became filled with terror. Many renowned swordsmen have died horribly from using Guiche swords. Now no swordsman in the world dares to wield them. I wanted to get rid of this sword quickly, that's why. As if unable to bear the guilt, Ben Song finally confessed the reason. A sword that kills anyone who uses it. Who wouldn't avoid it at all costs? Alas, this sword still hasn't been sold. He sighed deeply. Next time he would hide it away. Though he was a cunning merchant, he had a bottom line: he would never harm others. Alas, this sword still hasn't been sold. He sighed deeply. Next time he would hide it away. Though he was a cunning merchant. Cursed sword, AI Lun laughed. I want to see if its blade is harder or my fate is stronger. You're insane. Ben Song cried out. This is no joke. AI Lun paid him no heed, gently running his finger over the cold blade. He could sense the surging demonic energy within it. But if he couldn't even subdue this Sandai Gueche, then even with Roger's swordsmanship, he would never become a true swordsman. A true swordsman possesses a fearless heart. The next moment, he made a move that left Ben Song dumbfounded. He casually tossed the Sandai Gueche high above his own head. The cursed sword spun rapidly in the air, emitting a ghostly wail. Yet Lun stood still motionless, letting the rapidly descending blade fall toward his head. The cursed sword spun rapidly in the air, emitting a ghostly wail. Yet Lun stood still motionless, letting under his observation Haki, every trajectory of the sword's descent, every rotation, was vividly imprinted in his mind. That surging demonic power in his perception was like a child throwing a tantrum, violent and frenzied. Just as the blade was about to strike his head, a terrifying sword intent erupted from Lun's body and struck the cursed sword. Then the sharp blade whirled past Lun's forehead, grazing it by a hair's breadth, and finally embedded itself into the wooden floor at his feet, the blade still quivering, emitting a resentful moan. Silence. The entire weapons shop was dead silent. Ben Song felt his legs go weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Looking at the cursed sword embedded in the floor, then at the unharmed Lun, his lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. He had sold swords his whole life and heard countless legends of swordsmen, but he had never seen nor ever imagined that anyone would dare bet their life against a cursed sword and win. Such was the epitome of fearlessness. Such was the power of unparalleled confidence. In the quiet shop, Lun bent down, grasped the hilt of the Sandai Gueche, and pulled it from the floorboards. This time the icy aura of the blade had vanished, replaced by a subtle, cautious sense of submission. A fine blade. Lun nodded with satisfaction. These two words sounded less like praise for a sword, and more like a compliment to a well-behaved puppy. To others this cursed sword was a terrifying beast, yet in his eyes it was indeed nothing more than a docile, adorable puppy. Of course that was only true for its master. Once it bared its fangs, it would show the world the true meaning of a demon blade. To others this cursed sword was a terrifying beast, yet in his eyes it was indeed nothing more than a docile, adorable puppy. I failed to recognize a true master. This Sandai Gueche, consider it a gift to you. No, not just it. He turned and rushed back to the counter, then brought out the wooden box containing the Shuezo, offering it with both hands. Please take this fine blade Shuezo as well. Consider it my apology for my rudeness. Ben Song's eyes were earnest, a stark contrast to the fawning merchant he had been earlier. Selling swords was but a means to survive. His true passion lay in loving blades. To witness a future great swordsmaster tame a demon blade was for him the highest honor. What were mere two swords in comparison? However, Lun merely glanced at the Shuezo and shook his head. Thank you, but I have no need for this one. Ben Song was taken aback. In all his years of business, he had never seen someone refuse a gift. Lun sheathed the Sandai Gueche and said calmly, consider this sword a loan from me. I might return it to you someday. This blade, once belonging to Suo Long, was beneath his notice. Mere fine blades were mere stepping stones for him. His goal was to forge a supreme great blade into a black sword with his own hands. If he ever found something better in the future, he would naturally return it. Ben Song was stunned, utterly baffled by Lun's inexplicable words. By the way, I need a favor from you. Lun suddenly leaned in, as if afraid of being overheard, and whispered something into Ben Song's ear while handing him a bag. Ben Song's expression shifted from confusion to shock and finally to profound admiration. Rest assured, Mr. Lun, I will certainly help you accomplish this. Thank you. The orange sunset cast its glow on Lun's face, neither glaring nor harsh, but carrying a lingering warmth. Leaving the weapon shop, Lun did not wander aimlessly. Instead, he headed to the small clinic in Loguetown, where he found Dottie bandaging his wounds. I need to set sail, Lun stated directly. Dottie looked up, a hint of surprise at seeing Lun again so soon, but he wasted no words. Which island in the East Blue? I know the routes around here. I can find you a reliable captain. Lun shook his head. Dottie paused, then his eyes widened, as if a thought struck him. He lowered his voice. Kid, you're not thinking of heading to the Vita? Crazy. That place is no joke. No ordinary merchant ship would go to that damned place to die. Lun shook his head again. Though he possessed a fearless heart, he was not foolish enough to court death. His current strength was decent in the East Blue, but in the Vita Honglu, known as the Graveyard of Pirates, it would be far from sufficient. Moreover, he didn't even have a ship. Any vessel capable of navigating the Vita Honglu cost tens of millions of berries at the very least. As for navigation and log pose, he knew nothing, and he had yet to find a navigator as a companion. But he had already devised a path, one faster and safer than charging directly into the Vita Honglu. Nanhai. Lun uttered two words. Nanhai. Dottie was even more confused. I'm going to the Swordsman kingdom in Nanhai. Dottie fell silent, staring at Lun for a long moment, as if looking at a madman. This kid had grown up in Loguetown. Why would he go on an adventure in Nanhai? Couldn't he develop in the East Blue? But the kid's eyes held not a trace of jest. Finally Dottie sighed and nodded. After all, he owed this kid his life. 3 days later. On the streets of Loguetown, Joseph supported Johnny, the latter's chest wrapped in thick bandages. Every step caused him to wince in pain. Ai Lun's kick had broken several of his ribs. 3 days. 3 whole days, and Ai Lun had never returned. Just as he had said that day, he was truly gone. The two walked in silence, the atmosphere suffocatingly heavy. Do you think Big Brother Ai Lun left because he found out we gave him that title? He always hated it. Johnny said, his spirits low. It's okay, Johnny. Joseph forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Even without Ai Lun, we too can still live well. He had to stay strong, and Johnny was still injured and needed care. Johnny bit his dry lips, as if recalling Ai Lun's mockery that day, and nodded vigorously, trying to match that spirit. We will live well. Yet despite the words, their eyes remained dim. Just then a commotion came from a street corner not far away. Johnny looked up and saw it was that weapon shop, its entrance crowded with people, as if some event was happening. His eyes flickered. Come on, get me a new sword. Though Ai Lun had left, their lives had to go on. His sword had been broken by Big Brother Ai Lun, and it was a good time to buy a new one while he recovered. The two squeezed into the crowd. There the shop owner Ibn Song stood behind a huge spinning wheel, shouting at the top of his lungs, buy a sword and get a chance to spin the wheel. Don't miss out. There's a grand prize. The crowd stirred. Many were tempted and bought swords, but only won worthless trinkets. Johnny didn't care much about the prize. He picked a sword that looked decent and paid 2,000 berries. Come on, young man, try your luck. Ibn Song enthusiastically led him to the wheel. Johnny took a deep breath and spun the wheel with force. The pointer whirred and finally stopped on the jackpot slot. The onlookers dispersed in disappointment. When the crowd had thinned, Ibn Song mysteriously ushered the two into the shop, then even locked the door. Just as Johnny and Joseph thought the owner was about to kill them, Ibn Song dragged a heavy bag from behind the counter and thrust it into the bewildered Johnny's arms. Instant, overwhelming happiness struck Johnny. Clutching the money bag, he felt like he was dreaming. This money was several times more than all. Instant, overwhelming happiness struck Johnny. Clutching the money bag, he felt like he was dreaming. This money was several times more than all the bounty they had earned in all their years as bounty hunters. Only a powerhouse like Big Brother Ai Lun could earn such a fortune. But then he sensed something amiss. The money in the bag was a mix of large bills and small change, a thick stack of notes with a clatter of coins underneath. Counting carefully, a total of 2326498 berries. Johnny, look over there. Johnny followed his gaze. In a corner beside a barrel filled with cheap blades lay a familiar bent metal pipe. Johnny, look over there. Johnny followed his gaze. In a corner beside a barrel filled with cheap blades lay a familiar bent metal pipe, resting quietly. Boom. The door of the weapon shop was kicked open violently. Joseph, carrying Johnny, dashed out of the shop, and the money pouch in his hand fell to the ground. Bailey scattered all over the place, but the two didn't spare a glance, though instead they sprinted desperately toward the harbor. 23,264,958 Bailey. This was no damn grand prize. This was clearly all the wealth that Brother Alan had earned with his life over the past 5 years. So those words were all lies. So that kick, that resolute strike that broke the blade, were all lies. The man who always found them troublesome had before leaving used the most clumsy and hurtful way to pave the way for their future. The two ran madly toward the harbor, using all their strength. But when they rushed to the dock, they saw only rows of towering masts and the setting sun about to disappear. Brother Alan! Brother Alan! The two started shouting and screaming toward the harbor like madmen, causing passers-by to frown. But there were too many ships on the sea. They had no idea which ship Alan was on, or even if he had already left long ago. Yet the two simply stood at the end of the dock, waving their hands and shouting hoarsely toward the boundless sea, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Brother Alan, goodbye. Goodbye. Their cries were scattered by the sea breeze, and only the sound of waves answered them. The sea breeze, carrying a salty and damp scent, brushed across the deck. Alan, leaning against the ship's railing, suddenly opened his eyes. For a moment, he thought he heard someone calling him. He instinctively turned around to look at Loguetown, which had long disappeared beyond the horizon, then shook his head with a smile. Impossible. It had been half an hour since they set sail. Probably because his newly awakened observation Haki was unstable, causing auditory hallucinations. His perception was far from being under control. Still needed training. So hungry. Alan rubbed his empty stomach. It was almost evening, and he suddenly realized a fatal problem. Bailey. Seemed like he hadn't left a single one for himself. He had stuffed all the more than 20 million Bailey he had saved over 5 years, even the odd change, into Johnny and Joseph's hands, completely forgetting that he himself needed to eat. Those two were so weak, they should stop being bounty hunters. Take that money and live a good life. It wasn't in vain that they called him Big Brother. Alan paced to the large glass window of the ship's dining cabin. Under the warm light, well-dressed guests were enjoying a sumptuous dinner. A whole roasted turkey, golden brown, a mountain of seafood, sashimi, and creamy mushroom soup, exuding a rich, milky aroma. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. This merchant ship, named the Star of the South Sea, was the only vessel in Loguetown daring enough to cross the reverse mountain, traveling between the East Blue and the South Blue. The ticket price was exorbitantly high. The passengers were either wealthy or noble, mostly aristocrats or rich merchants from various places. For example, from Alan's destination, the Kingdom of Swordsman. Those damned Revolutionary Army, a bunch of rabble, know nothing about governance. Ever since they overthrew the royal family 3 years ago, Swordsman has been in complete chaos. Inside the restaurant, at a table near the window, a flamboyantly dressed, obese man was cutting into the steak on his plate with a knife and fork, cursing under his breath. Our fields and estates were all confiscated and given to those commoners. This is sheer robbery. The noblewoman beside him also complained in a sharp, acerbic tone. I really miss the days when King Baikili was still around. There weren't so many unruly subjects daring to make trouble. Their conversation reached Alan's ears without missing a word. The Revolutionary Army, huh? Alan hadn't expected to hear of his destination here. To be precise, Alan wanted to find a person in the Revolutionary Army, Basuomio Dasho. As the gentlest man among pirates, Alan had always been thinking of recruiting him onto his ship. On one hand, his strength was immense, absolutely at the level of a first mate of an emperor, even comparable to an admiral. On the other hand, Dashiong had lived a life far too bitter. So bitter that even Alan, a man as fierce as an eagle, couldn't help but shed tears for him. Alan's mind conjured up Daxiong's entire life. He couldn't undo the past of being enslaved by the celestial dragons and losing his parents, but Alan would never allow the future tragedy to continue happening. Of course, Alan didn't expect to steal Dashiong away from the Revolutionary Army just yet. His purpose in this trip was merely to borrow Daxiong's power to use the pawpaw fruit to send himself directly to Sky Island. The Grand Line was fraught with dangers. Flying through the air with Daxiong's power greatly increased both speed and safety. As he was thinking, Alan suddenly noticed a pair of clear, big eyes staring at him. A little girl about 4 or 5 years old, sitting next to the couple dressed in a beautiful pink princess dress, was curiously. She seemed to have noticed Alan's embarrassment. Her small hand quietly reached for a soft white bread from the bread basket on the table and hid it behind her. She carefully glanced at her parents, who were deep in loud conversation, then stood on tiptoe, trying to slip down from her seat. Kaishi, what are you doing? The noblewoman Sharpie immediately noticed her daughter's little action and scolded her harshly. The little girl was startled, and the bread in her hand almost fell to the ground. At this moment, the noblewoman also noticed Alan standing outside the window. He was dressed in simple, washed-out clothes, even wearing a pair of cheap slippers on his feet, staring longingly into the restaurant. Where did this beggar come from? The noblewoman's eyebrows shot up, her face full of disgust. Where is the captain? Where's the captain? How did this kind of person get on board? It's simply dirtying my eyes. She vented her anger toward the Revolutionary Army on Alan. The woman's shrill cries attracted the attention of everyone. Soon a middle-aged man in a captain's uniform hurried over with fine sweat on his forehead. Madam, how may I be of service to you? Are you the captain? The nobleman put down his knife and fork, wiped his greasy mouth with a napkin, and spoke slowly, his tone dripping with condescending arrogance. I ask you, why is there a beggar who can't even afford a meal on the noble Star of the South Sea? Following his pointing, the captain saw Alan outside the window and looked troubled. Sir, he is a passenger who bought a ticket. A passenger? The noblewoman let out a sneer, her voice growing louder. Look at his shabby appearance. Can he afford a ticket? Don't tell me he sneaked on board. I'm telling you, we are great nobles of the Kingdom of Swordsman. If anything happens on this ship, can you bear the responsibility? The captain could only bow repeatedly and apologize, unable to explain himself. None of the surrounding nobles spoke. They all watched the excitement, pointing and whispering. As for the lower-ranked crew members, they stood far away, not daring to approach. Throughout the entire process, Alan was like an outsider. This woman is really noisy. That's what Alan thought. He wanted to just leave, but a flash of pink in his sight made his eyes light up slightly. Just as the noble couple were bullying the captain, the little girl, named Kaishi, taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, quickly grabbed the bread, ran to the window, raised the bread high, and waved it at Alan. Ai Lun grinned, reaching out to take the bread, while the couple was not paying attention, and devoured it in just a few bites. Though it was a little, it was better than nothing. Ai Lun gestured to the little girl, indicating he wanted more. The noblewoman happened to turn around and saw this, trembling with rage. You little thief! How dare you steal? Just as she was about to rush out of the dining hall to confront Ai Lun Wu. A harsh, urgent alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire merchant ship. What's going on? What happened? The passengers in the cabin were thrown into chaos. Everyone panicked. A sailor scrambled into the dining hall, pale as a ghost, his voice trembling. Captain! Captain! It's bad. It's pirates. We're surrounded by pirates. Surrounded? Are you kidding? The captain's heart jolted, and he rushed to the window. Many others followed his gaze. It was then that they saw from nowhere over a dozen ferocious pirate ships had encircled the Nanhai Star, their dark cannon maws aimed at them. At the forefront of the fleet was a colossal vessel, like a sea fortress. At the bow stood a tall man. He was clad in golden armor which reflected blinding light under the setting sun. In his hand, he held a war spear with a golden shield. His entire presence exuded a terrifying pressure. The captain's pupils abruptly contracted, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed. It's him. His lips quivered, teeth chattering. Admiral Kalik. The most vicious pirate crew in the East blew the Kalik pirates. A bounty of 8 million belly. At these words, the nobles who had been eagerly watching the drama in the dining hall now turned ashen-faced. Some even collapsed into their seats, letting out meaningless whimpers. A bounty of 8 million belly was unprecedented in the East Blue at this time. Being targeted by such pirates meant a narrow escape from death, if not certain doom. Panic spread like a plague. AI Lun's gaze pierced through the chaotic crowd and landed on the massive flagship. Golden armor, a great war spear. It was indeed Kalik. However, the scale of this fleet was much smaller than the one that would later attack the floating restaurant Buladi. The Kalik pirates 17 years ago were far from their peak. AI Lun also spotted several familiar faces among the pirate crew. A Jean wearing a headband, and with a cold expression, Pa Lu carrying full-body metal shields. The pirate crew had already taken shape, which explained why they would later become the overlords of the East Blue. But all that had nothing to do with him for now, because Baby's tummy was rumbling. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to the pirates, AI Lun flickered and slipped into the dining hall without a sound. Meanwhile, the captain had already rushed onto the deck with a few sailors. Forcing himself to stay calm, he shouted toward Kalik, Admiral Kalik. Our Nanhai Star paid this month's protection money to your subordinates before setting sail. Could there be some misunderstanding? But his response came not from Kalik, but from a man clad in iron armor beside him. The second team captain of the Kalik pirates, Iron Wall Palu. Palu leaped from the pirate ship onto the merchant ship's deck. The immense weight of his full-body iron shields shattered the deck beneath him. As the crowd watched dumbfounded, he pulled out his foot and walked straight up to the captain. Misunderstanding. Palu grinned a ferocious grin, his palm leaf-sized hand slapping the captain across the face. Slap. A crisp sound rang out as the captain was sent flying, rolling several times before stopping instantly unconscious. Do we pirates need to explain ourselves when we rob? The surrounding nobles let out shrieks. Soon the ship's guards appeared, aiming their muskets at the Kalik pirates. But in the next instant, a lean figure flashed, and the entire guard fell in unison. The newcomer, Demon Ajin. The guards of a mere merchant ship were no match for a pirate crew renowned throughout the East Blue. Palu planted a foot on the captain's chest, looked around at the trembling crew and passengers on the deck, and announced loudly, The Admiral has ordered everyone on this ship 1 million belly each to buy your own lives. 1 million belly. For these nobles, it was no small amount. Even some down-and-out minor nobles might not be able to produce that much cash on hand. The pirates swarmed onto the Nanhai Star, like a plague of locusts, looting everyone one by one. Soon in the dining hall, the nobleman who had been bossing AI Lun around earlier was now trembling like a leaf, pulling bundles of belly from his pockets and piling them all on the table. A pirate came over, roughly swept the money and jewelry into a bag, weighted, and sneered disdainfully. That's all. Sir, it's all here, all here. The nobleman bowed and scraped, his voice quivering. We two together, a total of 2,100,000 belly, you see. 2,100,000. That's only enough to buy the lives of the two of you. The pirate's gaze fell on the little girl hiding behind her mother, her face pale with fright. What about this little one? The noblewoman shrieked, clutching her daughter tightly. We really have no more money. We were nobles of Swordsman, but 3 years ago those damned revolutionary army drove us out and confiscated all our property. Now we truly can't come up with any more. As she spoke, she frantically removed her jewelry. Take all of these. This is all I have. Cheap jewelry. How much is that worth? Sneered the pirate. He grinned viciously. Seeing these former high and mighty nobles now begging on their knees like dogs gave him a morbid excitement. No money, then take the person as payment. This pretty little girl, sold to the Xiangbidi Islands, she should fetch a good price. He reached out to grab Kaishi. No, please, spare my daughter. The noble couple completely broke down, dropping to their knees with a thud, clinging to the pirate's legs and begging desperately. But the pirate kicked them away in disgust. as his dirty hand was about to touch Kai's princess dress. Wait. A muffled voice sounded interrupting the pirate's movement. Turning toward the source, he saw AI Lewin standing not far away. At that moment, AI Lewin held a giant ham in his left hand and a bowl of seafood soup noodles in his right. After finally swallowing the meat in his mouth, he spoke. "I'll pay for this little girl. Sir, please save us. Please pay for us too. We'll be your servants for life. Please." At these words, the other penniless sailors and some fallen minor nobles, as if grasping at a lifeline, fell to their knees and kowtowed toward Alan. "Please." At these words, the other penniless sailors and some fallen minor nobles, as if grasping at a lifeline. The pirate was taken aback, then looked Alan up and down. A boy in faded washed-out clothes and worn sandals, hardly looking like someone with money. But this scene also caught Paulu's attention on the deck. Paulu approached his massive metal shield, parting the crowd as he eyed Alan with interest. "Oh. By your tone, you're swimming in money." He held up 2 fingers. "Since you're so charitable, pay a bit more. You 2 million berries. Plus this little girl. Total 5 million. Paulu, seemingly bad at arithmetic, threw out a random number. Those around whom Alan hadn't helped now looked at him with undisguised schadenfreude. "Serves you right for sticking your neck out for others." I only have 2 million. Alan calmly took a bite of ham. "Can't spare more." "Bullshit." Hearing the boy's nonchalant tone, Paulu's face darkened. "You think him a child? Looks like you're asking for death." Before his words faded, his fist wrapped in an iron shield came whistling toward Alan's face. The diners in the restaurant let out a terrified scream. The next moment, Alan's left hand had already drawn the Sandai Kitetsu at his waist. Clang! A flash of silver. The blade arrived after the fist, but met it first, precisely parrying Paulu's iron punch. The iron shield Paulu prided himself on was split open by the Kitetsu's edge. "What a—" Paulu's eyes widened, clearly not expecting the boy to block the blow. The Krieg pirates had no devil fruit users, but every ship captain was a top-tier martial artist. Otherwise, he couldn't have carried so many metal shields with ease. Yet the force of that slash had sent a faint tremor through his heart. Everyone in the restaurant was stunned. That poverty-stricken kid, a swordsman, and had blocked the attack of that terrifying pirate. Before anyone could react, a spiked club came crashing toward Alan's face. Alan's eyes turned cold. Instead of retreating, he advanced, another horizontal slash sweeping out. Clang! The club flew back, caught by a man with dark circles under his eyes. He stepped forward slowly from behind Paulu, his gaze icy on Alan. The Krieg pirates' combat chief, Demon Jin. Apart from the captain, the 2 sharpest fighters of the entire crew had appeared here at the same time. This boy was this strong. Just as Alan was about to take things more seriously, a lazy voice came from the door. "All right, Jin, Paulu, stand down." Krieg walked in, his golden armor gleaming under the restaurant lights. Without looking at anyone, he walked to a table, took a sip of ale, then slowly turned to Alan. "We're pirates, but we keep our word." Krieg wiped the grease from his mouth, revealing white teeth in a genial smile. "A deal is a deal, 1 million each. Since you're willing to pay for the girl, that's 2 million. Hand it over." He didn't seem like a ruthless pirate, but rather a businessman who followed the rules. The crowd exhaled in relief. But Alan sneered contemptuously. Others might not know Krieg's true nature, but he was well aware. A man who bites the hand that feeds him. What honor or morality could he possibly have? Alan didn't believe a single word that man said. His current facade was likely because he saw Alan had some strength and didn't want to suffer losses in a fight. First head stabilize the situation, take the money, then gradually squeeze more value, and finally betray him. A true schemer. 2 million berries, hand them over. Pay up and you both live. Krieg smiled, extending his hand. The atmosphere in the restaurant eased at his words. The noble couple stared at Alan with desperate hope, now wishing they had been blind earlier. Could this boy who spoke so calmly actually have 2 million berries? The surrounding pirates paused their looting, watching the boy with mocking grins. Only they knew the captain's true nature. No one had ever survived a ship raided by the Krieg pirates. This was Captain Krieg's usual tactic. Buying lives with money. On one hand, it prevented people from desperate resistance or hiding their wealth in death. On the other hand, it conveniently weakened the ship's strength, since no one would risk their life for money, and those without money isolated would be easily killed. A 2-pronged strategy. These fools actually believed the captain would keep his word. How naive. They couldn't wait to see the boy's despair when he handed over the ransom, only to find he still had to die. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Alan slowly spread his hands and grinned. Just kidding. Actually, I don't have a single berry." Cool-like smile froze on his face, his expression gradually darkening. The air in the entire dining hall became unbearably oppressive as his smile vanished. The noble couple who had been brimming with hope just a second ago had all the color drained from their faces. The surrounding passengers dared not even breathe, and even the usually arrogant pirate underlings fell silent. Only one thought remained in everyone's mind: this kid is doomed. Unexpectedly, Kulike did not lose his temper. He calmly placed his wine glass on the table. Tap. The sound was not loud, yet it tightened everyone's hearts once more. He raised his eyes and looked at Alan for the first time, not with anger, but with the indifference of one looking at a dead man. Not a single soul on this ship is to be spared. After a brief moment of deathly silence, the dining hall erupted in even more desperate wails than before. It's over. All over. How could this kid provoke Kulike at a time like this? Madman. This kid is a madman. He's going to get us all killed. The passengers completely broke down. Some collapsed to the floor, their legs giving way, while others recklessly rushed toward the dining hall entrance only to be kicked back by the pirates guarding it. It's all your fault. All your fault. A middle-aged merchant pointed at Alan, screaming like a madman. Why did you have to provoke them? What? Now the looks directed at Alan were no longer hopeful, but filled with bone-chilling resentment and fear. In their eyes, it was Alan's arrogance that had completely severed their last chance of survival. Huh. Ha ha ha. The pirates froze for half a second, then burst into unrestrained laughter. Daring to mess with our captain. Chop this brat into pieces and feed him to the fish. Brothers. Kill. Palu, the closest to Alan, lunged forward with a ferocious roar. Chop this brat into pieces and feed him to the fish. Brothers. Kill. Palu, the closest to Alan, lunged forward with, "You little bastard, I'll tear you apart first." With a furious roar, Palu charged forward, his massive frame exuding an overwhelming aura. His fist, encased in a metal shield, was no longer a probe. It struck with full force, aimed directly at Alan's head. If that punch landed, his head would burst like a ripe watermelon. Alan did not even blink. As if by instinct, with no wasted motion, he simply flipped his wrist, drew his blade, and slashed upward. Clang! The piercing screech of metal tore through the air. The edge of the Sandai Kitetsu met Palu's iron fist precisely. Time seemed to slow for an instant. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Palu's pride, the iron shield that could supposedly stop cannonballs, was split cleanly in two by the blade of the Sandai Kitetsu, as easily as a hot knife through butter. Effortlessly cleaved in one stroke. Ugh! Palu's momentum halted abruptly. He looked down, dazed, at the shield sliced open across his chest, and the massive wound beneath it stretching from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Blood gushed out violently, the wound, so deep the bone was visible. His pale ribs were exposed to the air. How could this? He tried to speak, but his strength was ebbing away with his blood. The massive metal shield broke in two and clattered to the floor. His towering frame swayed and finally crashed heavily onto his back. Just one slash. The 2nd Division commander of the Krieg Pirates, Iron Wall, Palu, was defeated. The 2nd Division commander, who had never been defeated in battle and had never even shed a drop of blood. How could he lose? The commander who could stand firm against a naval cannon was struck down in a single blow. The 2nd Division commander, who had never been defeated in battle and had never even shed a drop of blood. How could he lose? The commander who could stand firm against a naval cannon was struck down in a single blow. What kind of joke was this? Almost at the same moment, Palu fell. A black shadow darted out from behind his collapsing body, moving so fast, it left an afterimage. A bludgeon with a metal ball, silent, yet vicious, swung toward Alan. It was a Gene, the ghost man. He was like a patient, venomous snake striking at the perfect blind spot, where Alan's old strength had just faded and new strength had yet to arise. However, as if Alan had eyes in the back of his head, he didn't even turn around. He reversed his grip on the blade and fiercely blocked backward. Clang! The blade and bludgeon clashed violently, sparks flying. The brutal recoil instantly cracked the solid wooden floor beneath Alan's feet, while a Gene was knocked back half a step, his pupils contracting sharply. How did this brat react? After the fierce exchange, Alan felt the slight numbness in his tiger's mouth and narrowed his eyes. In his view, the strongest member of the Krieg Pirates was not Kulike, but a Gene. His physical techniques were terrifying, far above Palu's, making him a very troublesome opponent. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in combat. A Gene's movements were swift and fierce, each strike aimed at vital points. The bludgeon in his hand was wielded with supernatural skill, sometimes thrusting like a spear, sometimes whipping like a lash at uncanny angles that were impossible to defend against. After just a few exchanges, Alan's rhythm was suppressed. Although he had awakened his observation Haki and could accurately predict every attack trajectory of a Gene, the frustrating part was that his current physical techniques simply couldn't keep up. After just a few exchanges, Alan's rhythm was suppressed. Although he had awakened his observation Haki and could accurately predict every attack trajectory of a Gene, the frustrating part, to the onlookers, Alan was completely overwhelmed. He could only barely hold on under a Gene's storm of attacks, and soon his body was marked with bloody scratches from the bludgeon. The faint glimmer of hope that had just ignited in the passengers' hearts was quickly extinguished. No, he can't hold on much longer. I knew it. How could one person possibly deal with so many pirates? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Kulike stood at the periphery, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth once more. What does a genius matter? A dead genius is no different from an ordinary corpse. Yet at the center of the battle, Ajin's heart was pounding with increasing dread. He was horrified to discover that although his opponent seemed to be struggling, his defense was watertight. No matter how devious his attacks, they were always blocked at the last moment by that blade. What made his scalp tingle even more was that the boy's movements were evolving at a visible rate. At first the blocks were still stiff, but as the fight went on, unnecessary motions were rapidly eliminated and his strikes became more concise and lethal. This monster was actually using him as a sparring partner. Alan himself was immersed in this strange state. His physical techniques, swordsmanship, observation, haki, and the eerie, bloodthirsty power of the Sandai Kitetsu. These abilities that had once operated independently were now integrating and merging at an unprecedented speed under the pressure of life and death. Now, after parrying Ajin's iron bludgeon, once more Alan's gaze sharpened. He did something that baffled everyone. He suddenly closed his eyes. The instant his vision was plunged into darkness, the world became clearer than ever before. Ajin's figure shed its physical form, becoming a silhouette composed purely of aura, with nowhere to hide. The Kitetsu in his hand hummed with excitement, and a cold, sinister aura emanated from the blade coiling around Alan's arm. Every hair on Ajin's body stood on end as a shadow of death loomed over him. He saw Alan's eyes closed, assume a strange starting stance. The tip of the blade, though not aimed at him, gave him the illusion that his soul was locked on. He couldn't dodge. No matter where he fled, that slash would come down. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, Ajin pushed his speed to the limit, turning into a blur as he tried to evade. In that instant, Alan swung his blade at what seemed like an empty corner. One sword-style demon, devouring soul, binding slash. This slash carried no earth-shattering presence. It was even somewhat unadorned. Yet the moment the blade was swung, a barely discernible crimson slash landed precisely on the path Ajin must take, instantly appearing before him. Certain strike. Using the chi of the demon's sword as a guide and observation haki as a lock, once locked it is a fight to the death. Puchi. Blood sprayed forth. Ajin lowered his head in disbelief. On his right leg a deep bone-exposing gash was shocking. He grunted, and under the powerful inertia crashed heavily to the ground. The entire restaurant fell into dead silence again. Ai Luan slowly sheathed his blade, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground. The eerie red light on Sandai Gui Che gradually faded. He walked step by step to the kneeling Ajin and gently placed the cold blade against his neck. The battle commander of the coup-like pirates, demon, Ajin, was defeated. The fear on the passengers' faces had not yet dissipated, replaced by a shock mixed with bewilderment and absurdity. The sneers on the pirates' faces also froze. If Captain Pa Lu's defeat was already unbelievable, then the defeat of the commander Ajin, the one always cruel as a demon known as Demon, was what completely shattered their worldview. How could there be such a powerful kid in this world? No, not to mention a kid. In their eyes, even an adult could not defeat Captain Ajin. What kind of monster is this? Breaking the dead silence was the sound of chattering teeth. It was not from the passengers nor from the pirates. It was Kulike. This pirate, who had been rampaging in the East Sea, was now staring fiercely at Ai Luan, his eyes actually filled with a trace of fear. Others only knew how powerful Kulike was, but he alone knew that as his battle commander, Ajin's strength was even not inferior to his own. As the captain, if not for his reliance on various powerful weapons, he couldn't even suppress the other. Yet even so, Ajin still lost to this kid, and the process from falling into disadvantage to being countered was too fast. So fast that it frightened him. An unprecedented sense of crisis rose in Kulike's heart. No, he must not let him reach me. This thought crazily bred in his mind. You all must die. Kulike suddenly let out a hysterical roar, his voice filled with madness. He abruptly raised his arm. The huge golden shield clanked and split open, revealing a dark cannon muzzle. An ominous aura instantly spread. It's that. A pirate who recognized the muzzle cried, his face turning pale. Captain, no. Gas bomb. It's MH5. Run. One breath will paralyze and kill you. The pirates completely panicked. The look in their eyes when they stared at Kulike was even more terrified than when they saw Ai Luan. They had witnessed the power of this move before. No creature could survive this poison gas. Even Ajin, lying on the ground, suddenly raised his head, his eyes bursting with incredulous anger and disappointment. He could tolerate Kulike's despicability, but he could not accept him turning his blade against his own comrades. All of you die. Kulike, like a mad demon, had already pressed his finger on the launch button. This madman. Ai Luan's expression also darkened. His current physical condition was far from being immune to the poison gas. If this thing really exploded, covering the entire ship with gas, he would most likely have to jump into the sea to escape. It seems he had to use that move. Though the consumption was enormous, a burst in an instant would be enough to destroy Ku-like along with his ship. God. AI Lewin tightened his grip on Guiche. A terrifying and domineering aura surpassing any previous slash began to brew. At this moment, whoosh, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air came from afar. AI Lun's brewing aura suddenly halted. He jerked his head up and looked toward the direction of the sound. What a powerful slash. AI Lun's pupils contracted sharply. He admitted that the power and condensation of this slash were beyond. What a powerful slash. AI Lun's pupils contracted sharply. He admitted that the power and condensation of this slash were beyond his own. Ku-like also felt the threat of death. He had no time to launch the gas bomb. He could only follow his instinct and place the huge shield in front of him. Boom. The slash fell. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a grating loud noise. Ku-like's huge golden shield was instantly cut in half from the center. The terrifying impact sent him flying backward, crashing heavily into the deck of his own flagship in the distance, kicking up debris, and then there was no more sound. Then, boom, boom, boom. Deafening artillery fire came from afar. One by one shells with long trails of flame landed precisely among the fleet of the Ku-like pirates. One after another pirate ships were hit by the bombardment. Flames and screams raged on the sea. It's the Navy. A Navy warship. We're surrounded. Run. The captain has been blown away. The pirates completely collapsed. They dropped their treasures and weapons, scattering like headless flies. Only a few loyal pirates quickly helped the severely injured Ajin and Pa Lu onto a small boat and fled in panic. Amid the chaos, a huge dark green warship with a majestic seagull emblem carved on its bow cut through the waves and sped over. At the very front of the warship, a tall figure stood silently. It was a woman. Her black long hair danced in the sea breeze. Her justice cloak fluttered. A pink neck shirt wrapped a stunning whiteness, and an extremely short hot pants revealed a pair of long straight legs without reservation. She held a sword in her hand, still maintaining the pose after making a slash. That slash was clearly from her. Of course AI Lewin couldn't care less about these. His gaze fell on her exposed long legs, the black spider tattoo under that extremely short hot pants. A beautiful and dangerous woman. Slurp. AI Lewin wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, commenting thus. The newcomer, Peach Rabbit Ji Yuan. Thus far, the Ku-like pirates utterly defeated. We're saved. We're saved. It's the Marines. It's Rear Admiral Ji Yuan. The passengers erupted in cheers of relief, many even crying tears. The Marines did not continue pursuing the Ku-like pirates. The fact that Ji Yuan could get along with Marines like Kapu indicated that her sense of justice was not extreme. At present, the priority was to assist the injured civilians. Soon a squad of Marine soldiers boarded the Nanhai Star, beginning to deal with the scene and calm the people. Ji Yuan leaped gracefully onto the deck. The moment the woman appeared, all eyes were drawn to her. No other reason, she was simply too beautiful. According to the fact that in the future Ji Yuan would be listed as a candidate for admiral, and her relationship with he was like that of sisters, her age was at least 40 or 50. 17 years ago Ji Yuan was at the most enchanting age of a woman. In her late 20s, she was like a summer peach that was fully ripe, yet still held a hint of greenness, plump, juicy, and tempting to be picked. However, this nearly 3-meter admiral's stature still made AI Lin, this little colt, somewhat intimidated. Ahem, getting off track. Casting aside those irrelevant thoughts, AI Lin noticed that Ji Yuan's beautiful eyes had already fallen on him. She paid no attention to the grateful passengers, instead sizing up the brat in front of her. Just moments ago when she made her move, she clearly sensed a fleeting aura that made her heart tremble. Though brief, she knew its source was this somewhat handsome boy. A mere teenager had made her a rear admiral of the headquarters feel a sense of fear. If she said it out loud, even Kapu would probably laugh. Reporting Rear Admiral. According to people on board, it was that teenager who defeated the Ku pirates, combat Captain Ajin and Captain Pa Lu, stopping the pirates' massacre. A Marine soldier quickly stepped forward to report. Ji Yuan's eyebrows slightly raised. She walked slowly toward AI Lun, her high-heeled military boots clicking on the deck each step, as if stepping on people's heartbeats. The surrounding Marines automatically made way for her, and the passengers also fell silent in awe. A faint fragrance wafted into the nose as she approached. What's your name, brat? Ji Yuan stood before AI Lun, looking down at him. Her height was already terrifying, and with the military boots, 10-year-old AI Lun could only reach the tattoo on her thigh. Just the right position. Ahem. AI Lun. AI Lun. Ji Yuan repeated the name, her gaze falling on the Sandai Kitetsu in his hand. A fine sword, but it's a cursed blade, too heavy with malevolence, and will turn against its owner. Her eyes were sharp, seeing through the extraordinary nature of the Kitetsu at a glance. Whether it's good or not, I know best, AI Lun replied indifferently. The brat is quite proud. Not only did Ji Yuan not get angry, she instead laughed. She circled AI Lewin, as if appraising a treasure. I heard from them that you're a pirate hunter. At such a young age with such swordsmanship, you're truly a genius. Ji Yuan gave a sly smile, the mole at the corner of her mouth, adding an unusual allure at this moment. If such a talent could join the Marines and be trained, he would definitely become a vice admiral or above in the future. Ji Yuan's eyes were sharp. She stopped in front of AI Lun, slightly leaning down, and the astonishing cleavage almost seemed to leap out of her neck. Well, any interest in joining the Marines? Follow me, and I guarantee you a bright future. From the moment they came on deck, Ji Yuan had noticed that the brat's gaze had never left the tattoo on her thigh. A master at using seduction to lure pirates, she was all too familiar with this situation. A somewhat strong but lecherous brat. Ji Yuan defined AI Lin, thus the smile on her lips growing deeper. She extended her slender fingers, gently lifting AI Lun's chin, her breath like orchid. You know, suitors who confess to me line up from the West Sea to the South Sea, and I've never agreed. Even a rear admiral, who confessed to me over 20 times, I never paid him any attention. If you join the Marines, and behave well, when you grow up. She didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was enough to make any man's imagination run wild. The Marine soldiers behind her all had red eyes, flames of jealousy burning fiercely. What a joke. Rear Admiral Ji Yuan was actually actively inviting a man. Did this brat save Malinfando in his past life? Everyone's gaze fell on AI Lun, trying to find a trace of flattered expression on his face. But AI Lun's expression remained calm. He withdrew his gaze from somewhere, and slowly looked up at Ji Yuan's So where's the money? AI Lun spoke. Huh. Ji Yuan's charming eyes blinked, not reacting for a moment. I said the money. AI Lun repeated, his tone serious. I repelled the Ku pirates and protected the lives and property of everyone on this ship. You Marines, as executors of justice, shouldn't you pay me the corresponding reward? The air fell silent. The smile on Ji Yuan's face froze. She slowly straightened up, her beautiful eyes full of shock. This script is wrong. Shouldn't the normal procedure be that this lecherous brat is captivated by her charm and becomes her loyal follower from then on? How did it jump to money? Could her proud charm be inferior to a few stinky berries? Little did she know AI Lun was frantically complaining in his heart. Good grief, this woman comes up wanting to paint a pie and use her beauty to trap me. What a joke. My heart belongs to the beauties of the world. How could it be monopolized by you alone? You? How much do you want? Ji Yuan took a deep breath, squeezing out the words through her teeth. Not much. AI Lun extended one finger. 10 million berries. 10 million. Ji Yuan's voice suddenly rose. Are you robbing? Kulike's bounty is only 8 million now. And you didn't even catch a single one. You can't say that, AI Lun explained seriously. Look, the second and third in command of the Kuliku pirates were both defeated. I was about to catch Kuliku, but if it weren't for your slash that scared him away, his bounty would already be mine. He counted on his fingers. Kuliku 8 million bounty. Ajin and Pa Lu together are worth at least 2 million. I'm charging you 10 million, which is a very fair price. Ji Yuan was amused despite herself. The brat sounded quite reasonable. But the Marine's bounty could only be issued after catching or killing the pirate himself and reporting to headquarters. Now that the man had run away, how could headquarters issue the bounty? Was she supposed to pay out of her own pocket? Being a Marine wasn't a wealthy profession. As a rear admiral, 10 million berries would still sting for a while. No. Ji Yuan refused directly. Then that's your problem. AI Lun spread his hands, looking like a rascal who said, I don't care, I just want the money. Looking at this stubborn brat, Ji Yuan felt her blood pressure rising. She had roamed the seas for so many years and had never failed to subdue any man. Being infuriated by a 10-year-old brat to the point of liver pain was a first. Could her earlier judgment of the brat be wrong? Or was it not enough intensity? At the thought of what she was about to do next, Ji Yuan's face rarely flushed. She slowly bent down, then slowly unzipped her top. AI Lun's eyes went wide. Please do increase the intensity. Marine sir, please let us pay Sir AI Lun's reward. A voice interrupted Ji Yuan's continuing action. The captain, accompanied by a group of passengers and several wealthy-looking nobles, approached with a beaming smile, holding a heavy chest of coins in his hands. Gion's motion of slowly pulling up the zipper came to a halt. She straightened up, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her brow at the interruption. Alan's gaze also froze instantly. Why did this old fool have to come now of all times? Can't he read the room? Can't he see I'm busy with something important? Whoever wants this money can take it. Give it to me. Alan tore his gaze away from the captivating sight of Gion's figure and snatched the chest of coins from the captain's hands. Only a fool turns down money. Alan didn't spare another glance at Gion's breathtaking figure. Instead, he began counting the berries inside the chest. The seductive expression on Gion's face gradually faded. Though the sea had just been battered by cannon fire, everyone suddenly felt a chill in the air. Maintaining the last vestige of dignity befitting a Marine Rear Admiral, she cast a cold glance at the boy clutching the chest with a satisfied look, then swept her eyes over the captain, who was still beaming, believing he had done the right thing. Oomph. With a snort, Guillaume turned and walked away. The Marines behind her dared not ask questions, and soon followed her off the ship. After finishing his count of the berries, Alan also cast a cold glance at the captain, then left without a word. It was only then that the captain belatedly sensed something was wrong. He looked at Alan, then at the direction the Marines had gone, his smile more bitter than tears. He had thought this was a perfect opportunity to shine. Lord Alan wanted money, and the Marine lady didn't want to give it. By stepping in, he could satisfy Lord Alan's demand, while paying the Marines on their behalf, earning a favor from them. A win-win situation. But in the end, it seemed he had pleased neither side. The captain could only cry without tears, left bewildered in the wind. On board the Marine warship. Bang! Guillaume kicked open the door to her office with such force that the panel slammed against the wall with a thunderous crash. The orderly following her flinched in terror and stood at the doorway, too afraid to enter. Guillaume walked to her desk, grabbed the den mushy, and dialed a number with a rough motion. Brew, brew, brew. Brew, brew, brew. The den mushy was quickly answered, transforming into a face with a dog-head hat, stubbly beard, and a lazy expression. Yo, Guillaume. How's the cleanup in the East Blue? Any troublesome pirates pop up? Came Garp's signature booming voice, accompanied by the crunch of rice crackers. Seeing that lazy expression, Guillaume, already somewhat annoyed, became even more irritated. After all, she was on this trip at Garp's behest. Garp's newborn grandson was crying for milk, and the grandfather was busy taking care of the baby, with no time for the small fry of the East Blue. But he wanted his grandson to grow up in a peaceful environment, inherit his legacy, and become a formidable Marine. That's why he asked Guillaume to sweep through the East Blue and keep the pirates at bay for a while. And what happened? No sooner had she arrived than a 10-year-old brat made her blood boil. No troublesome pirates, but I ran into a detestable brat, Guillaume said irritably, and the den mushy's mouth puckered in annoyance. Huh. Garp stopped chewing, suddenly intrigued. A brat? What brat? Guillaume rolled her eyes and recounted how she had encountered the Krieg pirates only to have them defeated single-handedly by Alan, who then extorted 10 million berries from her. Of course, she omitted the part about trying to recruit Alan. After she finished, there was silence on the other end for a moment. She had expected Garp to be digesting the shocking news and offer some comfort, but instead, the den mushy's mouth gaped wide, erupting with a deafening roar of laughter. Garp's face was contorted on the snail, his features squeezed together in mirth. A 10-year-old soloing the Krieg pirates and demanding 1 million from you. Huh. How interesting. How very interesting. Garp laughed so hard tears nearly streamed down his face. Guillaume's face darkened. The den mushy's expression also grew gloomy, with its mouth turning downward. What's so funny? She hissed through clenched teeth. How is it not funny? Garp finally managed to stop laughing, but his voice still brimmed with amusement. That kid is truly fascinating. And he's sharp, knowing to ask the Marines for money. Good. He's also a pirate hunter, so no matter what, he's on our side. I'd love to meet him if I get the chance. Guillaume felt her blood pressure skyrocketing. She had suffered a bellyful of frustration, and the very person who caused it all, the client, offered not a word of sympathy, but instead found that brat interesting. Mr. Garp, Guillaume's voice suddenly turned calm. I think it's better for you to maintain peace in the East Blue yourself. Huh? What do you mean? Garp finally sensed something wrong. I'm going back to headquarters. Hey, don't. Guillaume. My grandson needs a peaceful East Blue. Listen to me. Garp suddenly became frantic, and the den mushy's expression turned panicked. But the next second, the den mushy returned to its normal form and closed its eyes. Zzz. On a small island in the East Blue, Garp held the hung-up receiver, stunned. That girl still has such a hot temper. He scratched his head in annoyance, then couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, a cheerful laugh like a little bell came from his arms. A cute baby was looking at Garp and smiling happily. Garp laughed heartily, tickling Luffy's cheek with his beard, his heart melting at the sight of the infant in his arms. Ha ha ha, you think so too, don't you? Luffy-chan. After dismissing the nobles who could barely restrain themselves from flattering him, AI Lewin finally returned to his cabin. Of course, his room was no longer an ordinary one. Those portly nobles who followed the captain were exceptionally discerning. One of them directly offered AI Lin the most luxurious suite on the entire ship. In this maritime environment where every inch of space was precious, the room was not only lavishly decorated beyond reason, but also spacious, and even wastefully equipped with a private kitchen and bathroom. But AI Lewin had only one thing on his mind. Ding. Successfully defeated the Kree pirate crew, severely crippling their strength and affecting the future iconic scene, the battle at Bar-Tai restaurant. This checkpoint rating. D reward being drawn. AI Lun's eyes lit up. An unexpected windfall. He had originally thought that this iconic scene check-in system could only be activated by personally participating in the plots that had appeared in the manga. But now it seemed that as long as his actions could sufficiently influence future events regardless of time or place, the system would trigger a judgment. This opened up a vast realm of possibilities. The entire perspective expanded instantly. A virtual roulette wheel materialized in his mind, spinning at a furious pace. The wheel was divided into several sections, each with a different color. The largest white section was filled with all sorts of random items, such as pearls, pearls, iron shield, Jin's cane, and so on. AI Lewin felt a wave of nausea. The image of Pearl's shoehorn-shaped face adorned with a large pearl and a tuft of hair instantly flashed through his mind. He secretly vowed that if he drew that he would jump into the sea and start over. The green section was smaller with slightly more reasonable rewards like Pearl's strength, Chris ship, etc. And the smallest blue section shimmered with an enticing glow. Chris martial arts, Jin's martial arts, demons combat tactics. Every single one made AI Lun's eyes burn with desire, but of course until he drew them, none belonged to him. Time to draw. The pointer on the wheel spun rapidly, sweeping across section after section, and AI Lun's heart rose to his throat. White, green, white. The pointer gradually slowed down, hovering indecisively at the edge of the blue section, and finally landed perilously on a blue area. AI Lun's heart trembled. Success. A Jin's martial arts has been issued. Detected host's martial arts level. A Jin's martial arts absorption progress increased to 50. A smile curled at the corners of AI Lun's mouth. Among all the blue rewards, this was the one he wanted most. Chris' strength was indeed absurd. That massive war spear weighing 2,000 Jin was wielded with ferocious vigor, and his raw brute force was definitely above a Jin's. But AI Lewin used a blade. He sought not mere brute force, but the perfect coordination and explosive release of power and agility. From this perspective, a Jin's martial arts were tailor-made for him. The next second, a violent rush of heat exploded in his chest, surging through his entire body like a high-voltage electric current. He could clearly feel his body undergoing a mad transformation akin to reconstruction. Muscle fibers trembled, shattered, and reorganized at an insane frequency, every cell voraciously devouring this godlike power. Name: Augustine AI Lewin, age 10, strength 6, 111, 9 agility 6, 212, 3, constitution 4, 89, 8 spirit 5, 25, 5 abilities: Rogers swordsmanship, 13, 6 Jin's martial arts, 50 observation Haki basic. Strength, agility, and constitution had all nearly doubled. This was a surge in the fundamental multiplier. It meant that his sword speed, strike power, resilience, endurance, everything, had been genuinely multiplied. Translated into actual combat power, it was an exponential leap. AI Lewin clenched his fist, feeling the explosive force surging endlessly within him, and a faint smile curled at his lips. He had absolute confidence that if Ajin dared to stand before him now, he couldn't even block a casual slash. What was even more absurd was that this was only the effect of absorbing half. Incidentally, Roger's swordsmanship had also seen a massive improvement after comprehending his own sword path. It seemed that swordsmanship could not be honed solely through practice, one needed to achieve sudden enlightenment in actual combat. Feeling a bit stifled in his room, AI Lewin decided to step out for some fresh air and to get used to this monstrous body. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Lord AI Lewin, have you retired? Fearing you might be hungry at night, I specially had the kitchen prepare some midnight snacks. The captain's sycophantic voice came from outside, laced with a flattering tone. Without much thought, AI Lewin casually responded and prepared to get up and open the door. However, he completely underestimated his current explosive power. The moment his toes pushed off, his entire body shot forward like a cannonball from its barrel, leaving only an afterimage behind. Bang! With a loud crash, AI Lewin slammed directly into the metal door of the cabin. To steady himself, he grabbed the door handle and yanked it backward. Outside, the captain, holding a lavish seafood feast, was instantly petrified, his smile looking worse than tears. The two of them stood there separated by a door panel torn. Outside, the captain, holding a lavish seafood feast, was instantly petrified, his smile looking worse than tears. The two of them stood there separated by a door panel torn off by bare hands, staring at each other. Lord AI Lewin, what are you trying to do? The captain's legs went weak, nearly frightened to tears. Wasn't he just bringing a midnight snack? Did he have to start dismantling the ship without a word? AI Lewin, on the other hand, was extremely embarrassed. He looked down at the door in his hand, then at the captain, who was scared stiff, and let out a dry laugh. AI Lewin, on the other hand, was extremely embarrassed. He looked down at the door in his hand, then at the captain, who was scared stiff, staring at his own uncontrollably surging strength. AI Lewin sighed in frustration. He had to undergo some special training, or else the ship would be sunk by him before they even reached the South Sea. Moreover, he needed to quickly grind through the remaining half of a Jin's progress bar, striving to fully digest it before arriving at the Sorbet Kingdom. With that thought, he casually tossed the iron door aside. With a loud clang, it made the captain shudder again. AI Lun turned serious. You came at the right time. I actually have something to ask of you. Listening to AI Lun's inhuman training plan, the captain's expression shifted from initial respect to confusion to a shattered worldview, and finally, he stared at AI Lun as if he were a monster. AI Lun leaned close to his ear and whispered his plan. Go to the storeroom and find the thickest steel chains. Then you tie me up like this. Then do that. And finally, listening to AI Lun's inhuman training plan, the captain's expression shifted from initial respect to confusion to a shattered worldview, and finally, he stared at AI Lun as if he were a monster. Honto and I. 2 days later, the voyage of the South Sea Heart reached the border of the East Sea. A red earth continent spanning the horizon like an insurmountable scarlet scar split the entire ocean in two. And somewhere on the continent, 4 ocean currents from different seas converged, eroding the mountain, and finally bizarrely flowed upward, merging into a waterway atop the peak, then cascaded down into the legendary Grand Line. Reverse Mountain. This is the only entrance from the 4 seas to the Grand Line, and the starting point, as well as the end point of countless pirates' dreams. The unnaturally swift currents, the perpetual storms, and the skyscraping peaks caused countless ships to meet their doom here. This current is terrifying. On the main ship, a pirate looked at the entrance of the waterway, which resembled a giant beast's. This current is terrifying. On the main ship, a pirate looked at the entrance of the waterway, which resembled a giant beast's mouth, his legs trembling. The tall man at the forefront said nothing, silently gazing at the entrance, lost in thought. His name was Calvin, the captain of an unknown pirate crew. Like all pirates who emerged in the Great Pirate Era, he dreamed of making a name for himself on this sea. But now he was hesitating. Captain, look over there, the lookout suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Calvin took the telescope from a crew member and looked. A luxurious merchant ship was leisurely sailing toward Reverse Mountain. It's the South Sea Heart. That's a famous rich man's ship in the East Sea. A pirate immediately recognized it. Captain, since we can't get through anytime soon, why not rob them first? The crew immediately grew excited, their eyes gleaming with greed. Calvin pondered for a moment. Well, before entering that monster-infested Grand Line, replenishing some funds wouldn't be a bad idea. He adjusted the telescope's magnification to observe the ship's firepower. Prepare. The attack order was about to leave his lips, but Calvin's voice abruptly stopped. He seemed to see something unbelievable and suddenly halted. Wait. The crew exchanged bewildered glances. Not. Calvin ignored them, staring fixedly at the scene through the telescope, his fingers subconsciously turning the knob to switch the magnification to the maximum 10 times. The field of view instantly zoomed in, and the image became clear. He saw it. At the stern of the luxurious merchant ship, a thick iron chain extended into the sea. At the end of the chain was tied a person, a youth. The youth's waist was wrapped with chains, and on each of his ankles was absurdly tied a watermelon-sized pure black iron ball. And such a person, who should be almost impossible to float, was now paddling with astonishing frequency, struggling to swim in the turbulent sea, trying to keep up with the merchant ship's speed. What kind of monster is that? Huff. Alan grabbed the rope ladder at the stern, pulled himself onto the deck, and fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. 2 days of high-intensity weighted swimming allowed him to fully digest his skyrocketing physical arts. At first, with 2 iron balls weighing 100 Gene each, not to mention swimming, Alan could barely even float in the water. He was almost dragged along by the ship the entire time, swallowing a bellyful of seawater. At first, with 2 iron balls weighing 100 Gene each, not to mention swimming, Alan could barely even float in the water. He was almost dragged along by the ship the entire time, swallowing a belly. Jin's physical arts, 87. 6. Master Alan. The captain hastily handed over a large bucket of fresh water. The expression on his face had shifted from initial terror to present numbness, even carrying a hint of accustomed awe. These past 2 days there were indeed some audacious pirates who came to rob. But when they saw the youth being dragged behind the ship, without exception they were scared out of their wits, not even bothering to raise their Jolly Roger and turn tail. He even felt that having Alan at the stern was more reassuring than any guard. Alan took the bucket and gulped down most of it. Master Alan, look over there. The captain pointed at the nearby pirate ship. Those ships seem to have been watching us. Alan turned back and glanced in the direction he pointed. A flag with a gear skull. He searched his memory, but found no such character in the original story, probably just some unknown minor figure. At the same moment Alan looked back on the main ship of the pirate crew, Calvin's face suddenly turned pale. Lower the flag. Quickly drop the Jolly Roger. He let out a pig-like scream, his voice filled with unprecedented panic. Go. Hurry. Turn around. We're not going to the Grand Line. Go home. The crew was baffled by his sudden crazy behavior, but seeing the captain's terrified face, no one dared to ask questions. They hastily began to lower the pirate flag and turn the helm. That monster looked over. He just glanced. But Calvin felt as if all the blood in his body was freezing. Compete with such a monster on the same sea in the Grand Line. Are you kidding? At this moment his pirate dream shattered completely. Done. Alan withdrew his gaze and casually said to the captain beside him, who was already dumbfounded. The captain was stunned into numbness. So, pirates can be scared away by a look. Master Alan, ahead is Reverse Mountain. The currents will become very dangerous and there are storms. You'd better go back to the cabin. The captain came to his senses and spoke. You go ahead. Alan said indifferently. You're not going back to the cabin. The captain was startled. He subconsciously thought that Alan had come aboard now because he saw the danger of Reverse Mountain. After all, in the face of such heavenly power, human strength seemed so insignificant. Even Master Alan must be afraid. However, Alan simply drained the remaining half bucket of water. He stretched his slightly sore shoulders, walked to the gunwale, turned back to the captain, and grinned. The next second, under the captain's horrified gaze, he leaped and jumped back into the turbulent sea. You just steer your ship, well, don't worry about me. The youth's voice piercing through the wind and waves reached the captain's ears clearly. The captain stared blankly as that figure was again dragged underwater by the iron balls, then stubbornly surfaced, facing the monstrous waves that could capsize a ship, and began a new round of paddling. He was going to face Reverse Mountain Hedon. Monster. An absolute monster. Having sailed for over a decade, the captain had seen bold pirates and fearless madmen, but he had never witnessed anyone daring to challenge Jiandao Mountain with their bare body. That was no domain for mortal strength. It was the wrath of heaven and earth. But he had no time to worry about Iluan. He still had to steer the ship through Jiandao Mountain. At this moment, Iluan was swimming with all his might, squeezing every ounce of strength from his body. His talent was limited, far inferior to the monsters born favored by the world, nor did he possess someone's 200-fold effort talent. The system had given him a starting point, but the road ahead would require sweat and blood for every step. Ordinary training yielded too little improvement for him. Such good fortune of being towed by the ship was not an everyday occurrence. He had to seize every chance to improve. So when he saw the terrifying currents of Jiandao Mountain like the maw of a giant beast devouring everything, there was no fear in his eyes, only fervor. Come on, let me see just how formidable Jiandao Mountain, which has buried countless pirates, truly is. Everyone, hold tight. The captain's roar was torn apart by the gale. Part of the South Sea plunged into the upward flowing waterway. Such a massive steamship was actually sailing at an almost vertical angle. Even Newton would shed tears. The entire ship groaned under the strain, its hull shaking violently under the torrent's assault, as if it would fall apart any second. The sailors clung desperately to the masts and ropes, their faces stinging from the wind and waves, unable to even open their eyes. The captain's eyes were bloodshot, fixed ahead, relying on years of sailing experience to arduously correct the course, dodging the reefs and shipwrecks. He had passed through here many times before, but each time felt like a brush with death. What made it worse was that after reaching the summit, to overcome the upward momentum and safely enter the South Sea, they needed to burn coal for extra power assistance. Every link must not go wrong. The lives of everyone on board were in his hands, and beneath the stern underwater, Iluan felt as if he had been thrown into a high-speed spinning washing machine. Violent, chaotic, utterly without pattern. Here he fully experienced just how terrifying the currents that could lift a sailing ship against gravity truly were. Countless undercurrents from all directions pulled at his body from every side, while the 200 gene iron balls on his feet thrashed wildly in the water. In this situation, he still had to struggle to surface for air. The difficulty continuously challenged Alan's limits, also causing his physical technique to improve at a terrifying speed. Ajin's physique, 88, 89, 90, 91. Pain. Excruciating pain, all. But Iluan gritted his teeth, not only refusing to evade, but actively spreading his limbs to feel the impact of every current with his body. Gradually, he seemed to gain some understanding of this violent power. He could sense the first wave crashing against his chest, its force not yet dissipated when the second wave followed immediately, the two forces stacking together to form an even more terrifying impact. Then came the third, the fourth, one after another, layer upon layer, never ceasing. That power was not simple addition, but a resonance and amplification. The essence of the waves. Wave momentum. A flash of lightning seemed to strike Alan's mind. What is called wave momentum is when a single slash is unleashed, the power surges like ocean waves, forming the first wave of the blade. Then the blade's momentum continues, the second slash, the third slash. Struck consecutively, each blade stacking power upon the previous, like waves piling up, one wave higher than the next. His swordsmanship had always been nothing more than methodically digesting the inherited swordsmanship of Luo Jie. But now he seemed to have found his own path. Luo Jie's swordsmanship, 17. 6. Ajin's physique, 100. The panel appeared. Name, Augustine Iloin. Age 10. Strength 11. 918. 1. Agility 12. 318. 3. Physique 9. 816. 1. Mind 5. 5. Ability Luo Jie's swordsmanship, 17. 6. Observation Haki beginner. The moment Ajin's physique progression reached 100%, that item completely disappeared from the ability column, fully merging into Aelin's body. As expected, if one day he fully comprehended Luo Jie's swordsmanship, that ability would also vanish from the panel. At that time, there would be no more Luo Jie's swordsmanship. Only Iloin who was stronger than it. We've reached the top. Burn coal. Charge down. With the captain's exhausted roar, the heart of the South Sea finally sailed into the South Sea. When the ship finally entered a relatively calm sea area, everyone on board collapsed to the deck, gasping for air. A narrow escape from death. The ship was covered in damages with several gaps in the bulwarks. The sailors, ignoring their rest, immediately began inspecting the hull and making emergency repairs. Bang! A dull thud rang out, and everyone turned toward the source of the sound. A completely naked youth stood on the deck. His body was bright red like a boiled shrimp, covered in wounds of all sizes, their edges white, and turned outward from the seawater, a sight that sent a chill down one's spine. The captain opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. Iloin paid no attention to anyone. He walked to the stern, planted his feet, and his eyes shone with startling brilliance. "Bring me the sword," Iloin roared. Soon a trembling sailor handed him the gueche. The next moment the long blade was drawn. One sword style, 3 chasing waves. Without charging, without any superfluous movements, he simply slashed at the sea behind the ship with a single ordinary-looking strike. Shii. A terrifying crack over 10 meters long silently opened on the sea's surface. Half a second later the crack abruptly closed, and the surrounding seawater rushed in, madly churning up a massive whirlpool. Shii. A terrifying crack over 10 meters long silently opened on the sea's surface. Half a second later the crack abruptly closed, and the surrounding seawater rushed in, madly churning up a massive whirlpool. The sea split open. He sheathed the blade, and the sea returned to calm as if nothing had happened. Iloin turned back to look at the petrified crowd and shyly covered his private parts. "Do you have any spare clothes? And also, I'm hungry." The subsequent voyage was calm. After the heart of the South Sea returned to the South Sea, they encountered no more pirate harassment. A week later Iloin set foot in the northern district of the Suabir Kingdom. The same day in the southern district of the Sworbai Kingdom. Outside a dilapidated monastery. "You bastards. The revolutionary army has overthrown King Bakela's tyranny. How dare you run wild here?" A lean man in a cowboy hat was pinned to the ground by 2 guards in lavish attire, struggling desperately, roaring in fury. His name was Yu. Before him a richly dressed noble was ordering his men to ransack his home. The revolutionary army. The noble sneered as if hearing the biggest joke. "They came, and then they left. This land will forever belong to our noble bloodline. As long as we are here, you rabble will always be rabble." The guards behind him burst into laughter. The revolutionary army had overthrown the regime, but they could not stay here forever. As long as the noble class remained, nothing would change. "Get out of my house." Yu's eyes were bloodshot with rage. "Shut up, lowlife." The noble glanced at him with disgust. "Take him too. My mind just happens to need a digger." "Yes." The guard grinned viciously, raising the hilt of his sword to knock Yu unconscious. Yu closed his eyes in despair, but the expected pain did not come. He opened his eyes in confusion. "Yes." The guard grinned viciously, raising the hilt of his sword to knock Yu unconscious. Yu closed his eyes in despair, but the expected pain did not. The guard strained with all his might, but the hand did not budge, as if welded to the hilt. Yu followed the hand upward with his gaze. A black-haired youth with a cross on his chest stood before him, appearing as if from nowhere. "Take your hand off." Yu stared at the young man before him, finding it hard to believe he could match an adult in strength. Yet the guard's face had turned a deep purple, and despite that, his hand gripping the sword hilt remained as if fused to it, utterly immovable. A crisp crack of bone. "Oh!" The guard let out a blood-curdling scream as his wrist twisted at an unnatural angle, and the long sword clattered to the ground. The other guard was about to act, but a single glance from Alan sent him stumbling back, pale-faced. He had instinctively felt fear toward a mere youth. You dare to strike." The nobleman, both furious and shocked, pointed a finger at Alan. "You're dead. I tell you, I am a royal relative. My royal brother just returned from the East Sea today. Wait here, I'll fetch my men. If you've got balls, don't run." Tossing out the threat, as if afraid Alan would take back the chance, he scrambled away with the remaining guards. Hearing this, an odd expression flickered across Alan's face. He did not stop the nobleman, but let him go to summon reinforcements. Today, royal brother, back from the East Sea. Almost Shiroi. You should go. Yu struggled to his feet and pushed Alan anxiously. They are nobles. Leave now before they return. Alan did not move. Instead, he studied the middle-aged man before him with curiosity. In the heavily aging southern district, such a man was rare. A cowboy had a face full of stubble. Yu. The name escaped Alan's lips. The two kids who used to bully Kuma. Grown up to become Kuma's companion and a future member of the Bonnie Pirates. Yu was taken aback. You know me? No, Alan shook his head. I came here to ask Kuma for a favor. Ask Mr. Kuma. Yu's expression turned strange. He looked Alan up and down with a mix of sympathy and confusion. Are you feeling unwell? Mr. Kuma's ability is indeed miraculous, healing ailments that baffle many doctors. In his understanding, those who came to Kuma were either Revolutionary Army comrades or pitiful souls suffering from terminal diseases seeking relief from Kuma's extraordinary power. To think this young man so young had fallen to such a dire illness. How tragic. Alan did not explain, only asked, is he here? Mr. Kuma and big sister Ginny have been out at sea for a while, should be back soon. As Yu spoke, the noise of chaotic footsteps and arrogant shouts rang out from afar. Big brother. It's him. That little bastard. Kill him. The nobleman who had fled returned, followed by a richly dressed, portly man and a squad of over 20 guards armed with spears and clad in fine armor. The atmosphere in the entire southern district plunged to freezing point. The elderly residents fled in terror into their shabby homes, daring only to peek through the cracks in their doors. Yu's heart sank. Those were the royal guard of the capital, each battle-hardened, capable of taking on 10 men alone. This was the end. Alan's gaze passed over the shouting noble and landed on the fat man behind him, a strange expression crossing his face. He recognized that man, a fellow passenger on the Star of the South Sea. In fact, that man had given up his cabin for Alan. He had thought they would never meet again after disembarking, but it seemed they were quite fated after all. At that moment, the portly man also saw Alan standing at the church entrance. His tiny, almost invisible eyes widened in shock, his pupils contracting sharply. It was him, the one who had single-handedly crushed the Krieg pirates. The youth who had swum behind the ship, dragging two massive iron balls against the raging waves. The monster who had split the sea with a single slash. Scenes from the ship flashed before his eyes, and his obese frame trembled slightly. Brother, what are you waiting for? Give the order. The noble beside him, still oblivious, urged with venomous malice, pointing at Alan. Arrest him. He'll throw him into the mines to dig for the rest of his life. The next second, a resounding slap echoed. The shouting noble, clutching his rapidly swelling cheek, stared incredulously at his brother. Bro, you hit me. He'll knock some sense into you, you blind fool. The royal brother, trembling with rage, kicked him to the ground, then strode over to Alan, forcing a smile uglier than tears, and bowed deeply. Lord Alan, I didn't know you were here. This beast failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. I've taught him a lesson for you. He struggled to bend further, but his obese body could only manage a 120-degree angle, sweat beading on his forehead. What a joke. With the Revolutionary Army gone, the kingdom of Sorbet was already teetering. They, the old nobles, were merely clinging to fading authority. To provoke a monster who could challenge the reverse mountain with his bare body at a time like this. Was he tired of living? The world fell silent. Guards and commoners alike stared at the noble as if seeing a ghost. Who was that youth to make the royal family of Sorbet apologize to him? Alan glanced at the guards behind him, his tone utterly flat. Bringing so many men, are you planning to round up the civilians here for the mines? The fat noble's sweat flowed faster. The more calm the other party was, the more terrified he became. He whirled around and roared at the noble still lying on the ground in shock. What are you waiting for? Get over here and kneel to apologize to Lord Alan. Even the dimmest noble realized he had kicked an iron plate. He scrambled to kneel before Alan, knocking his head frantically. Lord, I was wrong. He'll never dare again. Alan did not look at him. His gaze remained fixed on the royal brother, a faint, ambiguous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You're the elder brother, and your little brother is kneeling. Shouldn't you keep him company? The fat noble's body stiffened, all color draining from his face. Lord Alan, I don't know this fellow. My. Alan's brows furrowed slightly. The fat noble no longer dared to argue. The instinct to survive overrode everything. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. Two nobles who had once lorded over the kingdom of Sorbet knelt upright before a 10-year-old boy. The guards behind them exchanged bewildered glances, their spears nearly slipping from their hands. If their masters knelt, should they remain standing? Clatter. With the sound of armor clashing, over 20 guards dropped to one knee in unison, bowing their heads. For a moment outside the dilapidated church, a truly bizarre sight unfolded. Two nobles leading a squad of soldiers were kneeling before a youth. Yu's mouth hung open, his mind could not keep up. The elderly peeking from behind their doors rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were witnessing. In the midst of this eerie silence, a crisp, lively female voice rang out from nearby. Whoa, what's going on here? A noble collective repentance day. Quite the spectacle. Alan looked up. A tall bear-like man strode forward, a thick book cradled in his arms, his expression calm. Beside him, a woman with short pink hair stared with wide, curious eyes, taking in the scene of people kneeling before her. Finally found you two, Xiong, Jin and I. AI Lun's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Back when he had watched Xiong's past, he, a stalwart man like an eagle, had been moved to tears, sniffling and weeping. Afterward, he watched various fan edits and character biographies, shedding tears every single time. This time he would not let the tragedy continue. At this moment, Gina and I and Xiong were also bewildered by the scene before them. They had heard that the old nobles of the kingdom, after the main force of the revolutionary army had left, were showing signs of resurgence, so they had specifically returned to check on the monastery and their old comrades. Yet as soon as they arrived in the southern district, they witnessed such a surreal scene. The nobles who usually lorded it over others were actually kneeling before a young man along with the royal guards. Could that young man be a celestial dragon? But he didn't have the bubble helmet of a celestial dragon on his head. At the thought, the two suddenly became a bit tense. AI Lewin, however, pretended not to see them, thinking in his mind to seize this opportunity to quickly boost his favorability. His gaze still fixed on the two kneeling nobles, he then began his performance. You born noble, clad in silk and fed on delicacies, by whose support do you live? The sudden interrogation startled the two nobles. Before they could speak, AI Lewin said with heartfelt pain, "It is the fishermen of the southern district, the farmers of the northern district, the miners who toil day and night in the pits. It is the common people who labor hard on this land, building your wealth and splendor with their blood and sweat. But how do you repay them? By exploitation, bullying, trampling their dignity underfoot, and treating their lives as mere weeds. Freedom is not a handout from tyranny. Dignity is not gained by humble begging. Today I stand here not for myself, but to tell you lofty parasites that once the power of the people awakens, it is enough to overturn any throne that seems impregnable." AI Lun thumped his chest, his face flushed, delivering his speech with fervor and righteous indignation. Yu, standing by, was so fired up that he wished he could raise his arm and shout right then and there. The old people hiding behind the crack in the door were even more moved, tears streaming down their aged faces. These words had struck a chord in the hearts of every one of them. Only the fat noble kneeling on the ground felt as if his entire world had collapsed. His mind was a mess. Was this still the monster on the Nanhai Ji Xinghao who would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement and would rather curse than talk properly? How could he care so much about these commoners and instantly become a warrior full of talk about freedom and revolution? This change of style was too fast. But how dared he say that? He could only lower his head further. Big brother Yu. The younger brother beside him wanted to say something, but was slapped on the back of the head. Shut up. Listen carefully to Lord AI Lun's teachings. In the distance, Jean and I and Xiong were up. Xiong. Jean and I tugged at Xiong's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. This person. What he said. Xiong remained silent, but his hands holding the book tightened a little more. He stared at AI Lun's back, those calm eyes churning with emotions that no one could decipher. In his eyes, AI Lun was no longer a young man, but a born Revolutionary Army soldier. A congenital revolutionary saint. After a long-winded speech, AI Lun had scraped the bottom of his literary barrel. He waved his hand as if shooing away flies. Get lost. Take your men and disappear from here. Remember, don't let me see you oppressing any commoner in the Swordsman kingdom again. Otherwise, next time your heads won't stay on your necks. The two nobles, as if granted amnesty, scrambled to their feet, and together with the equally dazed guards fled the southern district without looking back. Only when the figures had completely disappeared into the distance did Yu snap out of his daze. He looked at AI Lun, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Gratitude, shock, or all. His mind was overwhelmed. Just then the sound of light footsteps came. Hello, Imjin and I. The pink-haired woman rushed over to AI Lun like a gust of wind, her big eyes sparkling as she stared at him, not hiding her admiration and excitement. You were just amazing. So are you interested in joining our revolutionary army and fighting for true freedom together? The sudden question caught AI Lun off guard. He had been thinking about how to approach these two, and Jean Nis' vivacity caught him by surprise. However, after a brief moment of surprise, AI Lun shook his head calmly. Revolutionary Army. No interest. Huh. Jean Nis' eyes widened. Why, oi? You spoke so well just now. You were born to be our comrade. Jean Ni, don't force others. Xiong had already walked over at some point, his voice gentle, carrying a reassuring power. He first calmed the agitated Jean Ni, then turned to AI Lun and bowed slightly. My friend, thank you for everything you've done for the common people of Swordsman. I am Basilumi Xiong. I know, AI Luin said with a faint smile. I came here to find you. Xiong and Jean and I were both taken aback. AI Luin changed the subject and cut straight to the point. I want to ask you for a favor. If you can help me, I might consider. Okay. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiong agreed without hesitation. For such a born Revolutionary Army soldier, he had no reason to refuse. Wait, Xiong. Jean and I suddenly reached out and blocked Xiong. She looked at AI Luin warily, her expression turning serious. First, tell us clearly what the favor is. I warn you, although Xiong's ability is miraculous, it comes at a cost. Her gaze sharpened. If you want Xiong to heal some serious injury, I absolutely won't agree. She guarded Xiong firmly behind her like a lioness protecting her cub. In her view, AI Luin wanted Xiong's help most likely for healing. And for someone who could force nobles to kneel to ask for help, it must be an extremely difficult ailment. It's okay, Jean and I. Xiong gently patted Jean Nis' shoulder, showing a reassuring smile. For the future of the revolution, for everyone's freedom, whatever the cost, it's worth it. No, your body. Jean and I wanted to argue further. You've misunderstood. AI Lun's voice was not loud, but it successfully stopped their argument. Xiong, Jean, Ni, and Yu, who was nearby, all looked at him in unison. I'm in good health, no injuries, and I don't need treatment. This time, everyone was stunned. Jean and I looked puzzled, then Yu. The corner of AI Lun's mouth curled slightly. I want to ask Mr. Xiong to slap me. Hit. Yu. Xiong thought his ears were deceiving him. But when he saw the expectant expression on AI Lun's face, he realized he hadn't misheard. In all his life, he had never heard such an outrageous request. Jean and I and Xiong exchanged bewildered glances while Yu, standing nearby, gaped in confusion, unable to fathom what nonsense this benefactor was spouting. Xiong rapidly waved his hands, his usually composed face now etched with bewilderment and reluctance. My friend, I cannot strike another without cause. That would be wrong. Jean Nis' mind, however, wandered in a different direction. She studied AI Lun's handsome face, her gaze gradually turning peculiar. She had long heard that some people in this world harbored peculiar fetishes, individuals who derived pleasure from being subjugated. Perhaps this young man was exactly that kind of pervert. But why did he specifically target Xiong? Could it be? Jean Nis' eyes darted back and forth between AI Luin and Xiong. Her heart tightened, and she subtly edged closer to Xiong, as if staking a claim. No, Xiong's eye is mine. Seeing the two vastly different reactions, AI Luin was momentarily stunned, then seemed to grasp the situation, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Where did your minds wander off to? He waved dismissively, then turned to Xiong. Xiong, have you ever been to Sky Island? Xiong paused, then shook his head. No, I haven't. But I've heard legends about it. If I ever get the chance, I'd like to take Jean and I there. As he spoke, a faint, blissful smile spread across his face. Hearing this, Jean Nis' cheeks flushed slightly, but she still kept a wary eye on AI Luin. Xiong explained, the kingdoms I've participated in revolutionary activities against are mostly located in the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. The Grand Line. That's the territory of pirates. We rarely venture there, so. Hearing this, AI Luin scratched his head in frustration and muttered to himself, I was overthinking it as expected. His original plan was to have Xiong directly send him to Sky Island, but he never expected Xiong had never been there. Without having been there, Xiong couldn't accurately send him to his destination. What about Jaya Island? Mogu Town? AI Luin asked, clinging to his last shred of hope. Mogu Town. This time, after a brief pause, Xiong's eyes lit up. I've been there. There's a species of bird there that can recognize directions. Our revolutionary army once went there to capture them. Then it's settled. AI Luin clapped his hands. It was only then that Jean and I and Xiong realized. This guy wanted to use Xiong's ability to travel to those places. You mean? You want to use Xiong's ability to go to Mogu Town? Exactly. AI Luin nodded. I want to use your devil fruit power to get to Mogu Town. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiong immediately agreed. All right. For someone he genuinely admired as a natural revolutionary prodigy, such a small favor was not something he would ever refuse. This time Jean and I didn't object. Instead, she let out a long sigh of relief. She had been overthinking earlier. AI Luin extended his hand and clasped Xiong's broad palm, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Thank you, Xiong Zai. The moment the nickname left his lips, the atmosphere shifted. Hey. Jean and I bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Why are you calling him Xiong Zai? And didn't you say that if we helped you, you'd consider joining the Revolutionary Army? No backing out. He'll think about it, AI Luin replied dismissively, then shamelessly said to Xiong. I don't have a place to stay for a few days, Xiong Zai. Can I stay in the church with you? Sure, Xiong said, scratching his head innocently. No, only Xiong Zai, and I can stay in the church. And don't call him Xiong Zai. Don't sweat the small stuff, Jean and I. Xiong Zai belongs to everyone. Jean and I? Calm down. Damn it. 3 days later at the edge of a cliff in the southern region of the Sorbet Kingdom. Jean and I still harbored resentment over AI Lun's earlier words. Hands on her hips, she asked for the last time, "Are you going to join the Revolutionary Army or not? Give me a straight answer. Oh, let's talk about it later. AI Lun laughed it off. Revolution? Not for him. He was still a nobody. Why bother with all that? He'd just live his own life. Over the past 3 days staying with Xiong and Jean and I in the church, he had grown much closer to them, especially Xiong, with whom he shared many pleasant conversations. Xiong, look at this guy, he tricked us. And you still want to help him? Jean and I stomped her foot in anger, complaining to Xiong. Xiong remained as gentle as ever. Smiling, he patted Jean Ni's head. It's all right, Jean and I. AI Lun has his own thoughts. We can't force him. Exactly. Xiong Zai is the best. AI Lun chimed in, making a face at Jean and I. Don't call him Xiong Zai. Jean and I flared up again. AI Lun burst into laughter. Every time he called Xiong Zai, it effortlessly ignited Jean and I's fury. What a lovely relationship they had. How could that old devil Oda bear to tear them apart? AI Lun seemed to have made up his mind. He wiped the smile off his face and looked at the two with utmost seriousness. Although I may not join the Revolutionary Army, I owe you both a huge debt. If you ever run into any trouble you can't solve, be sure to come find me. Seeing AI Lun's rare seriousness, Xiong and Jean and I were momentarily stunned. All talk and no action. Jean and I pursed her lips and said sourly, the sea is vast. If trouble really comes, where would we find you? Even so, her angry expression softened considerably. After 3 days together, she had come to accept this companion, who was full of nonsense, but kind-hearted. AI Lun smiled confidently. Don't worry, you'll definitely be able to find me later. Facing the sea breeze, he spread his arms, brimming with spirit. I'm going to become the freest man in this world. Xiong smiled warmly, quietly watching the laughing young man before him. Jean and I, on the other hand, snorted and turned away, but couldn't help the corners of her mouth lifting. AI Lun gave the two a deep look, then nodded firmly at Xiong. Xiong understood, took off his glove, and revealed his characteristic paw palm. He raised his hand, aiming at AI Lun. Safe travels. Thump. With a soft sound, AI Lun's figure vanished from the cliff, transforming into a streak of light, shooting toward the azure sky. A streak of light streaked across the sky, leaving only Xiong and Jean and I by the cliff. Jean and I stood with her hands on her hips, glaring furiously in the direction AI Lun had vanished, looking like a pufferfish that hadn't yet deflated. He's lucky he ran fast. She turned her head, and the moment she saw Xiong's beaming face, her anger surged anew. Xiong, why are you so nice to him? And letting him call you Xiong Zai? Xiong remained his usual gentle and honest self, scratching his head and looking at her with some confusion. Jean and I, you've always called me Xiong Zai too. That's different. Jean and I felt her anger skyrocket straight to her head. She stomped her foot, and her eyes instantly reddened. You idiot. Blockhead. How can me calling you Xiong Zai be the same as him calling you Xiong Zai? Teardrops as big as beans rolled down, without warning, streaming along her cheeks. Xiong, you idiot. Idiot Xiong. Seeing Jean and I cry, Xiong panicked instantly. His broad, thick hands flailed in the air, yet he had no idea where to put them. Jean and I, don't cry. The more he acted this way, the harder Jean and I sobbed like a little girl. Xiong flusteredly tried to comfort her, but his tongue was too clumsy to say anything. Unless you marry me. Jean and I looked up abruptly, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Xiong. The cliff suddenly fell silent. The sea breeze remained, the waves unchanged, but Xiong's towering figure froze in place. For the first time, Xiong, who always gave in to Jean and I's every wish and went along with everything, fell silent. If AI Lun were still here, he'd surely be clapping and cheering. Marry, marry, marry. But now only silence hung in the air. Xiong's eyes dimmed. Marriage. How could he be worthy? Deep in his mind, those nightmare-like memories surged. Cold shackles and endless darkness, his father's desperate roars still echoing in his ears. The one with the Bacania bloodline is me. My wife is not. Please spare my child. His bloodline was destined to be original sin. How could he bring Jean and I happiness? Being with Jean and I would only drag her into an endless abyss. Seeing the fleeting pain on Xiong's face, Jean and I's sobbing gradually ceased. She knew Xiong must be thinking of those bad memories again. Jean and I suddenly regretted her impulsive proposal. She sniffled, stepped forward, and gently took Xiong's big hand. All right. I was just joking just now. Xiong snapped back to reality, looking at Jean and I's swollen eyes, his heart filled with guilt. I'm sorry, Jean and I. Don't say sorry. Jean and I interrupted him, then puffed out her cheeks. You have to make it up to me. I want your honey-roasted meat. Okay, I'll make it when we get back. Xiong immediately nodded, a smile returning to his face. And, Jean and I raised a finger and said with utmost seriousness, From now on don't let that guy call you Xiongzai anymore. Only I can call you that. Okay. Xiong was taken aback then grinned even more warmly. Only then did Jean Nis tears turn into laughter. She vigorously wiped her face, snorted, and pulled Xiong toward the church. Under the setting sun their shadows stretched long and long. Ai Lun naturally had no idea what had happened nor that he had triggered a small marriage proposal commotion. At this moment, he was comfortably inside a translucent bubble enjoying the thrill of high-speed flight. The sensation was utterly marvelous. Below him islands and oceans whizzed past, and the clouds in the sky seemed within reach. He was like a sightseer in first class gazing down upon this magnificent sea. According to Xiong, he would reach Jaya Island in about 3 days. But his destination was not that place. Sky Island, Golden City, Rumble Rumble Fruit, Arc Maxim. Ai Lun's mind was already racing with calculations. Adventuring alone felt far too lonely. In the future he was determined to form his own crew. The Golden Bell of Shandora. That was an astronomical fortune. With that gold, he would have the starting capital to set sail and build a team. And I lose Rumble Rumble Fruit, one of the top-tier Logia fruits. Whether he ate it or not, possessing it meant a terrifying combat power ready to be deployed at any time. Then there were those bizarre Sky Island shells, wine shell, flame shell, /shell. If he could procure a batch, it would be a massive boost for both arming himself and his future crew. Thinking of crew members, Ai Lun's thoughts drifted again. Xiongzai was a definite catch. He had to be roped onto the ship. If Xiong came aboard, Jean and I would surely follow. Jean and I was proficient in eavesdropping and communication technology. She had once leaked information about God Valley, proving her abilities were formidable. Then, the soft, chubby blue whale Shinping also had to be recruited as helmsman. Luo Binchan, I want her too. An archaeologist and intelligence expert, she knows everything from astronomy to geography and can decipher the poneglyphs. If Luo Binchan comes, then Kali Fa from CP9 should also be paired up right. Luo Binchan, I want her too. An archaeologist and intelligence expert, she knows everything from astronomy to geography and can decipher the poneglyphs. If Luo Binchan comes, then Ai Lun wiped his nose, lamenting that had been feeling a bit heated lately. And so Ai Lun continued flying over the sea. Along the way, relying on his newly mastered observation Haki, he saw many scenes on the sea as if watching a movie. There were marine warships pursuing pirate ships, cannons blazing. 2 pirate ships brawling over treasure, slaughtering each other. And a giant sea king leaping out of the water to swallow an unlucky merchant vessel. The Grand Line was indeed full of danger everywhere, yet also full of stories. On the 3rd day of flight, as Ai Lun was listlessly gazing downward, his observation Haki suddenly caught a hint of anomaly. He concentrated his mind, striving to look in that direction. 2 ships, one chasing, one fleeing. The fleeing ship was a massive pirate vessel, and the one pursuing. That ship was extremely peculiar in design. Its figurehead was 2 enormous green poisonous sea snakes pulling the hull forward through the waves. The flag flying on that ship bore a skull surrounded by 9 snakes. The Kuja pirates. Ai Lun's eyes widened slightly as he gazed toward the Kuja pirates' ship. Empress. He instinctively thought of Hancock. No, that couldn't be. Ai Lun quickly realized that it was now year 1505 of the Sea Circle calendar, and Hancock would only be 12 years old. 12 years old. At the age of 12, Boa Hancock, along with her 2 younger sisters, was abducted from the Kuja pirates' vessel by slave traders and sold to the world nobles, the Celestial Dragons. Could it be happening right now? Ai Lun strained to activate his observation Haki, hoping to see more clearly. But his flight speed was too fast, and his altitude too high. His observation Haki could only barely sense 2 ships in pursuit, with all further details obscured. A surge of curiosity welled up within him, urging him to pierce the bubble and dive down to investigate. Yet reason instantly suppressed that impulse. Not yet. Leaving aside whether he could survive a fall from this altitude of several thousand meters, even if he landed safely in the water, he might not catch up to those 2 ships. This was the Grand Line where the weather changed in an instant. Once he fell into the sea without a permanent log pose, he would immediately lose his bearings. Moreover, those who dared to snatch people from the Kuja pirates were certainly no minor players. With his current strength, diving down would likely be a futile sacrifice. For now the priority was to reach Jaya Island, and then ascend to Skypiea to enhance his power. After this matter was settled, he could take a stroll around the Sabaody archipelago at his leisure. Ai Lun closed his eyes calmly, suppressing the turmoil within, and stopped probing the commotion below, continuing toward his destination. Meanwhile, aboard the fleeing pirate ship below, a crew member rushed frantically to the captain's quarters. "Captain, the Kuja are still right behind us. Oh, we're about to be caught." Inside the cabin, a man with a scarred face and greedy eyes was drinking. He sneered upon hearing this. "What's there to fear? They can't catch us. Once we reach the Sabaody archipelago, that's our turf." They wouldn't dare make a move there even if they had 100 guts. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Hee, this time we've caught 3 rare beauties, all women from Amazon Lily. Tisk especially the eldest one. Though she's only 12, that face already makes my mouth water. Selling them to those celestial dragon lords will leave us set for life. We can't let them escape. Stay sharp, all of you. Aye, Captain. On the 3rd day, when an island covered in bizarre gigantic trees appeared on the horizon, AI Luan knew Jaya Island had arrived. Protected by the paw bubble of the bear, he landed steadily. The moment he set foot on the island, the distant sky darkened without warning. It was not the gloom of clouds blocking the sun, but a darkness as deep as midnight. Lucky me. AI Luan looked up at the sky. According to the original story, whenever this phenomenon of daylight turning to night occurred the next day, a colossal cloud mass called the cumulus of the gods would appear due south of the cape, and Skypiea was above it. If he was fortunate enough to encounter the knock-up stream, which erupted 5 times a month, he could ascend to Skypiea. AI Luan turned and stepped into the primeval forest behind him. To do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. The cumulus of the gods had been located due south of the cape, but this was the Grand Line. Once out at sea, he would completely lose his direction, so he needed to find a temporary navigator. The next day, a bizarre bird let out a terrified shriek as AI Luan grabbed it by the neck. The bird's appearance was truly grotesque. Its enormous beak accounted for nearly 1/3 of its body, and its magenta feathers were speckled with jarring patches of green and gold. It was precisely the south bird that would serve as AI Luan's temporary navigator. No matter where it was, it would always point its head south, allowing AI Luan to navigate the Grand Line. Capturing this bird was not difficult for someone of AI Luan's strength, but the insects in this forest were far larger than usual. Centipedes as long as a thigh, spiders as big as a wash basin, dung beetles, rolling balls the size of basketballs. Though he caught the bird, these creatures thoroughly disgusted AI Luan. The south bird continued to struggle. Stop squawking. Help me out. AI Luan held it up to his face and said seriously, once you lead me to that surging sea current to the south, I'll release you. Gahihia. As if understanding human speech, the bird cried out in even greater terror the moment AI Luan mentioned the knock-up stream. Seeing the south bird still struggling, AI Luan's eyes darted, and he added, of course, if you'd rather not leave, that's fine too. Once I form my crew, I'll take you out to sea and you'll eat and drink well. They'll find you a north bird, an east bird, a west bird. They'll bring all 4 directions to be your consorts. You'll be the emperor of all birds. At these words, the south bird seemed to freeze, a glint of intelligence flickering in its eyes, and even its flapping wings slowed. Hee, that's more like it. Come on, I'll take you flying. After soothing the bird, AI Luan shouldered a massive ancient tree he had casually cut down and walked to the shore. He placed the south bird on his shoulder while he sat astride the trunk and paddled southward. 2 hours later, a dense black mass of clouds pressed in from the southwestern sky. Cricket had not lied. It was indeed the cumulus of the gods. Immediately, a tiny whirlpool appeared on the calm sea, expanding and deepening at an astonishing rate. 1,000 meters. Several thousand meters. In an instant, a terrifying whirlpool several kilometers in diameter formed on the surface, as if it would devour the entire ocean. The world plunged into absolute darkness. Standing on the ancient tree, AI Luan looked up at the cumulus of the gods on the horizon, felt the roar of the sea beneath his feet, and could not help but feel a sense of insignificance. Such was the power of nature. Even the 4 emperors who ruled the seas would find this terrifying spectacle troublesome. Boom. The next second, an unimaginable force erupted from the center of the whirlpool. A colossal current, like a dragon imprisoned for millennia, roared skyward. AI Luan shoved the stunned south bird into his pocket, gripped the ancient tree trunk tightly, and together with the log was hurled violently into the clouds by the raging power. The crushing force battered his body. Even with his current physique, he felt he was nearly torn apart. But it was still bearable as long as no accident occurred. The next moment, a colossal shadow stretching hundreds of meters emerged from beneath the ancient tree. A sea king. That was a bizarre sea king, 100 meters in length. Though not as colossal as the multi-kilometer giants, it already surpassed every monstrous creature AI Luan had ever known. Its fish-like body was endowed with robust limbs. It opened its gaping maw greedily, fixing its gaze on AI Luan, drifting in the current, as if he were a mere snack. Wanna eat me? AI Luan steadied himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Are you worthy? He stood atop the towering ancient tree that had burst forth, his right hand gripping the guache at his waist. The surge of the tide welled up within him once more. One sword style triple chasing wave. With a seemingly simple swing, the slash instantly split into 3, each faster and stronger than the last, ultimately converging into a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering torrent. A splash of blood burst forth. The colossal Sea King did not even have time to utter a mournful cry before a terrifying wound over a dozen meters long split open on its massive frame. Blood gushed out like a waterfall, and the sheer force of that single slash sent the entire creature hurtling out of the towering sea current, plummeting toward the ocean below. Instant kill of a Sea King. Not far away on the sea surface, a pirate ship with a giant gorilla figurehead was at work. A bare-chested man with a diamond-shaped face stood at the bow, staring in awe at the majestic seawater column that connected heaven and earth in the distance. "No matter how many times I see it, it's still breathtakingly thrilling," Mont Blanc Cricket remarked. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then turned his gaze toward the massive cumulonimbus cloud. "I wonder what goodies will fall from the sky this time." Every time the surge appeared, all sorts of objects swept upward would rain down after the current vanished. Shipwrecks, various fish, and occasionally rare curiosities. Like gold. He sought to find evidence of the existence of the Golden City from these celestial gifts to wash away the disgrace his family had borne for 400 years. Suddenly his pupils constricted. Near the summit of the colossal water column, a dark that was plunging rapidly. Though it was just a speck relative to the entire current, his experience told him that object must be at least 100 meters in. Could it be a huge ship? "Hey, gorilla, orangutan." Cricket spun around and bellowed toward the cabin. "A big one's coming down. Get ready to salvage." "Yukai Kiki." "Aye, sir." Two gorillas emerged from the cabin, uttering excited cries, and surprisingly spoke human language. "Boss, is it gold?" "We'll find out when we get there." Once the current dissipated, the three of them steered the ship at full speed toward the direction where the dark that had fallen. However, when they drew closer, the sight before them left all three frozen in place. What had fallen from the sky was neither a shipwreck nor treasure. It was the corpse of a Sea King. Gorilla and orangutan swam 2 circles around the colossal carcass, uttering bewildered cries. "It really is a Sea King. Haul it up." The astonishment had not yet faded from Cricket's eyes. With tremendous effort, gorilla and orangutan used the ship's cables and crane to drag a small portion of the huge Sea King's corpse onto the deck. Bloody seawater mixed with brine stained the deck a bright red. "Yukai Kiki. Such huge meat. We're rich. This will last us months." Gorilla and orangutan danced around the Sea King's corpse in excitement, drooling profusely. Sea King meat was a premium ingredient, delicious and highly restorative. Normally, even they wouldn't provoke such a behemoth, but today they had hit the jackpot. Yet Cricket paid no heed to their cheers. He crouched down, his eyes fixed on the gruesome wound on the Sea King's belly. The wound was over a dozen meters long, its edges as smooth as a mirror that cut deep enough to reveal bone. This was a slash. One stroke. Just one stroke had gutted this 100-meter-long Sea King. Cricket's fingers traced the smooth incision, a chill shooting up his spine. He abruptly looked up at the massive cumulonimbus cloud above. Someone. There was someone inside that surged just now. A swordsman, at least at the level of a swordmaster. Blue. AI Lun was lying face down on a broken ancient tree trunk, vomiting uncontrollably. His stomach churned violently, and he felt like he was coughing up bile. He hadn't felt much when the surge had lifted him up, but the moment the current's force vanished, the free fall through the sea of clouds with this broken log had turned his world upside down, nearly making him lose even his last meal. In truth, he rarely got seasick, but this voyage had been far too exhilarating. After finally recovering, AI Lun began to survey his surroundings, his eyes lighting up. He was floating on an endless ocean. Beneath his feet was not water but soft, pristine white clouds. Sunlight pierced through the cloud layer, casting a shimmering, dreamlike glow over the entire white sea. The air was impossibly fresh, each breath feeling like a cleansing of the lungs. Apart from the thin air that made his limbs feel a bit weak, the air was impossibly fresh, each breath feeling like a cleansing of the lungs. Apart from the thin air that made his limbs feel a bit weak, this was the most beautiful place AI Lun had ever seen in 2 lifetimes. The Skypiea arc was indeed the most romantic chapter in One Piece. "So this is Skypiea?" he murmured, his heart overwhelmed with awe. Steadying himself, he began to plan his next move. The Goro Goro no Mi. That was his most important objective. According to his memories, Enel's homeland Burka should be somewhere in this White Sea. But there was a problem. Burka is supposed to be in the south of the White Sea, right? AI Lun looked around. A vast white expanse with no reference point. But here, which way is south? Suddenly remembering something, he quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out a magenta-colored strange bird. It lay limp, eyes shut tight, with its tongue half out. "Oi, wake up." AI Lun shook it, but there was no response. He raised an eyebrow, then slapped it backhanded. Smack. The sound was crisp and clear. The south bird, startled eyes snapping open, its lively avian gaze filled with confusion, then terror, and finally an intense, unshakable resentment. It looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, then rolled its eyes back, lying motionless in AI Lun's palm, adopting a "you might as well just kill me" attitude. It simply gave up. For the first time, AI Lun saw such a human-like expression on a bird's face. Recalling his promise to release the bird once they found the current, he felt a moment of awkwardness. There was no helping it. In that current, even if he let the bird go, it wouldn't have been able to leave. Ahem, brother bird, do me a favor. He cleared his throat and began painting a rosy picture again. Look, we've arrived at a new place. The scenery is wonderful. First point me south, and once we get down from here, I promise they'll find you so many mates that they'll line up from here to the Xiangbidi archipelago. All kinds, from plump to slender, from fair to dark, take your pick. Nanninjianio's eyes rolled, as if weighing the pros and cons. In the end, it reluctantly lifted its head and tilted it toward a direction. Good brother. That's loyalty. AI Lun rejoiced. At last he had a direction. But AI Lun looked down at the battered piece of driftwood under his feet, then gazed at the boundless sea of clouds that Nanninjianiao had pointed toward. How long would it take to row? Before he could ponder, the sea of clouds ahead suddenly churned. A massive black shadow burst forth from the sea. It was a giant lobster over 20 meters long, its entire body fiery red, its two huge claws gleaming with a metallic luster. It skated across the cloud sea on 8 legs, stirring up waves of clouds charging toward AI Lun with ferocious momentum. AI Lun chuckled. The express lobster clearly regarded AI Lun as an afternoon snack, its huge eyes flickering with the predatory gleam of a hunter. But the next second it realized that its prey was looking at it with an even more excited expression than itself. It was the look of a wolf that had starved for 3 days and nights upon spotting a fat sheep. A greenish glint, almost luminous. Was this prey normal? Kong Island Baika. This was a remote island cloud in the Bai Sea in the southern region. Unlike the central Kong Island near the Holy Land, this island was small with scarce resources, and the inhabitants often fought endlessly over the barest necessities for survival. A young, well-built blonde man stood at the edge of the island, gazing up at the sky. Most striking were his exaggeratedly long earlobes that drooped to his chest. His name was Ai Enel, a man determined to become a god. His gaze pierced through the Bai Sea, fixing on the Bai Sea above. That place was the Holy Land in the eyes of the Kong Islanders, where the gods were said to dwell. God. A contemptuous smirk curled at the corner of Ai Enel's mouth, his eyes indifferent. That tiny place, worthy of housing a god. But when he arrived, the result was profoundly disappointing. It was too small, smaller than the Bai Sea, and too dull, almost no different. But when he arrived, the result was profoundly disappointing. It was too small, smaller than the Bai Sea, and too dull, almost no different from the Bai Sea. Would a god reside in such a place? Ridiculous. In his view, a true god should dwell higher, farther away. There a vast, boundless land awaited with abundant resources, fertile soil stretching endlessly. That was the true home of a god. And he, Ai Enel, would become that god. Then he would journey to that fertile land. He had grown weary of Baika, this barren and boring place. Suddenly Ai Enel's eyes narrowed. He saw above the Bai Sea a black cloud gathering without warning. Within the cloud, lightning flickered, accompanied by a low rumble. It was strange. The lightning in Kong Island usually came from the island clouds themselves. Such phenomena rarely occurred above the Bai Sea. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning struck down from the black cloud, without warning, landing on the island cloud not far from him, blasting a charred crater. Ai Enel was startled, instinctively stepping back half a pace. But he soon realized that the source of the lightning was not the cloud itself, but a single point at the cloud's center. Then that point began to fall. Trailing a long tail of electric light, like a meteor, it hurtled toward Baika. As the distance closed, Ai Enel finally made out its shape. It was a bizarre fruit. A golden fruit, its surface covered with strange arabesque spiral patterns with flesh that sprouted out like electric arcs. A devil fruit. Ai Enel's breath quickened. He had heard of these treasures from the Qing Sea. They were incarnations of the sea demon. Those who ate them would gain demonic power. Some unfortunate Qing Sea person must have died in the Bai Sea, causing this fruit to reconverge here. Ai Enel's eyes burned with fervor. He cared not about demonic power. In his eyes, the strong devoured the weak. As long as one possessed enough strength, whether from a god or a demon, one could become a true god. And this fruit was clearly related to lightning. In this Kong Island, where almost no one had ever eaten a devil fruit, if he could consume this fruit, the one tied to lightning, to command lightning to judge all things. Wasn't that exactly what a god should be in his mind? That's mine. Ai Enel roared, his body turning into a blur as he sprinted toward the fruit's landing point. This fruit was the key to his becoming a god. The commotion of the fruit falling with lightning soon drew the attention of others on the island. Look, something's falling from the sky. It's a treasure from the Qing Sea. Grab it. The barren Baika instantly erupted into chaos. Figures dashed out from every corner, all aiming for the golden fruit flickering with electric light. But Enel was the first to spot it, and he was the fastest. He watched the fruit draw closer, the scorching aura in the air, making his blood boil. He stretched out his hand, his fingertips almost touching the lightning-covered skin. The throne of God was within reach. But at that moment, the entire island cloud suddenly trembled. No, the entire sea of clouds to the north was beginning to shake. A terrifying slash visible to the naked eye, wrapped in an aura that could tear everything apart, crossed the sky from the distant north in an instant. Aimed directly at him. What the hell? Feeling the overwhelming sharp pressure, Enelu's every hair stood on end. A sense of death loomed over him. He had no doubt that if he took another step forward he would die. He could only choose between the throne and his life. Enelu let out a furious roar, forcibly halting his forward momentum, and rolled backward in an extremely awkward posture to evade. Boom. The devastating slash struck the spot where he had just stood, cleaving a deep, bottomless fissure into the thick island cloud. The mist churned long, unable to settle. Enelu, having escaped death, didn't even have time to be angry. He jerked his head up and looked northward whence the slash had come. There a massive red shadow broke through the cloud, sea speeding toward him. The express lobster. And standing atop the lobster's head was a black-haired, black-eyed youth. The youth extended a hand, and the devil fruit that Enelu had dreamed of fell unerringly lightly into his palm. Golden electric arcs danced at his fingertips, yet they could not harm him in the slightest. So, this is the rumble fruit. The golden fruit lay quietly in Alan's palm, with faint electric light flickering beneath the surface of its swirling arabesque patterns. It was warm to the touch, carrying a slight numbing sensation, as if holding a battery that was leaking electricity. Was this the thunderclap fruit, one of the strongest Logia abilities? Alan weighed it in his hand, without the impulse to devour it like others would. Instead, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. How should I put it? It felt rather ordinary. There was no sense of world-shattering power, nor the oppressive aura one would expect from a legendary treasure. Could this single fruit truly allow one to incarnate as lightning and wield divine punishment? And wasn't it said to be even worse than eating shit? At this thought, Alan's gaze toward the fruit turned somewhat disdainful. Could this thing really be a piece of crap? As he pondered, the residents of Baika, who had been frozen in shock by his slash, finally snapped out of it. Wah! What is that? An express shrimp. How could such a creature be tamed, and why is it here? The person on the shrimp. It's him. He's the one who stole the god fruit. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into chaos. Even witnessing Alan riding the express shrimp, greed overpowered their fear. With reddened eyes, figures rushed toward Alan. Enel, who had been forced back by Alan's slash, was nearly splitting his eyes. He stared fixedly at the fruit in Alan's hand, his face twisted with rage. That was the key to becoming a god. Give it back. Enel roared, his body suddenly surging with power. The island cloud beneath his feet was dented into a shallow pit, and he shot toward Alan like a cannonball. Fast. To ordinary eyes, it was the limit of speed. But under Alan's observation, Haki, every movement of Enel, every muscle contraction, was as clear as slow motion. Too slow. Alan couldn't even be bothered to draw his blade. He simply took a casual step to the left. Enel's fist, wrapped in a gust of wind, brushed past Alan's clothes and struck empty air with a heavy thud. Missing his attack, Enel's heart sank, but he reacted swiftly. Twisting his waist, his right leg swung like an axe blade, horizontally slashing at Alan's neck. Die. He had predicted Alan's evasive route. This was his proud ability. Mantra. Through mantra, he could foresee the opponent's next move. Under this technique, almost no one could evade his attack. Yet the scene he foresaw did not occur. Facing the swift whip kick, Alan merely raised his left hand, fingers spread, and casually blocked it before his neck. A dull sound echoed, and Enel's kick was firmly caught. Alan's palm was like a steel vice locking onto his calf. No matter how Enel strained, he couldn't move an inch. How? Is this possible? Enel's expression froze. Why had his mantra failed? No, it hadn't failed. The opponent's movements were clearly within his prediction. No, why could the opponent also predict his own attacks? This youth had also awakened mantra. Alan looked at the face frozen in shock, and felt like laughing. Was this the future god of Skypiea? His physical combat skills were virtually zero, relying entirely on so-called mantra and future devil fruit abilities. No wonder in the original story he was defeated by Luffy, who didn't even know Haki and relied solely on the rubber's non-conductivity as a cheat. Over-reliance on devil fruit abilities was itself the greatest flaw. Thoughts raced through Alan's mind, but his hands didn't stop. He grabbed Enel's right leg and twisted his wrist gently. Crack! The horrifying sound of bone breaking rang out. Intense pain surged through Enel, and before he could even scream, Alan's supreme sandal had already arrived. Bang! A seemingly casual front kick landed squarely on Enel's chest. Enel flew back like a broken kite, crashing to the ground a dozen meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust. The surrounding Baika residents who had been itching to move stopped in unison, their greed instantly replaced by terror. One move. With a single move, the famous Baika strongman, Enel, had been obliterated by this youth. Enel coughed up blood, struggling to get up from the ground. His right leg was twisted grotesquely like a pretzel, clearly crippled. Yet his gaze at Alan held no fear, only an increasingly maddening stubbornness. "Give me the devil fruit," he roared, his voice hoarse with pain and fury. "That's mine. I want to become a god." "A god?" Alan repeated the word with amusement, suddenly intrigued. He had always been curious, why was that character so obsessed with going to the moon in the original story, and why did he want to destroy his own homeland? "Why become a god?" Alan asked with interest. "Do you know that continuing to provoke me will get you killed? Is it worth it for the sake of so-called godhood?" Alan smiled faintly with undisguised contempt, as if looking at a willful child, being looked down upon by a youth having his dreams openly mocked. Enel lost the last shred of reason. "What do you know?" He pointed at the terrified residents around him, roaring at Alan like a madman. "What do you, someone from the bountiful blue sea, know? Have you ever seen? Have you seen the people here fighting tooth and nail over a broken sofa, a chipped teacup, or even a half-rotten apple from your blue sea?" Alan's gaze followed his fingers scanning the shabbily dressed, gaunt Scypians. He suddenly understood why the Skypiea Luffy arrived. That was a peaceful, idyllic paradise. Because that was the core island near the Holy Land, abundant in resources, where the residents lived in comfort. But here Baika was a remote backwater far from the center. Geographic isolation coupled with the narrowness of the land resulted in extreme scarcity of resources. The so-called conflicts, the struggles, boiled down to nothing more than the word survival. No wonder Enel was so obsessed with that imagined, bountiful, boundless, vast land. He wanted to escape this barren land of his birth, which he so despised. So when he gained power, he chose to destroy this wretched soil. At that thought, a bold idea sprouted in Alan's mind. This guy, if he became a crew member, it would be quite interesting. As long as he wasn't an inherently anti-human, murderous madman, as long as his behavioral logic had a traceable pattern, then he could be properly trained. Things had suddenly become intriguing. A smile curved at the corner of Alan's mouth. He quietly listened as Enel continued to vent his pent-up grievances in a heart-wrenching roar, his own expression still calm as water. Only when Enel was hoarse and exhausted did Alan finally speak slowly. "So what?" Enel's voice died abruptly, and he froze. "You can't beat me," Alan stated flatly. "Why should I give the fruit to a weakling?" The word weakling stabbed deeply into Enel's proud heart. "You? What did you say?" He spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes instantly bloodshot. Being humiliated by a youth so much younger than him was unbearable. Enel went completely mad, roaring as he limped and charged at Alan once more. Bang! Another kick. This time Alan didn't send him flying. He kicked Enel to the ground, then raised his right foot and stamped heavily on the other's chest. "Oh, still stubborn? Then let's ramp up the humiliation." Alan leaned down and began a continuous stream of taunts. "Easy, taking disciples, diligence compensates for stupidity, farming material, any real players. Call your parents to fight, see the gap, yourself transfer to human inbred marriage. Adopting a mount, not considering becoming pirate king for now, still can't do it. Door-to-door prosthetic installation, turned on. I mean the mind." Although many of the words were incomprehensible, the humiliation embedded in them blurred Enel's consciousness. In short, he was about to faint from rage. But the next second, Alan's action stunned everyone. He suddenly shoved the golden thunderclap fruit into Enel's mouth. Everyone present felt their minds couldn't turn around. Whether it was the greedy residents of Baika or Enel, who was being trampled underfoot, they were all completely stupefied. They fed the god fruit to the enemy. What kind of move is that? Not to mention them, even Alan himself had never imagined such an outcome before setting foot on this sky island. Originally, even if he didn't eat the thunder fruit himself, he wouldn't have left it for Enel. But plans never catch up with changes. However, after deciding to take Enel as his crew member, he would not regret it. Eat the thunder fruit himself. Alan scoffed at the idea. Before finding a way to completely resolve the fatal weakness of devil fruits, the inability to swim, he would never touch any fruit. Moreover, there is sea stone that restrains fruit abilities, and in the future Vegapunk's bubble guns that utilize ocean abilities will appear. A true strongman should never have such an obvious shortcoming. Furthermore, on this sea are there few monsters who stand at the top without relying on fruit abilities. True strength does not depend on fruit abilities. In the Battle of God Valley back then rocks, the Roger pirates, and even Garp and other marines, who among them didn't stand at the world's peak through top-tier physical techniques, swordsmanship, and Haki. Only a minority relied on fruit abilities, but even those like Shiki and Whitebeard, renowned for their powerful fruit abilities, definitely possessed top-tier physical techniques, swordsmanship, and Haki. Only Haki reigned supreme. Master Kaido's earnest teachings echoed in Alan's ears. Alan's goal was the summit of the world. He cared nothing for something that would create a weakness for himself. Since he wouldn't need it, giving it to a future crew member became the natural choice. After all, wouldn't his own ship, the Fangzhou Jinyan, need a humanoid perpetual motion machine to power it? He was going to become the freest man in the world. How could he personally do the menial labor of generating electricity? As Alan pondered, Enel's expression twisted to an extreme. That smell shot straight to his crown. He felt that what he had swallowed was not a god fruit, but a ball of rotten fish dried in the scorching sun for 7 days, then dropped into a cesspool, and finally coated with a layer of green moldy cheese. The moment it entered his mouth, the fish seemed to be infused with new life. Mingling with his saliva, the fish began to writhe and twist horribly in his oral cavity, its rotten flesh falling off, bursting with foul-smelling juice under the pressure of his teeth. His stomach churned and his throat burned. An indescribable nausea almost made him vomit bile on the spot. Enel swore that even in Baika, where survival resources were scarce, he had never eaten anything so disgusting. It was as if the earth had turned sideways. The equator had changed. But the instinct to survive and the thirst for power overpowered everything. Finally suppressing the urge to vomit, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he forced himself to swallow that lump of fruit, skin and stem and all. The next second, crackling, tiny sparks of electricity began to dance on his skin. An unprecedented surge of power erupted from his limbs and bones, instantly washing away the disgusting taste and frantically repairing the leg bone that Alan had broken. Enel slowly stood up from the ground, feeling the surging thunder power within him. The sharp pain of his broken leg had long vanished. He looked down at his unharmed body, then raised his hand, watching a wisp of electricity dance joyfully on his fingertip. This is the power of a god. Huh. Ha ha ha. Suppressed low laughter escaped from his throat, then grew louder and more unrestrained, finally turning into a wild laugh that echoed through the sky. It was worth it. Everything was worth it. What did it matter if he was born in this wretched land? What did it matter if he was humiliated to the utmost? What could that equatorial feces do to him? Sky Island Baika, I have ascended to godhood. Enel spread his arms and roared to the sky. Bang! Before the laughter faded, Alan's never-washed pitch-black slipper landed squarely on his face. The immense force kicked him off the ground, sending him tumbling in the air for 2 full rotations, and finally, with a thud, he fell face down on the ground, soon becoming still. Your laugh is so ugly, so noisy. Alan withdrew his foot and picked his ear. Not even mastering the most basic elementalization, and he already thinks he's something. No wonder this guy was always so arrogant. However, this was also the confidence behind his bold move of feeding the thunder fruit directly to Enel. The development of a devil fruit takes time. In the original story, Enel only gained enough power to destroy his own hometown many years later. Now he was still a weakling in Alan's eyes. If he were afraid of such a half-baked product, he might as well not set sail. The surrounding residents of Baika watched helplessly as Enel, who had just become a god in their eyes, was knocked unconscious by that boy's slipper before he could even finish a complete sentence. An expression of extreme fear appeared on everyone's faces. Alan turned his head, swept his gaze over the dumbfounded residents, and put on a smile that he thought was friendly. However, this smile appeared more terrifying than a demon from the abyss in everyone's eyes. M.O. Monster! Someone let out a piercing scream, and the crowd instantly erupted. Run! He's a demon from the blue sea. Everyone abandoned their weapons and armor, scrambling and crawling to flee into the distance as if an invisible monster were chasing them. Alan was speechless and couldn't be bothered with these small fry. If he hadn't intervened in the Sky Island in advance, these people would have been all killed by Enel within a few years. He was after all their savior. He walked over to Enel, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, bent down, grabbed one of his legs, and dragged him like a bag of trash toward a remote grove in Baika. The next period would be the joyful time of training his future crew member. A crew member I've set my eyes on thinks he can run. GGG. A strange, meaningless laughter echoed softly. Holy land, Mary Geos. The dwelling of the gods, the center of world power. A celestial dragon with a sharp conical hairstyle and wearing sunglasses was listlessly poking the ground with his scepter. This was Roswald Saint. Beside him, several CP0 members in white suits stood still like sculptures. My lord, news has come from Sabbaty. A slave trader groveled forward, his face plastered with a fawning smile. A batch of top-quality goods will arrive at the auction in a week. Roswald Saint didn't even lift his eyelids, his tone filled with weariness. What kind of goods? Mink, giant, or mermaid? I'm already bored with these things. As celestial dragons who prided themselves on their noble blood, they disdained marrying commoners, so most of them were products of incest with mostly ugly appearances. His wife Roswald Saints was no different. Thus he had a hobby of toying with slaves, and over the years he had sampled almost every race on this continent, leaving few slaves that could pique his interest. The slave trader quickly lowered his voice, a note of mystery and excitement in his tone. It's women. Women from Amazon Lily. The scepter Roswald Saint was resting on the ground stopped. He slowly turned his head, his gaze behind the sunglasses seeming to pierce through the lenses and land on the slave trader. Amazon Lily. Absolutely true. They say it's 3 sisters, and one of them is especially beautiful. Women from Amazon Lily. Roswald Saint's Adam's apple bobbed, a morbid greed surfacing on his face. That legendary all-female warrior nation. Interesting. Very interesting. Tell them I want all 3 slaves. No one is to compete with me. Amazon Lily was extremely isolated and located in the Calm Belt, so even he had rarely seen slaves from there. A long-lost excitement suddenly emerged in his heart. Yes, they will be reserved for you. The slave trader was overjoyed. Roswald Saint. A CP0 member beside him suddenly spoke, his voice steady but tinged with caution. If it's someone from Amazon Lily, it might provoke retaliation from the Kuja pirates. For your safety, it would be best to. Before he could finish, Roswald Saint flew into a rage, slamming his scepter violently against the ground. Fools. A bunch of fools, he shrieked. What do I keep you for? A mere pirate crew scares you like this. What about the world government? The Marines? Go. Call an admiral here. Have him protect me. I want to go to the Sabati archipelago in person. Who dares stop me? Yes. The CP0 members groaned inwardly, but dared not disobey, immediately bowing and hurrying off to convey this absurd order. Meanwhile, on the sky island of Burka, Enel woke up in the midst of a violent headache. The sunlight was somewhat blinding. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, his mind still a chaotic blur. The shame of being knocked out by a slipper and the sharp pain in his body intertwined, leaving him unable to tell whether this was reality or a dream. He struggled to sit up, looked around, and his gaze suddenly froze. Not far away, a giant express shrimp was slowly moving. Something was wrong. Enel frowned. Express shrimp were known for their speed, and they only lived on sea clouds, rarely stepping onto island clouds. What kind of express shrimp moved like that? He stared closely, and his pupils abruptly contracted. That express shrimp's legs weren't moving at all. In front of its massive body, a figure was standing with his back to him, gripping the edge of the shrimp's shell, dragging this multi-ton beast across the island cloud. Though difficult, he moved step by step, heavy and steady. It was that boy. He was using an express shrimp to train his body. Enel felt his worldview shaken. The scene before him far exceeded his understanding of humans. Monster. A pure monster. Strength 18. 118. 4 agility 18. 318. 5 physique 16. 116. 7 will 5. 55. 6. Looking at the data on the panel, Alan pouted in dissatisfaction. The rate of improvement from training alone is still too slow. Hey, that guy's awake. As if sensing something, Alan stopped, turned around, and walked toward Enel. Awake? I thought you'd sleep until noon. Alan laughed. Enel's face flushed red, instantly burning with rage. But when he saw Alan's slightly raised right foot, that familiar black slipper, all his fury was forcibly suppressed. Why aren't you talking? Alan walked up to him, the boy looking down at him from above. Aren't you the self-proclaimed god? Is even a god afraid of a mortal like me? If I weren't injured right now. Enel gritted his teeth, retorting unwillingly. Bang. Before he finished, that black slipper once again accurately imprinted on his face, knocking him to the ground. Alan withdrew his foot, stepped on his chest, and looked down at his face, which was full of humiliation and anger. If you can't even get past me, don't talk about being a god. Damn it. Enel raged, helplessly pounding the ground with his fists, unable to even get up. Seeing this, a glint flashed in Alan's eyes, and he suddenly smiled mockingly. A god? I think you're just a coward afraid to face the past, using a fabricated divine name to cover up your own You hate Burka's barrenness, so you long to escape. But you don't have the courage to leave openly, so you can only fantasize about being a god, using the name of a god to destroy it, as if that would erase the humble past of your origin. That so-called god is nothing but a self-deceiving fantasy. Hearing this, Enel suddenly stopped moving. His eyes gradually lost focus, as if his chest had been ripped open, exposing the deepest hidden inferiority and shame to Alan's gaze. Yes, that annoying guy was right about everything. He had even predicted what he would do in the future. Why did he desperately want to become a god? Why did he want to go to that boundless land? Why did he want to destroy his own homeland? Wasn't it just to escape? To escape this homeland so poor it made him ashamed, to escape those unbearable pasts. At trying to fight me, you little brat. Alan sneered inwardly. Having lived 2 lives, the 20-year-old Enel was practically a child before Alan. He watched Enel's lips tremble, without being able to refute a single word, feeling nothing but contempt. This guy looked like an adult, but was actually an arrogant, narcissistic giant baby. A few casual words had completely shattered his heart. But now it was time to get down to business. Still, I do appreciate a coward like you. Alan suddenly changed the subject. Enel looked at Alan somewhat dazed. Since childhood, everyone had always fought for survival. In his eyes, everyone was an enemy, including Alan. But he had never heard a single word of praise from any enemy. Alan eased the pressure under his foot and continued, "At least you still have a desire to escape, unlike those idiots on the island who don't even have the thought to resist rotting away in despair. That's why I gave you the Goro Goro no Mi." First a torrent of humiliation, then an unexpected affirmation. This sudden twist made Enel's emotions indescribably complex. What exactly do you want? Enel could only roar to mask his inner turmoil. Alan's face turned cold. The casual smile vanished, and his indifferent expression suddenly took on a kind of divine arrogance. "Bow down. Submit to me. Acknowledge me as your god, and that fruit shall be my gift to you." Enel shuddered, and in that moment the young man before him seemed more like a deity than the god of the sacred land. Terrifying, immense, and awe-inspiring. Yet he still turned his head away, gritting his teeth. "Don't even think about it. No matter." As if he had anticipated this response, Aaron's face betrayed no surprise. He released his foot, straightened up, and casually brushed the dust off his pants with an air of arrogance. "Within these 5 days, if you can defeat me, you will be free. If not..." Aaron's lips curled into a grin, revealing a row of white teeth. "He'll kill you. Even if it means letting this fruit return to the sea, I will not leave it to you. After all, I want an obedient little one." With that, he cast no further glance at Enel on the ground and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the small grove, a faint sneer graced Aaron's lips. In his eyes, Enel was a paradoxical blend of extreme arrogance and deep-seated inferiority, loathing his own origins, yet shackled by the narrow vision those origins imposed. Reasoning with such a person was futile. It would only make him feel lectured, breeding rebellion. The only way was to beat him. With pure, overwhelming force, shatter everything he took pride in, making him admit defeat wholeheartedly. He needed to understand that his so-called divine power was nothing but a complete joke before true strength. Defeating Enel now would only make him think Aaron had taken advantage of his injuries or his lack of mastery over the fruit's abilities. Proud as he was, he would surely find countless excuses to evade the fact that he was weaker than Aaron. That was why Aaron gave him 5 days. In this world where everyone boasted monstrous vitality, 5 days were enough for Enel's wounds to heal, for him to preliminarily explore the Goro Goro no Mi's powers, even mastering elementalization. But would Aaron be afraid? He slowly raised his right hand, extending a single index finger. The fingertip first glowed with an eerie crimson, like an iron brand forged in a furnace, distorting the surrounding air. Then the red swiftly faded, replaced by a deep metallic black as hard as steel. Armament Haki. Among the 3 types of Haki, armament was the easiest to master. With his physical attributes enhanced, this technique, which even grunts in the New World could handle, was no longer a secret to him. What would happen in 5 days? Hard to guess. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, apart from training with the half-dead Express Sparrow, Aaron scavenged all the shells he could find on Burka Island. Wind shells, sound shells, light shells. A vast variety that opened his eyes. Enel never appeared. Yet Aaron was not worried about him fleeing. Given his personality, far from running away, if he didn't get to fight, he would probably be furious enough to spit blood. Sure enough, on the dawn of the 5th day, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds, zap! A blinding bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking from the horizon at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, finally coalescing 100 meters before Aaron. Arcs danced, light faded, and Enel's figure materialized. His wounds had healed, his expression was haughty, his earlobes elongated even further, and behind him hung 4 connected drums engraved with strange tomo patterns. The aura he radiated was far stronger than 5 days ago. Oh, he even changed his outfit. "I'm here." Enel's voice was dripping with arrogance. "Mortal, are you ready to receive the judgment of a god?" Aaron couldn't even be bothered to taunt this Chinibi youth. He simply curled his finger at him. This silent contempt instantly ignited Enel's fury. 1,000,000 volts discharge. The drums behind him flashed brilliantly, and a thick lightning bolt shot from his hand, hurtling straight toward Aaron. Yet the lightning, capable of melting steel, missed its mark. Aaron's figure shifted sideways a few meters, just before the bolt struck, dodging with ease. "Scary, huh?" In the next instant, Aaron's voice whispered in his ear. Enel's pupils contracted, and without thinking, his entire body transformed into an explosive, thunderous plasma, diffusing indiscriminately in all directions. Lightning flash. This was a technique he had developed over these 5 days, turning himself into lightning and releasing intense electric energy for defense, capable of dissolving even a sword's slash in the terrifying bolts. But he miscalculated. Aaron hadn't even drawn his sword. He merely extended a pitch-black right hand, And before Enel's horrified eyes, that hand passed through the raging lightning without obstruction, precisely gripping his neck. That hand, defying physics, seized his physical body directly. How? How is this possible? Enel was forced out of his elemental form, disbelief etched on his face. It's useless. Eren tightened his fingers, lifting him off the ground. No matter how Enel struggled or channeled his lightning, he couldn't budge the arm coated in armament Haki one bit. Your lightning cannot hurt me. Bang. Eren threw a punch, a fist also covered in jet black Haki connecting solidly with Enel's abdomen. Puffed. A gush of blood mixed with gastric juices spewed out. Enel's eyes bulged, his abdomen cramped in agony, and his body curled up like a boiled shrimp. He felt his internal organs had been displaced by that single punch. The pain nearly made him faint. Eren released his grip, letting him collapse to the ground like a limp rag. This kid's physical constitution had strengthened considerably under the fruit's transformation, but it was still far too weak compared to his own. It's over. Eren walked over, drew the long blade at his waist, and pressed the tip against Enel's throat. The cold touch made Enel shudder. Defeated. Thoroughly defeated. His prized Goro Goro no Mi, the lightning he considered divine power, was as fragile as a joke before this monster's martial arts and terrifying ability. A god. What kind of bullshit god? He couldn't even defeat a mere mortal from the Blue Sea. The so-called god was nothing but the fantasy of a frog at the bottom of a well. Forget it, I'm tired. Enel's eyes shifted from anger to reluctance, then finally to a lifeless gray, completely losing their luster. Kill me. He closed his eyes, his voice hoarse, abandoning all resistance. What was the point of living when even his dreams had been shattered by a single punch? But the next second, the cold touch on his throat vanished. Never mind. A man who has lost his dream is too pitiful. You may go. Enel opened his eyes in confusion, only to see Eren sheathing his sword and turning away. The young man did not look back, his voice carrying a clearly audible sigh. Enel's eyes instantly reddened, an uncontrollable rage surging within him. Pitiful. He dared call me pitiful. A sense of humiliation far more intense than death erupted from the depths of his heart, like a volcano. He could accept being killed, but never being pitted. What do you mean by losing your dream? Why should it be lost just because you say so? Stop. Enel roared with all his strength, struggling to get up from the ground. His knees gave way, and he fell heavily to the ground, bowing his head deeply, performing the most humble kowtow before the bat. From today on, Enel pledge my allegiance to you. Enel's footsteps halted. Enel raised his head, his bloodshot eyes reigniting with flames. But one day I will kill you with my own hands, and become the one and only new god. Hearing this, Enel was momentarily stunned, then his expression turned somewhat strange. So that's it. This guy doesn't intend to proclaim himself as a god. Rather, he chooses to regard himself as a god, and then through future challenges aims to achieve deicide and replace me as the new god. Why make it so complicated? In simple terms, isn't he just trying to claim me as his boss now? How roundabout this proud guy is when he speaks. Huh. Enel with his back to Enel started with a low chuckle, then the laughter grew louder and more unrestrained, finally turning into a wild laugh that echoed through the sky. Finally he fell for it. Good. The laughter abruptly stopped. Enel spun around, his face beaming with an unprecedented brilliant smile. He strode over to Enel and extended his hand toward the kneeling man. I await the day you replace me as the new god. Enel was stunned. He stared blankly at the boy's arrogant smile, at the hand extended before him, utterly shaken. What kind of monster is this? He had just declared he would kill him, yet the other was completely unconcerned, even delighted by it. It was as if he never believed he could lose. What terrifying confidence. In his eyes, the god that Enel had yearned for might not even be a big deal. Host has successfully defeated Enel, completely shattered his arrogant heart, and successfully subdued him, altering the future famous scene of his journey to the moon. This check-in rating. A. Reward drawing in progress. Today the corners of Enel's mouth never dropped. Having subdued Enel wasn't the end, the system's reward also arrived. A massive lottery wheel appeared with white, green, blue, purple, and red sections, the red naturally being the smallest. But Enel was not flustered at all. He had already seen through the system's trick, claiming it was a lottery, but the pointer would inevitably land on the highest tier reward. He admitted it, Enel was a scripted one. Sure enough, even though the red area was the smallest, the pointer meandered and finally stopped on a red section. It read 2 characters. Thunder. Thunder has been bestowed. The next moment, a strange tingling sensation like billions of ants exploded from the heart and instantly swept through every limb and bone. Enel grunted, his body trembling uncontrollably. He could clearly feel every cell of his body pulsing excitedly and greedily under this sudden energy impact, like a desert after a long drought frantically absorbing the power. Crackle, crackle. Fine blue arcs of electricity began to appear on his skin, leaping uncontrollably, scorching the cloud ground beneath him into patches of black. Lu's kneeling body stiffened abruptly, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. This feeling, this power, he was all too familiar with it. This was clearly the power of the rumble fruit. But, how? He hadn't even eaten a fruit. Lu jerked his head up the sight before him, almost stopping his breath. The sky had darkened at some point, heavy clouds rolling with a suffocating pressure. Within the clouds, silver serpents danced wildly, emitting low, deep rumbles. Centered on Luin, a vast aura surged skyward, stirring the winds and clouds. That aura was of the same origin as his own, yet far purer, wilder, and more powerful than the power he had just acquired. If Lu's lightning was a small stream, then what Luin displayed before him was a bottomless sea of monster. Lu's throat was dry. He had lost count of how many times he had uttered that word. But even the original Luin was terrifyingly powerful, and now Lu felt a hint of despair. Arrogant as he was, a foreboding suddenly arose in his heart. If he couldn't defeat this god, then would he be subservient to him for life? As for Luin, the tingling sensation came and went, quickly replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness. Power, endless power, as if with a single thought, he could summon the thunder from the 9 heavens. The abilities of devil fruits are never static. They are closely tied to the user's physical techniques, mental power, and even imagination. A frail, elderly man, even if he ate the tremor fruit, could never raise a tsunami. But a master standing at the pinnacle of physical combat, even with a mere Zoan-type fruit, could develop devastating power. And this was precisely what created the vast difference between him and Lu. The same ability manifested in vastly different ways. Name: Augustus Allen. Age 10. Strength 18. 432. 1. Agility 18. 533. 4. Physique 16. 130. 9. Mental 5. 621. 7. Abilities: Rogers, Swordsmanship, 18. 1. Thunder Observation, Haki Basic Armament, Haki Basic. Indeed, although a Logia-type fruit's boost to physical techniques is limited, it still allowed his strength, agility, and physique to break through 30, and even the hardest to improve mental power broke through 20. Presumably the power of lightning stimulated every cell in his body, greatly enhancing both his physique and spirit. The feared fishman's grip strength was only 10 times that of an ordinary human, yet he was now 3 times that of a fishman. Moreover, his observation Haki seemed to show signs of a breakthrough under the reinforcement of thunder and the enhancement of mental power. But Lun's gaze was fixed on the abilities column. Thunder. Not the rumble fruit, but thunder. A difference of 2 words, but the meaning was a world apart. A bold conjecture emerged in his mind. Perhaps the system hadn't rewarded an external object like a devil fruit, but had directly integrated the thunder ability into his body, making it an innate talent. This meant he might not have the fatal weakness of devil fruit users, being unable to swim. Thinking of this, Lun's breathing became a little rapid. He had always believed that Haki was the true path, the foundation for standing at the top of the world, so he was not interested in devil fruits. After all, for a man who intended to conquer the seas, the weakness of being unable to swim was too fatal. But now before him lay a thunder ability with no side effects, considered by many to be the strongest Logia type. Luin could only express, "Delicious." Luin raised his hand. He gazed at the slightly protruding island cloud ahead, and uttered a few words. 10 million volt discharge. Crackle. Dazzling lightning gathered in his palm. Furious arcs tore through the air, swirling around Lu. A thick bolt of lightning instantly struck into the distance. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded across the sky. Blinding white light engulfed the impact point. Shockwaves expanded outward in rings, rippling the surface of the island cloud. As the smoke cleared, a massive charred pit tens of meters in diameter appeared in the center. What a... Lu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He had spent 3 full days enduring countless instances of backlash just to barely unleash a lightning strike of this magnitude. Yet this man before him had only just acquired the power of lightning. Not only did he release it, but the fury and destructive power of the thunder far surpassed his own. The aftermath of the lightning strike had yet to dissipate. Twisted electric light flickered across Lun's body. He vanished from his spot in an instant. A flash of blue-white light streaked across the center of the pit 100 meters away. Lu blinked only once and Luin was already standing before him again. Elementalization. Lu was utterly numb. He had fumbled with this very technique for 5 whole days. Could the gap between people really be this vast? The talent he had prided himself on was shattered into pieces before this person from the blue sea. The flame of god-slaying that had just ignited in and I Lu's heart was drenched with a bucket of cold water before it could even blaze. He felt as if he had been thoroughly deceived. There was no escape. He would never get away from this monster in this lifetime. AI Luin, sensing the wondrous state after elementalization, nodded with satisfaction and turned to look at the dazed AI and I Lu. Let's go. To the White Sea. AI and I Lu stood frozen. What for? A smile curled at the corner of AI Lun's mouth. To tell Sky Island who the true god here is. Vida Honglu Ma Lin Fan Duo. Naval Headquarters Fortress. In the Marshal's office, Kong Gu held a top-secret document from CP0, of veins bulging on his temples. The requirements on the document were extremely brief, yet they filled him with intense fury. The celestial dragon Luo Zi Wada Sheng would be heading to the Xiangwu Di Chuandao in a week to attend a slave auction. He specifically demanded the dispatch of a Navy admiral for full escort. Damn it! Kong Gu slammed his fist on the desk, and the hard ironwood surface immediately cracked with fissures. Although as the Navy Marshal, he was well aware of the temperament of those celestial dragons. Yet when he heard this utterly absurd request, he couldn't help but rage. A Navy Admiral. That was the highest combat power guarding the four seas and deterring countless great pirates. It was the pride of the Navy. Now it was to be used as a personal bodyguard to protect a bloated useless waste at some slave auction. This was trampling the Navy's dignity underfoot. But unfortunately, he couldn't refuse. The celestial dragons were the world nobles, the descendants of the creators. Their orders, no matter how absurd, had to be unconditionally executed by the Navy headquarters. Kong Gu irritably tugged at his tie, trying to catch his breath. Where could he find an admiral? His mind rapidly calculated the existing combat strength at headquarters. ZFA was out of the question. Since his family's tragedy, ZFA had stepped back to become a training instructor for recruits and would never accept such a mission. That bastard Kapu was even less of an option. Not only did he stubbornly refuse to be promoted to admiral, but he was probably still in the East Blue visiting his precious grandson. Moreover, given Kapu's level of disgust for the celestial dragons, if he were sent to guard, he would probably demolish the auction house on the spot. All things considered, the only admiral truly available at headquarters was Zhangguo. But could Zhangguo leave? His title of tactician was not for nothing. The entire Navy's operations, from major to minor decisions, all depended on him. If he was reassigned alone, he couldn't manage this vast Navy. The more Kong Gu thought, the more his head ached. The prestigious Navy headquarters couldn't even muster a single admiral available for field duty. If not the admirals, what about the admiral candidates? The Navy headquarters had three monsters. Though they were currently only vice admirals, their strength had long surpassed most vice admirals, and they were future surefire admirals. Sakashi. The name had barely surfaced before Kong Gu dismissed it. That man believed in absolute justice and acted extremely. If sent, he would probably cause even greater chaos. Sakashi. The name had barely surfaced before Kong Gu dismissed it. That man believed in absolute justice and acted extremely. If sent, he would probably cause even greater chaos. Sending him to witness the most vile side of the celestial dragons. Wasn't that adding fuel to the fire? If the kid's mentality completely collapsed and he turned pirate, the joke would be on them. It wasn't easy for the Navy headquarters to cultivate an admiral candidate. They couldn't just waste one. After eliminating two, only one choice remained. An image of a face wearing brown sunglasses surfaced in Kong Gu's mind, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Sci-Fi ITLLBM. Kong Gu hesitated no longer and dialed the Den Den Mushi. Bururu, bururu, bururu. The Den Den Mushi's shape twisted, and soon it transformed into that familiar sleazy face that made people want to punch it. The next second, a lazy, drawling voice came from the Den Den Mushi. Hello, Ambo Lu Sali Nua. The White Sea. Alan stood on the back of a swift shrimp, with surging cloud waves beneath his feet. Beside him followed the expressionless Enel. The thought that he might never be able to defeat this man in his lifetime left him utterly numb. The only consolation was that the youth before him was formidable in both strength and temperament. Losing to such a monster was not unjust. Hey Enel. Don't hang your face like you've lost your father. Alan kicked him. From now on you're my crewmate. Give me a smile. Enel said, nothing, silently shifting his gaze to the distance. Forget about his temperament. Ahead is the land of the gods' upper yard, Enel introduced feebly. On the other side are the Shandians, a bunch of savage natives. As his words fell, shouts and explosions echoed from afar. Alan looked over. Two groups of people were fiercely clashing above an ancient ruin. One side bore small white wings on their backs, wielding swords and spears. The other had dark skin and zipped through the air on jet skates using breath dials. Stop them. Do not let them enter the Holy Land, shouted an old man in armor riding a spotted bird. The current god of Skypiea, to reclaim our homeland. Shandian warriors charge. A burly Shandian man roared, leading his tribe in another assault. 400 years of blood feud had reached a point of no return. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a blinding bolt of lightning crashed down between the armies. Boom. Raging currents of electricity swept across the battlefield, hugging the clouds. The vanguard of both the Scypian Divine Army and the Shandian warriors were thrown into chaos, falling to the ground with blackened bodies and foaming mouths. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone turned to stare at the center of the lightning. The smoke cleared. A youth and a long-eared Scypian man stood on the scorched earth. "Greetings," Alan said with a smile, waving his hand. "Who are you?" Gonfal stood on his mount, Pierre pointing his spear at Alan. "Why do you interfere in our battle?" Alan ignored him. He looked around, cleared his throat, and announced, "I have something to declare. From today onward, this island belongs to me." Alan ignored him. He looked around, cleared his throat, and announced, "I have something to declare. From today onward." The crowd stared at the two uninvited guests, gripping their weapons tightly. Enel wiped the sweat from his forehead. He hadn't regained his strength yet, and wasn't confident about taking on so many bloodthirsty foes alone. "Arrogant brat," Gonfal bellowed. "The name of God is not something you can defile." He urged Pierre forward, becoming a blur as his spear shot toward Alan with a piercing sound. Alan stood still. Just as the spear tip was about to touch his nose, he raised his right hand and extended 2 fingers. Black armament Haki instantly coated his fingertips. Ting! A soft sound. Gonfal's full-force thrust was caught between 2 fingers. The spear's shaft bent, but could not advance a single inch. A more terrifying azure current surged through the pure iron spear, instantly engulfing Gonfal's entire body. He didn't even make a more terrifying azure current surged through the pure iron spear, instantly engulfing Gonfal's entire body. He didn't even make a sound, his eyes rolling back as he fell straight from the air. When he hit the ground, smoke still rose from his body. He was completely unconscious. One move. The god who had ruled Skypiea for years couldn't even survive a single blow. The crowd was utterly silent. The warriors who had been on the verge of battle were now frozen in place. "I've said my piece. Who agrees, who opposes?" The wind blew across the cloud sea. No one answered. "Good." Alan nodded with satisfaction. "Since everyone has no objections, I'll announce the second thing. From now on, you are forbidden to fight. Live in peace, understood?" The Scypians and Shandians exchanged glances. "Weren't you the one who just attacked?" But looking at the comrade on the ground, electrocuted beyond recognition, and then at the smiling youth, no one dared to speak up. In the eerie silence, a childish voice rang out abruptly. "We won't listen to you. Give us back our homeland." Everyone turned to look. A Shandian boy about 5 or 6 years old glared fiercely at Alan. His body trembled, but his eyes were as stubborn as a wolf cub's. "Wiper." The leading Shandian man's face changed drastically as he rushed to shield the boy behind him. He knelt on one knee, cold sweat dripping from his forehead into the dirt. "Please forgive him. He's just a child." Alan looked with interest at the little brat named Wiper, the future battle fiend. A fearsome warrior who had endured the recoil of 3 reject dials and nearly soloed the Logia Enel. Now he was nothing but a scrawny little kid. He strode forward step by step toward the father and son. The Shandian man tensed up, gripping his spear tightly. Alan stopped in front of the boy. He raised his hand. Thump! He flicked Wiper's bare forehead with a crisp snap. "Be good, kid. You can't defy a god." Wiper was stunned. He covered his rapidly swelling forehead, tears welling up in his eyes, but he clenched his teeth, refusing to let them fall. He wanted to act tough, but his Bodis instinct betrayed him. Watching little Wiper hold back his tears, Alan found it even more amusing. Bullying a future powerhouse felt pretty good. He had to make that trip to Windmill Village to beat up the Yonko a priority. He straightened up and turned to face everyone. "All right, things are settled. I'm leaving Skypiea now." The crowd was stunned again. He was leaving, but he just said he was the god. How long had he even stayed? Was there ever such an irresponsible god? Alan pointed at Enel, who had been drenched in sweat the entire time. "This is my proxy god, Enel. When I'm away, he's in charge of the island." With that, Alan shoved his hands in his pockets, turned, and walked away. Enel snapped back to reality, his eyes and tongue bulging in shock at Alan's words. What a face. Proxy. God. He was to handle these hundreds of bloodthirsty enemies alone. "Hey, wait." Enel panicked and tried to turn into lightning to follow, but a hand covered in armament Haki firmly clamped his shoulder. Without looking back, Alan's form transformed into a beam of lightning, vanishing into the sky. Only a meaningful phrase lingered over the cloud sea. "I'm leaving now. You'd better not think about doing anything to my proxy god while I'm gone. Otherwise I might claim ignorance." Above the cloud sea, hundreds of hostile eyes locked onto the lone Enel. After his words fell, the entire upper yard fell into a half-minute silence. The Scypians looked at the Shandians, and the Shandians looked at the Scypians, their eyes meeting, staring at each other with wide eyes. Finally, everyone's eyes simultaneously focused on the lone man with long ear lobes in the center. Enel. He pointed at his own nose in a daze. "God's representative. Me. This overwhelming fortune. No, this overwhelming hatred, was it just forcibly pinned on his head? You mean I have to fight all of you? That monster is gone. Someone in the crowd suddenly yelled. Kill this substitute god. Avenge Lord Gonfall. Shanjian warriors, he is also an invader. Kill him. Charge. The next second the two sides who had just ceased fighting due to Alan's deterrence were now unprecedentedly united. Men and women grabbed weapons and surged towards Enel like a tide from all directions. Enel, looking at those twisted, ferocious faces, felt his scalp tingle and completely lost his composure. IFKU. Enel wanted to curse the boy, but he suddenly realized a sad fact. Damn it, he didn't even know the boy's name. IFK, your grandfather's god. His shrill scream was instantly drowned in the ocean-like fury of the masses. Beneath the azure sky, a bolt of lightning tore through the clouds, drawing a long trail across the boundless sea of clouds. Alan enjoyed the sensation of high-speed flight, the wind whistling past his ears. He felt that he was the most awesome guy in the world. Achoo! An unexpected sneeze interrupted Alan's show-off. He rubbed his nose and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who's that guy talking about me behind my back? So hard to guess. In Alan's mind, the comical scene of Enel being surrounded by Scypians and Shandians fleeing in panic with his head in his hands emerged. Just thinking that the guy might be getting beaten black and blue, Alan couldn't help but laugh like a goose. Want to board his ship? Not that easy. That kid Enel is too arrogant at heart, purely because he hasn't been beaten down by society. Just right to use the hands of these simple folks on Skypiea to give him a good lesson and at the same time force him to squeeze out the potential of the Thunder Fruit. In the original story, Enel's strength, if placed on the Blue Sea, would only have a bounty starting at 500 million berries. It sounds like a lot, but in the New World, he would be just a mediocre figure far from the top combat power. Relying solely on the fruit's ability won't make him a crew member of my Alan. Having eaten the Thunder Fruit, he would be the core combat power of his ship in the future, even his right-hand man. A level of 500 million is not enough. As for life-threatening danger, Alan wasn't worried at all. With the ability to become elemental, if Enel wanted to run, what could those Scypians who don't even know Haki do to stop him? Wind dials, sound dials, light dials, impact dials. He had almost collected all the dials that could be found on Skypiea. The heaviest: wind dials, sound dials, light dials, impact dials. He had almost collected all the dials that could be found on Skypiea. The heaviest was the 100 kilograms of gold, which when converted was roughly 200 million berries. He didn't have his own ship yet, so having more would be inconvenient to move around. But 200 million berries should be enough, right? Enough to buy 2,000 happiness punches from Nami. Yeah, it should be enough. On his wrist, the log pose bought from Jaya Island was steadily pointing to the next destination, the Skypiea archipelago. Whether or not he would run into the incident of the Empress being captured going there wouldn't hurt. The Skypiea archipelago has everything from food, drinks, and entertainment, even a red light district. Isn't the whole point of training hard to be able to freely have fun, cough adventure on this sea? With the Thunder Fruit ability and hand mastery of both colors of Haki swordsmanship at the level of a sword master and 3 times the Fishman karate. As long as he didn't run headfirst into monsters like the 3 admirals, there were really few people on this sea who could stop him. Wait, it's 19 years ago now? At this time, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsellino probably haven't reached their peak strength yet. Maybe if he really ran into them, he could have a go. Just as he was thinking, a small black appeared in his sight. Alan's playful spirit surged, and with a flicker he transformed into electricity and immediately approached. A news coup wearing a sailor's cap was diligently flapping its wings. Yo! The news coup was flying along, when suddenly a human face appeared beside it, greeting it. Chirpe! The news coup was so scared that its soul almost flew out. Its wings went limp and it plummeted straight down towards the sea. Luckily, Alan was quick-witted and grabbed its tail feathers, pulling it back. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I want to buy a newspaper. He put on what he thought was a friendly smile, then felt in his pocket only to realize he didn't have a single berry on him. His expression darkened and he slowly looked at the news coup. The coup's face immediately turned pale and showed a pleading expression. If the news coup could speak human language, it would definitely be crying and begging Alan. Bro, don't look at me like that. It's okay if you don't have money. We'll give you the newspaper for free. No one knew how dangerous it was for an ordinary seagull to deliver newspapers on this sea filled with powerful people. Those pirates with bounties, often over 100 million, many of them, would even freeload 50 berries. Those who just robbed the newspaper were among the kinder ones. Some even coveted its body. Despicable. If it hadn't been careful all these years, it would have become a meal for those pirates long ago. Sob sob. It's not easy being a news coup. But today, looking at Alan, who was crackling with lightning, it felt despair. My life is over. But the next second, a glint of gold appeared in the corner of its tearful eyes. Before it could react, Alan placed the piece of gold which had just been smelted and weighed a full tale about 50 grams into the news coup's newspaper pouch. Why should a worker make things difficult for another worker? Alan smiled gently. Only those who had been a beast of burden in a previous life could understand the news coup's hardship. Out there, everyone has a tough time. If you can help, just help. Maybe next time it will be someone else helping me. Will it accept? The news coup's eyes instantly went wide. It looked at the gold in its pouch, then at Alan, its bird face filled with disbelief and ecstasy. It hastily stuffed the latest newspaper into Alan's hand, then carrying the gold excitedly saluted with its wing and flew away in a flash. From then on, a legend began to circulate among the news coups of the One Piece world. There was a handsome youth with black hair and black eyes, his body wreathed in lightning, who was extremely generous. As long as you gave him a newspaper, you could get a piece of gold enough to buy a year's supply of small fish. Of course, that was all in the future. Alan watched the departing news coup, chuckled to himself, and casually unfolded the newspaper. The sea breeze rustled the pages. His eyes casually swept over, then suddenly froze on the striking headline on the front page. Shocking. 3 women from Amazon Lily enslaved to be publicly auctioned at Skypiea archipelago in 2 days. Bloody hell. Alan blinked, stunned. Was it really a stroke of luck? So what he had seen that day was indeed the famous scene of the Kuja pirates hunting down the slave traders across the sea after the Empress was kidnapped. However, after the initial shock, a smirk crept back onto Alan's lips. Since he had stumbled upon this, it was going to be in this timeline. If the one who saved the Empress was not Tiger, but Alan, the plot direction would be thrilling. Would the future pirate Empress still become that lovesick girl with only Luffy-san on her mind? This time he had to save her. Any action that could alter the future timeline or even overturn major events from the original story might even trigger some extra rewards. Even if there were no rewards, winning the heart of the future most beautiful woman in the world was still a huge gain. After all, everyone knew the nature of those celestial dragons. If the Empress were allowed to be taken as a slave, one could easily imagine the disgusting things that would happen. Even if it changed the world line, even if it might cause the Empress to lose her Mero no Mi, he still had to save her. Sorry, Luffy-san. I shall save your wife, do not worry. Alan casually folded the newspaper in his hand and tucked it into his chest. The next moment his figure transformed into a blinding flash of lightning, and the violent thunder tore through the sea of clouds as he sped toward the Skypiea archipelago. Release that girl, let me do it. Meanwhile, on the Skypiea archipelago in the lawless zone. In a lavishly decorated room, a tall blonde man, wearing a distinctive flamingo feather coat, was lounging with his legs crossed, casually fiddling with a Den Mushi. The Den Mushi's mouth opened and closed, emitting a voice that was both fawning and fearful. Lord Doflamingo, your move is truly brilliant. Bribing Morgans to get the news straight into the newspapers. Now the whole world knows we have 3 exceptional Kuja women in our hands. On the other end was Disco, the head of the Skypiea archipelago's auction house. The entire Skypiea is buzzing now. Countless wealthy and powerful people want to come and see the Kuja tribe's beauty. Although they certainly can't outbid that celestial dragon Roswald Saint, with them driving up the price, the transaction amount this time will definitely set a historical record. Fufufu. Fufufufu. Doflamingo's laughter echoed in the room, sending chills down one's spine. Making those world's most noble trash bleed heavily is a truly delightful thing, Disco. His tone was flippant beyond measure, but Disco on the other end of the Den Mushi was drenched in cold sweat, not daring to utter a single word. Such words could only be spoken by this madman who possessed the blood of the celestial dragons, yet hated them with a burning passion. Hey Doffy. A sticky voice came from the side. A bulky man in a ragged cloak with 2 long strands of snot hanging from his nose shuffled over. Treble, stay away from me. Seeing the 2 dangling snot strands, Doflamingo leaned back in disgust. Treble chuckled, sniffled, and obediently stepped back 2 paces before continuing. Hey Doffy, stirring things up this big, though it brings more money, might it attract some unnecessary trouble? For instance. Treble's voice lowered, tinged with wariness. If it stirs that man. Doflamingo's movements halted noticeably. Finish your sentence, Treble. Treble swallowed hard, his snot wobbling. The Dark King silvers Rayleigh. The air in the room seemed to still for a moment. Doflamingo's wild grin faded, and his eyes grew unusually serious. Running an underground commercial empire, he held too many unknown secrets. For instance, the first mate of the pirate king Roger the Dark King Rayleigh was now living in seclusion on this very Skypiea archipelago. Furthermore, Rayleigh's lover Shaki, the owner of the rip-off bar, was actually the former empress of the Kuja before the previous one. Once this chain of connections was pieced together, it was impossible not to feel nervous. However, after only a few seconds of silence, fufufu, fufufufu. An even more arrogant, unrestrained laughter echoed in the room. Doflamingo leaned back on the sofa, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest. Treble, you overestimate him and underestimate the world government. Nobody knows what secret agreement Roger made with the Marines when he turned himself in. But one thing is certain, as long as the remnants of the Roger pirates don't actively stir up trouble, the Marines won't hunt them down to the last. Do you think Rayleigh would stand against the world government again for 3 unknown Kuja Juniors? The old era. There is no ship in the new era that can carry those old folks. As his words fell, veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead. Black-red Conqueror's Haki lightning crackled wildly around him, exuding an invisible kingly aura. Seeing Daffy so confident, Treble let out a long sigh of relief. His worry swept away, and his face resumed that sticky, fawning smile. As expected of Daffy, you see it so clearly. As long as the Dark King doesn't intervene, the others are nothing but clowns before the Don Quixote family. At the same time, somewhere in the Grand Line, a man with an enormous purple afro and an extremely exaggerated appearance was holding a newspaper, letting out a unique laugh. Auctioning Kuja women as slaves. The young people these days sure have guts. He raised a pinky finger and lightly tapped the blurry photo on the newspaper. That guy Dragon has always wanted to recruit the Kuja Island. If I could take this opportunity to save these 3 poor girls and owe the Kuja a favor. His lips stretched into an exaggerated grin, revealing a row of white teeth. This is a sure-win deal. It would be very helpful for our revolutionary cause, right? 2 days later on the Shampoo Islands. At GR1 Island. The special resin secreted from the roots of the massive archimandrite red tree swelled in the air into crystal-clear bubbles. Sunlight pierced through the bubbles, refracting into a rainbow of halos, adorning the entire island with dreamlike splendor. It should have been a scene from a fairy tale. Until that nauseating figure appeared. It's a celestial dragon. Kneel if you don't want to die. The leisurely pedestrians and chatting vendors on the street had their expressions instantly swallowed by immense terror. The crowd collapsed like a field of wheat, falling to their knees in a rustling wave, their heads buried deep, desperately controlling the sound of their breathing. At the end of the street, a procession slowly approached. Leading it was a short, stout man with a pompadour hairstyle. He wore a white robe like an astronaut suit with a comical glass helmet on his head. The scepter in his hand and the jangling medals on his chest silently proclaimed his overbearing status. A world noble, a celestial dragon, Saint Luozawaid. Behind him followed 2 towering black-suited bodyguards and a retinue of fully armed attendants. One attendant held a thick iron chain, the other end of which was fastened to a slave with hollow eyes and blood-covered body. The man was crawling on all fours like a dog on the rough ground. Without even lifting his eyelids, Saint Luozawaid kicked over a vendor's stall that hadn't been cleared away in time. Looking at the scattered goods, he cursed with disgust, the trash of a lowly commoner, dirtying my holy shoes. Bang! With a blinding flash of light, the vendor, whose legs had gone weak with terror, collapsed into a pool of blood. The people around prostrated themselves even lower. On a distant rooftop, a person with a huge purple afro was gritting his teeth, struggling to suppress the rage about to erupt. These scum of the world. Ivankov's heart was bleeding. For today's auction to rescue the 3 abducted Jiosha tribe girls, she had exhausted every effort to squeeze out 100 million berry from the Revolutionary Army's meager funds. 100 million berry. To those bloated aristocrats it might be just a number, but to the impoverished Revolutionary Army, it was blood and sweat money saved by tightening everyone's belts. But now it seemed money couldn't solve the problem at all. With a celestial dragon involved who could outbid these beasts who own the world's wealth at the auction table, Ivankov wished she could rush up right now and punch that celestial dragon with her Dreamstrike fist. But she couldn't. The mission came first. If she exposed herself, she wouldn't just fail to save anyone, she'd be finished too. Ivankov wished she could rush up right now and punch that celestial dragon with her Dreamstrike fist. But she couldn't. She saw a black-haired youth riding a bubble car, leisurely stopping next to her. The youth had a freshly bought cotton candy dangling from his mouth, and his eyes calmly watched the distant celestial dragon. There was no fear in those eyes, only scornful disgust. After confirming that the black-haired youth wasn't insulting her, Ivankov's eyes lit up. In this day and age, there was actually someone who dared to curse a celestial dragon. Even if it wasn't to his face, this young man possessed such courage at his age. It was truly remarkable. This is a born revolutionary. Ivankov stared at the youth excitedly. AI Lewin, watching the celestial dragon in the distance, began to calculate his next move. He had arrived at Shampoo Islands yesterday, flying from the Sky Island, and it took him only 6 hours at full speed. But this 6-hour flight experience was far from pleasant. The mental energy consumption was much greater than he had imagined. Upon landing, he felt completely drained. It was even more exhausting than driving on the highway for 6 hours straight without a rest stop. Fortunately, after a whole day of feasting and playing, he had now fully recovered. Today was the day of the auction, and he was just about to go rescue the Empress when he unexpectedly encountered this classic scene. A celestial dragon massacring civilians. Truly a leopard can't change its spots. AI Lun naturally also noticed the purple afro beside him. Ivankov. AI Lun's mouth twitched. That big face, those exaggerated eyelashes and fiery purple lips. The recognition was too high. Being stared at with such a fiery gaze by an Okama and thinking about Oda's insidious habit of casually gender-swapping characters in the manga, AI Lun couldn't help but shiver. Just as he was about to say something, a child's cry came from afar. In the crowd, a little boy about 2 or 3 years old, perhaps frightened by the oppressive atmosphere, or perhaps seeing a celestial dragon, such an ugly creature, for the first time burst into tears in his mother's arms. The crying was especially piercing in the dead silent street. St. Loguetown paused, his cold gaze falling on the mother and child, his eyes narrowing slightly. Without any warning, he expressionlessly drew a golden pistol from his waist and aimed it at the still crying child. The surrounding people, including the child's mother, were all terrified, their faces pale, but unable to even utter a plea from. Even the 2 CP0 behind St. Loguetown lowered their heads slightly. Though accustomed to the celestial dragon's brutality, the scene before them still kept breaking their moral boundaries. Too cruel. No matter where, pointing a gun at a child is an incredibly cruel act. In the distance, Ivankov's pupils sharply contracted, just as her body instinctively moved to rush out. A faint, almost illusory, sound of electric sparks suddenly sounded in her ear. Crackle. Ivankov snapped her head around. The youth eating cotton candy beside her was gone. The bubble car was still there, and the half-eaten cotton candy was slowly falling from midair. The next moment, bang. The gunshot still rang out. But after the gunshot, there was no scream from the crowd. After the gunshot, there was a deathly silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the center of the scene. Before the crying child, a figure had appeared, no one knew when. It was a youth with an upright posture. His right hand was raised in front of him, and between his index and middle fingers, he was firmly holding a slightly deformed lead bullet. A wisp of smoke slowly rose upward. AI Lun held a lead bullet in his left hand, his body shielding the mother and child. The entire scene seemed frozen in the commoners prostrating by the roadside, the guards surrounding the celestial dragon, 2 CP0 agents in suits, slaves chained in shackles, and St. Loguetown still holding his gun. Everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief as they stared at the white-masked youth. I am always too soft-hearted. AI Lun reached up to adjust his mask. He truly could not bear to see an innocent child die at the hands of such a swine. Fortunately, earlier, to prevent such a situation, he had prepared a mask to conceal his identity. Revealing his identity too early would not be conducive to rescuing the Empress. But I must look pretty cool like this. I feel like tilting my head back 45 degrees would make it even more fitting. Stop him. The 2 CP0 agents were the first to react, shouting sharply. The surrounding guards, as if awakening from a dream, raised their weapons and surged forward. However, the masked youth stood calmly in place, as if he hadn't seen the charging men at all, simply tilting his head skyward on his own accord. Until the moment the blade was about to reach him. Clang. A flash of silver light appeared. No one saw how he drew his sword. Only a fierce streak of blade light, like a crescent moon, flickered and vanished before him. The 5 or 6 guards in the lead froze mid-motion. The spears in their hands snapped cleanly into 2 halves. Then their armor split open and blood gushed out through the cracks. Thud thud. One after another they fell to the ground like dumplings, instantly losing their lives. The 2 CP0 agents' pupils contracted sharply. They forcibly halted their forward charge, staring at the man with horror. A swordmaster. Although the person before them wore a mask, the 2 could still discern from his build that he was a youth no more than 15 years old. A swordmaster under 15. What a joke. You? Who are you? St. Loguetown finally felt a hint of fear. He stood up from his seat, pointed at the masked man, and roared with a bluster that belied his inner weakness. Where are the Marines? Where are the Marines protecting me? But AI Lun paid him no heed at all. He merely turned his head slightly toward the terrified, stunned mother and child, signaling they could leave. The mother and child paused for a moment, then kowtowed desperately to AI Lun before hurriedly fleeing. This utter disregard made St. Loguetown feel an unprecedented humiliation. The pride of a celestial dragon instantly overpowered the glimmer of fear in his heart. You bastard! How dare you ignore me? He roared, raising his pistol again, aiming at AI Lun's back. Die, you commoner! Crack! As the words left his mouth, a bolt of lightning condensed to its utmost shot instantly toward St. Loguetown's brow. St. Loguetown's movements froze. He didn't even have time to pull the trigger, his whole body rigid. He could only watch helplessly as the deathly lightning bolt rapidly enlarged in his pupils. I am a celestial dragon, a world noble, a descendant of the Creator, a god. How could a mere mortal dare to kill a god? The privileges of centuries had forged a deeply entrenched belief in St. Loguetown's heart. Faced with death, he felt more disbelief at what was happening than fear. But no matter how shocked he was, death still followed closely. In the next instant, a brilliant light appeared out of nowhere, precisely blocking in front of St. Louis away. Zzz. The lightning and the light collided, producing a harsh sound, and finally both annihilated. Tisk, this celestial dragon is really hard to kill. Beneath the mask, AI Lun's face showed regret. He had no qualms in his mind, killing a mere swine like that was nothing. He was unknown, never registered with the Marines, and now wearing a mask. Even if he killed this celestial dragon, no one would recognize him. Moreover, even if recognized with his thunder power, unless Yellow Monkey was determined to pursue him, who could catch up? Wait, where did that yellow light come from? As the light faded, a tall man in a suit draped in a marine justice cape appeared before everyone. The moment he saw the newcomer, AI Lun's pupils contracted slightly. Although compared to his future flamboyant yellow-striped suit, the man before him was dressed rather properly. The lazy smile on his face somehow looked lecherous. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, one of the future 3 admirals, Yellow Monkey, Bo Lu Sali Nuok. Speak of the devil. Bo Lu Sali Nuok. You useless fool. Why are you only showing up now? St. Lozoade snapped back to his senses and cursed at Yellow Monkey. If something had happened to me, could you bear the responsibility? Oh my, you do me wrong. Yellow Monkey exaggeratedly pouted, spreading his hands. Can't help it. The distance from the warship to here is a bit far, and my speed isn't fast enough. He explained slowly, his tone devoid of any apology. Beneath the mask, AI Lun's mouth twitched. The speed of light isn't fast enough. This guy's skill at slacking off is truly ingrained in his bones. St. Lozoade's face turned purple. He knew arguing with this slippery fellow was useless, so he could only threaten viciously. I will report this exactly to the 5 elders. Just you wait. With that, he pointed his gun at AI Lun and issued an order to Yellow Monkey. Now, immediately, kill him for me. Tear this arrogant trash into pieces. Hearing this, Yellow Monkey slowly turned around and looked back at AI Lun. He pushed up his sunglasses. That trademark lazy smile seen through AI Lun's eyes made him tense up. What a terrifying order. Yellow Monkey's voice drawled with a unique tone. Cow-eyeing, the moment the words fell, every hair on AI Lun's body stood on end. His observation Haki, which was on the verge of breaking through to the intermediate level, screamed a frantic warning at this moment. In his field of vision, Yellow Monkey's figure instantly transformed into countless particles of light and vanished from the spot. Fast. Extremely fast. AI Lun's observation Haki couldn't even catch a trace. No time to think, let alone draw his sword. AI Lun could only rely on his battle instinct, instantly coating his arms with armament Haki and crossing them in front of him. Clang. Almost at the same moment he completed his defensive stance, an unimaginably terrifying force struck his arms fiercely. A lazy voice sounded in his ear. Speed is weight. Little boy, have you ever been kicked by light? Boom. As if a thunderclap erupted from the ground. A deafening roar exploded on the street. In that fleeting moment, Alan crossed his arms like an iron gate, blocking a river, bracing to meet the lightning strike. But the force was astonishingly violent, surging through his arms straight into his organs. The white mask on his face shattered with a crack, scattering into countless fragments that flew through the air. Holy crap, that's insane. Alan wished he could describe the light-speed kick that could take down a supernova with 1,000 words, but his cultural level was limited, so it all boiled down to, holy crap, that's insane. Was this the future top combat power of the Navy headquarters? After that kick, Alan Midair had his vision cleared and instantly assessed the situation on the battlefield. Can't kill. With Huang Yuan here, it's tough to take down this pig today. Persisting would be unwise. Besides, the mask was shattered by the kick's force, and continuing the fight would definitely expose his identity. In a flash, Alan made his decision. Leveraging the tremendous momentum from being kicked, he twisted his body violently, and a blinding radiance of lightning erupted from his entire being. The next second, he vanished completely from the spot, transforming into a jagged azure electric serpent that tore through the sky and instantly disappeared into the horizon. I'm out of here. The entire process from being kicked to vanishing took no more than a blink. Everything fell back into silence. Above a certain sea area of the Skypiea archipelago, a flash of lightning streaked past, and Alan's figure reappeared, landing steadily on a cloud. He raised his arm. The armament Haki coating it had dissipated, but the numbness and impact from the lightspeed kick still lingered faintly. Hiss. Alan shook his slightly numb arm, but instead of any frustration, a grin spread across his face, revealing a row of white teeth. Interesting. Though it was only a brief exchange, barely a real fight, he had already gotten a rough measure of the caliber of a vice admiral from 19 years ago. Incredibly strong, but not unattainable. Moreover, taking that kick wasn't without gain. Alan glanced at the panel. The attributes section showed no change, but the abilities section did. Abilities: Rogers, Swordsmanship, 18. 1 Goro Goro no Mi, Observation Haki, Intermediate Armament Haki, Basic. The Observation Haki which had been at basic, had broken through under the extreme pressure of Huang Yuan's blinding speed. Now with a careful sense, the range of his observation Haki, augmented by the Goro Goro no Mi, had reached a terrifying scope. For instance, from such a great distance he could still detect the terrifying aura of Huang Yuan. And at this range at least Huang Yuan couldn't find him. As for combat improvements like predicting an opponent's moves or tracking their figure, those would only become apparent in battle. Second uncle, you taught so well. Alan sighed sincerely. To be honest, if it weren't for the fear of exposing his identity by continuing the fight, he really would have loved to have a good thorough brawl with that guy. A free sparring partner who even upgrades you. Where could you find a better teacher? GR1 Island. Huang Yuan slowly retracted his leg, still holding the kicking pose. He pushed up his sunglasses and watched the lightning vanish into the horizon. The signature lecherous grin on his face faded slightly for the first time. Ah, how strange. He spoke slowly, a hint of gravity seeping into his tone. To take my lightspeed kick hidden and then escape like nothing happened using that method. Such a physique, such reflexes. Even in the second half of the Grand Line, the emerging new world, he would never be an unknown nobody. More importantly, in the moment the mask shattered, he saw the other's face. Though not clearly, it was unmistakably the face of a youthful, immature boy. A boy. Huang Yuan's mind quickly ran through the abilities the opponent had displayed. At least a swordsman's level of swordsmanship. Two-color Haki. And that ability to control lightning. A Logia-type devil fruit. Any one of these would be an impressive feat, but when all of them are concentrated in a teenager of just over 10. If he grows up in a few years. Tisk tisk, he would definitely be a great enemy of the celestial dragons and the navy. Such a troublesome guy. Cow-eye, any. Huang Yuan's face once again wore that lazy, lecherous grin. Why should he care? What did navy affairs or celestial dragon affairs have to do with him? A few hundred berries a month. Why risk his life? Borsellino. You useless bastard. What are you standing there for? The roar of Roswald's Saint interrupted Huang Yuan's thoughts. He pointed to where Alan had disappeared, his face twisted with rage and fear. Go after him. Catch him. He'll subject him to the ultimate slave punishment of starvation. Huang Yuan slowly turned around, spread his hands, and looked innocent. That won't do, you know. What did you say? Roswald Saint couldn't believe his ears. My duty is to protect your safety. Huang Yuan said matter-of-factly. What if another pirate emerges to harm you while I'm chasing him? I would never be able to atone. You? Roswald Saint's finger trembled as he pointed at Huang Yuan. For the first time, the tyrant who had always thrown his weight around was shaken with fury by two people in a row. But Huang Yuan ignored him entirely, turning into a cluster of light particles and vanishing in an instant. Call me if there's danger. On a distant rooftop. It wasn't until the celestial dragon's entourage had completely disappeared at the end of the street that Ivankov slowly snapped out of the sheer shock he had just experienced. His large head shook like a purple rattledrum, emitting hee-haw exclamations of awe. What had he just witnessed? A boy openly provoking a celestial dragon on the street and nearly electrocuting a world noble with one move. And after doing all that, he even made a clean getaway right under the monster Vice Admiral Huang Yuan. As one of the three pillars of the Revolutionary Army, Ivankov knew the strength of the Navy's top brass all too well. Huang Yuan, the Pika Pika no Mi user, was one of the three monster vice admirals recognized within the Navy, a future admiral candidate. His strength was far beyond that of an ordinary vice admiral. For a boy to escape from a monster of this caliber was a feat that could only be described as terrifying. Too insane. Ivankov's massive face was flushed with excitement. No, I have to call Dragon and Kuma and tell them. This person must join our Revolutionary Army. She excitedly picked up a din mushy to dial. Hey, does your Revolutionary Army have some kind of recruitment quota? You guys operate like a pyramid scheme. A sudden cold voice sounded from behind him. Ivankov shuddered and whirled around. There, a black-haired boy was leisurely riding a bubble bike, stopping right behind him. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on the boy's lips, his breathing steady, his clothes pristine. Where was any sign that he had just taken a blow from Huang Yuan? In an instant, Ivankov's eyes bulged. Alan strongly suspected that the Revolutionary Army must have a recruitment quota, and the rewards were certainly substantial. Recruiting a new member gives you a cash reward of 10,000 belly. Otherwise, how else could one explain the phenomenon that every Revolutionary Army cadre wanted to pack him up and take him home? First it was Kuma and Ginny, and now it's Ivankov. Two of the Revolutionary Army's three pillars have been captivated. I ask you, am I some kind of Revolutionary Army succubus? Young man, what is your name? What you just did was truly astonishing. Ivankov's enormous head leaned in, her wide eyes gleaming with an indescribable excitement. Alan modestly waved his hand, simultaneously moving half a step back without a trace. Basic moves, nothing special. Seeing Alan return, Ivankov didn't even bother with the din mushy and decided to act first and report to Dragon later. Alan, join the Revolutionary Army. A warrior with a spirit of resistance like you is exactly the talent we need. Come with us and overthrow this rotten world. Here we go again. Alan looked helpless. Brother, I mean. Sister, can we not talk about this for now? I have urgent business. With that, he turned around and prepared to ride his bubble bike and leave. He had come back here solely to retrieve his bubble bike. He hadn't gotten the deposit back yet, 100,000 belly. Although Alan was something of a small tycoon, he believed in saving where necessary and spending where it counts. Belly must be spent on the blade's edge, while the refunded deposit could buy another serving of the happy punch. Urgent business. Ivankov was taken aback. What urgent business could there be here besides the slave auction of Josha Island? Then, as if struck by a thought, her huge eyes suddenly lit up. Rescuing people. Alan's movements froze. Ivankov then uttered 3 words, Josha Island. Alan slowly turned to look at Ivankov, his expression shifting from surprise to a hint of relief. Right, he had been wondering why there were Revolutionary Army members on the Zyangabadi archipelago. There's no kingdom here for them to revolutionize, is there? Now it seemed that the other party was most likely after the Empress as well. After all, if they could rescue the slaves of Josha Island, it would be equivalent to forming an alliance with such a powerful ally as Josha Island. You too? Alan asked. In that instant, the look in Ivankov's eyes as she gazed at Alan completely changed. What kind of look was that? Fierce, blazing. Like Wang Lufei seeing a feast, like Lu Suolong encountering a legendary sword, or like Luo Jia finding Xiaqi's panties. Ivankov felt the hormones in her body secreting at an unprecedented rate, her heart racing, her blood surging. Heavens! This young man before her not only possessed the heart of a warrior daring to defy the celestial dragons in public, but also harbored such profound compassion for the oppressed slaves. What is this? It is the perfect kindling destined to ignite the flames of revolution. This is a divinely ordained, innate revolutionary army saint body. Alan watched helplessly as Ivankov's face flushed red at a visible rate, and a chill ran up his spine straight to the crown of his head. Well, I think we'd better each rely on our own abilities. Alan's expression was full of disgust and terror. The next moment, he decisively abandoned the bubble bike with the deposit still on it. Sayonara. Before the words had faded, a blinding bolt of lightning shot into the sky and vanished into the distance in an instant. That speed was even faster than when he had escaped from Kizaru earlier. Sayonara. Before the words had faded, a blinding bolt of lightning shot into the sky and vanished into the distance in an instant. That speed was dark and damp. The air was thick with a musty smell mixed with rust and despair. In the cold iron cage, 3 figures huddled together. Sister. The youngest Marigold spoke with a tearful voice, her body trembling incessantly. Don't be afraid. Hancock tightly embraced her 2 younger sisters, using her own body to shield them from the cold creeping in through the gaps in the iron bars. Her voice pretended to be calm, but the slight tremor in her tone betrayed her inner fear. But now she was the only one who could take care of her sisters. She had to appear strong. Clang. The door of the iron cage was roughly opened. A blinding light suddenly shone in, making the 3 sisters who had been in darkness for so long squint instinctively. What are you going to do? Hancock, like an enraged lioness, shielded her 2 sisters behind her and angrily demanded at the blurry figure at the door. What are we going to do? A man with a scar on his face walked in with a sneer, followed by 2 subordinates. He looked Hancock up and down, his gaze lingering on her stunning face that was hard to hide even in the dim light, a flash of greedy, evil light in his eyes. Of course, to take you to sell for a good price. The slave trader licked his cracked lips, revealing a hint of regret. He walked up to Hancock and reached out to pinch her chin, but Hancock jerked her head away. "'Tis quite feisty." The slave trader wasn't angry, he just chuckled. "Little beauty, if it weren't that the celestial dragon lord is determined to have you have to taste you first before letting go." Celestial dragons. Those 3 words exploded like a thunderbolt in the minds of the 3 sisters. At this moment, they didn't care about the slave trader's subsequent verbal insults. Their minds were left with only the thought of those who represented the most evil and brutal group of people. We're going to be sold as slaves to such people. Hearing this result, Hancock actually conceived a bizarre thought in her heart, a wish to be forever left in this cage. Compared to being a slave to the celestial dragons, continuing to stay in this pitch-black cold iron cage would be nothing. Looking at her 2 younger sisters behind her, their faces equally terrified, the last bit of courage she had been holding on to in her heart now flickered like a candle in the wind on the verge of extinguishing. Helplessness. Despair. Take them away. The slave trader waved his hand impatiently. 2 subordinates immediately stepped forward, roughly pulling at the chains on their bodies. The 3 sisters were brutally dragged out of the cage and hauled toward the auction. Step by step, they walked toward the abyss. Inside the auction hall, the air was thick with a cacophony of voices mingled with the pungent scent of alcohol and tobacco. Alan sat amidst the crowd, casually scanning his surroundings. He had swaggered into the auction without a mask, for those celestial dragons would never recognize his handsome face. At this very moment, they likely never imagined that the same man who had just assaulted a celestial dragon would brazenly reappear by their side. Not far from Alan stood a small pavilion where Roswald Saint sat inside, his gaze coldly sweeping over the entire auction hall. No one would be pleased after being attacked. Had it not been for the auction's offerings that piqued his interest, he would have long since departed. "Everyone please quiet down," shouted the auctioneer, a man in a top hat with a curled mustache, from the center of the hall. "Distinguished guests, welcome to the human auction of the Shampoo Islands." The auction began. The first to be led onto the stage was a frail woman with dark skin and hollow eyes. After the auctioneer introduced her lineage and virtues, he announced the starting bid and commenced the sale. 250,000, 300,000, 400,000, 700,000. A clear voice rang out, and no one followed with a higher bid. After all, she was merely an ordinary human woman. Even if her appearance was passable, this price was already too high. "Sold. Congratulations to this young man." The auctioneer eyed the youthful face of the bidder, a hint of amusement in his tone. It was rare to see someone so young indulging in such extravagant pursuits. The bidder was none other than Alan. He said nothing, merely signaling the staff to escort the slave to the backstage. Next, a member of the dwarf tribe was brought forward. It was a petite girl with delicate wings. Starting bid 350,000 berries. Now begin. 350,000. 380,000. 1,000,000 berries. Amidst another flurry of bids, the clear voice again dominated, and no one else dared to speak. This time the surrounding crowd began to notice Alan. A young man consecutively purchasing slaves was indeed an unusual sight. Yet Alan's bidding did not stir much commotion. He was merely regarded as a noble son from some family with a penchant for collecting slaves. The auction continued. Members of the mink tribe, long-arm tribe, long-leg tribe, and even fishmen appeared one after another, most of them female. Roswald Saint showed no interest in any of them, not placing a single bid. However, the young man became the center of attention. 2,000,000 berries. 3,000,000 berries. 5,000,000 berries. He raised his paddle repeatedly, never hesitating with each bid. The auctioneer's arm ached from hammering. He had never seen such a generous buyer. Every bidding round quickly ended when the young man offered a high price. "That brat again. Does he even have that much money? Buying so many slaves. Does he want to become a slave trader?" Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Every single slave so far had been bought by this one young man. Even a celestial dragon would not bother to purchase every slave. Such a situation was exceedingly rare. But at that moment, Alan's thoughts were not so complex. He calmly bought the slaves at nearly double the highest bid. He could have excused himself with the thought that there are too many pitiful souls, and he cannot save them all. Yet he could never abandon the kindness within his heart. There were indeed too many poor souls, and he could not save them all. But whenever he encountered them, he would help as much as he could. No other reason, just to achieve a clear conscience. Yesterday he had exchanged the gold from Skypiea for over 200,000,000 berries, which was mere pocket change to him. Even if he spent it all, what did it matter? How could these people of the Blue Sea comprehend the true value of a city built entirely of gold? Surely no one would think he made this decision because he coveted the fox-eared girl of the mink tribe, right? Next, under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Alan purchased every single slave. Such a grand gesture finally caught the attention of Roswald Saint. His gaze also fell upon Alan. For some reason, he felt the young man looked familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen him before. Probably the son of some noble from a member kingdom. Roswald Saint thought to himself. However, if it were in the past, he would have taught a mere kingdom noble a lesson for daring to show off in his presence, making him understand what it truly meant to be a world noble. But after the assassination attempt, the once arrogant Roswald Saint had become cautious. Now he wished to avoid trouble, and simply wanted to secure the slave from Amazon Lily and return to the Holy Land to indulge himself. That boy is lucky, Roswald Saint consoled himself, closing his eyes silently as he awaited the appearance of a certain item. Meanwhile, in a corner of the auction hall, Ivankov stared intently at Alan. Was he willing to spend such a fortune for slaves? Even she herself would not hesitate to spend tens of millions of berries to save slaves who had no connection to her. At this thought, a sense of shame crept into Ivankov's heart. "Alan, you are the true revolutionary." Finally, after Alan won the last fathead fishman for 2,000,000 berries, the auctioneer wiped the sweat from his brow, his tone growing excited. "All right, distinguished guests, allow me to announce that the next item to appear is tonight's grand finale." At these words, the entire hall erupted, and all eyes focused on the stage center. Roswald Saint snapped open his eyes, leaning forward slightly, a gleam of excitement shining in his gaze. Ivankov also restrained her previous excitement, her expression turning solemn. The curtains on both sides of the stage slowly drew back and 3 figures were pushed forward. Bound by iron chains and clad in simple garments, they could not conceal their innate beauty. They were Boa Hancock and her 2 sisters Sandersonia and Marigold. Hancock shielded her sisters behind her, trembling slightly, yet still striving to straighten her back. The auctioneer did his utmost, using the most exaggerated words to describe them. Alright guests, next up is today's highlight item number 10, 3 young female pirates from the Amazon Lily Kingdom. His voice carried a hypnotic quality echoing through the hall. You all know where Amazon Lily is, don't you? That's right, the calm belt that no one can approach. These women who have come here are truly rare treasures. Moreover, every woman from Amazon Lily is incredibly strong, raised as warriors from birth. And Amazon Lily has only one pirate crew, the Kuja Pirates. Those who board the ship are the elite among the island's elite. Guests, have you seen how formidable they are? At the age of 12, good heavens. At 12 they already sailed on the Kuja Pirates ship. Unbelievable. Imagine how powerful they must be. The auctioneer's gaze fell upon Hancock, a flicker of barely concealed lechery in his eyes. Buying them not only allows you to use them for housework, heavy labor, and guarding your home, but also as bodyguards. He paused, lowering his voice with a knowing implication. But most importantly, guests, do you see the beauty of this slave? Men all share a certain desire to conquer. When faced with women, they will try every means to subdue them, especially those who are both strong and beautiful. At that moment, the breathing of countless men in the audience grew heavy, their eyes blazing with lustful desire. Now I shall announce the price. The auctioneer, sensing that the atmosphere was ripe, suddenly raised his voice. For the 3 sisters together, the starting bid is 100 million berries. After a brief silence, the entire auction hall descended into a low hum. 100 million berries was enough to weed out the vast majority. Not every ordinary noble could casually produce such a sum to buy 3 slaves. But a world noble was no ordinary noble. 100 million. Roswald Saint spoke for the first time, his gaze coldly sweeping across the hall. Many nobles who had intended to bid lowered their heads upon seeing that look. They dared not. Behind the scenes, the auction owner Disco was sweating profusely. He had underestimated the deterrent power of the celestial dragons. So many people were intimidated into silence by a single glance from a celestial dragon. I should have set the starting price higher. Disco lowered his head, his expression grim. 110 million berries. The next second, a heavenly voice seemed to ring in Disco's ears. He jerked his head up to look at the figure raising the bid paddle, his pupils suddenly contracting. It was that young man again. He actually dared to oppose the celestial dragon and intended to buy every single slave. Roswald Saint fixed his scorching gaze upon Hancock, trapped in the cage. Seeing no one dared to bid against him, he knew the auction was his. He was already considering having Hancock consume the recently acquired Mero Mero no Mi, for only a woman as perfect as her could be worthy of such a fruit. But when the youth's voice resounded again, the smile on Roswald Saint's face froze completely. 110 million berries. Seeing the auctioneer unresponsive, Alan frowned and repeated his bid. His voice was soft, yet in the dead silent hall, it was exceptionally clear, even grating. In the iron cage, the 3 Hancock sisters jerked their heads up. Seeing Alan bid, a surge of wild joy erupted in their hearts. Since they were destined to be sold as slaves, being sold to a celestial dragon was far worse than being sold to any noble. Moreover, that noble youth was rather handsome. It goes to show that in any world looks matter. In the auction seats, the crowd barely dared to breathe, shrinking their heads, avoiding the celestial dragon's expression. They could only imagine how terrifying it must be. A single thought surfaced in their minds: no matter how noble the youth's lineage, no matter how exalted his status, he was finished. The auctioneer at the center was drenched in sweat. Seeing Roswald Saint's livid face, he dared not continue the auction, even if given 100 guts. He turned and answered a den mushy, exchanging a few hushed words before forcing a smile at Alan. So you've purchased many slaves, and now bid over 100 million berries. May we verify your funds? According to regulations, we must verify your assets. Hearing this, Roswald Saint's expression slightly improved. As before, he wanted to avoid any further trouble. He wanted to obtain that slave in the simplest and fastest way possible. However, he had deeply etched Alan's face into his memory, vowing to investigate which noble family dared to be so arrogant upon returning. Is the heavenly tribute insufficient? Soon a staff member approached Alan. He pulled a wooden box from his bosom, casually placed it on the table, and pushed it forward. When the lid was lifted, revealing stacks of 10,000 berry notes, even the seasoned auctioneer's pupils trembled uncontrollably. Roughly estimating, there was at least 200 million inside. Such a vast sum casually stored in an ordinary wooden box. What noble family could this youth belong to, so extravagantly wealthy? In a corner of the auction hall, Ivankov gazed at Alan with burning intensity. What did the revolutionary army need most? Berries. Alan not only possessed the qualities of a revolutionary, but also had so many berries. After the auction ended, she would do everything in her power to recruit him into the revolutionary army. He who gains Alan gains the world. Is this enough? Alan asked impatiently, pointing at the box, then added, if not, I can fetch more anytime. It's enough. But the auctioneer's sweat poured profusely. He felt utterly panicked. If he continued the auction, he would surely die if the celestial dragon acted. If he didn't, the auction house owner Disco would not be kind. What to do? 500 million berries. Roswald Saint's face betrayed no emotion as he uttered a heavy price. Competing in wealth with a celestial dragon. Though he had already harbored murderous intent toward the youth, seeing him flaunt his riches, he decided to play along. Alan remained unfazed, immediately countering 600 million. How hard was it to brag? 700 million. Roswald Saint's voice grew colder. 800 million. Alan refused to yield. Roswald Saint slammed the armrest, his fury blazing. 1 billion. 1 billion. Even for a celestial dragon, with the heavenly tribute, the wealth distributed to each family was limited. This price was not something a celestial dragon could casually produce. For him, 1 billion was already a substantial amount for a toy. The crowd gasped. A few among them could scrape together such a sum even by selling everything. All for 3 female slaves. At that moment, they finally understood what it meant to be a world noble. Backstage, Disco had already started dancing a disco in excitement. Such a huge commission would equal half a year's earnings. Once this deal was done, Lord Doflamingo would surely reward him greatly. But Alan suddenly fell silent, as if withdrawing. Just as everyone thought the bidding had ended, a faint smile curled on Alan's lips. 1 billion. The crowd perked up, expecting another larger number. 1 billion. And 1 berry. The entire auction hall fell silent for about 3 seconds before erupting. 1 billion and 1 berry. Can you even bid like that? My heavens, this is clearly a provocation. I knew it. Run. Get out now. While some slow-witted ones discussed Alan's provocation, the sharper ones began to fearfully glance at the celestial dragon and quickly flee toward the exit. Backstage, Disco's face turned completely pale. He was finally terrified. Was this youth insane? He dared to deliberately provoke a celestial dragon. Given the celestial dragon's temperament, the youth was doomed, and the entire auction house would be implicated. He would drag everyone down with him. As if confirming Disco's fears, the next moment Roswald Saint stood abruptly, his face dark as a storm cloud. Seal the auction house. No one is allowed to leave. Instantly, the guards behind him began sealing all exits. Countless people screamed and tried to escape, but were driven back by the cold gleam of spears. Then Roswald Saint's eyes bloodshot, he pointed his scepter at Alan. Kill him. The crowd blinked, and the 2 suited men behind the celestial dragon vanished, charging at Alan with blinding speed. Rankyaku. Shurgon. 2 ferocious Rokushiki techniques converged on Alan from both sides like a pincer. Crack. A blue-white lightning bolt exploded from Alan. The 2 CP0 agents clearly hadn't expected this. The ordinary-looking youth was now crackling with lightning. Too late to dodge. They both halted abruptly, simultaneously executing the same move. Tekite. Boom. A terrifying lightning burst illuminated the entire auction house, like daylight. When the light faded, the 2 CP0 agents lay sprawled on the ground, charred black. Everyone dies from Tekai, though even if you used something else you wouldn't have escaped. Alan stood before the fallen CP0 agent, sighing. It's you. Even the dull-witted Roswald Saint could recognize the youth now. He let out a terrified shriek. Then a fist wreathed in lightning rapidly enlarged in Roswald Saint's vision. Bingo, correct answer. Reward a little punch. Alan grinned, his lower body transforming into lightning as he drove his fist toward the celestial dragon's head. At the same moment, a dazzling laser locked onto him and shot forth. But Alan did not dodge. He withstood the laser's impact, ramming his fist into Roswald Saint's protective bubble. Time seemed to freeze. Crack. The protective shield of Saint Luozawade shattered with a sound, and AI Lun's massive fist landed squarely on his face, causing that already hideous face to rapidly deform and twist. In the end, his entire body flew several meters away and collapsed unconscious on the ground. That laser beam had greatly reduced AI Lun's damage, otherwise this punch would have been enough to kill him 100 times over. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Countless people stared in horror at the fallen celestial dragon, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. Wangfu excitedly waved his little hands. What was it that the revolutionary army sought to overthrow? Wasn't it the privileged class of this world? And the celestial dragons were the ultimate representatives of that privileged class. The revolutionary army had been fighting for years without causing any substantial harm to the celestial dragons, yet AI Lun had done it for them. Seeing this, Wangfu even felt tears welling up in his eyes. What a bother. Yellow light gathered in the center of the arena, and with a somewhat annoyed complaint a tall figure materialized. The newcomer was none other than Huang Yuan. At this moment he turned to look at St. Luozuade surrounded by guards, and then at Ai Luan whose shoulder was bleeding, and let out a long sigh. Although you hold no grudge against me, you absolutely should not have attacked a celestial dragon again. Now my salary for the second half of the year and annual bonus are probably both gone. Huang Yuan held his head in frustration. He had originally thought that the young man would have fled the Skypiea archipelago after knowing he had appeared, and that no pirate would dare to attack a celestial dragon, so he had taken the opportunity during the auction to hide and rest for a while. Who would have thought that in this moment of carelessness Ai Luan would actually punch a celestial dragon right under his nose? Although he didn't really care about the celestial dragons protecting them, was an order from his superiors. At his level substantial punishment was unlikely, but he would inevitably have his salary deducted. This is really a headache. Huang Yuan scratched his forehead lazily. Upon hearing Huang Yuan's complaint, Ai Luan was momentarily speechless. Is this the mental state of a pirate working for someone? Hey, why don't you stop worrying about your salary and join me? They'll provide plenty of salary and vacation. Facing Huang Yuan, Ai Luan could still manage a smile, but the fact that his right hand was constantly resting on the guache showed that he was already giving his all. Facing such a monster, if he didn't get serious, he would probably end up checking into impel down. Really don't underestimate the Navy. I am different from you pirates. I am a righteous Navy man, huh? You label me as a pirate the moment we meet. Ai Luan shook his head. That's a pity. I thought we could have become friends. Jew. Before his words faded, golden light had already arrived. Ai Luan's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could even fully draw the guache, a highly condensed laser beam had already reached him. No time to draw the sword. 1,000,000 volts. Discharge. Ai Luan's finger also erupted with a dazzling blue-white lightning, instantly colliding violently with the laser beam. Boom. A massive explosion erupted in the center of the arena. The guards quickly moved the unconscious St. Luozuade to the edge. Oh my, you're quick to react. You actually managed to block it. Huang Yuan's voice came lazily from the other end of the auction house, his fingertips glowing with light. Ai Luan's expression was grave, his eyes fixed firmly on Huang Yuan's figure. He could sense that the laser just now was merely Huang Yuan's most casual probing, yet he had to use a named technique to catch. Clearly the other party's development of the glint fruit far surpassed his own development of the rumble fruit. At this moment Huang Yuan's perpetually lecherous expression showed a subtle change, because he discovered that Ai Luan's gaze was actually following the trajectory of his photonized movement. Although barely that kid had actually caught his movements. This was much faster than reacting to the flash kick earlier. What a monster. Huang Yuan sighed softly. However, you can block one, but can you block this many? The next instant his figure disappeared, transforming into countless light particles that cascaded down upon Ai Luan. 8-spired jade magatama. Countless light bullets fell like a rainstorm, each one enough to pierce steel, enveloping the entire auction house in the shadow of death. Fortunately, because of St. Luozuade's injury, the guards who had been sealing off the auction house all went to protect him, and most people took the opportunity to escape. Well done. Ai Luan advanced, instead of retreating, raising his arm, as a violent lightning current surged upward from his arms, turning the entire dome of the auction house into an ocean of lightning. Lightning strike. Attack against attack. The violent lightning and dense light bullets collided in midair, two completely different energies annihilating and exploding wildly. In an instant the entire venue shook violently, the ceiling was blown off, and countless rocks and debris mixed in the chaotic currents of light and lightning scattered everywhere. It was like the end of the world. The intense light blinded people, and the deafening roar left everyone temporarily dead. In the cage, Han Kyuk and her two sisters clung tightly together. Through the gaps in the iron bars they could only see that seemingly tiny figure braced against the terrifying lightning, welcoming the countless golden rain of light falling from the sky. Han Kyuk's heart almost leaped out of her chest. Why? Wasn't that person here to buy slaves? Why did he attack the celestial dragon? And now he was fighting such a terrifying monster. Could it be for them? In an instant an emotion she had never felt before arose in her heart. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, it rippled outward in circles. Worry, fear, admiration. What a terrifying ability, the rumble fruit. If developed to its peak in terms of speed, it could barely keep up with me. As the smoke cleared, Huang Yuan's figure appeared not far behind Ai Luan. He looked at the panting Ai Luan with some emotion. At this moment Ai Luan felt utterly exhausted. He gasped for breath, and his entire body was covered with several burn marks from the laser. He still hadn't managed to completely defend against the 8-spired jade magatama, and the lightning strike move had consumed too much of his energy. But even without looking at the panel, he could sense that his 4 physical skills were improving at a rate far exceeding his usual training. Thank you for the compliment. Ai Luan forced a smile. Heavenly Cloud Sword. Huang Yuan gave AI Lun no chance to catch his breath. He playfully assumed a kendo stance, and a beam sword appeared in his hand, its sharp aura causing AI Lun's skin to prickle. Well, I am at least a vice admiral. If I don't take down this kid, it would be hard to explain. As Huang Yuan spoke, his figure flickered, and he was already in front of AI Lun, slashing down diagonally with his beam sword. Clang! The Guiche was drawn, its black blade clashing with the golden beam sword, producing a screeching sound. The blade coated with armament Haki showed signs of melting from the beam sword. AI Lun's expression changed, lightning flashed under his feet, and he retreated violently. But Huang Yuan was faster, following like a shadow, his beam sword attacks continuous, forming a golden net that completely sealed off all of AI Lun's escape routes. Already heavily drained, AI Lun could only block passively. Each collision sent a tearing pain through his tiger's mouth, and his arms gradually grew numb. This was the strength of a future admiral. Whether it was devil fruit ability, physical combat, or swordsmanship, there was no weakness, a strength that was despairingly powerful. Hey, is that Navy monster toying with him? In the corner, Wangfu stomped his feet in anxiety. With that attack density, that boy will eventually collapse. Although AI Lun had already done well enough. Facing one of the three monsters of the Navy headquarters, not only was he not instantly killed, but he could even exchange a few moves. If this got out, it would be enough to shake the entire world. But it was also the end. After another hard clash, AI Lun could no longer suppress the coppery taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. But it was also the end. After another hard clash, AI Lun could no longer suppress the coppery taste in his throat and spat out a mouth. Hey, AI Lun, are you alright? Wangfu came over and asked anxiously. I'm in trouble. Serious trouble, cough cough. AI Lun grimaced from the pain of his wounds. He had still underestimated the strength of a future admiral. He had only obtained the rumble fruit for too short a time, and his development was far inferior to these veterans. Fighting now was still too much of a stretch. Yo, you have a partner. Who are you? Huang Yuan stood not far away with a sly expression. Before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed. He saw that the purple-haired freak's hands had turned into claws with sharp needles popping out from 10 fingers, and without hesitation, they stabbed into the body of AI Lun behind him. Emporio's excitation hormone. The next instant, Huang Yuan kicked Wangfu flying. I can only help you this far. Go for it, my boy. Huang Yuan finally realized something was wrong and stopped holding back. In the instant he kicked Yuan Kafu away, he spun around and delivered a fierce roundhouse kick aimed directly at AI Lun's head. But he was a step too late. Terrifying lightning exploded from AI Lun's body, knocking him back several steps. Hell. AI Lun suddenly threw his head back and roared, his voice wild like a beast. Lightning flashed in his eyes, arcs of electricity danced around him, but within those lightning-wreathed pupils his mind was clearer than ever. AI Lun. His name is AI Lun. In the cage, Hankyuk covered her mouth. She had heard the purple-haired freak call out the young man's name. Watching AI Lun's frenzied state, she felt her heart clench tightly. Was he going to such lengths for them? Oh my. The laziness on Huang Yuan's face completely vanished, replaced by a rare seriousness. This seems like it's really become troublesome. AI Lun didn't respond to Huang Yuan. He leaned forward, his right hand gripping the third-generation demon sword, its tip pointing diagonally at the ground. At this moment, he knew he had been utterly defeated in terms of devil fruit mastery. Huang Yuan's control over the glint fruit had reached the pinnacle. Every move he made was at light speed, offense and defense. As for his own development of the rumble fruit, it was far inferior. But he was not discouraged. How could a power he had only obtained for less than 3 days compare to an ability that the other had honed for decades? However, he had once said a true strongman does not rely on the power of a devil fruit. He still had his sword. Earlier, he had relied too heavily on his devil fruit ability, draining his stamina and neglecting his foundational swordsmanship. But after that exchange, he had gained many new insights. Come on. AI Lun raised his sword, pointing at Huang Yuan. Sword of the Gathering Clouds. Huang Yuan also let out a low shout, a blade of light reappearing in his hand, whistling as it tore through space, aiming straight for AI Lun's throat. AI Lun took a deep breath, his body turning into a blur. The black blade of Kitetsu violently clashed with the light sword. Clang! Sparks flew and a shockwave of energy swept through the auction house. AI Lun's swordsmanship was not far behind Huang Yuan's current level in terms of power and technique. However, the other's glint fruit was too fast. No matter how AI Lun struck, he could hardly land a hit on the true body. He had to use that move. One sword style, Demon Devourer's Soul, Binding Slash. The blade turned, and a chilling demonic aura surged from Kitetsu. AI Lun seized the opportunity to counterattack. The blade light no longer sought a purely straight line. It arced mysteriously, chasing after Huang Yuan's afterimage. Kawaii. Huang Yuan's body turned into photons neutralizing the blade's pursuit. Although the demonic aura had tracking properties against lightspeed Huang Yuan, it could only barely keep up. Not bad swordsmanship actually being able to wrap demonic aura around your blade. Then take a look at this. AI Luan roared. The moment Huang Yuan dodged that strike, the kitetsu in his hand burst forth again. One sword style, 3 pursuing waves. The blade trembled as AI Lun's entire power instantly concentrated at the edge. He swung kitetsu, appearing to make only 1 slash, but left 3 overlapping afterimages in the air. The 3 layers stacked, the power instantly multiplied several times. Huang Yuan's eyebrows raised. His body just reconstituted had no time to dodge. He planted his foot and had to sweep the sword of the gathering clouds out horizontally, meeting AI Lun's strike Hedon. Boom. The floor of the auction house, unable to bear the load, directly exploded. AI Luan was knocked back 3 steps, the recoil from kitetsu numbing his arms. But he suddenly smiled. Huh, so you can get hurt too? AI Luan laughed wildly. The retreating Huang Yuan already had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and the wrist holding his sword was trembling slightly. Huang Yuan's face turned livid. How long had it been since he was last injured in battle? He couldn't remember. But today, facing a mere youth, he had actually been wounded. At this moment, there was no trace of playfulness or contempt on Huang Yuan's face. Even his speech became faster. What a monster. Can both power and technique keep growing in the middle of battle? But how much longer can you hold on? Any temporary surge in power came with a price. Huang Yuan could see that the other's aura was steadily weakening. Soon the power that had made him berserk would dissipate. You guessed right. But AI Luan showed no panic. He grinned, already having a countermeasure in mind. He needed an opportunity. AI Luan. Yuan Kafu arrived at the auction house again. That kick had sent him flying far away, but fortunately he had managed to get back before the frenzy subsided. You go. They'll hold him off here. Yuan Kafu's words made AI Lun's heart panic again. Are you kidding me? Could it be? Did he really have some kind of revolutionary army succubus constitution? The thought made AI Lun's skin crawl. He immediately refused loudly. Get the hell away and take those slaves with you, especially the 3 from Amazon Lily. Yuan Kafu was stunned. Despite being cursed at by AI Luan, seeing AI Lun's battered body and his spirit of facing the Navy alone for everyone's sake. His eyes instantly reddened. For a moment, he seemed to see Kamachi of God Valley, the hero who willingly acted as bait for everyone. And AI Luan, seeing this, nearly collapsed. What the hell are you getting emotional about? Do you think I don't want to leave? Can I even leave now? If he didn't completely drive back Huang Yuan with his current level of devil fruit development, he would definitely be caught by that pervert. What are you waiting for? If we don't leave now, none of us will make it. In an instant, Yuan Kafu burst into tears. He hesitated no more, gritted his teeth, turned around, and led the 3 women, including the Empress, away. Huang Yuan did not stop them. For him, capturing the culprit who attacked the celestial dragons was his mission. Anything extra, unless the Navy paid more. After Yuan Kafu left, Huang Yuan looked at AI Luan and sighed lightly. It seems you really don't plan to leave. If you weren't a pirate, I'd actually like to have a drink with you. But unfortunately, you stand against the Navy and the world government. Who said I'm not leaving? AI Luan smirked and slowly assumed a perfectly ordinary sword-drawing stance. Huang Yuan roared for the first time, transforming into a flash of light, swinging the sword of the gathering clouds in an instant slash. Huang Yuan roared for the first time, transforming into a flash of light, swinging the sword of the gathering clouds in an instant slash at AI Luan. AI Luan regarded it as nothing new. At this moment, the image of that man's slash appeared in his mind once more. He had never been able to execute that slash. Whether due to talent limitations or because of a soul from outside this world, no matter how much AI Luan harbored a king's heart, he still could not awaken that conqueror's haki. The key to this slash was not conqueror's haki. Copying Roger's swordsmanship completely was indeed a broad road, but it also meant he could never transcend Roger's limitations. But AI Luan had already forged his own path. On the 3rd generation demon sword, a lightning force condensed to the extreme coiled up along the blade. No longer pure blue and white, after perfectly fusing with the demon sword's aura, the power began to contract and condense, transforming into a sinister dark purple. The blade seemed to be given life, emitting a series of piercing hums. One sword-style demon lightning divine avoidance. Alan let out a furious roar, unleashing all the lightning within him. In an instant, his form twisting into a distorted silhouette of light. With the descent of Guei Che, it clashed violently against the Tiankanjian sword. This strike had no ornate trajectory, no deceptive variation, only pure unadulterated impact. A thunderous boom echoed as the terrifying shockwave ravaged the space, splitting the vast auction house in 2 at the point of collision. Coughing, Huang Yuan's photonized body recondensed, his pristine white naval cloak now tattered and torn. On his left shoulder, a gaping tear in his suit revealed a gruesome wound, blood mingling with scorched black marks. On the other side, Alan knelt on one knee, Che planted before him as he panted heavily. The lightning energy within him had been completely drained, and the side effects of the adrenaline hormone surged in like a tidal wave. Before the exhaustion could fully engulf him, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning shooting into the sky and vanishing without a trace. Damn it! He escaped. Huang Yuan was furious. Despite having the upper hand throughout the battle, he had been bested in that final clash. For a moment his body was stiff and immobile, unable to pursue. Borsellino, Vice Admiral. The remaining naval soldiers cautiously gathered around, their hearts pounding with shock as they beheld the injury of the Vice Admiral renowned for his invincibility. Block off the Shampoo Islands. Deploy all forces to search for that brat Alan. Huang Yuan commanded sternly, his eyes narrowing. He's gravely wounded and used that technique to boost his physique. He can't have gotten far. Yes, sir. The Marines immediately dispersed to carry out the order. Huang Yuan remained still as he too had sustained considerable injuries from Alan's strike. Recalling that sword stroke, he still felt a lingering dread. One sword style, demon lightning, divine avoidance. Somehow the name seemed familiar to Huang Yuan, but he couldn't place it. The explosive power of the sword technique combined with the devil fruit ability and even the demon blade was truly scary, huh? It was pushed to the absolute limit. He had done his best, the rest was for the world government to worry about. In the distance, beneath the shadow of the massive atom trees roots, a bespectacled blond man set down his wine gourd. Roger's technique, yet not Roger's flavor. What an interesting brat. The man gazed at the fading lightning, a glint of sharp light flashing in his murky eyes. He had witnessed the entire battle from start to finish, from Alan buying all the slaves to his defiance of the celestial dragons and the earth-shattering duel with Borsellino. Especially that final strike which stirred a long-lost tremor in his heart, the remnant of a bygone era. He lifted his gourd and took a deep swig. Then he turned and slowly disappeared into the chaotic crowd. In another corner of the ruins, a reporter was eagerly fiddling with his din mushy camera. A big scoop. This is absolutely huge. In his hand was a photo clearly capturing the moment Alan unleashed his final blow. The boy's wild silhouette wielding the demon blade wreathed in dark purple lightning created an image of immense impact, attacking a celestial dragon and battling a vice admiral to a standstill. Alan, tomorrow your name will resound across the world. I must report to Lord Morgan's now. Above the Shampoo Islands, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky. Alan's consciousness was beginning to blur. The side effects of Ivankov's adrenaline hormone were more terrifying than he had imagined. Though it had allowed him to repel Huang Yuan and escape the battlefield, sheer exhaustion now threatened to drown his mind. But he couldn't stop. Alan knew that if he did, he would wake up in the impel down. Yet as time passed, his body grew weaker and weaker. The scenery before him began to spin and overlap, eventually fading into utter darkness. In the final second before losing consciousness, he fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto a patch of grass. In the last corner of his vision, he saw a pair of wooden clogs. Rest well, boy. You're safe now. The naval search continued throughout the night. They turned the Shampoo Islands upside down, yet couldn't find a single hair of Alan. He had vanished into thin air as if he had never existed. Huang Yuan could only reluctantly withdraw his troops. The next day, countless news birds soared across the sky, scattering the latest newspapers to every corner of the world. The front page headline was dominated by a visually stunning photograph. In the image, a black-haired youth wielded a demon blade, lightning crackling around him as he delivered a heaven-shattering strike against Vice Admiral Huang Yuan. World-shaking. Mysterious youth Alan attacks celestial dragon, battles Navy Vice Admiral Borsellino, and escapes unscathed. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The entire world erupted. Celestial dragons. The world nobles. Gods. An assault on a celestial dragon. Had such a thing ever happened in the past decades? And this time those lofty celestial dragons had been beaten by a nobody teenager. The name Alan spread across the 4 seas and the Grand Line within a single day, with countless people speculating about his origins. Some said he was a secret weapon of the Revolutionary Army, others claimed he was a descendant of an ancient kingdom, and still others murmured that he might be the next Roger. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. A routine meeting on pirate bounties was underway. In the conference room, elite officers of the Navy headquarters gathered. Presiding over the meeting was Captain Brandnew. He was currently pointing at a photo on the projection screen, speaking with great enthusiasm. Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk, a man of unfathomable strength, having recently defeated several renowned swordsmen consecutively. I recommend raising his bounty. And this one, red-haired Shanks, a former cabin boy of the Roger Pirates, who has risen swiftly after setting sail. His crew's strength is not to be underestimated. I propose a bounty of. The meeting proceeded methodically. Sitting below, Vice Admiral Momosaji idly twirled her pen. She had attended such meetings countless times. They were utterly tedious. Beside her, a man in a fishing hat with a rather unsightly appearance gazed at her obsequiously. It was Vice Admiral Chapman. Just then the conference room door swung open and a panicked Marine rushed in, handing a document and a photo to Brand New. Captain Brand New, this is an urgent report that requires immediate discussion. Interrupted. Brand New frowned in displeasure. He picked up the file, his eyes falling on the name on the cover. Alan. Brand New searched his memory, but found no recollection. He glanced at the photo, a very young boy. What's this? This is a meeting to discuss bounties of over 100 million berries. A newcomer's file must have been sent here by mistake. Brand New said with displeasure. Momosaji's hand paused slightly at the name Alan. Could it be that annoying brat? No, it couldn't be. Just a few days had passed, and he couldn't have done anything big enough to be discussed here. The vast world of pirates had many namesakes. It was probably someone else. The Marine swallowed nervously, about to explain. Creak. The heavy door of the conference room was thrust open once more, and an overwhelming aura instantly filled. All the officers present, including Momosaji and Chapman, straightened their postures and stood up simultaneously. At the entrance, several figures filed in. Leading the way was Vice Admiral Borsellino, his face somewhat pale. Following closely behind was Fleet Admiral Sengoku, his explosive curly hair and stern expression unmistakable. And when they saw the figure at the very back, everyone's pupils contracted. It was an immensely muscular old man, his body rippling with sinew, his presence as imposing as a mountain. The highest authority of the Navy, Commander-in-Chief Kong. Salute to the Commander-in-Chief. Salute to the Fleet Admiral. The officers snapped to attention. Brand New was dumbfounded, his mind a blank. Vice Admiral Borsellino, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Commander-in-Chief Kong. Such terrifyingly high-ranking figures had come to this routine bounty meeting. Why are they all sitting down and looking at me? This setup. Am I supposed to give a briefing to these big shots? In the conference room, Brand New stood on the podium, feeling his back drenched with sweat. He prided himself on having attended countless meetings. Though only a major, he never showed timidity, even when facing a rear admiral. But now, seeing vice admirals, and even a marshal all staring at him simultaneously, Brand New felt immense pressure. Marshal Kong Gu, with a presence as imposing as a mountain, sat in the main seat, while Admiral Zhang Gua sat beside him with an expressionless face. Vice Admiral Borsellino, breaking his habit, did not cross his legs, but sat quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. The air in the room was heavy. Continue, Kong Gu said in a low voice, his brow slightly furrowed. Brand New shivered, quickly snapping back to focus. He picked up the urgent intelligence report, his voice trembling. Yes, this emergency meeting subject. AI Loguetown. He cleared his throat, striving to steady his voice, and began introducing the intelligence in his hands. AI Loguetown, male, origin unknown, age unknown. 1 day ago at the one auction house on Xiangbidi Archipelago, he attacked the Tianlongren St. Louis. It was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. Every other officer present changed color. Attacking a Tianlongren. At that moment, they finally understood why the marshal and the admiral had personally attended this small bounty meeting. That was something that hadn't happened in years. This is a photo taken by a journalist on the scene. Brand New posted the highly impactful photo on the screen. The frozen moment in the photo showed a young boy with wild black hair flying a demonic sword in his hand, wrapped in dark purple lightning, aiming at Marine Vice Admiral Borsellino, delivering a shocking slash. Ailu. A cry of surprise broke the silence, tinged with disbelief. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the source of the voice, Rear Admiral Tao Tu. Ji Yuan, do you know him? Kong Gu frowned. Ji Yuan stood up, her beautiful face filled with complex emotions. She looked at the familiar figure in the photo and nodded. A week ago, while returning from the East Blue, I encountered the notorious Kaido pirates. This very boy, as a pirate hunter, single-handedly annihilated Kaido's main fleet. A faint stir rippled through the conference room again. At that time, I invited him to join the Marines. Ji Yuan continued, a hint of regret in her tone. But that kid wouldn't be persuaded by any means, and according to the intelligence I obtained, his age is said to be only 10 years old. What? Exclamations rose one after another. A 10-year-old child annihilated the Kaido pirates. A 10-year-old child attacked the Tianlongren. What kind of monster had popped out from nowhere? Among the crowd, Rear Admiral Cha Tun's face turned somewhat green. As the #1 suitor of Tao Tu, he knew too well her methods and understood exactly what her words wouldn't be persuaded by any means implied. A brat who appeared from nowhere, actually. Kiso. Cha Tun clenched his fists, his gaze at the photo of Ai Lun, filled with hostility. 10 years old, born in the East Blue. A good supplement to the information. Marshal Kong Gu nodded, motioning Tao Tu to sit, then turned his gaze to Huang Yuan. Borsellino, you fought him. You speak. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Huang Yuan. At that moment, a sharp-eyed Commodore suddenly let out a low gasp, pointing at Huang Yuan, his voice trembling. "Vice Admiral Bayusano, your shoulder." Everyone's eyes converged on Huang Yuan's left shoulder. Beneath the pure white suit, one could vaguely see layers of bandages wrapped around with a faint trace of dark red blood visible. The entire conference room fell completely silent. Who was Bayusano? A Logia glint fruit user, a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, a man known as a monster, along with Sakaski and Kazan. He too could be injured. Combined with the Marshal's words, could it be? All present were Marine elites, their minds racing. A complete story that even they found absurd emerged. Yesterday, a 10-year-old boy attacked the Tianlongren, then injured Vice Admiral Huang Yuan, and finally escaped successfully. What a joke. Then Huang Yuan slowly spoke. Without his usual lazy tone, his voice was somewhat low. That kid is terrifying. He briefly recounted the battle. From AI Lun's observation Haki that could catch light speed to his powerful lightning ability, and finally to that slash that combined a demonic sword with lightning infinitely close to the level of a great swordsman. Each of his abilities is still immature, and his fruit development is very shallow. But Huang Yuan paused, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. If he is allowed to grow up, it will be quite terrifying. After this introduction, everyone remained silent. Rear Admiral Tao Tu's face was full of shock. Admiral Zhang was brows knitted into a deep frown, and Marshal Kong Gus' expression was extremely grim. Finally, Kong Gu broke the silence. Everyone speak up. How much should his bounty be set? Attacking a Tianlongren is an unforgivable crime. I think his first bounty should be at least 100 million berries. A Commodore spoke first. 100 million. Are you joking? He injured Vice Admiral Bayusano. I say at least 200 million. 300 million. It must start at 300 million. Such a dangerous criminal must not be tolerated. The discussion grew heated, and the bounty amount kept rising. 1 billion. Huang Yuan said casually, his two simple words making the room fall silent again. 1 billion. A first-time bounty reaching 1 billion. This had never happened since the start of the Great Pirate Era. But thinking of AI Lun's terrifying achievements and unfathomable potential, everyone felt that this number seemed not excessive. At least Vice Admiral Bayusano, who had fought AI Lun, was most qualified to judge his bounty. Ji Yuan, what is your opinion? Kong Gu turned to Tao Tu again. Tao Tu seemed lost in thought, and only snapped back when called. She stood up, hesitated, then said, Marshal, I think AI Lun is just a child. Perhaps he has gone astray temporarily. His crime is indeed serious, but setting such a high bounty directly will push him completely to the opposite side. Perhaps we can still try to win him over. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room became strange. The officers present looked at each other, their eyes carrying an indescribable meaning. How did it sound like Rear Admiral Tao Tu was quite familiar with that kid named AI Lun? And considering Tao Tu's methods of dealing with pirates, could it be that the two? On the side, Cha Tun's heart quietly shattered. No, he attacked the Tianlongren, a heinous crime. I think at least 1 billion. Seconded. With differing opinions, the conference room quickly became a cacophony over the bounty issue. Enough. Marshal Kong Gu slammed the table, his powerful aura instantly suppressing the entire room. He swept his gaze over everyone and finally made a decision. AI Luneo Guziting. First bounty, 700 million berries. 700 million. This number was neither high nor low, stuck at a very delicate position, surprising everyone. Huang Yuan shrugged helplessly. He had done his best to make the Marines aware of AI Lun's threat, and he didn't care about the rest. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan visibly sighed in relief, while Cha Tun's eyes beside her were almost overflowing with jealousy. Kong Gu did not offer any further explanation. He simply stood up and left the conference room with Zhang Gua. Walking along the corridor back to the office, Zhang Gua finally couldn't help asking, Mr. Kong Gu, is it the world government putting pressure on him? Marshal Kong Gu stopped, let out a long sigh, and his usually dignified face now showed a hint of fatigue. You guessed correctly. He rubbed his brow. Those old men of the Five Elders do not allow AI Lun's bounty to be too high. They believe that bounties are both a threat and a glory for pirates. If the whole world knows that a 10-year-old child got a sky-high bounty for attacking a Tianlongren, guess how many lawless madmen would imitate him? By then the authority of the Tianlongren will be no more. Zhang Guo was silent. A bunch of fools. Kong Gus' tone carried suppressed anger. On one hand, they want us to maintain peace on the seas, and on the other, they pull the rug from under us. If it weren't for them, I would have set that kid's bounty directly at 1.5 billion. Zhang Gua took a deep breath. We both know Bayusano's strength. As long as he doesn't want to be injured, almost no one can hurt. But that kid at 10 years old could injure him and escape from him. This talent, this achievement, is enough to put him on par with those legendary pirates. Give him time to grow, and I dare not imagine what the future holds. Kongu said no more, waving his hand wearily. AI Lun's bounty is set. Well, internally treat him as a pirate with a bounty of over 1 billion. Now, help me think about how to compensate those Tianlongren. Mentioning this made Kongu's head ache even more. St. Lozoade was not only severely injured, but one of the devil fruits in his possession was also taken. Those fools, I don't know how they will gouge us again. Constrained by the world government above, and tasked with maintaining the turbulent seas below, and now with a monster like AI Lun appearing. Kongu looked at the steady and reliable Zhangguo beside him, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. Maybe. Retire early. Zhangguo beside him inexplicably shivered. His eyelids felt unbearably heavy. Alan struggled to pry them open, and the light in the room stung his eyes. He blinked, and his vision gradually sharpened from a blur. The first thing that met his gaze was an exquisitely delicate face. Jet-black silky hair cascaded down her cheeks, and a pair of clear limpid black eyes were fixed on Alan without blinking. Those eyes held a mix of curiosity, concern, and an indescribable emotion. Boa Hancock. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze for an instant. Hancock, probably not expecting Alan to suddenly wake up, flushed crimson like a startled rabbit. She sprang up from the bedside, spun around, and dashed out the door. Big. Uncle. He's awake. Alan watched her flustered retreat, twitched the corners of his mouth, and tried to smile, but the movement pulled at his wounds, making him gasp in pain. His body felt as if it had been trampled by Zanesha. Every inch ached. The side effects of the tension hormone were truly brutal. Soon Hancock returned, leading a tall figure into the room. The man had slightly curly blonde hair and 4 vertical black stripes of beard on his chin. He wore round glasses and a simple shirt, looking like a shrewd middle-aged accountant. Yet the moment Alan saw him, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. The Dark King Silvers Rayleigh, the right hand of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, a legendary pirate still alive on these seas. How are you feeling, kid? Rayleigh walked to the bedside, a gentle smile on his face, and casually pulled up a chair to sit down. He'll survive. Alan struggled to sit up. Don't move. Rayleigh reached out and pressed a hand down. Your wounds are severe and you're still weak. Just lie there. Alan had no choice but to lie back down. He caught his breath before speaking earnestly. Thank you, Rayleigh-senpai, for saving my life. This operation of his had been somewhat reckless. What decent person goes out to sea for less than a week and then picks a fight with a future admiral? To be honest, if he hadn't run into Ivankov and then stumbled upon Rayleigh before passing out, he'd probably be heading to impel down right now, or even executed like Roger for attacking a celestial dragon. Though even if captured, his ability wasn't restricted by sea stone, so he could likely escape. Still, Alan had to sincerely thank them both. Oh, Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering behind his glasses. You know me. Damn, I just woke up and my brain's still foggy. How did I blurt out Rayleigh's name? Alan cursed inwardly, keeping his face impassive as he said, the right hand of the pirate king, the Dark King Rayleigh. Who on these seas doesn't know your name? The answer seemed plausible, but was full of holes. Before his execution, Roger had an agreement with the Marines to rescind the bounties on his crew. This meant few people in the world recognized the members of the Roger Pirates. To recognize him at a glance, one must have seen him in person or been specifically told about him. Rayleigh smiled, neither confirming nor denying. He didn't directly expose Alan's lie. Instead, he picked up the wine flask on the table, poured a cup for himself, and one for Alan. A drink. Alan didn't stand on ceremony, taking the cup and downing it in one gulp. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, invigorating him. Kid, you've got some nerve. Rayleigh swirled the wine in his cup and said slowly, attacking a celestial dragon, fighting that monster marine vice admiral, and still managing to escape. Over the years, you're the first. Hearing a legendary figure praise him in such a casual tone, Alan felt a little embarrassed and coughed dryly. Just haha luck. Rayleigh seemed to find it amusing. Escaping from Borsellino is not something luck can explain. He shifted his tone, his gaze suddenly sharp. Especially that last slash of yours, divine avoidance. It really had the style of that man back in the day. Alan gave an awkward dry laugh. Uncle, you should have told me you were watching from the sidelines. If I'd known, I wouldn't have yelled the move name so loudly. But admitting it was out of the question. Rayleigh had been waiting for Roger's successor, the future pirate king. It was fine to fool that sword fanatic Mihawk by claiming to be Roger's disciple. But if he told Rayleigh he had any connection to Roger and Rayleigh mistook him for that successor, who knew what would happen? What if Rayleigh, in a fit of whimsy, also treated him like Luffy and dragged him off to Amazon Lily for 2 years of training? Then he'd have no place to cry. He was going to be the freest man on these seas with so many wonderful places to explore. He couldn't be targeted by this old man. Alan's mind raced. He put on an innocent face and started rambling nonsense. All that move. I just came up with it myself, and the name was random. It's mainly, I really admire Roger, so I tried to imitate his moves. Didn't expect it to actually look somewhat like his ha-ha-ha. Alan tried to distance himself from Roger, But Rayleigh's expression grew stranger after hearing his explanation. He was stunned for a moment, then seemed to connect some dots. His expression shifted from surprise to confusion and finally settled into understanding and emotion. So Rayleigh raised his glass, downed it in one gulp, and let out a long breath. The look in his eyes as he regarded Alan now held an indescribable warmth and affection. Roger, you old dog. So you secretly chose a successor long ago, didn't you? You deliberately made him hide his identity. That's just like you. But, hey, you can't fool me. I understand. Rayleigh smiled. Alan stared at Rayleigh's epiphany-like expression, completely dumbfounded. Roger, you old dog. So you secretly chose a successor long ago, didn't you? You deliberately made him hide his identity. This guy really seemed to think he was Roger's successor. No, that's not it. The chosen one you're looking for is probably still crying loudly in the windmill village of the East Blue right now. What does that have to do with me? Alan opened his mouth, ready to make a last-ditch effort, and forced himself to stand despite his injuries, preparing to take his leave. But Rayleigh stood up first, a maliciously kind smile on his face. All right, you just rest here and recover. When you're fully healed, we'll talk. With that, he turned and walked leisurely out of the room. Alan's heart sank. The implication was clear: he wanted to train him. He immediately tried to transform into lightning, but the moment the thought arose, an invisible, yet overwhelming conqueror's Haki, vast as a mountain and sea, pressed down upon him like a tidal wave. Alan felt his body sink, and the faint lightning he had just gathered was crushed by an invisible giant hand, instantly extinguished, unable to summon a single spark. A powerful conqueror's Haki can nullify devil fruit abilities. Watching Rayleigh leave the room, Alan was truly speechless. Uncle, I really don't know Roger that well. Rayleigh left the room while Hancock seemed to not have reacted, merely standing in the corner staring blankly at Alan. It wasn't until Alan turned his head to look at her that she suddenly realized the entire room was left with only herself and Alan. Her face flushed again, and she turned around in a panic, about to flee the room. Tisk, the current empress looks like a silly bird. Alan watched the empress' adorable demeanor and felt a mischievous impulse. Since he couldn't leave anyway, teasing the silly bird wouldn't hurt. Oi! Alan suddenly called out. The girl's figure gave a violent start, and her footsteps came to an abrupt halt. You? Alan thought for a moment, then changed his question. Your name is Hancock. The girl with her back to Alan nodded slightly, and let out a timid Oh, how timid. This was nothing like the future proud empress who would declare that she would be forgiven no matter what she did. Seeing this, Alan grew bolder, his mischievous mind working overtime. He curled his lips, then suddenly, ouch. Alan let out a pained groan. Hearing the commotion, Hancock immediately turned around in panic. Her pupils constricted as she saw Alan lying on the bed, his handsome face twisted in agony, his whole body trembling. What's wrong with you? Hancock rushed to the bedside in a fluster. And nothing, it's just a bit of pain from the wound, a small matter. Alan closed his eyes in pain. But the more he acted like this, the more flustered Hancock became. They'll go call Uncle Rayleigh. Wait. Alan grabbed the empress' small hand. Her hand was very soft, and her palm was slightly slippery from nervousness. I'm really fine. As long as I see you saved and everyone is safe, what's a little pain? Stay with me. It'll be over soon. Alan was enjoying the act immensely. He opened his eyes slightly, wanting to see the silly bird empress flustered by his teasing. But the next second he froze. Hancock's big watery eyes were brimming with tears, as if she might burst into tears. Damn, I overdid it. Alan quickly tried to stop the teasing, but the next second a fragrant breeze swept in, and the girl threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Even though the empress currently possessed no devil fruit ability, Alan felt as if he had been hit by a sweet beam, his entire body turning to stone. Ding! Detected that the host successfully saved the empress, earning her heartfelt affection, and successfully altered the future iconic scene between Luffy and the empress. This check-in evaluation. B reward being drawn. Alan, holding the girl in his arms, widened his eyes slightly. Heartfelt. Already. He had anticipated that the system might trigger since he had saved the empress, so she would no longer suffer at the hands of the celestial dragons, nor would she later develop a special interest in Luffy for punching one. Plus, now that she was developing feelings for him, had he essentially cuckolded the future Luffy? Oh well. That guy Luffy is like a monkey, he doesn't understand anything. Next time we meet, he'll treat him to a Sea King as compensation. As Alan pondered, a massive roulette wheel materialized in his mind. The wheel was divided into a dozen sections, shimmering with different colors: purple, blue, green, and white. The white area was the largest, densely packed with prizes that made Alan's eye twitch. Empress earrings, Empress Chongsam battle-damaged version Empress panties. Alan rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't seeing things. System, are you this wild? Hurry up and let me draw it. Alan didn't actually want these items. This was purely because as a child he had dreamed of becoming a scientist and enjoyed studying where the system's rewards came from. The blue area was even more appealing than Nine Snake Island Haki training method, the Emperor's physical techniques. These were all tangible. The blue area was even more appealing than Nine Snake Island Haki training method, the Emperor's physical techniques. These were all tangible boosts to combat power. And at the very top, the single purple area, only 2 words were written, sweet, sweet. Alan's heart skipped a beat. No way. The lottery wheel began to spin rapidly, a dazzling array of colors blurring before Alan's eyes. Alan started praying in his heart. Please don't be purple, please don't be purple. The sweet, sweet fruit is something even a dog wouldn't eat. White. White is fine. The Emperor's panties. Cough the Chongsam is fine too. If not, I can even get a snake and keep it as a pet. Blue. Blue is best. Please give me a physical technique. The thought of himself, a grown man, having to make a heart shape before a fight, blow a kiss at the enemy, and coo marrow marrow sweet, sweet beam, made Alan shiver with disgust, goosebumps rising all over his body. That image is too beautiful. I would never want such a disgusting ability in my life. The wheel's pointer carrying Alan's fervent hope slowed down gradually. It passed over the white panty zone. Alan's face was full of disappointment. It brushed past the green pet snake zone. Alan's heart tightened. It leisurely glided across the blue physical technique zone. Alan's eyes widened. In no way. Under Alan's despairing gaze, that damned pointer finally came to a steady stop on the only purple area. Sweet, 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 sweet has been granted. The next second, a pink, strangely enchanting energy surged inside Alan's body. Before Alan could even resist, he felt his body and soul completely baptized by this pink force. Alan's fist clenched. He took a deep breath, then listlessly opened his status panel. Name: Augustine Allen, age 10, strength 32, 135, 4, agility 33, 436, 2 endurance 30, 934, 6 spirit 21, 732, 5. Abilities: Rogers Swordsmanship 28, 8 Thunder Sweet Sweet Observation Haki Intermediate Armament. The attributes of strength, agility, and endurance had all seen significant improvement from the life and death battle with Yellow Monkey. The surge in spirit attribute, aside from the small part gained from the battle, was mostly due to this sweet, sweet ability. The biggest gain, however, was the noticeable jump in Rogers' swordsmanship progress. On one hand, he had comprehended a derivative usage of divine evasion. On the other hand, he had to admit, Teacher Huang taught well. Yellow Monkey's swordsmanship was undoubtedly top tier, but it was usually overshadowed by his broken-level glint fruit. A full-fledged battle with a top-tier swordsman was definitely worth a year of hard training on his own. Even the improvement in observation Haki was thanks to Teacher Huang's unreasonable lightspeed kicks. But looking at these tangible gains, Alan couldn't muster any joy. He frowned, his mind full of the image of himself making hearts and striking poses. A lifetime of reputation ruined in an instant. The sweet, sweet fruit is something even a dog wouldn't eat. As if sensing Alan's sigh, Hancock, who was lying in his arms, lifted her head. Their eyes met, their faces no more than 20 centimeters apart, each able to feel the other's breath. A blush crept onto her cheeks. Hancock immediately covered her face with both hands, her eyes peeking through the gaps, filled with panic. She dared not look at Alan again, turned around, and fled the room. Bang! The door slammed shut. Alan was left baffled. What's going on? Is there "I love you" written on my face? He instinctively raised a hand to touch his face, then dragged his weak body over to the dressing mirror opposite the bed. In the mirror, a young boy's face was reflected. It was still the same face, the same features, but somehow everything— his brows and eyes seemed deeper, his nose bridge more prominent, the contours of his face flawless, his skin fair and delicate beyond belief, yet not effeminate. The most striking feature was his eyes, as if they contained the stars and the sea, radiating an allure that could make any member of the opposite sex's heart race. Maybe not just the opposite sex. The entire person exuded an indescribable charm. The face in the mirror was devastatingly handsome. The frown on Alan's face vanished instantly. He stared blankly at himself in the mirror, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably lifting, spreading wider and wider. Ha ha! I am damn handsome. From now on, call me Great Succubus Alan. The boy's narcissistic laughter echoed from the room, resounding throughout the Shacky's ripoff bar. Outside, Rayleigh, leaning against the counter and drinking, heard the laughter and shook his head helplessly, taking a swig of his drink. Young people these days are so narcissistic. He muttered. Can he be more handsome than me? A woman smoking across the counter immediately rolled her eyes. Another day passed, and Alan's body had recovered quite well. Outside the knock-up bar, the sun shone brightly. The Kuja pirate ship had already docked here to pick up Hancock. Alan was forced to board the ship alongside Rayleigh, Hancock, and her 2 sisters. According to Rayleigh, he was representing Kuja Island in inviting Alan as a guest. Euphemistically, it was to repay a debt of gratitude. Alan could only sigh at the hardships of life, while mentally cursing Rayleigh's ancestors for 18 generations. Suppressing my abilities with Conqueror's Haki every moment. Does this look like how you treat a benefactor? Once on board, Alan noticed that Gloriosa, the former empress of Amazon Lily, was not present. According to tradition, the captain of each Kuja pirate's generation was the current empress. Yet at this moment, the Kuja pirates seemed to have no captain. Could she have already passed away from illness? No wonder Hancock and her sisters were kidnapped. Alan pondered this, but dared not ask too many questions. Just as the ship was about to set sail, a flamboyant face rushed over in a whirlwind. Alan-san, have you really considered joining the Revolutionary Army? Ivanov, with his face as large as a ship's rudder, leaned in with fiery eyes. He hadn't left immediately after that battle. After settling the rescued slaves, he had been waiting in secret for news of Alan while evading the Marines' pursuit. Had Alan somehow become even more handsome in just one day? Those brows, those contours, perfect. If Alan were to become a woman, he would undoubtedly be a breathtaking beauty capable of captivating the world. Ivanov stared at Alan with scorching intensity. The heat of that gaze was too much. Alan stiffened, barely restraining the urge to punch that giant face, and stepped back 2 paces without a sound. To be honest, he didn't dislike the Revolutionary Army's ideals. In this twisted world, they were among the few true warriors who dared to resist. But Alan was never one to be controlled by others, nor was he noble enough to sacrifice his own freedom for the welfare of all pirates. Being a friend and lending a hand occasionally, that was fine. But joining an organization? No thank you. As he was pondering how to politely refuse, a tall figure stepped in front of him. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes slightly, and said to Ivanov, he is still too young and not strong enough. He needs to grow. I will take him to Kuja Island for special training. At these words, Ivanov was stunned. The Kuja female warriors on the ship were also stunned. Even Hancock blinked her beautiful big eyes in confusion. Not strong enough. Honestly, among everyone present aside from you, who could defeat Alan? Alan's face twitched slightly. Grow my ass. In your esteemed eyes, do you have to treat a Marine admiral as a speed bump to be considered strong? Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, the flapping of wings came from above. A news bird, as if targeting Alan, flew straight over, dropped a newspaper and a sheet of paper precisely into his arms, then flew off without looking back. Alan picked up the newspaper. Everyone's eyes gathered. They had never seen a delivery bird take the initiative to deliver to someone. Inside the newspaper was a wanted poster. The photo showed a black-haired youth holding a cursed sword surrounded by lightning and eerie purple energy, with a backdrop of ruined debris. The moment captured was his final clash with Kazuru. The aura of dominance over the world seemed to leap off the paper. Below the photo were 2 bold lines: dead or alive. Further down was his name, Augustine Allen, and a long string of numbers. Bounty 700. Alan counted the zeros one by one, confirmed he hadn't misread, and gasped. 700 million berries. No way. He remembered Luffy's bounty after defeating Doflamingo, and shaking the New World was only 500 million, right? After the Enies Lobby incident, the total bounty of the entire Straw Hat Pirates was about a little over 600 million. And here he was, a rookie worth more than a future Straw Hat crew that would storm Enies Lobby. How much did the Marines hate him? Alan had no idea that if the 5 elders hadn't forcefully suppressed it, Kong would have slapped a 1.5 billion bounty on him. 700 million. Good heavens. A rookie with a first bounty that high. The Kuja female warriors gasped, feeling as if their entire pirate careers had been wasted. Hancock, however, clasped her hands to her cheeks, gazing at Alan with adoration, her eyes turning into little hearts. Alinson Sugoi. Now that the wanted poster is out, what's next? Alan's voice suddenly dropped. Rayleigh smiled faintly, as if he saw through. Kids are still kids. He must be scared by such a huge bounty at first. Right now, he must be regretting all the trouble he caused. He'll surely be afraid enough to willingly train with me and seek my protection, right? Rayleigh assumed Alan was terrified by the astronomical bounty and was about to offer some words of comfort. But then Alan suddenly raised his head, his face not showing a trace of panic, but rather an excitement he could barely contain. He grinned widely, raised his arm and shouted, "Let's go. Destination Kuja Island. Let's have a banquet." Everyone was stunned for a moment, then caught up in the boys' spirited energy, and a chorus of cheers followed. "Let's set sail." "All right. Banquet." "Huh. Banquet." Rayleigh's eyes widened slightly as he watched the boys' fearless demeanor, as if the sky wouldn't faze him, and couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder he chose you as his successor. His eyes, weathered by countless years, revealed a hint of nostalgia. Once upon a time, there was a man in a straw hat who, after receiving a new bounty, would laugh and say to his comrades, "Let's have a banquet." That man's shadow seemed to overlap with the boy before him. The newspapers carrying Alan's wanted poster flew like snowflakes to every corner of the world. The storm from the attack on the celestial dragons in Sabaody had not yet subsided, and the 700 million berry bounty on the boy was like a barrel of oil igniting the already turbulent seas. Augustine Allen. For the first time, this name truly resounded across the entire world. In the new world on an unknown spring island. Cherry blossoms danced, and the fragrance of sake filled the air. Hey Hawkeye, are you sure you want to join my crew? We could have such great adventures together. A red-haired man tilted his head back, gulping down a large mouthful of sake, making his invitation once again without reservation. Across from him, a man with eyes as sharp as an eagle sat upright, leisurely wiping the black longsword in his hand. Not interested. Hawkeye Mihawk's voice was as cold as ever. Just then a newsbird flew overhead. Without looking up, Mihawk gripped the black blade and swung it casually toward the sky. A visible green slash shot upward. Squawk. The newsbird let out a terrified shriek, fleeing in panic, leaving only a flurry of newspapers and leaflets in the air. Mihawk reached out and casually caught one of the leaflets. His gaze sharpened, instantly drawn to the photo on it. Mihawk gently stroked the bounty poster. The boy in the photo, entwined with lightning and demonic aura, exuded a rebellious spirit that overlapped with the frail, yet clear-eyed child from the dark alley in Loguetown 5 years ago. I'll be waiting for you at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Perhaps it was a fleeting whim, or perhaps he was moved by the boy's earnestness, but that casual promise made back then was never truly taken to heart. Yet 5 years, just 5 years, and that child had already reached this point. Augustine Allen. So that was his name. A mouthful of wine suddenly sprayed from the side. Mihawk furrowed his brow and dodged it. The red-haired man snatched the bounty poster from his hand, as if seeing a ghost, his eyes wide. Allen, how did this brat? Shank's voice cracked. Mihawk's gaze swept over him. You know him? Know him? I know him well. Shanks wiped his mouth, his face unable to hide his astonishment and excitement. I met him in Loguetown in the East Blue not long ago. A very interesting young man. When they saw the bounty amount and the photo on the poster, the entire island fell silent for a moment. 700 million. Lucky Roo dropped. When they saw the bounty amount and the photo on the poster, the entire island fell silent for a moment. 700 million. Lucky Roo dropped the chicken leg from his mouth. When they saw the bounty amount and the photo on the poster, the entire island fell silent for a moment. 700 million. Beckman blew out a smoke ring, looked at his captain, and teased, no wonder you couldn't get him to join your crew. A monster like that would never be content to follow anyone. Yeah. Captain, you really misjudged this one. Huh. That's right. If he'd followed me, he wouldn't have made a name for himself so quickly. He's truly a remarkable little monster. Despite his crew's mockery, their captain Shanks wasn't angered. Instead, he scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Under Mihawk's disdainful gaze, he slung an arm around the swordsman's shoulder and raised his bottle high. Everyone, to celebrate Allen's fame, let's have a banquet. The crew froze for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Banquet time. Hey, Captain. Allen isn't even on our ship. You're just making up an excuse to party, aren't you? Huh. Don't sweat the details. On a ship in the South Blue. BRR. Ginny picked up the Den Mushy, and Ivankov's iconic large face immediately appeared, his tone unprecedented in excitement. Ginny, check the latest newspaper. I found him. I found a born revolutionary saint. Ginny exchanged a glance with Kuma beside her, utterly baffled, and fetched today's paper. Ginny, check the latest newspaper. I found him. I found a born revolutionary saint. Ginny exchanged a glance with Kuma beside her, utterly, that guy. He can cause such a stir wherever he goes. Ginny complained, but the shock in her eyes was no less than Kuma's. Good thing we didn't let him join the Revolutionary Army back then, or he'd have turned everything upside down. But as soon as she said that, she muttered under her breath, now that his bounty's so high, is he in danger out there alone? Maybe we should let him hide out here. Kuma couldn't help but laugh heartily at her contradictory behavior. You're laughing. Ginny flushed with anger and embarrassment as she punched Kuma's broad shoulder. East Blue Loguetown. Allen had been gone for over 10 days. In a restaurant, Johnny was listlessly poking at the food. His wounds had mostly healed, but his heart felt empty. Thinking about how Allen had given them all his money and might be starving somewhere right now, he lost his appetite completely. Johnny. Yasaka burst in like a gust of wind, holding a piece of paper high. Look, it's big. Johnny took the bounty poster, and when he saw the imposing photo and the long string of zeros, his eyes lit up instantly. Big bro Allen. So cool. 700 million. Seeing Allen thriving so well, Johnny's worries vanished, and even his appetite improved. Excitedly, he spread the bounty poster flat on the table, picked up his plate, and began to wolf down his food while staring at the photo. Truly appetizing. The bounty poster reached Loguetown, and for a time, everyone in the town was talking about it. Following the pirate King Roger, this town of beginning and end seemed to be producing another extraordinary figure. Daddy stared at the poster in disbelief, unable to snap out of it for a long time. In a weapons shop in Loguetown, the owner Ipin Matsu even framed Alan's bounty poster and hung it in the most prominent spot, boasting to everyone who came by. See that? The demon blade in the photo Sandai Kitetsu came from my shop. The weapon of the world-famous Great Pirate originated here. See that? The demon blade in the photo Sandai Kitetsu came from my shop. The weapon of the world-famous Great Pirate, but they were destined to leave empty-handed. Windmill Village. In the office of Marine Hero Garp. The baby Luffy was sitting on the desk, holding a bounty poster bigger than his face, laughing so hard that drool dripped down. Garp entered with a rice cracker in hand, and his smile froze instantly at the sight. Then he saw the photo on the poster, and his nostrils flared with anger. That brat he found quite amusing just a few days ago had already become a 700 million berry pirate. What the hell? Although he also despised those celestial dragon trash, a pirate was a pirate. An enemy of justice. Luffy. Garp dashed over his face stern. Don't smile at a pirate. Luffy didn't understand a word, he just kept holding the poster and giggling as if he was fascinated by Alan's photo. It seemed he was naturally drawn to pirates. Garp grew even angrier. He had already failed to raise his son right, he couldn't let his grandson become a pirate too. He grabbed Luffy and punished him by rubbing his freshly stubbled chin against the baby's cheek. But Luffy only laughed even harder. His thick-skinned talent seemed to manifest early on. A grandpa's stubble caused him no pain at all, only making him more delighted. Damn it! Garp cursed at the sky, watching his grandson laugh uncontrollably. That wretched brat Alan. I'll never let him near Luffy and corrupt my grandson. Achoo! Meanwhile, on a ship heading to Amazon, Lily, Alan rubbed his nose and glared resentfully at the figure on the deck, who was constantly suppressing him with Conqueror's Haki. Damn, Rayleigh. Once I escape from your grasp, the first thing I'll do is go to Windmill Village. He had already planned his future course. He was no chosen one, so why should he be groomed as Roger's successor? Damn it. Once he regained his freedom, he had to go bully the real chosen one to vent his frustration. He was an evil pirate with a 700 million berry bounty. Extremely evil and terrifying, at the very least. He had to make Monkey D. Luffy cry 100 times over. Even if it wasn't to beat up Luffy, Windmill Village was a must-visit destination. Not only would it spawn the legendary Kapu, but it would also bring forth the face-having Hong Fa. Both golden legends, not to mention the iconic scene of Hong Fa losing an arm that would be etched into history. The mere thought of the rewards for checking in at such a scene made AI Lin stomp his feet excitedly. However, before that he had to shake off the uncle behind him. AI Lin gave a sidelong glance at Lei Li. This legendary vice-captain, revered by the world as the Dark King, was now sitting on the deck, drinking without any regard for his image. And this, the right hand of Roger. To be honest, AI Lin was skeptical of Lei Li's teaching abilities. In the original story, he taught Luffy for 2 whole years, yet only managed to teach the basics of the 3 Haki types. Honestly, he wasn't even a fraction as good as Teacher Kai. A quick course in Ryuo Conqueror's Haki coding and Devil Fruit Awakening. 3 strikes with the club, and you'd be promoted straight to Yonko. Unfortunately, he wasn't Luffy and didn't have that body that could bounce back from anything. If he really took a few solid hits from Teacher Kai, it would be the endgame for him. But he could complain in reality all he wanted. If he actually transmigrated, who wouldn't be eager to be trained by Lei Li? Besides, it was the famous Amazon Lily in the world of One Piece. Training under a legendary powerhouse to beef up his strength while being surrounded by beautiful ladies all over the island. This kind of paradise life, AI Lin declared he wouldn't trade it for anything, not even being a celestial dragon. Time passed, and the pages of the sea calendar turned unnoticed. The storms on the sea never ceased, with new faces rising every day and old ones falling. The name of the 10-year-old boy who had once had a bounty of 700 million on his first appearance and dared to beat up a celestial dragon on Sabaody Archipelago had been buried countless times by new big events. For 2.5 years, AI Lin vanished without a trace. Some swore that the kid was scared witless by the high bounty and had hidden away on some deserted island to eke out a living. Others guessed he had been killed by the Marines or had died in some unknown shipwreck. When the pirates of the New World mentioned his name over tea and idle talk, they did so with a fair amount of mockery, laughing at how he was nothing more than a fleeting meteor. In the year 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, on a deserted island at the edge of Nine Snake Island, a rumbling roar shattered the early morning quiet. Looking closely, it wasn't an earthquake, but a small hill weighing dozens of tons moving slowly. At the base of the hill, a slightly bent figure was carrying this massive load, trudging step by step across the hard granite. Sweat dripped along the clear lines of muscle falling onto the ground past the cross hanging around his neck, quickly turning into wisps of white steam. 9,998. 9,999. 10,000. With the low counting sounds, the hill was thrown heavily to the ground, cracking the earth and sending stones flying. AI Lin straightened up and let out a long breath. Sunlight pierced through the dust, and fell upon him, outlining a perfectly inverted triangle physique. 2.5 years of hellish training had completely transformed him. At 13 years old, he had already grown to a height of 1.80 m. Though he couldn't compare to the monsters in the One Piece world who were often 3 or 5 meters tall and built like double-door refrigerators, he had the advantage of well-proportioned and smooth lines, a wasp waist, and a broad back like a crane poised for flight. It exuded a beauty of strength and speed. His face was flawless with sharp brows and starry eyes, a straight nose, and a gaze that held a sea of stars, deep and enchanting. This was 13. Lord Ailu. A crisp, pleasant call came from afar. Hanku dragged a lunchbox larger than herself and trotted over with light steps. 2.5 years had passed, and Hanku had blossomed into even more water-like beauty. Her tall figure had begun to take shape, her delicate features shed some of their youthful green, and her brows and eyes already hinted at the future empress charm. It was worth noting that perhaps it was fate's guidance. During Ai Lun's battle with Huang Yuan, Iwan Kofu had actually taken the opportunity to snatch the sweet fruit from the celestial dragons. Later, in order to form an alliance with Nine Snake Island, the fruit was eventually given to the island, and after a series of twists and turns it was still consumed by Hanku. Already beautiful Hanku now became so stunning that even Ai Luen found her breathtaking. She placed the lunchbox on a flat rock, opened the lid, and the rich aroma of meat wafted out. "I roasted this myself. Please eat it while it's hot." Hanku said, her hands folded in front of her cheeks, tinged with a faint blush, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Ai Luen. "Thanks." Ai Luen smiled slightly, didn't stand on ceremony, grabbed a piece of roast meat as big as a wash basin and tore into it with big bites. During these 2.5 years of intense training, his appetite had grown exponentially. The meat of the Sea Kings was rich in energy, the perfect nourishment for his physical development and strength growth. Hanku watched quietly from the side, a content smile on her lips. She truly enjoyed this time. No fear, no need to face the disgusting faces of the celestial dragons. Every day, she watched her beloved sweat, prepared food for him, and listened to his occasional teasing. Although Ai Luen always liked to tease her with all sorts of strange words, making her so embarrassed, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She knew deep down that Ai Luen was really good to her. He had saved her from the celestial dragons at the auction and given her a new life. This debt of gratitude, combined with that face so handsome it could make gods and men jealous, had long left Hanku utterly smitten. "Your cooking has improved, Hanku." After a fierce devouring, Ai Luen swallowed the last piece of meat, patted his lightly bulging belly with both hands, and began to soothe the fetus. Hearing the praise, Hanku's blush deepened, and she lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes. "As long as Lord Ai Luen likes it, I will cook for you every day." "That won't do." Ai Luen shook his head, planning to leave. That light floating sentence hit Hanku's ears like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. She jerked her head up, a sudden panic in her expression. "Leave? Go where? Why not take me? Have I done something wrong?" A barrage of questions shot out like a machine gun, and Hanku was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Ai Luen looked at her pitiful appearance, and his mischievous side came out again. He leaned down slightly, bringing his mouth close to Hanku's ear, and lowered his voice. "I'm going to the Grand Line to find—" He leaned down slightly, bringing his mouth close to Hanku's ear, and lowered his voice. "I'm going to the Grand Line to find more beautiful women. You're still a little girl, not fully grown. It would be a bother to have you around." The warm breath brushed against her earlobe, and Hanku froze completely, a blush rising from her neck. Beba beautiful women." Hanku stammered, tears welling up as she looked at Ai Luen. "I will work hard. I will definitely become more beautiful than any woman. Lord Ai Luen, don't abandon me." Seeing that she had taken it seriously, Ai Luen finally couldn't help but laugh heartily. He reached out and rubbed Hanku's silky black hair like petting a kitten. "Just kidding. Who could be more beautiful than you? I just have my own adventure to complete. I can't stay on this little island forever, can I, Hanku was dizzy from his rubbing, and when she heard that line, "Who could be more beautiful than you?" her heart pounded like a drum. Seeing the future empress so shy like a little girl, Ai Luen was already overjoyed inside. Who could understand this kind of contrast? But she wanted to say something to keep him, but a familiar voice came from behind. "Want to leave? Don't you think you should ask for my opinion?" Alan turned around. Rayleigh walked out of the forest slowly, carrying a wine gourd. His appearance hadn't changed much from 2.5 years ago, except for a few more silver strands in his golden hair where no one would notice. "Uncle Rayleigh, are you finally willing to crawl out of your wine vat?" Alan smiled and flexed his wrists, the joints popping with crisp cracks. Rayleigh tilted his head back and took a gulp of wine, smacking his lips. "Kid, your heart has long flown outside. If I hadn't come out, you might have left without saying goodbye." Rayleigh tilted his head back and took a gulp of wine, smacking his lips. "Kid, your heart has long flown outside. If I hadn't come out, you might have left. On the island, Alan not only trained every day, but also became the new generation's newspaper reading king. Everyday news coups would come to deliver newspapers to him for free, leaving Rayleigh full of question marks. He even asked Alan, "Do you know Morgan's?" Everyday news coups would come to deliver newspapers to him for free, leaving Rayleigh full of question marks. He even asked Alan. So everyday news coups would vie to come to Alan for a lottery. It's just that very few could trigger the guaranteed prize. And in these 2.5 years, the man who claimed to deny the 4 emperors, the one who said even a Yonko's right-hand man was worth killing, Rob Lucci, in a member kingdom to complete a mission, killed 500 people taken hostage by pirates, causing quite a stir worldwide. Other than that, the sea was calm and peaceful. There were no earth-shattering scandals like the summit, were only occasionally hearing that Kaido and Big Mom were fighting over territory in the New World. But Alan knew this calm was only temporary. The gears of fate kept turning, and the tide of this era was gathering power in the shadows. And he no longer wanted to be a bystander. "I've had enough of staying here." Alan touched the sword at his waist, looking directly at Rayleigh. "I've learned what I could, staying here won't help with what I can't learn. My adventure must continue." Rayleigh hung his gourd on his belt, drew his long sword, and pointed its tip diagonally at the ground. "It's good for a young man to have drive. But if you want to leave, I need to see how much you've mastered in these 2.5 years. Before his words faded, a terrifying pressure erupted from Rayleigh. Conqueror's Haki. The surrounding trees bent under the invisible force. The waves ceased. To avoid distracting Alan, Hancock, who had been nearby, left the island and returned to the ship. Oldtimers really have no sense of restraint when they fight. Before even starting, he unleashes 2.5 pounds of Conqueror's Haki. Facing this terrifying pressure that could knock out Navy lieutenants, Alan simply grinned. Come on, Rayleigh. 2.5 years. No one knew how he had spent them. He had endured this level of Conqueror's Haki almost every day. Even though he couldn't awaken Conqueror's Haki due to talent or soul limitations, he was now able to largely immunize himself against its effects. He stepped forward, and in an instant, dark black armament Haki covered his fists. Both the speed of coding and the intensity of the Haki were far, far stronger than 2.5 years ago. "Let me show you what I've achieved in physical training." As his words fell, the granite beneath Alan's feet exploded. His entire body became a blur, and a terrifying punch shot straight toward Rayleigh. The fist shadow tore through the air, a heavy punch wrapped in highly concentrated armament Haki aimed directly at Rayleigh's face. Without moving his feet, Rayleigh held his long sword upside down in one hand and blocked sideways with the back of the blade. Fist and blade met. A piercing metal clang resounded across the entire deserted island. A violent shockwave radiated from the two as the center, uprooting trees dozens of meters high and shattering the granite ground into powder that flew in all directions. "Your strength has grown, brat." Rayleigh was slightly startled. He twisted his wrist, letting the long sword deflect the frontal impact, and then kicked toward Alan's abdomen. Alan reacted quickly, raising his knee to block. The shin and the instep collided heavily, and in an instant a visible ripple spread through the air. The two separated, instantly sliding back several meters, each their feet, plowing 2 deep furrows in the hard rock. The long unseen system panel unfolded in his vision. Strength 35, 4,105. Agility 36, 2,108. Vitality 34, 6,104. Spirit 32, 5,100. 2.5 years of day and night training, all 4 core stats broke through the 100 mark. Under normal conditions, a fishman's grip strength is 10 times that of a normal human. And now Alan, purely based on his physical foundation, was 10 times stronger than an adult fishman. In this world, aside from those monsters, no giants could match Alan in strength. Such a direct numerical leap granted him the destructive power to split mountains and shatter rocks with every move. Of course, Alan shook his numbed wrist and replied with a smile, "Look at how much hardship I've endured these 2.5 years." Alan's thoughts drifted back to the past. Unlike the training method of future Luffy, his starting point was different from Luffy's from the beginning. The terrifying beasts on the deserted island were useless for his training. But that old Rayleigh never played by the rules. To train him, he would always swim with him barehanded to the deep sea of the calm belt. No ship, no foothold, even breathing had to be timed with a stopwatch. Schools of large sea kings attracted by the scent of blood would gather around. Alan would fight those massive deep-sea overlords barehanded underwater. The deep-sea pressure limited his range of motion, but also became the best weight training equipment, constantly tempering his body. The roasted meat that Hancock brought every day was all freshly butchered from sea kings that he and Rayleigh had killed themselves. For every bite of meat, he shed a pound of blood. Alan used this most primal carnage to forge his body into iron bones and steel tendons. Not bad. Rayleigh smiled faintly, as if also reminiscing about their training days. But then he shifted the topic. However, brute strength alone won't get you far. Let me see your other skills. This is just a warm-up. The real show is just beginning. As his words fell, a blinding blue-white radiance burst from Alan's body. A violent, thunderous power soared into the sky, directly dispersing the lingering Conqueror's Haki pressure around. The Haki pressure that would have knocked out an ordinary person now only left a slight resistance on Alan, unable to even restrict his basic movements. Apart from physical training, Alan's Devil Fruit ability had not lagged behind. Now Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki could no longer suppress him to the point of being unable to use any abilities. Alan pointed one finger at the sky, lightning gathering at his fingertip. 10000 volt discharge. A thick lightning bolt tore through the sky, the air along its path screeching with a harsh roar. Rayleigh's expression shifted slightly. He coated his blade with armament Haki and swung an upward slash, forcibly splitting the oncoming lightning bolt in two. It's not over yet. Alan's body dissipated, turning into a bolt of lightning and vanishing. When he reappeared, he was directly above Rayleigh. Looking down, he raised his right hand, and lightning surged wildly around his wrist, forming a dazzling pillar of light that shot into the sky. The clouds in the sky churned, thunder rumbling. The once clear sky was covered by thick cumulonimbus clouds with lightning serpents slithering within. God's judgment. A heavenly thunderbolt, several meters in diameter, descended from the sky, carrying the force of destruction toward the spot where Rayleigh stood. Alan's compression and control of lightning had long surpassed the stage of simply releasing energy. In terms of ability development, he even surpassed the future Enel. Rayleigh gripped his sword with both hands, fully focused, his legs slightly bent. The rock beneath his feet couldn't bear the pressure and cracked inch by inch. A powerful flying slash shot upward, meeting the descending heavenly thunder heaton. A blinding light robbed vision, and a deafening roar echoed across the entire sea. Hancock, far away on the pirate ship, covered her ears and looked toward the deserted island with worried eyes. As the dust cleared, the ground beneath Rayleigh had completely collapsed, forming a deep crater. He patted the dust off his clothes and looked up at Alan in midair. Not bad in developing your fruit. You're starting to look like a proper Logia. Rayleigh tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his aura rising. But to pass this old man's test, that's not enough. The enemies Roger faced back then were 100 times more dangerous than this. That's exactly what I want. Alan grew even more excited, hovering in midair, surrounded by thunder. After 2.5 years of special training, how far had he developed the rumble fruit? He wanted to try it too. He clasped his hands together, and the lightning power within him poured out without reserve. In an instant, the sky for miles around darkened, covered with black clouds, lightning serpents dancing wildly. The stray charges made Rayleigh's golden hair stand on end, and even breathing became difficult. Terrifying energy gathered in front of Alan, gradually compressing and shaping into a lightning dragon tens of meters long. The dragon bared its claws, destructive sparks leaping on its scales. It raised its head high, its hollow eyes spitting blinding white light. 10000 volt, Thunder Dragon. Alan pushed his arms forward, and the dragon roared as it dived down the air along its path, completely expelled, creating a vacuum zone. You little... Rayleigh suddenly cursed. You're going to destroy this island. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Rayleigh's expression was unprecedentedly grave. If he didn't use his full power, this island would probably be destroyed by this kid. He took a deep breath and held back no longer. It was time for the world to witness the appearance of the Pluto once more. The pitch-black Busashoku Haki spread like ink from his feet to his entire body, finally converging entirely on the blade. At the same time, the terrifying Haushiko Haki transformed into black-red lightning coiling around the blade, like a serpent emitting crackling explosions. Haushiko Haki coating. Rayleigh slightly sank his legs, and the ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. With a simple upward slash, the space where the blade passed was twisted. Immediately after, the black-red slash collided with the diving Thunder Dragon with a thunderous crash. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The entire island fell into a moment of dead silence. The colossal dragon formed by hundreds of millions of volts of thunder before that seemingly insignificant slash appeared, as if it were being gripped by an invisible giant hand. The colossal dragon formed by hundreds of millions of volts of thunder before that seemingly insignificant slash appeared, as if it were boom. The sky let out a muffled cry of anguish, and a massive gash was torn in the thick cumulonimbus clouds as raindrops the size of beans pelted down noisily. Rayleigh maintained his slashing posture, a drop of cold sweat seeping from his temple and sliding down his cheek. He looked up at the sky, which had cleared again, and let out a long sigh of relief. This kid's Goro Goro no Mi has been developed to an absurd extent. Midair, Alan's form rematerialized. Physical fatigue was secondary, it was mainly mental exhaustion. Huff. What a show-off old man. Alan looked at Rayleigh's calm expression and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Physical fatigue was secondary, it was mainly mental exhaustion. Huff. Huff. What a show-off old man. With his current Kinbunshika Haki, he could even see the fine hairs on Uncle Rayleigh's face, let alone that bean-sized drop of sweat on his forehead. However, this old man was indeed ridiculously strong. The 100 million-volt Thunder Dragon was already the ultimate killing move he had developed with the Goro Goro no Mi so far. To reproduce the apocalyptic scenes of Regu and Man Rai, he still needed to rely on the Arc Maxim. Yet, even such a killing move was merely deflected by Rayleigh with a little effort. Truly a man worthy of the title Pluto. On the Kuja ship in the distance, Hancock had been tightly covering her ears, her beautiful eyes full of worry and fear. Only when the storm on the deserted island subsided and raindrops fell did she tremulously lower her hands. Is it over? No, it's not over yet. Rayleigh held his sword, his eyes still sharp. After 2.5 years of living together day and night, no one knew Alan's true capabilities better than him. The progress in physical techniques and the development of devil fruit abilities were astonishing, but all within his expectations. There was only one thing. Alan's growth rate was so fast that even he, the Pluto, found it somewhat puzzling. But this kid Alan only took 2.5 years. In just 2.5 years he leaped from a swordsman who had just glimpsed the path to a great sword. But this kid Alan only took 2.5 years. In just 2.5 years he leaped from a swordsman who had just glimpsed the path to a great sword master capable of standing on his own. This kind of growth could no longer be described by talent. It felt as if Alan was not learning new sword techniques, but rather recovering the memories he should have possessed. If Alan weren't only 13, Rayleigh would definitely have thought he was a great sword master who had lost his memory. Name: Augustine Allen, age 13, strength 105, agility 108, stamina 104, spirit 100. Name: Augustine Allen, age 13, strength 105, agility 108, stamina 104, spirit 100. Abilities: Roger's swordsmanship 61. 7. Goro Goro Sweet Kinbunshika Haki Intermediate, Busashoku Haki Intermediate. Alan looked at his now somewhat impressive stats panel, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In 2.5 years his greatest gain was neither physical techniques, nor Haki, nor devil fruit development, but swordsmanship. If there was anyone in the world other than Roger who knew Roger's swordsmanship best, then it could only be Rayleigh. As the first mate of the Roger Pirates and Roger's best buddy, when were they ever not together, eating, drinking, and living side by side? God damn, even the woman they loved the most was the same. Such synchronization, such bromance, it was as if the two had undergone the synchronized training of Pacific Rim pilots. It could be said that no one understood Roger better than Rayleigh. Thus, under the daily sparring sessions of the legendary Great Swordmaster, the Pluto, Rayleigh Allen's comprehension of Roger's swordsmanship advanced at a rapid pace. 61%. And just this 60% of peak Roger's swordsmanship was enough to astonish even a top-tier powerhouse like Rayleigh. Splash. The torrential rain poured down, washing over Alan's face and extinguishing the surging lightning within him. He landed on the ground and slowly grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist. Warm up over. Clang. The demonic blade was drawn, its ring clear and crisp. Rayleigh's mouth twitched. This kid is even more of a show-off than me. Rainwater soaked his blonde hair, but his eyes behind the lenses shone with astonishing brightness. A contest of swordsmanship. He wasn't afraid. Almost simultaneously, two figures vanished abruptly in the rain curtain. Clang. A piercing clash echoed across the deserted island. The blades coated with Busashoku Haki collided, sending out rings of black shockwaves that scattered all the falling raindrops. The ground beneath their feet constantly cracked and sank. Their figures flashed across every corner of the island, each collision accompanied by collapsing rocks and toppling trees. She didn't want Alan to lose, nor did she want him to get hurt. But reason told her that if Alan won, he would leave this place and sail to the sea she could not reach. Entered the purest contest of swordsmanship. She didn't want Alan to lose, nor did she want him to get hurt. But reason told her that if Alan won, he would leave this place and sail to the sea she could not reach. She didn't want Alan to lose, nor did she want him to get hurt. But reason told her that if Alan won, he would leave this place and sail to the sea she could not reach. This conflicting mood tormented her. By dusk on the third day, the commotion on the island finally began to subside. She looked over and saw that the originally lush, deserted island was now completely unrecognizable. Hills were leveled, forests turned into wastelands, and the ground was covered with crisscrossing slash marks. Was the outcome about to be decided? Hancock's heartbeat quickened rapidly. The next second, accompanied by shattered lightning, a figure shot up from the center of the island. Alan. His clothes were torn, his body covered with fine wounds, his breathing somewhat erratic. He looked disheveled. On the opposite side, Rayleigh was not much better off. His white cloak was long gone, and there were several bloodstains of varying depths on his face and arms. But overall his aura was still calmer than Alan's. Uncle Rayleigh, it's about time. Alan hovered in midair, wiping the blood and rain from his face, and grinned. His eyes were brighter than ever. Roger's swordsmanship was indeed domineering and unparalleled enough to make his strength skyrocket. But since when was Alan the type of obedient child who followed the beaten path? He was determined to become the freest man on this sea. Even Roger couldn't restrict his path. On the path of swordsmanship, he had long forged his own way. This battle should end now. Next, if you can block this move, uncle, then I want leave. 1,000 layers in a single wave, 10,000 folds of ruin. As Alan murmured softly, the killing intent of the entire battlefield tightened once more. Though the rain poured in torrents, the air was tinged with a briny scent of the sea. In the distance, Hancock was astonished to find that the sea around the desolate island, which had just calmed, began to churn without any warning. Towering waves surged skyward, converging toward Alan's figure, as if paying homage to their sovereign amidst. At the island's center, Rayleigh's eyes widened slightly. This sensation. He remembered it. Back when he was training Alan in the calm belt, there was a time when he had used a technique to slay a massive sea king over a kilometer in length. Simulating the impact of waves, he split the slash into 3, layering them one upon another with devastating power. One sword style, 3 pursuing waves. Rayleigh had once praised the refinement and might of that strike, but at the time it seemed somewhat immature and unrefined. Yet now the feeling Alan gave him was strikingly similar to that moment, yet several times more terrifying. 9 mountains and 8 seas, nothing I cannot sever. As if possessed by Lu, so alone the naming fruit worked its magic, Alan murmured, raising the Sandai Kitetsu high. The surging waves around him seemed drawn, gathering entirely at the tip of his blade. One sword style, 1,000-layered waves. Flash. There was no earth-shattering blinding radiance, only a seemingly ordinary azure blade aura. But this blade aura stirred up vast expanses of water, transforming into a tsunami that spanned heaven and earth, sweeping toward Rayleigh and the island beneath him. In an instant, Rayleigh felt every hair on his body stand on end. A long-lost sense of crisis surged within him. Since Roger's death, he had never felt such a threat. Gazing at the heaven-rending tsunami slash in a daze, he felt as if he had returned to the past. It was like the Battle of Edwar all over again. But back then he faced the legendary pirate Golden Lion's grand fleet. Now his opponent was a mere 13-year-old boy. Good. Without time for astonishment, the battle blood within Rayleigh, born from instinct, began to boil. Other shore. Blade scythe. Black-red lightning shook heaven and earth. The blade, wreathed in Conqueror's Haki, seemed capable of cutting through everything and finally collided with the tsunami. Boom, boom, boom. 2 overwhelming forces clashed at the island's center. The azure blade aura and the black-red lightning intertwined, erupting in a blinding radiance. A fierce gale arose, centered on the point of impact, raging wildly in all directions. Trees on the island were uprooted, swept into the air like fragile reeds. Seawater was lifted, forming towering waves dozens of meters high that surged violently into the distance. Hancock could only cling desperately to the ship's helm to keep from being flung off by the immense waves. Who knew how long passed? When a ray of sunlight fell upon her face, she discovered in amazement that the sky had cleared. The thick, heavy clouds in the sky had been cleaved in 2 by this collision. Looking at the desolate island, it too had been split in half by a bottomless chasm. The blade scars stretched from one end of the island to the other, even piercing through the sea, leaving a long-lasting gash on the distant horizon. Heaven and earth lost their color. At the edge of the chasm, Rayleigh supported himself with his sword, breathing heavily. His white cloak was torn and tattered, and even his glasses were shattered, leaving only a twisted frame. He was not wounded. Only, it had been a very, very long time since he had been this disheveled. And his opponent was merely a 13-year-old boy. No, he was a 13-year-old monster. Even the 13-year-old Luo Keisai could not have been stronger than Alan at this moment. What a monster! Rayleigh smiled bitterly, yet a sense of relief settled in his heart. He had blocked this strike. According to Alan's words, he had won after all. Even if you are a monster under my tutelage, you will be properly disciplined. For some reason, this legend, who had looked down upon an era the right arm of the pirate king, who remained as calm as still water in the face of any great event, now felt a little smug for having blocked a single strike from a 13-year-old boy. With that thought, he was about to lift his head and say something, but suddenly he sensed something amiss. Alan in midair was not much better off. His hair was disheveled, his whole appearance was somewhat dusty and disheveled, clearly having gained no advantage in the earlier. However, his lower body had somehow transformed into pure lightning. He looked as if he was ready to bolt at any moment. You brat. Trying to run. Rayleigh was both shocked and angry. Alan, with a puzzled expression, put his hand to his ear, tilting his head as if listening intently, and shouted, "What? I can't hear you." Rayleigh was taken aback. Was this kid deaf? Had his ears been injured in the impact? Just as he was about to move closer, he saw Alan suddenly break into a grin. Before he could sense anything amiss, the boy struck an extremely flamboyant pose. He spread his feet shoulder-width apart, brought his hands together in front of his chest to form a heart, and then with eyes as seductive as silk blew a kiss. Marrow, marrow, sweet wind. A pink heart-shaped beam shot straight toward Rayleigh's face. Rayleigh's goosebumps instantly erupted across his entire body. That feeling was even more unbearable than taking 1,000-layered waves heat in. The 1,000-layered waves was merely a physical impact, but this move truly caused him some physiological discomfort. Without a second thought, he made a clumsy roll to dodge the pink beam. In that brief moment of evasion, ha 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 ha. Teacher Rayleigh, thank you for these 2.5 years of guidance. Love you, moi. Moi, moi, Hancock. Farewell. He'll miss you. Alan's arrogant laughter echoed across the sky. He transformed into a bolt of lightning piercing through the clouds and vanishing into the horizon. His fist clenched. Rayleigh watched Alan's disappearing figure, his fist clenched tight. In all his long life he had met countless people, but never had he seen such a shameless person. During their earlier exchanges, he had mentally placed Alan in the same league of strength as himself. But that final move had completely shattered the boy's image in his heart. Can't you have a bit of a strong man's demeanor? Can't you face me heat-in like a man? Where did you learn such disgusting moves? Despite his resentment and myriad doubts, Rayleigh quickly calmed down. Looking at his own disheveled state and the island reduced to ruins, and recalling Alan's parting words calling him teacher, he still smiled with heartfelt satisfaction. No matter what, the boy was his disciple. As a teacher, he would never envy his student's strength. Alan, I'm quite curious to see your future. Farewell. The devastated, deserted island returned to calm. Rayleigh casually tossed aside his tattered cloak and sat down against a broken reef. From the day Alan bought all the slaves in Skypiea archipelago, Rayleigh saw the arrogance deep in his bones. After 2.5 years of living together day and night, that kid was always giggling and lacking proper form. But when fighting, he erupted with a kingly demeanor that even an old-timer like Rayleigh had to admire. Unfortunately, Alan ultimately failed to awaken the Conqueror's Haki. On this sea, Conqueror's Haki is a prerequisite for ascending to the throne. The person Roger was waiting for should never lack such potential. Alan was not the one Roger was waiting for. Rayleigh had known this all along. Yet even so, Rayleigh never spoke it out. He silently imparted all his skills. In Alan, Rayleigh could always see shadows of many old acquaintances, yet with some differences. During the 2.5 years of day and night, their relationship was less like master and apprentice and more like two kindred spirits. But after this parting, who knew when they would meet again? Having rested enough, Rayleigh brushed the sand off his pants and suddenly remembered that Hancock was still near the island. The commotion from the fight just now was too loud. He hoped that girl hadn't been caught up in it. Rayleigh pushed off the ground with his toes, his figure swiftly skimming the coastline. A pirate ship had been overturned between two massive rocks, bottom up and teetering. Rayleigh jumped onto the deck. The ship was empty except for a stone statue standing by the helm. Hancock, with her hands cupping her face, twisted her body into a shy ball, completely turned into gray-white stone. Rayleigh's eyes widened. He stood frozen, unable to speak for a long time. Good heavens, I've lived long enough to see everything. The mighty Marrow Marrow no me user being petrified. That kid's flying kiss before he left wasn't even aimed at her. Enveloped by Conqueror's Haki, Hancock finally recovered from petrification. She still maintained the pose of covering her face, standing with her legs turned inward, completely oblivious to Rayleigh beside her. Girl, are you hurt? Hancock blushed deeply, muttering to herself. Alan. He said he would miss me. He said he misses me in front of so many people. Oh, this concubine is so embarrassed. Rayleigh's face darkened. He turned and walked away. Hopeless. Above the clouds, the biting wind was piercing. A streak of azure lightning darted freely, forcibly tearing a path through the airflow around it. Alan stretched his arms, enjoying the long-lost freedom. He hadn't flown far when a news coup wearing a marine hat fluttered its wings and flew toward him. I'm in a good mood today. Congratulations on triggering the big guarantee. Alan grinned, flicking a thumb-sized piece of gold from his fingertip. The golden light arced and landed steadily into the bag around the news coup's neck. The working coup's eyes were ecstatic. It obediently handed over a copy of the World Economic News. The front-page headline was bold and striking. Whitebeard Flevance epidemic out of control. Neighboring countries have jointly sealed the borders. The accompanying image was a long-distance photo. Mountains and fields were covered with snow-white trees, but the ground was littered with countless burial shrouds. Flevance. Alan's eyes flickered slightly. He folded the newspaper and tucked it into his chest. This toxic mine disaster, jointly covered up by the world government and the royal family, was about to usher in the most brutal massacre. The nobles fled the country, was blockaded, war broke out, and the entire nation was destroyed. But none of this had anything to do with him. If he remembered correctly, the future captain of the Heart Pirates, that kid named Law, lived there. The 5 billion berry Ope no me. That was a terrifying fruit that could perform the immortality surgery. Even if he didn't intend to do the immortality surgery, recruiting a top-tier ship doctor was a sure-win deal. His future ship seemed to be lacking a ship doctor. Making a detour to the North Blue before reaching Windmill Village didn't sound bad. Alan pulled out a strange big bird with rolling eyes from his bag. Oi, there's a female North bird. The big bird immediately opened its eyes, but when it saw the surroundings were empty. North Blue, near the coast of Flevence. The sea surface was shrouded in gloom. A massive government warship flew its flag, anchored a dozen nautical miles away. Inside the luxurious cabin the fireplace was blazing. The King of Flevence pushed over a heavy briefcase, rubies shimmering temptingly under the light. Across the table Major Wrighton toyed with a wine glass, his collar open, his face full of blubber. Major Wrighton, this is this month's profit from the Platinum Lead. Please accept it. The king smiled humbly. Wrighton glanced at the golden gleam through the crack of the box, the corner of his mouth twitching. Your Majesty is a decent man. The higher-ups have received your sincerity. He took a sip of wine, his tone cold. The royal family's evacuation has been arranged. The neighboring countries' armies have been notified. No one will stop you. The king wiped his sweat and asked in a low voice, what about the civilians? Rumors are spreading that Platinum Lead disease is contagious. The commoners are about to riot. Heh. Wrighton stared at the red wine in his glass, his eyes sinister. That's your own country's affair. The world government only wants a stable supply of platinum lead ore. The government has no obligation to care about the lives of those civilians. To prevent the spread of the epidemic, the government has agreed to allow the neighboring countries to carry out thorough disinfection. Thorough disinfection. The king's heart clenched. Thorough disinfection meant artillery bombardment. He didn't care about the deaths of those civilians, but his kingdom was completely finished. Major, we've been handing over massive amounts of heavenly tribute on time all these years. Don't push your luck. Wrighton slammed the table and roared. Allowing the royal family to leave is a gift from above. Do you want to stay in the ruins and wait for death? Before it gets chaotic, send more people to squeeze those sick wretches or let them die in the mines. That's the real business. Allowing the royal family to leave is a gift from above. Do you want to stay in the ruins and wait for death? Before it gets chaotic, send more people to squeeze those sick wretches. The door was urgently pounded. Major Wrighton. Pirates. What's the panic? Fire the cannons. Wrighton, burning with rage, reached for the treasure chest. Matters of bribery, even as a Marine headquarters major, he had to avoid his subordinates. He was a Marine headquarters major. Crack. But just as he picked up the box, the door lock snapped. Who told you to come in? Looking for death. Wrighton's words caught in his throat, his eyes bulged in terror. Sorry to interrupt. Alan walked into the cabin holding a Marine with rolling eyes in one hand. This guy was too excited. I just wanted to ask for directions, but he kept shouting about pirates, so I had to put him to sleep. He smiled slightly, his gaze locking onto Wrighton. By the way, you're the officer here, right? Is this Flevence? Leydun trembled all over as he stared fixedly at AI Lun's young face. That face he recognized. 2.5 years ago, an incident occurred on the Xiong Bo Di Islands, where the celestial dragons were attacked. The assailant made a clean getaway under the pursuit of Vice Admiral Bo Lu Sali Nua. After the incident, Marine headquarters widely publicized the danger, and almost everyone at HQ had read that wanted poster over and over until they were sick of it. Unexpectedly, 2 full years had passed, and in this remote kingdom of the North Blue, he would come face to face with the real culprit. Ao Gu Si Ting Ai Luan, wanted for 700 million berries. There was an unwritten rule within the Marine for pirates with bounties between 60 million and 100 million berries. Sending a Marine HQ rear admiral to lead the operation was considered prudent. As for the 700 million level, that was a monster that required at least one or even several vice admirals to personally intervene to suppress. And he, thinking of his own rank, Leydun's teeth chattered, producing a faint clicking sound. A Marine HQ major who had risen through seniority, he was not even qualified to be a toothpick in front of such a monster. At this moment, Leydun's legs went uncontrollably weak, and he didn't even have the courage to draw his gun. Oi, are you listening? Ai Lun picked his ear, his tone growing more impatient. I asked you if this is Fu Lei Fancy. After all, he's a major yet so cowardly. Leydun opened his mouth, but the king beside him suddenly jumped out first. Insolent. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to Major Leydun like that? The king of Fu Lei Fancy pointed at Ai Lun's nose and shouted angrily. This king's attention had been entirely on Ai Lun, completely failing to notice Leydun's trembling body. He only heard the last reprimand. So he instinctively assumed that Major Leydun was not afraid of this young man at all. Besides, Ai Lun looked young with a childish face that didn't even have a scar, probably some reckless pirate who had just appeared out of nowhere. This was a golden opportunity to latch onto a powerful figure. Gaining the support of a Marine HQ major would surely make his future much easier. Hearing this, Leydun's breath caught for half a beat. Don't drag me into your bragging. Marine HQ Major. What a joke. This is a living demon with a 700 million bounty. A monster that even a Marine Vice Admiral couldn't hold. Can't you choose your timing for flattery? If you want to die, go die yourself. Don't drag me down with you. Lei Dun didn't dare to utter a single word of rebuttal, let alone explain. He simply lowered his head, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, hoping that AI Lun's attention. Lei Dun didn't dare to utter a single word of rebuttal, let alone explain. He simply lowered his head, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, hoping that AI Lun's attention would be entirely drawn to that idiot king. AI Lun tilted his head, looking up and down at the fat man, wearing a crown, his expression somewhat peculiar. Marine HQ Major. Kawaii. I wonder how many dozens of such majors would die under one divine judgment. You reckless little pirate, you dare to attack a Marine warship. You're as good as dead. The king grew more and more energized as he scolded, his back straightened. Stand firm and listen well. I am the king of Fu Lei Fancy. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, the world government will never let you off. You're the king. AI Lun's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. The king raised his chin even higher, thinking the reputation had intimidated the other party. He was about to throw out a few more harsh words when he saw AI Lun staring at him with blazing eyes. The king is on the warship, which means all the nobles of this country have started evacuating. They might all be on the ship. Spreading his observation, Haki AI Lun indeed saw dozens of richly dressed people scattered throughout the warship. At this moment, only one thought occupied AI Lun's mind. Time to get rich. In any kingdom, at least 90% of the wealth is held by the topmost aristocratic class, and this ship happens to be the evacuation vessel for the kingdom's nobles. Doesn't that mean almost all of Fu Lei Fancy's wealth is now on this ship? After being out at sea for so long, AI Lun had almost forgotten a pirate's primary job. A flash of blade light, and the cold, chilling edge pressed against the king's neck. The skin was cut open and beads of blood seeped out. AI Lun grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. This is a robbery. You dare? The king's eyes bulged wide. He completely failed to understand why this young man wasn't playing by the rules. Upon hearing that he was the king of a member state, and in front of Major Lei Dun, this pirate not only showed no fear, but directly drew his blade. The next second, his peripheral vision caught a bizarre scene beside him. That Major Lei Dun, who had been so arrogant before him, was now bending over, holding the ruby-encrusted briefcase, with both hands, his knees going weak, as he knelt straight down on the ground. Lord AI Lun, this is my humble offering to you. Lei Dun's voice trembled uncontrollably. Lei Dun didn't want to show such a disgraceful side of himself, but he was truly panicked. This idiot king actually thought AI Lun wouldn't dare touch him, let alone a king of a member state. This was a monster who even dared to lay hands on the world nobles, the celestial dragons. He was genuinely afraid that AI Lun would kill everyone in the next second. Now, even if the king's brain was as stupid as it could be, he couldn't fail to understand. The Marine HQ Major representing the world government was kneeling and begging for mercy before this young man. So what was he still standing for? His legs went weak, and with a thud he knelt beside Lei Dun, immediately pleading, "Pirate boss, don't kill me. They'll give you as many berries as you want. Good boy. Go call all the noble lords on the ship to come over. 100 million berries each to buy their lives." AI Lun wore a serene and amiable expression. Back then, Krieg demanded 1 million per person during his robbery. He wasn't greedy, asking for 100 million per person shouldn't be too much, right? For instance, back in Dressrosa, when Doflamingo demanded 10 billion berries, King Riku had to humbly beg the entire nation to scrape together the sum. Fu Lei Fancy was only a small country, but it had profitable minerals like amber lead ore. For these nobles fleeing in panic, each of them could probably manage to come up with 100 million berries in cash. Although it would be difficult, they should still be able to fork it over right. Soon, under the king's summons, the nobles on the deck formed a long line, each with a mournful face, stuffing their carried jewelry, gold bars, and large denomination berry notes into the burlap sack in front of AI Lun. A few stingy counts tried to pass off by pretending to be poor. Without a word, AI Lun grabbed a fat man and threw him directly through the porthole into the turbulent sea. Under the miserable screams of the man falling into the water, the remaining nobles no longer dared to take any chances. Each one paid the price of 100 million berries. Watching the wealth pile up so quickly and smoothly into a small mountain, AI Lun stroked his chin. He seemed to have underestimated the financial power of these nobles. Should he have asked for more? Alas, I am still too kind. AI Lun couldn't help but lament his own kindness. The king standing beside him shuddered, not daring to let out a single fart, afraid that AI Lun would change his mind. At this moment, while AI Lun was robbing on the deck, Lei Dun sneaked into the office and pulled out a Den Den Mushy from inside his coat. Buru, buru, buru. Click. The Den Den Mushy's expression turned into a serious one. This is Marine headquarters. Rear Admiral Gue Jiju. Lei Dun did something go wrong with the Fu Lei Fan Sea evacuation mission. The Den Den Mushi's expression turned into a serious one. This is Marine Headquarters. Rear Admiral Gue Jiju. Lei Dun did something go wrong with the Fu Lei Fan Sea evacuation mission. The ground. The Den Den Mushi slipped from his hand and fell into Ai Lun's grasp. Moshi Moshi, Ai Lun. The Den Den Mushi in front of Ghost Spider still bore the appearance of Lei Dun, but that infuriatingly cocky tone made him certain that the person on the other end could not be Lei Dun. Who is Ailuan? After just half a second of thought, a terrifying notion exploded in his mind. Ao Guziting Ailuan. You dare to attack a Navy warship. Where is Lieutenant Commander Lei Dun? What have you done to him? Ghost Spider was startled, but still suppressed his fury. Don't be so angry, Rear Admiral Ghost Spider. Lieutenant Commander Lei Dun is doing just fine. Oh, we're having a pleasant chat. Ailuan bumped Lei Dun with his shoulder, his tone as intimate as if they were old friends not seen for years. Isn't that right, Lei Dun? We're good friends now. Lei Dun wanted to explain something, but looking at Ailuan's amiable smile, his throat felt as if stuffed with cotton, and he couldn't utter a single word. Lei Dun, speak, Ghost Spider roared. Under Ailuan's encouraging gaze, Lei Dun stammered, Gee, Ghost Spider-sama. Lord Ailuan. He hasn't done anything to me. As these words were spoken, the breathing on the other end of the Den Den Mushi became noticeably heavier. Lei Dun, what did you call him? As a lieutenant commander of Marine Headquarters, you actually address a pirate as Lord. Has your dignity been devoured by dogs? As a Navy officer of the same Hawk faction as Sakaseiji, he had almost zero tolerance for the evil of pirates. Ailuan took over the conversation and said cheerfully into the Den Den Mushi, oh, don't blame him. Lieutenant Commander Lei Dun has been a great help. I just handled a little business on the ship. Those noble lords each paid 100 million berry as ransom for their lives, and Lieutenant Commander Lei Dun cooperated fully without any hindrance. As for those sailors, I didn't take a single penny from them, all out of respect for Lieutenant Commander Lei Dun. Bastard. Lei Dun, you dare to collude with pirates. This is betrayal. This is a desecration of justice. Wait to be court-martialed. The Den Den Mushi opened its mouth wide and roared. Lei Dun's face turned ashen. He knew his life was ruined. With those few words, Ailuan had nailed him to the pillar of shame as a traitor. Justice. Hearing this word, Ailuan couldn't help but sneer, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You self-proclaimed righteous navies sailing your warships here, not to save people, but to evacuate those nobles. As for the infected civilians of Feely Fancy, what do you intend to do? That is to protect more people from being infected. Sacrificing a few is a necessary cost. Ghost Spider was furious. What do pirates know about justice? You only know how to. Stupid. Click. As the words fell, Ailuan picked his earwax and hung up the Den Den Mushi, leaving Ghost Spider no chance to curse back. He was quite skilled at the tactic of trash-talking and then muting in a game. The most infuriating. On the other end of the Den Den Mushi, someone turned red with rage. Malinfanguo Marine Headquarters. The conference room was filled with Ghost Spider's urgent report. Fleet Admiral Zhang sat at the head, his brows furrowed, and on both sides of the long table before him sat many of the Navy's top combatants. Except for Fleet Admiral Kong Gu and Sakaseiji, who was out on a mission, almost all the important officers of Marine Headquarters were present. That's the situation. Ghost Spider stood aside with a livid face, reporting the content of that phone call. Ao Giziting Ailuan has appeared in the North Sea, looted the royal evacuation ship of Feely Fancy, and taken Lieutenant Commander Lei Dun hostage. He is heading toward Feely Fancy proper, intending to release the infected disease. Zhang Guo rubbed his temples, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. That troublesome kid had resurfaced after lying low for 2 years. What a headache. A pirate who attacked a celestial dragon 2 years ago has reappeared. This is no small matter. Zhang Guo said gravely. Bolusalinua, you led the team to capture him 2 years ago. What do you think we should do? Yellow Monkey tilted his head and spoke slowly. Oh, that kid, his speed is like light and his swordsmanship is terrifyingly strong. He escaped last time, and this time it will probably be even harder to deal with. What did this mean? Wasn't it just passing the buck? There was no explicit refusal, but between the lines he was saying, that old man didn't catch him last time and won't catch him this time either. Zhang Guo was a bit troubled, but didn't say much. He looked over at Kuzan. Kuzan lowered his head slightly, as if dozing off, but the slight trembling of his fingertips betrayed his inner turmoil. As for the matter of Feely Fancy, the world government had long since reached a conclusion. It was a tacitly approved massacre. Yet this reminded him of that incident from many years ago. Aohala. Now, the Navy was destroying a country again, while the pirates were the ones saving people. So-called justice. Must it always be built on the bones of civilians? What kind of justice is this? Zhang Guo's face darkened completely. How could he not know what Kuzan was thinking? These guys are all unreliable. With a troublesome pirate like Iluin appearing, he really wanted to retire early. At that moment, the conference room door was flung open heavily, and a wave of scorching air instantly swept through the room. A tall man in a red suit draped in a justice cloak strode into the rose on his chest was strikingly bright. Sakaseiji, weren't you dealing with the pirate crew in the West Sea? Zhangguo asked with slight surprise. It's already over. Sakaseiji's voice was as cold and hard as iron. I've received news of Iluin. The North Sea is my homeland. It doesn't need a pirate to interfere. He walked to the table, placed both hands on its surface, and said with a stern gaze, the criminal who attacked the celestial dragons must be completely eradicated. Justice cannot tolerate any stain. He walked to the table, placed both hands on its surface, and said with a stern gaze, the criminal who attacked the celestial dragons must be completely. The celestial dragon attack 2 years ago had caused the world government to lose face. Orders had long been issued that once Iluin appeared, he must be hunted down with full force. If he could personally capture Iluin and gain the support of the celestial dragons, then the future position of admiral, or even fleet admiral, would be within his grasp. Vice Admiral Sakaseiji personally taking action is naturally foolproof. Ghost Spider immediately echoed. I also request to go along. He'll go too. A clear female voice rang out. Everyone turned to see Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit Chiyuan, who was sitting in a corner, stand up, her eyes showing a rare earnestness. Beside her, Jia Ji suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Zhangguo pondered for a moment, then finally made the decision. Good. Vice Admiral Sakaseiji will lead the team with Ghost Spider. Beside her, Jia Ji suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Zhangguo pondered for a moment, then finally made the decision. Good. Vice Admiral Sakaseiji will lead the team with Ghost Spider and Chiyuan accompanying. Be sure to capture Aoguziting Iluin. At Malinfanguo port, Vice Admiral Sakaseiji personally issued the order to lead the troops. A large number of Marines fully armed rushed along the gangplanks to their positions, cannons were pushed onto the deck, and crates of ammunition were conveyed forward like caterpillar tracks. Wire go. You haven't forgotten which squad you belong to again, have you? Stop dawdling. A passing officer shouted at the top of his voice. In the crowd, a Marine soldier with a crew cut wearing black sunglasses and a cross stuck on his face was stunned for half a second. Then he turned around, raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, and showed the officer a simple, honest smile. Haha, how could I? You go ahead, I'll follow right away. The officer didn't think much and hurriedly ran toward the main ship ahead. When the surrounding crowd thinned slightly, the simplicity on Wire Guest's face vanished completely. He lowered his hat brim, turned to a deserted corner, and pulled out a transponder snail from his pocket. Duo Fu, the Navy has started moving. On the deck of the warship, Alan hurriedly shouldered his backpack. Inside were the belly he had received from those fleeing nobles. 32 nobles in total, with various precious jewels, and belly amounting to about 2 billion belly. Enough to eat 32,000 happiness punches. Alan turned his head, looked at Major Lei Dun, who was slumped on the ground, and smiled slightly. Until we meet again, Major. The next moment, with a harsh electric screech, Alan's entire body transformed into a thunderbolt that shot into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Lei Dun stared blankly at the empty deck, his pupils unfocused. It's over. He had saved his life, but as long as the ship docked, he would definitely be court-martialed. Even if he could explain that he was forced to cooperate with pirates, his past dirty dealings could not withstand investigation. This life was completely over. 10,000 meters above, Alan transformed into lightning darting through the clouds at high speed. Having actively provoked Navy headquarters, Alan felt not the slightest panic. 10,000 meters above, Alan transformed into lightning darting through the clouds at high speed. Having actively provoked Navy headquarters, top-tier Logia-type fruit ability, great swordsman, powerful physical techniques, dual-color Haki, and even a devious ability that knew no bounds. Alan was confident that he was in no way inferior to the current Yellow Monkey. On the contrary, the reason he actively provoked the Navy was precisely to lure them in. Fighting is always the fastest way to improve. Fighting exhilarating. Of course, if he encountered someone of the level of Kapu or Zhangguo, Alan would slip away faster than anyone. The mobility of the rumble fruit was right there, even if he couldn't defeat the handful of top-tier opponents. If he wanted to run, who on this sea could stop him? But before the Navy arrived, he still had to find Luo first. The outline of Fu Lei Fan Sea gradually became clear below his vision. As soon as he crossed the border, the pungent smell of gunpowder smoke filled his nostrils with the wind. The scene before him made even Alan, who had gradually grown accustomed to the cruelty of the pirate world, tremble in his pupils. The pure white world was splattered with all kinds of paint. Cannons had plowed the once snow-white streets into blackness. Raging flames illuminated the fear on people's faces. Everywhere lay fallen corpses, soldiers in uniforms, and civilians covered in white spots, blood staining the earth red. The amber-lead disease brought not pity, but this brutal massacre. Alan stood on the tip of a half-destroyed bell tower, overlooking this hell on earth. After a brief silence, he did not linger. His figure flickered continuously as he searched for buildings with Red Cross symbols in every block. These were not his concern. The urgent task now was to find his target first. Luo's parents were the top doctors in Fu Lei Fan Si. As long as he could find the hospital, he would likely find that family. After passing through 2 abandoned commercial streets, he didn't find the hospital. Instead, a relatively well-preserved church blocked his way. In the open space in front of the church, a squad of fully armed chemical defense soldiers stood, their gun barrels uniformly pointing forward. After passing through 2 abandoned commercial streets, he didn't find the hospital. Instead, a relatively well-preserved church blocked his way. In the open space in front of the church, a squad of, "Sir, please, they are just children. They are not infected." The nun's voice was hoarse. The leading officer wearing a gas mask said in a muffled voice, "Our orders are to clean up everyone." Thank you, sir. Can I bring a few more children? There are some children who haven't made it here yet." The officer nodded faintly. No one could see the grin spreading beneath his mask. Repeat, Thank you, sir. Can I bring a few more children? There are some children who haven't made it here yet." The officer nodded faintly. No one could see the grin spreading beneath his mask. When the backs of the nun and children had completely disappeared around the corner, the soldiers behind the officer burst into laughter. "Captain, you really know how to handle it." A soldier holding his gun and trembling with laughter said, "These little rats are hiding everywhere. It's too troublesome to find them one by one." That stupid woman actually believed it. This is really a big help. Saving a few bullets is good too. The officer curled his lips. Once she gathers all the people, just throw 2 incendiary bombs in and catch them all in one net. For our own country, whether old or young, not a single infected person can be spared. Yes. Alan watched this scene quietly. He already knew the outcome. The nun would die, and those children who walked out full of hope would also be burned to charcoal. Guided by ignorant rumors, these soldiers had completely lost their humanity. But Alan did not choose to act. His observation, Haki noticed a boy in the distance walking toward the church. Short in stature, wearing a spotted dogskin hat, constantly scanning the surroundings with a sharp gaze, hiding immense panic. Te la fa air jia luo. Who could have imagined that such a little kid would over a decade later become a great pirate with a bounty of 3 billion, joining forces to bring down the 4 emperors? How to kidnap? Ugh, recruit him onto the ship. Soon a plan quickly took shape in his mind. What could be more touching than letting someone fall into utter despair and then being saved? So the first step, let this kid fall into despair first. Alan curled his lips, bent down, reached out to rub his hand on the soot-blackened chimney, and smeared the black ash haphazardly on his cheeks and forehead. With a flash of lightning, he disappeared on the roof ridge. Luo was gritting his teeth, figuring out how to get back to the hospital under the noses of those soldiers, when suddenly his neck tightened and his feet left the ground as he was lifted into the air. Although only 1 year younger than Alan, the height difference between them allowed Alan to lift him into the air like a chicken. Luo was greatly shocked, thrashing his body and flailing his fists, but couldn't even touch the other's clothes. "Let me go. Who the hell are you?" Alan held him with one hand, watching the future aloof and scheming death surgeon, now flailing like a turtle in midair, nearly losing his composure. He turned around, his face covered in black ash, grinned at Luo, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "I am your father now." "Luo, what are you doing? Let me go." Luo struggled violently. "Be quiet, kid. I'm taking you to see a good show." Alan headed straight for the squad of chemical defense soldiers patrolling ahead. When he was still a few dozen meters away, he put on a look of sheer terror and staggered forward. Sir, please have mercy." Alan's face was contorted with fear, his voice laced with sorrow like a desperate refugee. "Father, I heard you say earlier that you wouldn't kill children, right? This is my son. Please save him." The chemical defense soldiers halted, and several rifles were aimed squarely at the 2 approaching figures. Luo was held aloft in Alan's single hand, and for a moment his fury overpowered his fear. "Let go. Who's your son? Put me down, you bastard." A crisp slap echoed through the empty street. Alan gave Luo's bottom a firm smack and scolded, "You little brat, this is no time to be throwing a tantrum." That 3 billion berry pirate's bottom was surprisingly bouncy. Alan glanced at Luo with a flicker of amusement. Luo's pale little face flushed red with rage. Not even his own father had ever spanked him. What was wrong with this man? "Who's your son?" The commanding officer let out a muffled laugh through his gas mask, sizing up the soot-covered Alan. Suddenly, the officer raised his rifle, thumb flicking off the safety. "Save him. Don't be absurd. It's useless. Our orders are to annihilate the entire nation." Alan's eyes widened, his voice trembling. "Annihilate the nation? How can you be so cruel? I don't believe it. We're just sick." Luo froze. Annihilate the nation? How could that be? It meant everyone would die. Father, mother, little Lami lying in bed with a high fever. No. Absolutely not. That's how cruel it is. The officer's finger curled around the trigger, his voice dripping with mockery and coldness. Go complain in hell, you infectious scum. Be prepared to die. The trigger was pulled. A boom. White light flashed across the sky. Without any thunder, several thick pillars of lightning descended out of nowhere, striking the soldiers on their heads. Not even a scream escaped their lips. Where the arrogant soldiers had stood, only piles of smoking ash remained. Those who kill must also be prepared to be killed at any moment. Alan lowered his hands, his face instantly void of all fear. He straightened up and let out a long sigh. How can anyone be so cruel? Luo stared blankly at the ashes on the ground, then turned to look at the man holding him with one hand. Everything that had just happened exceeded his understanding. Was that lightning? How could this young man control thunder? Who are you? Luo's voice trembled uncontrollably. Alan dusted off his hands, tossed Luo to the ground, bent down and grinned. Me. I'm the great hero who came to save you. Freed from his grip, Luo stepped back half a pace, staring at him in terror. Compared to those soldiers, this young man who had casually reduced several people to ash was far more terrifying. Alan straightened up, not pressing further. He turned his back to Luo and waved a hand. My name is Alan. We'll meet again, if you want to. After a few steps, Alan's figure disappeared into the ruins of a street corner. His mission was complete. Step 1: the outline of a world of despair. Damn it. Luo took several deep breaths of air mixed with the smell of gunpowder, forcing himself to calm down. He had to find the nun and tell everyone the truth. In the backyard of the church, the nun was counting the children. A few kids gathered around her, clutching their worn-out toys tightly. Sister. Luo rushed into the yard, panting heavily. Luo, where have you been? The nun hurried, overtook Luo's arm, and smiled with relief. Quick, the rescue ship is about to leave. The army officer promised to spare you children. Once you're on the ship, you'll be safe. Luo opened his mouth, but his throat tightened. The truth was on the tip of his tongue, but seeing the hope in the nun's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say, they're going to kill everyone. Even if he told her, what could he do? Who could resist the army? Who could stop this massacre? It would only shatter the nun's hopes. I'm not going. Luo lowered his head, his voice hoarse. I can't abandon my little sister Lami. I have to stay at the hospital with her. The nun covered her mouth in alarm. Little Lami is. All right, then take the next rescue ship. They'll come back for you. A few of the children nearby gathered around. Luo, aren't you coming? Come with us. Lami will be saved too. A grimy little boy clutched Luo's sleeve, tears carving streaks through the dirt on his face. My mom and dad are dead. But they told me I must survive. So I'm not going to die like this. These were his usual playmates, and now everyone's faces were filled with terror and grief. Most of the children who had made it to the nun had lost their parents in this war, yet at the sight of a glimmer of hope, they had all gathered here. No matter what, they had to be strong and live on. Luo looked at the longing for life in his friends' eyes, and his chest tightened. Telling them the truth would be like snuffing out their hope with his own hands. What a cruel thing to say. Luo's throat went dry, and he said nothing. The nun, seeing Luo's bowed head, thought he was frightened by the gunfire outside. She reached out and gently pulled Luo into her arms. Her embrace was warm, and Luo's heart calmed a little. Listen to me, Luo. In this world there is no such thing as despair. She patted his back softly, her voice gentle but firm. A merciful light of salvation will surely descend upon us. Luo buried his face in the nun's shoulder, tears streaming down his face. He gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Sister, take everyone and hide. Don't get on the ship. Wait for me to come back. Luo pushed away from the nun, offered no explanation, and turned to sprint toward the hospital without looking back. The wind roared past his ears, and his tears kept drying in the wind, only to spill again. How tragic. This world. He wanted to scream at the nun that despair did exist in the world. That despair, called annihilation, was chasing them relentlessly. Luo had no choice but to hope that this despair would come a little later. On both sides of the street, crumbling buildings belched black smoke. The road was piled with corpses, uniformed soldiers, and civilians covered in white patches. Blood pooled into dark red puddles, reflecting the gray sky. The stone pavement beneath his feet was gouged deep by artillery. Luo leaped over a shell crater, nearly tripping over a corpse. It was a young mother shot twice in the back, clutching a baby protectively. The baby was already dead, its pale skin covered with the patches of amber lead disease. Luo's stomach churned. He covered his mouth, forcing down the urge to vomit, and kept running. Why had it come to this? Flevence had been so beautiful, life so wonderful. Why had it all turned out like this? Luo's steps grew heavier, his lungs wheezing. Flevence had been so beautiful, life so wonderful. Why had it all turned out like this? Luo's steps grew heavier, his lungs. Where was the light of salvation the nun spoke of? There was no God, no salvation. In the great hero who came to save you. The words echoed in his mind like a joke, But now almost consumed by despair, Luo could only cling to that thought. He stopped at a crossroad littered with rubble, looked up, and screamed the name with all his might. Alan. The empty street returned only echoes. No one answered. What a great hero, all lies. His world had become nothing but despair. Luo's knees gave way and he knelt on the smoky stone road. Despair flooded over him like a tidal wave. He buried his head in his knees and wept aloud. Wah! A breeze passed by and a slow, leisurely footstep came from behind. Long time no see, Luo. Luo spun around abruptly. The handsome young man was standing leisurely on the ruins not far away. You? Luo's tears were still welling in his eyes, his throat tight. Why are you still here? Alan shrugged. I just took a stroll ahead. Heard someone crying so loudly and calling my name. What did you call me back for something? Luo clenched his teeth, then suddenly dropped to his knees, knocking his forehead heavily against the rough stone slab. Please, save everyone. Save everyone. Why should I help you just because I happened to pass by? Alan raised an eyebrow, retorting. The calamity of a nation's destruction might be utter despair for ordinary people, but for a pirate of his caliber, it was no more than a group of children playing house. He could let them continue their childish game, or he could step in and end this war at any moment. But why should he save so many people? You have the power. Luo jerked his head up, his eyes bloodshot. You could easily kill those soldiers, and you can even control lightning. Oh, so just because I have the power, I must save people? Alan let out a sneer, looking straight into Luo's eyes. By your logic, having power means you can do whatever you want. Then couldn't I just kill you right now along with all your companions hiding in the church? Luo was left speechless. Every word the other spoke pierced his heart, yet he could find no rebuttal. Born into a medical family, having lived in a beautiful world until now, he simply could not understand why someone so powerful would stand by and watch so many people die. Shouldn't people heal the wounded, rescue the dying, and protect the weak? Alan shook his head. That philosophy would be perfectly fine in a beautiful world, but this was the world of pirates. There is no love without reason, only hatred without cause. Don't take others' kindness for granted, kid. Alan withdrew his gaze and brushed the dust off his clothes. But then again, my kindness does come with a clear price tag. I can save you, but you'll have to pay a small price. This was the first lesson Alan taught Luo. In this cruel world, the exchange of interests was the primary rule. But Luo didn't think that far. His eyes lit up as he grasped at a lifeline. What price? As long as I can afford it. Simple. Alan raised a finger. For every person I save, you work for me for 1 year. 1 year per person, understand? On the surface, it seemed like a good deal. One human life could be exchanged for just 1 year of time. But how many would be willing to sacrifice their own freedom for others? Yet slightly to Alan's surprise, Luo didn't hesitate even a moment. He simply nodded firmly. I agree. Good. Alan raised an eyebrow. For argument's sake, let's say you can work for me for 100 years. Starting now, including yourself, you can save 100 people. The quota is limited. Weigh it carefully. Luo led Alan back to the church courtyard. The sister and the children were still standing there, bewildered. Seeing Luo return safely, the sister hurried over to question him. Luo, why did you say that earlier? Sister, the evacuation ship is a trap. They're going to kill everyone. Luo's voice was eerily calm. He didn't mention the indenture contract, only pointed to Alan behind him. This is Mr. Alan. He will help us go to the hospital to find my parents, and then take us all out of Feely Fancy. The sister looked at the unfamiliar Alan with some hesitation, but she trusted Luo's words. If the soldiers really intended to kill everyone, there was no other choice. Thus the group left the church and headed toward the hospital. The streets along the way had turned into a hellscape. Chemical defense soldiers were sweeping the area, shooting any living person on sight. But under Alan's lead, not a single soldier managed to fire a shot alive. In this inferno, watching Alan stroll leisurely ahead, Luo felt a strong sense of unreality. Help! A faint cry for help came from under the rubble. Luo stopped. It was an old man pinned beneath a collapsed wall. He turned to look at Alan. Alan yawned and casually pointed. A flash of lightning streaked across, reducing the stones, crushing the old man to dust. 6. Alan counted. Luo and the sisters' group totaled 15 people. This was the 16th. Alan raised no objection, simply abiding by the agreement. To save or not to save was entirely up to Luo's will. Not far ahead, they encountered several civilians being chased by soldiers. Luo gritted his teeth and looked at Alan again. Lightning leaped, the soldiers fell. 21. Along the way, Luo's compassion, inherited from his doctor parents, kept stirring. Whenever he saw injured people or civilians about to be killed, he couldn't help but stop. The group grew like a snowball, larger and larger. Alan didn't urge them, he just counted unhurriedly. 45, 62, 96. One street away from the hospital, Luo was frantically calculating in his mind. He couldn't save any more. He had to keep 3 slots. Father, mother, and Lami. 97. He absolutely could not cross that line. Facing the people being hunted next, Luo bit his lower lip and lowered his head, silently repeating apologies. The hospital gate was already in sight. A large number of chemical defense soldiers surrounded the entire building with gunshots and screams constantly coming from inside. A little girl in the group suddenly screamed, "Mommy!" On the open ground in front of the hospital, a woman covered in blood was being dragged by 2 soldiers. She was arching her body desperately, as if protecting something. Luo trembled all over, staring rigidly at the woman, then at the little girl beside him, who was crying heart-wrenchingly. "Just one more, let me save, just one more. Save her." A flash of electric light at Alan's fingertips, and the 2 soldiers fell to the ground. 98. How could it increase by 2? That's impossible. Before Luo could voice his protest, a loud infant's cry rang out. "Mommy, little brother, you're both alive." Thank goodness. Whoa. Only when the little girl beside him threw herself at the woman did Luo see the wailing baby in her arms. He had saved 2 people, had saved a new life. But only 2 slots remained, and he had 3 family members. Rushing into the hospital building, Luo ran wildly down the corridor. Dad? Mom? Lami? Outside a 3rd-floor ward, several soldiers were aiming their guns at a man and a woman in white coats cornered against the wall. The woman held a little girl wrapped in a blanket tightly in her arms. "Luo." The man spotted Luo charging over, and his face changed drastically. "Run! Don't come here." Hearing the commotion, the soldiers turned their guns. "Alan!" Luo shouted. Alan strolled leisurely behind, leaning against the doorframe, his tone mocking. "Ah, this is troublesome. There are 3 people over there, but you only have 2 slots left." Luo stood frozen. "To save them, you have to give up 1 person from your group." Alan pointed at the refugees behind them. "Pick one. A life for a life. Fair enough." The corridor fell into dead silence. The refugees stared at Luo in terror, afraid he would point at them. Was he supposed to kill the very lives he had struggled to save? Luo's eyes widened bloodshot, and finally he fell to his knees with a thud. "I'll give up my own slot." Luo lifted his head, tears bursting forth like a broken dam. "Kill me. Save the 3 of them." He wanted to sacrifice his own life in exchange for 1 slot. But no matter how agitated Luo was, Alan still dug his ear lazily, his face full of disdain. "Do you really think you're a self-sacrificing hero? If you hadn't wasted so much of your cheap kindness earlier, how could you have ended up like this? I wanted you to work for me. If you die, what's the point of saving these people? I thought you had some brains, but now it seems utterly foolish." Alan's gaze turned icy as he looked at Luo. "Choose. Among the 3, you can only save 2. Who are you giving up?" "Luo, listen, take Lami and go." Luo's father stood aside, finally grasping the situation. He shielded his wife and daughter behind him, placing himself before the gun muzzle. "I won't leave. Let your mother and Lami survive." Yet his wife shook her head, vehemently clutching their daughter, her gaze toward Luo a mixture of panic and tenderness. "Luo, take care of your little sister. Mom isn't leaving either." At these words, the man and woman locked eyes, each seeing the unwavering resolve in the other's gaze. The 2 soldiers exchanged a glance, and a cold sneer emerged from beneath their masks. "How touching. Discussing who lives and who dies right in front of us. Are we invisible?" A soldier cocked the rifle. "Since you're so torn, go to hell together." The muzzle spat fire. Luo's eyes widened in fury, his veins bulging. Truly birds of a feather flocked together. Alan sighed, making no superfluous move, merely raising a hand and snapping his fingers. Snap! A blinding white light flooded the entire corridor. Lightning wove into an impenetrable net, melting every bullet mid-flight. Along with it, the 2 soldiers were reduced to ashes. 101. Consider the extra 1 a gift. Alan clapped his hands, walked over to Luo, and lifted him off the ground with 1 hand. "Alright, originally, you only had to work for me for 100 years. Now it's 101. Alan looked at the dumbfounded Luo, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "From now on, you belong to me for this life." Before Luo could react, Alan released his grip and turned to gaze into the depths of the corridor, where more soldiers were rushing toward the sound. "Since you're one of us now, no need to stand on ceremony." Alan twisted his neck, his joints cracking with a crisp sound. "Who do you want to save? They'll help you." Luo opened his mouth, but no sound came out. "Got it." Alan chuckled scornfully. Having such a kind-hearted crew member meant he as captain would have to put in a bit more effort. The next second, a violent thunderbolt surged into the sky. All the glass in the entire hospital shattered at once. Azure arcs of lightning like rampaging dragons spread wildly along the walls, floor, and ceiling. Not even a scream could escape before it was utterly drowned by the deafening roar of thunder. Luo collapsed to the ground, looking up at the silhouette bathed in lightning. The white light illuminated his small, grime-covered face. A deity. That was the only word left in Luo's mind. In this land of utter despair, devoid of salvation, a deity had truly descended. Waves rolled crashing against the black reefs. Offshore, a massive warship split the sea heading straight for Flevens. Sakaski stood on the forecastle, his coat of justice fluttering in the wind. He stared at the distant Flevens, his face as hard as rock, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Gion stood behind him, her hand resting on the sword at her waist. On the other side, Gazizu bit a cigar, the smoke blown away by the sea breeze. Vice Admiral Sakaski. As if hesitating for a long time, Gion suddenly spoke. After we land, please allow me to negotiate first. 2 years ago, that boy was still a hero who saved a ship, yet now he has become a heinous pirate. She understood, yet she didn't, and she desperately wanted to find out. That was why she had volunteered to accompany this time. Sakaski did not turn around. Augustine Allen is only 13 years old. If we can communicate and persuade him to surrender, we can avoid greater casualties. He is still a child. Gion tried to continue but was sharply cut off by Akainu. 13. Sakaski slowly turned back, glaring coldly at Gion. Rear Admiral Gion, mind your stance. He is no ignorant child. With a bounty of 700 million attacking a celestial dragon, now hijacking a navy warship, extorting nobles, and openly challenging headquarters. This is unforgivable ultimate evil. But, Gion tried to argue. Enough. Sakaski cut her off harshly. This operation is under my full command. No matter his age, anyone who dares to trample on justice will meet their death. Flevens inside the ruins of the hospital. Survivors helped each other clear a space in the hall. Luo's parents worked swiftly, beginning to bandage the wounded. Lami obediently stayed by her mother's side, handing her gauze. Alan found an intact chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and watched the busy crowd with interest. Luo walked up to Alan, bent his knees, and fell heavily to the ground. Thank you, Mr. Alan. Luo looked up, his eyes full of gratitude and admiration. You saved everyone, saved my family. Alan propped his chin on his hand and yawned. Don't thank me yet. Alan raised a finger and wagged it. I don't do charity. 101 years, not a second less. Luo nodded heavily, beaming brightly. I understand. From today on, my life is yours. Whatever you ask, you'll do. Alan waved his hand. Don't speak too soon. Working for me isn't as easy as you think. He stood up, walked over to Luo, and looked down at the future great pirate. Look at yourself now. Alan's tone was laced with contempt. You're stupid and weak, incapable of even protecting your family, relying on others' charity. Luo lowered his eyes, speechless. With such little skill, you want to board my ship? Alan scoffed. I complain you're too slow, even to scrub the deck. Luo caught that word. Ship A. He looked up in astonishment. Mr. Alan, are you a pirate? In a small country like Flevens, common folk knew little of the great pirates of the outside world, and Luo had not known Alan's identity before. What, want to back out? Alan raised an eyebrow. Luo stood frozen. Pirates. In newspapers and legends, they were villains who burned, killed, and looted. Yet this very person had pulled them back from hell. He turned his head to look at his parents, who were treating the wounded nearby, and his obedient little sister. Luo averted his gaze and met Alan's eyes. No. Luo spoke each word with firm determination. No matter who you are, you saved us. That is an immense kindness. I will never break my promise. I will work for you for the rest of my life. Alan stared at him for a few seconds, then a barely perceptible smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Good, at least you have some backbone. But since you're on a pirate ship, you'll follow my rules. He pointed at the crowd in the hall. Until you become strong enough to be worthy of formally boarding my ship. Alan suddenly grinned, revealing white teeth. Your family will stay with me as hostages for now. Don't forget, I'm an evil pirate. Hearing this, Luo's small face instantly turned pale. Please, spare them. Luo rasped, his voice hoarse. They'll go with you. They'll do anything you ask. Just don't hurt my parents and my little sister. Ai Luin was a pirate. He should have known that pirates were never truly kind. He had been prepared to wallow in the mire alongside them, but his family, they were not. Let them go. Even if I were magnanimous enough to let your family reunite, where do you plan to take them? Ai Luin countered abruptly, his tone flat. Yet that simple question left Luo speechless, his mouth agape. Where could they go? Beyond the border of fancy, fully armed troops from neighboring nations stood with rifles raised, blocking every escape route. The entire nation was ablaze, mountains of corpses and despairing wails everywhere. Yes, where could they go? A flicker of bewilderment crept into Luo's eyes. Fancy is beyond saving. Ai Luin kicked aside a loose stone. You're all carrying the platinum lead disease. Walk out of these ruins, and to those people out there, you're nothing but infectious rats. The disease is not contagious. Luo retorted angrily, but the next words plunged him into silence again. Who would believe that? Ai Luin said calmly. Who would believe it? If those people had believed the disease was not contagious, the tragedy of Fancy's destruction would never have occurred. Under the world government's cover-up, no one would trust the words of a dying people. You have only two paths before you. Ai Luin raised two fingers. First, you keep running with your family. Then you watch them get shot down by random bullets or die of the disease rotting in some gutter. Second, leave them with me. You go out to sea and find a cure. When you truly have that ability, you'll be worthy of boarding my ship, and then you can come back and take them away. Luo lowered his head, tears splashing onto the ground, forming muddy stains. He was too weak. He didn't even have the strength to protect his loved ones. His life was a gift from someone else's mercy, and he didn't even deserve to bargain. Not far away, his father was bandaging a wounded man with a severed leg using bloodstained hands, while his mother held his little sister Lami's hand, looking over with anxious eyes. Lami gave him a sweet smile. I choose the second path. The boy clenched his teeth, staring fixedly at Ai Lun. I will grow strong. I will find a way to cure the platinum lead disease. Then I will definitely take them away. Smart, Ai Lun said with a faint smile. Please, protect them. Luo bowed deeply. I'm no babysitter, but I've already thought of a place for them. And I've also found your next destination. Luo stood frozen, not understanding what Ai Lun meant by destination. Ai Lun ignored his reaction, turned around, and fixed his gaze on a load-bearing pillar in the corner of the hospital hall. Come out, Ai Lun said, his voice not loud, but echoing through the empty ruins. It's quite rude to eavesdrop on others from the shadows. The air was silent for a few seconds. No response. Do I have to force you out? Ai Lun raised his right hand, a cluster of azure electric light, flickering on his index finger. A rustling sound came from behind the pillar. A figure of immense height shuffled out reluctantly. It was a blond man wearing a black feather coat, his face painted with a ridiculous clown makeup and a red star-shaped decoration at the corner of his right eye. He wore a knit cap, a half-unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. Fine beads of sweat covered his forehead as he looked at Ai Lun, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. How did he find me? Luo Xinan's mind was filled with that question. He had always been extremely confident in his devil fruit ability. The silent fruit could erase all sound. Combined with his professional stealth training, even a master of observation Haki would find it hard to detect him without careful concentration. At this, Ai Lun rolled his eyes. Dude, you're over 4 meters tall. A huge person hiding there who wouldn't see you. From the moment he stepped into the hospital, Ai Lun had noticed the incongruous dark shadow in the corner. He had just been busy persuading Luo and couldn't be bothered with him. Hey chat. Ai Lun stepped forward. Luo Xinan stepped back warily, quickly snapping his fingers. An invisible barrier instantly expanded, enveloping the two of them. Standing a few steps away, Luo was astonished to find he could hear nothing. The lips of Ai Lun and the strange man moved, but no sound reached him. Inside the soundproof barrier. Let me introduce myself. Ai Lun. Ai Lun kept his hands in his pockets, sizing up Luo Xinan before him. Luo Xinan swallowed hard. Of course he recognized that face. The most vicious pirate with a bounty of 700 million, the madman who dared to beat up celestial dragons. It was precisely because Ai Lun had caused havoc at the auction house that the Don Quixote family suffered heavy losses. Duo Fu was furious at the time, and if not for seeing Ai Lun's terrifying bounty later, he would have already sought revenge. But he didn't speak. While infiltrating the Don Quixote family, he had always maintained a mute persona. If he spoke directly and the words reached Duo Fu's ears, he would easily, but he didn't speak. While infiltrating the Don Quixote family, he had always maintained a mute persona. If he spoke directly and the words reached Duo Fu's ears, he would easily fall under suspicion. Stop pretending. Rest assured I won't breathe a word of what we say next. Ai Lun shook his head helplessly. Seeing that Luo Xinan still played dumb, he drew his blade and pressed it against the man's neck. Quickly, I mean no harm. Luo Xinan raised his hands in surrender, speaking rapidly in explanation. I am here on Duo Fu Lang Ming guest orders to assess the situation in Feely Fancy. The Don Quixote family does not wish to cause trouble. He invoked Duo Fu Lang Ming guest name, trying to make Ai Lun think twice. Ai Lun was amused. Would he who had dared to hit a celestial dragon be afraid of a discarded son of the celestial dragons? Don't try to use that pink flamingo to intimidate me. I have no interest in your family's messy affairs. Luo Xinan's mouth twitched, never expecting that description of Duo Fu. Ai Lun pointed at Luo, who was anxiously looking over from outside the soundproof barrier. That kid Trafalgar, Luo. I want you to take him away. Take him to find a cure. No matter what means you use, no matter where you go, keep him alive. Luo Xinan followed Ai Lun's gaze. A boy covered in grime was staring fixedly at them. He had witnessed the destruction of this country, seen the soldiers' atrocities against civilians, and also seen the child struggling in despair. He wanted to help him, but he had a mission. Duo Fu Lang Ming was suspicious by nature. If he brought back a burden or showed excessive sympathy, it would arouse suspicion. Sorry. Luo Xinan averted his gaze, forcing calm. I can't do it. I have no right to bring people into the family. Hey, don't rush to refuse. Ai Lun interrupted him with a light laugh, stepping closer and staring directly into his eyes. We've talked for so long, and I still don't know what to call you. Should I call you Mr. Kulasong, or Lieutenant Commander Luo, Shi Nandi, or perhaps Xiaomigua? Rosinante swallowed hard, feeling a tightness in his chest as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. How did this guy know all this? His mind went blank. His identity as an undercover agent was his greatest secret, unknown even to the Don Quixote family. Apart from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, there was no third person in the world who should know. But this guy even knew his code name. Where the hell did he get this information? You? Rosinante opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Shoo. Alan raised a finger to his lips. Don't worry. I have no interest in ratting you out. I only care about whether that brat lives or dies. As a transmigrator, his greatest strength was not his power, but his ability to foresee everything. Even if you were a Marine undercover agent, or even I'm himself, as long as Oda dared to draw it, he dared to say it. Alan internally quipped, then pointed at Law. The deal is simple. You take Law and find him a doctor. In exchange, you'll keep your secret. Rosinante's mind was in turmoil. This was no longer a deal, it was outright blackmail. If he refused, all Alan had to do was spread his identity, and Doflamingo would tear him apart with his own hands. His own death was nothing, but Doflamingo would still roam the world, poisoning others. Yet taking Law with him. Why me? Rosinante gritted his teeth. Well, I guess because you're a good person. Alan spread his hands. Rosinante fell silent. What kind of bullshit logic was that? Just because he was a good person, he had to be held at gunpoint. Still being called a good person made Rosinante quite happy. He unconsciously twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing that terrifying smile that sent chills down Alan's spine. Alan instinctively took half a step back. In that instant, Alan seemed to hear the sound of a heart breaking. Was that half-step retreat serious? Such a small gesture, yet it hurt so much. Ahem, so are you in or not? Alan scratched his head. Rosinante looked at Law outside the soundproof barrier. The boy's eyes held a stubborn defiance and unwillingness, a desperate longing for survival. Flevence was already destroyed. This child had lost his country, lost his future. If even he rejected him, where could he go? All right. Rosinante let out a long, heavy breath. I agree. He looked at Alan, solemn and serious. They'll take him with me. They'll do everything in my power to cure him. Then he dispelled the soundproof barrier, and their voices once again reached Law's ear. Hey kid, come here. Alan waved at the still-stunned Law. Law walked over dazedly. From today on, you're with him. Alan pointed at Rosinante. He'll take you out to sea and find you a doctor. When you feel strong enough, come back and be my crewmate for 101 years. Law looked up at the man towering over 4 meters. A black feathered coat, a clownish makeup, and a red star painted at the corner of his right eye. He didn't look reliable at all. Rather, he was laughable, like a shoddy performer escaped from a circus. Could such a person really take him to find a doctor? Rosinante looked at Law. To show his friendliness, he deliberately bent down and tried to force a gentle smile. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth set against that pale clown face. A ghost. Law recoiled in fright, falling flat on his back. In that moment, Alan heard the echo of a heart shattering again. He could only shake his head helplessly. One day you'll understand. This man you despise is the fool on this sea who, apart from your family, is the only one willing to risk his life for you. Alan was about to tease them when his expression suddenly shifted. Before either of them could react, he transformed into a flash of blue-white lightning and vanished on the spot. Boom. A terrifying explosion followed. The allied neighboring forces are attacking. Rosinante's eyes widened. He grabbed Law from the floor and rushed to the window to look outside. On the distant coastline, several massive warships were cutting through the waves, their masts flying seagull banners that brought a sense of immense relief. Countless black cannonballs trailing long streaks of smoke soared across the sea straight toward Flevence. It's the Marines. Law pressed against the window, his eyes lighting up. The Marines are here to save us. Having been taught since childhood that the Marines were justice, he instinctively believed so. In the hospital lobby, the rescued civilians also heard the commotion. They supported each other as they walked to the broken windows, and seeing the fluttering seagull flags, they erupted in cheers. Thank the gods. The Marines are finally here. I told you. Flevence pays the heavenly tribute as a member state. The world government won't abandon us. But Rosinante stared at the black dots growing larger in the sky, his pupils suddenly contracting. Something was wrong. The trajectories of those shells were not aimed at the Allied forces on the border. Their targets were the residential districts of Flevence, and several were heading straight for the hospital. Get down, Rosinante roared, shielding Law beneath him. Damn it, they're civilians. Fleet Admiral Sengoku would never order such a thing. Who were those Marines firing the cannons? The shells howled with death less than 100 meters from the hospital roof. The cheers abruptly died, and the joy in their eyes turned into pure terror. No one could have imagined that the Marines they had placed their hopes in would become the demons destroying them. Inazuma. A lazy voice sounded in midair. Blinding thunderbolts shot upward. Hundreds of thick lightning bolts intertwined into a massive electric net covering the entire hospital and even half of Flevitz. The moment the heavy shell struck the net, they exploded in midair. Fire and smoke blossomed overhead, a continuous roar of deafening explosions. Shrapnel melted into molten iron from the lightning's heat, raining down like a magnificent meteor shower. Law peered out from the gap in Rosinante's arms, staring blankly at the thunder net in the sky. Rosinante was also stunned. Both of their worldviews shattered in that moment. The Marines' symbols of justice were indiscriminately shelling defenseless civilians. Yet the man with a bounty of 700 million, the most wanted pirate, stood before the civilians bearing all the cannon fire. How absurd. Emporio's excitation hormone. The next instant Huang Yuan kicked Wangfu flying. I can only help you this far. Go for it, my boy. Chiyuan stared fixedly at Sakasiji before her, speaking angrily. Civilians. Sakasiji crossed his arms, his tone indifferent. Rear Admiral Chiyuan, I think you have mistaken one thing. They are not civilians, they are the infected who are destabilized. But, Chiyuan tried to retort. No buts. Sakasiji cut her off sharply. For absolute justice, any sacrifice is worth it. Sympathy. But, Chiyuan tried to retort. No buts. Sakasiji cut her off sharply. For absolute justice, any sacrifice is worth it. Even if I bear the infamy of massacre, I will not hesitate. Vice Admiral Gizizu, standing nearby, loudly echoed. Vice Admiral Sakasiji is right. That pirate named Ai Luan came to Fuli Fancy precisely to save these infected. Since these infected have been targeted by pirates, it means they have long colluded with evil. We must use cannon fire to completely erase the evil on this land along with the disease. We must never let that pirate's scheme succeed. As he said, Gizizu brandished his long sword and continued, commanding the sailors to load ammunition. Fire. Keep firing. Chiyuan stood still, feeling a chill in her hands and feet. The colleagues so familiar in the past now seemed incredibly foreign. She watched the busy sailors, looked at Sakasiji's cold and ruthless face, opened her mouth, but could not utter a single sound. Is this the justice of the Marines? Simply because they are contagious and not treated, we choose to massacre them. Label innocent patients as evil, and then raise the butcher's knife with a clear conscience. She was powerless. The gap in rank and the chasm in ideology forced her to watch helplessly as a new round of shells was pushed into the gun barrels. Fire. With a deafening roar, another wave of shells soared into the air. Chiyuan closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of the ensuing carnage. However, the expected explosion did not come from afar. Instead, the sky above suddenly became blindingly bright. Crackle. A piercing electric sound exploded above the warship. That wave of shells which had just ascended had not even left the range of the warship before they exploded without warning in midair. Fierce lightning raged through the smoke, illuminating the entire sea as bright as day. Sakasiji looked up, magma beginning to churn on his right arm. Gizizu was so startled that his eyes nearly popped out. A piercing alarm echoed over the warship. Enemy attack. It's the pirate, Ai Luan. Chiyuan's eyes snapped open, and then she saw that familiar, excessively young face. By the coast, the dense smoke cleared, revealing Ai Luan hovering in midair directly in front of the warship. His hands in his pockets, blue-white lightning danced around him like a thunder god descending to the world. You Marines are really too idle. Ai Luan looked down at the crowd on the deck, his gaze lingering on Chiyuan for 2 seconds, then finally landing on Gizizu. With the vast sea unattended, you insist on massacring ordinary civilians. Is this the justice you speak of, Gizizu? This Butchian disease was never contagious. Even if it were, the Marines chose not to treat or isolate, but to eliminate both the people and the disease together. The scene of being humiliated by Ai Luan on the Den Mushi was still vivid in his mind. Was still vivid in his mind, and now he completely lost his reason. Augustine Ai Luan. Gizizu roared, his hair moving, without wind, transforming into 6 black arms, each holding a long sword. Adding his original 2 hands that made 8 blades in total. 8 sword style. He'll tear you to pieces. He suddenly exerted force with his legs, shattering the deck, and launched himself straight at Ai Luan in midair. 8 long swords interwove into an impenetrable net of blades, bearing down on Ai Luan's vital points. Akainu standing by did not stop him. As a fellow hawkish commander, he knew Gizizu's strength. Though only a rear admiral, he was not inferior to some veteran vice admirals. His future promotion to vice admiral was a foregone conclusion. As for what Kizaru had said about Ai Luan escaping from his grasp, Akainu couldn't care less. In his eyes, with Kizaru's character, anyone could escape from him if he held back. That battle held no value whatsoever. Now Gizizu could test the opponent's true strength. For justice. Gizizu roared as he charged forward. Facing the 8 blades interwoven into a net, Lin merely slowly drew out his right hand. The lightning at his fingertips began to stir, emitting a fierce crackle. The moment he raised his hand, thunderclouds began to rapidly gather in the sky over Feely Fancy. The sailors on the warship felt an extremely dangerous aura washing over them, and Gizizu at the center of the thunderclouds had his hair standing on end. Despite standing behind so many Marines at this moment, he felt utterly isolated and helpless. Heaven's judgment. Lun's right hand pressed down slightly. Boom. Before the words faded, a pillar of lightning as thick as a barrel plummeted from the sky, smashing heavily. The terrifying lightning pillar pierced through Gizizu's sword net, and the violent current traveled along his armament Haki directly into his internal organs. In an instant, the smell of burning spread through the air. Gizizu. Sakaseji's right arm's magma rolled violently, but he hadn't had time to act. Gizizu, like a kite with a broken string, fell straight back onto the warship deck, smoking black, and smashed a deep crater into it. Wood splinters flew everywhere. The surrounding sailors stared with mouths agape, their shock beyond words. Had that usually imposing Rear Admiral Gizizu been defeated just like that? And he hadn't even touched the opponent's clothes. He just charged forward with a roar, then was instantly killed by a single thunderbolt. How could this be? Even though many sailors refused to believe it, when they saw Gizizu lying before them, they belatedly rushed over to check his condition. Don't you dare yap at me about justice or whatever. What are you even burning for? Just stay as your Rear Admiral speak. Lin chuckled, looking at Gizizu lying in the pit unconscious or dead, and couldn't help shaking his head. For him now, Rear Admiral level Marines were really just like speed bumps. He just wondered when he could treat an admiral as a speed bump. He was really looking forward to that day. Who allowed you to insult the justice of the Marines? Augustine Lin. On the warship, an astonishing, killing intent soared into the sky, and a terrifying heat wave washed over. Inferno dog. Sakaseji's eyes blazed with fury as he locked onto Lin, hovering in midair, his right fist shrouded in molten lava thrusting forward. The enormous lava fist elongated with incredible speed, hurtling straight toward Lin's face. After the defeat of Gizizu, the Marines aboard the warship were seething with pent-up anger, desperately hoping this strike would curb the arrogance of that detestable pirate. They wished for nothing less than the outright annihilation of this insolent brigand. That was lava capable of melting steel with ease. A mere touch would reduce any ordinary pirate to ashes. The Hellhound strike meant either death or grievous injury. Yet Lin kept one hand in his pocket, and just as the magma was about to make contact, his entire form transformed into a bolt of blue-white lightning, vanishing in an instant. The lava fist missed its mark, plunging into the sea behind, where the scorching magma met the water, erupting in a vast cloud of white steam. The magma fruit was arguably one of the most potent Logia-type devil fruits, its power awe-inspiring. Few could endure a direct Hellhound strike and emerge unscathed. But for Lin, such a feat was trivial. Under the blistering speed of the rumble fruit, the Hellhound, which seemed blindingly fast to others, appeared to Lin as sluggish as an old man's punch. If he didn't want to be hit, it was impossible for it to land. What a vile temper, Red Dog. The next instant, Lin's figure materialized atop the mainmast of the warship, looking down upon Sakaseji below, appraising him with a theatrical air. Tisk, that move has impressive power, but it's far too slow. A miss is a miss, it's useless. But don't be disheartened. I reckon it'd be great for cooking. Fancy coming aboard my ship as a cook, the kind who lights the fire. Sakaseji's right arm dripped with lava, its searing heat scorching black pits into the deck. Beneath his peaked cap, his face contorted with sheer rage. No one had ever dared mock him so. Yet he found himself utterly powerless against this pirate. The Logia-type rumble. This brat's speed exceeded even what the intelligence reports described. The trajectory of lightning was impossible to track with the naked eye. A straightforward linear single-target attack like this could never catch his tangible form. A speed nearly rivaling Borsellino's. He was forced to concede that. A mere coward who only knows how to flee. Sakaseji gnashed his teeth in fury, managing only a futile retort. Then he turned his head and bellowed at Gion, who stood frozen nearby. Gion, how long are you going to stand there gawking? Get over here and help. Gion tightened her grip on the Kaimpira at her hip, her gaze drifting to the smoldering artillery fire in the distance and the civilians wailing amid the ruins. Her thoughts were unreadable. Have you forgotten the justice you bear? Akainu roared in fury. The next moment, Gion kicked off, using the moonwalk technique to launch herself into the air. Her renowned blade left its sheath, and a sharp flying slash hurtled toward Lin. She could no longer judge whether her own justice was right or wrong, but orders were ironclad. She had no choice but to strike. The sword chi tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Sakaseji moved in perfect sync, his left arm transforming into magma to seal off Lin's escape route to the right. The two of them, one on each side, formed a pincer attack. Alan smiled faintly, his body dissolving into lightning weaving through the gaps between the slashes and the molten rock with effortless grace. Augustine Allen. Guion gripped her sword with both hands, unleashing a series of consecutive slashes, but each one only cleaved through Alan's afterimage. With your talent, why choose to become a pirate? Surrender now and return with me to Marine headquarters to stand trial. You still have a chance to reform. Alan tilted his head to evade the blade, then with 2 fingers, he precisely pinched the back of the Kaipeira. High-voltage current surged along the blade. Guion's hands went numb from the electricity, yet she refused to let go. She tried to wrench her longsword free, but found his 2 fingers clamped like iron pincers, immovable. Reform? Alan scoffed. Reform into what? Join the Marines. He leaned in close to Guion, pointing at the burning town below, his scorching gaze meeting hers. Join you, don that self-righteous white coat, aim cannons at defenseless patients. Massacre civilians who can't even fight back. The young man's handsome face was inches away, yet Guion felt her vision blurring the justice she had clung to wavering once more. She recalled the carnage in the civilian district moments ago, the infected wailing under the bombardment, and that cold, merciless face of Sakaseiji when he gave the order to open fire. Was this the justice she had always upheld? The honor of the Marines, the bottom line of justice, had become a mockery the moment the cannons rained down on civilians. Guion's grip weakened. Alan twisted his wrist, and the famed blade Kaipeira flew from her hand, tumbling toward the deck below. Guion lost her balance, plummeting from the air and crashing heavily onto the warship's deck. She didn't retrieve the sword. She just sat there on the deck, dazed, head bowed, silent. All will to fight had vanished. Worthless. Sakaseiji witnessed the scene, his fury boiling over. You've disgraced the very face of justice. Sakaseiji's entire body of magma churned violently, its temperature skyrocketing to its peak. Alan was not only formidable in strength, but also highly inflammatory with his words. If he kept talking. Sakaseiji glanced at the warship behind him. Countless Marines had already begun hanging their heads in contemplation. No more delays. The magma on his right arm swelled, abruptly morphing into a giant, hideous molten dog's head. The searing heat evaporated all the surrounding moisture, filling the air with the pungent stench of sulfur. Many Marines struggled even to breathe. The wooden structure of the warship began to spontaneously combust in large patches. Panicked sailors scrambled to fetch water buckets, but the intense heat forced them back. The price of justice is to eradicate every threat. Even if it means killing 1,000 innocents, never let a single one escape. Sakaseiji roared as he, the price of justice is to eradicate every threat. Even if it means killing 1,000 innocents, never let a single one escape. Sakaseiji roared as he swung his right arm. Dogbite Crimson Lotus. Molten lava erupted from his body, coalescing midair into a colossal, ferocious canine head. The magma hound opened its gaping maw, radiating heat that could annihilate all, and lunged straight at Alan. The air along its path was distorted by the scorching heat, and even the sea below began to churn. Alan, having just repelled Guion, turned to face the onrushing wave of searing fury. But he did not retreat. Blue-white lightning surged wildly around him, dark clouds roiled in the sky above, and thunderclaps echoed across the heavens. Did you think I was actually afraid of you? Alan sneered, his right hand curling into a fist as infinite lightning gathered in his palm. A rabid dog that barks incessantly. Alan pressed his palm downward. The violent lightning coalesced into a writhing, roaring dragon carrying the might of cataclysm, charging straight toward the magma dog's head. 100 million volt thunder dragon. The thunder dragon roared as a dove colliding heat-in with that enormous molten canine head. Lightning and magma clashed in midair. A blinding light illuminated the entire sea, and a deafening roar drowned out all sound. The violent shockwave of energy expanded outward, raising waves tens of meters high and rocking the warship violently. Blue and red lights split the sky in two. The violent impact of the collision swept through Fu Lei Fan Sea. The town, already ravaged by cannon fire, saw its brick walls crumble and dust fill the air. Luo Sinan D shielded Luo tightly beneath his body. The violent impact of the collision swept through Fu Lei Fan Sea. The town, already ravaged by cannon fire, saw its brick walls crumble. Blue-white thunder and dark red magma devoured each other in midair, erupting with a world-shaking pressure. Luo, who had never witnessed such a grand spectacle, was deeply awed. Even the kingdom's most elite troops could not withstand an attack of this magnitude, could they? Even the neighboring allied forces, once capable of destroying Fu Lei Fan Sea, would likely be annihilated in an instant before such a battle. What kind of monsters were these people? Luo Sinan D gritted his teeth, as well, equally stunned into silence. As a Navy spy, he should have hoped for Sakaseji's victory. But reason told him that once Sakaseji won, everyone here would die. Ai Luan, you must win. The dazzling light converged, and a searing shockwave rippled out in a ring. The sea surface was forcibly pressed down several meters. The towering wave violently shoved the massive Navy warship toward the distant ocean. The mainmast snapped and crashed down the deck, charred black. Sailors who had not grabbed hold of anything were swept by the gale into the boiling seawater, their screams filling the air. On the shore, Sakae dropped to one knee on the gravel beach, gasping heavily. The symbol of justice, his navy cloak, was tattered and torn. Magma dripped from his right arm onto the rocks, burning with acrid white smoke. He looked up somewhat disheveledly toward the sky. Lun stepped on a wisp of lightning, landing steadily on the spire of a half-destroyed church. The corner of his clothes was slightly dirty, but he was unscathed. The contrast was clear. On the wreckage of the warship, Chi Yuan held the empty scabbard, her breath caught in her throat. 2 years ago, the youth who had to fight tooth and nail against the Ku pirate crew in the Donghai, the pirate who barely escaped from Vice Admiral Bo Lusa Li Nua's grasp, now in a direct confrontation, had suppressed Vice Admiral Sakae. Rumors had long circulated within the Navy that Sakae Kuzan and Bo Lusa Li Nua were certain to be promoted to Admiral. Lun was only 13 years old this year. At 13, he suppressed a future admiral. If news of this spread, who knew how many people would despair of the Navy? Who could stop Lun in the future? The surviving sailors lay on the tilted deck. The Vice Admiral Sakae, whom they had believed nearly invincible, had lost the upper hand. Magma fruit, is that all you've got? Lun's mouth was relentless, but he was slightly startled in his heart. That Thunder Dragon just now was already the peak voltage he could control at his current stage. The destructive power of 100 million volts had only barely managed to offset the high-temperature erosion of Dogbite Red Lotus, and incidentally forced the Red Dog back a few steps. The destructive power of the top-tier Logia magma was indeed well-deserved. This old dog hadn't even pulled out his ultimate trump card yet. However, he wasn't without even more powerful moves. Sakae stared fixedly at Lun on high, grinding his teeth audibly. 2 years, just 2 years. This villain who had once only been able to flee from Huang Yuan had grown to the point of exchanging blows heat-in with him. Would this battle really end with the Navy backing down? On the horizon, a ship, flying an unfamiliar flag, came riding the waves. At the bow stood a man as burly as a bear, holding a book in his hand. Beside him was a woman with pink hair, excitedly waving toward the shore. The moment Lun saw that ship, a smile bloomed uncontrollably on his face. He waved his arm and shouted toward the vessel from afar, "Long time no see. Xiong, Jean and I." He had already made plans long before arriving at Fu Lei Fancy. With such a large country and so many Pichian disease patients, who would take care of them? Under the world government's cover-up, no matter where they went, these people would be driven away. Except the Revolutionary Army. He had contacted Iwan Kofu before arriving at Fu Lei Fancy. The many homeless citizens of Fu Lei Fancy, filled with hatred for the world government, were exactly the ready-made force the Revolutionary Army needed most. He just hadn't expected them to send Xiong and Jean and I to meet him. Sakae followed Lun's gaze, and upon seeing the newcomers, his already grim expression twisted completely. The Revolutionary Army. These cancerous tumors intent on overthrowing the world government were colluding with the most heinous pirates. Pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and this filthy town full of infected people. All the garbage that defied justice had gathered together. In an instant, he made his decision. Absolute justice admits no compromise. Even if I have to flatten this island completely, you must die here. Sakae suddenly stood up. Lethal high temperatures rolled around him, the air distorting from the extreme heat. Evil must be utterly eradicated. He raised both arms, transforming them into enormous volcanic eruption, vents billowing black smoke soaring straight into the sky. Meteor volcano. Countless massive magma fists condensed in midair like a meteor shower, heralding the apocalypse, locking onto everyone present, including Xiong and Jean and I. "You're asking for trouble, aren't you, Red Dog?" Lun instantly switched to his battle face. He hadn't wanted to keep fighting this Red Dog anyway. After all, in this world where everyone is a damaged sponge, he didn't know how much time would be wasted if he really tangled with him. It would have been better to each give a little face and call it a day, but this mad dog actually wanted to use a full-screen ultimate. "How dare you bully my Xiong? How dare you?" Lun gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. Armament Haki coiled around the blade like black ink. 100 million volts of lightning compressed into the blade, emitting a teeth-grinding hum. The cursed aura of the demon's sword intertwined with the thunder, locking onto the Sakae below, who was charging his attack. Sakae's arms had just begun to spew a trace of flames when the slash was already upon him. The demonic aura locked onto his presence, and Armament Haki ignored the elementalization of the magma. Sakaseji's arms had just begun to spew a trace of flames when the slash was already upon him. The demonic aura locked onto his presence, and armament Haki ignored the elementalization of the magma. This strike was unavoidable. Blood burst forth. A thick left arm trailing scalding blood was thrown into the air. The charging of meteor volcano was interrupted. The countless magma fists lost control, falling into the sea and sending up towering columns of water. Sakaseji stumbled backward, clutching his bleeding left shoulder. The searing pain forced him to one knee, and he let out a beastly low growl. On the warship, Chi Yuan fell to the ground, covering her mouth. The sailors held their breath. In the ruins, Luo Sinan's eyes widened. Luo was so shocked that his mouth hung open, not even noticing his jaw had dropped. Everyone stared fixedly at this unbelievable scene. Your justice couldn't even protect one of your own arms. Ai Luan walked slowly, looking down at the sweating Sakaseji. This red dog had truly been blinded by rage. In such close proximity, he actually used an ultimate with such a long startup time. The divine evasion wrapped in 100 million volts of lightning combined with the demonic aura lock was impossible to dodge in time. He had thought he would be entangled for days, but it seemed that was no longer necessary. He just wondered what it would feel like to kill a future Navy fleet admiral. Ai Luan raised his blade, ready to beat the dog while it was down. Just as the blade was about to fall, a blinding ray of golden light descended from the sky. Celestial Cloud Sword. Photons coalesced into a solid light sword, precisely blocking Ai Luan's blade. The golden light dissipated, revealing a tall man in a yellow striped suit, pursing his lips as a bead of cold sweat trickled slowly down his forehead. Scary how you've gotten stronger again, Ai Lunson. Borsalino. Sakazuki gritted his teeth, cold sweat mingled with blood trickling down his forehead. The excruciating pain from his severed arm caused his facial muscles to twitch, yet he stubbornly let out not a single cry of pain. He did not order Kizaru to continue fighting Alan, for he knew that with his severely wounded body, even cooperating with Kizaru, it would likely be impossible to capture the terrifying brat before them. Moreover, Kizaru had absolutely no intention of fighting Alan. Kizaru's gaze was fixed on the blade in Alan's hand. The power of that previous strike had not been easy for him to parry. The violent lightning transmitted from the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi numbed his tiger's mouth. You're really badly hurt. After parrying the strike, Kizaru's tone remained as drawn out as ever, but his movements were anything but hesitant. He immediately retreated backward, dragging Akainu with him. I still have to go back and report, so I won't play with you, young man. As soon as the words left his mouth, both of their figures vanished from the spot. Thus, Marines Rear Admiral Enigmo, Rear Admiral Gion, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Borsalino. Defeated. Alan did not swing his blade to stop them. If the user of the glint fruit truly wished to flee, there were few on this sea who could detain him. Moreover, his attention was now entirely captivated by the system prompt in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has severed Akaino's left arm, greatly affecting his strength and altering the iconic scene of Akainu becoming the fleet admiral in the future. This check-in evaluation. Yeah, the red dog won't become fleet admiral anymore. Alan was slightly surprised, then a contemptuous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Let him run. The cost of one arm is enough to make this red dog suffer. A defeated opponent is not worth worrying about. If I can sever his arm today, I can kill him with ease next time we meet. Instead of chasing a wounded foe, it's better to draw a lottery. Reward being drawn. In the ruins, Razananti remained in a protective posture, over law, his mind a complete mess. That was Sakazuki, the future top combatant of Marine headquarters, a man hailed as a monster, yet his arm was severed by a 13-year-old boy. Even Vice Admiral Borsalino, himself a monster, dared not engage and directly fled with the man. Repelling two Rear Admirals Enigmo and Gion, two Vice Admirals Sakazuki and Borsalino, along with a warship, all by himself. That was practically repelling a mini Buster Call single-handedly. No, with two monster Vice Admirals Sakazuki and Borsalino present, this feat was even more terrifying than repelling a Buster Call. The Navy's dignity was completely shattered today at Flevence. Law crawled out from under Razananti's arm, covered in dust and grime. He looked at the distant figure sheathing the blade, and a fervent desire ignited in his eyes. He too must become strong. Not far away on the Revolutionary Army ship, Ginny struggled to close her stiff mouth. She looked at Kuma, who was equally stunned beside her, and poked him. Hey, Kuma, this Alan guy is way too outrageous now. Kuma grunted lowly, as if hearing the carefree shout of the boy facing the sea 2 years ago. I'm going to become the freest man in this world. Kuma had never doubted his good friend, but he never expected that this statement seemed so close to becoming reality. It seemed he was not far from becoming the freest man. On the warship wreckage, Gion was still sitting on the deck, picking. At this moment, she didn't even have the strength to lift it. Sakazuki was defeated. Borsalino fled. The justice upheld by the Navy had become a complete joke before this 13-year-old boy. The surrounding Marines were beyond description. Each wore a pallid expression, barely managing to sail the shattered warship away. No one knew how much impact today's events would have on the future of the Navy. Of course, none of this concerned Alan. At this moment, his gaze was locked onto the red area of the lottery wheel. He couldn't even be bothered to look at the rewards in other areas. He had figured out the system's little quirks. It claimed to be a lottery, but in reality, it randomly selected one from the highest tier rewards. This was the painful lesson he learned after obtaining the marrow fruit. If the system didn't draw from the highest tier reward this time, he would really blow up at the system. Fortunately, the system soon performed steadily as usual. The pointer stopped firmly on a grid, emitting a red glow. Magma has been granted. In an instant, Alan felt a scorching force born from nothing surging through his limbs like a raging river of lava. The impact was no less than the process of absorbing the thunder that day. If thunder brought a strange tingling sensation, then magma could be summed up in one word. That was heat. In an instant, Alan felt as if he had returned to his high school days, crammed into a classroom without air conditioning during the sweltering summer night study session. And added to that was the oppressive heat before a heavy downpour. So hot. Alan just wanted to find a winter island to cool off. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the sea. Law had been watching Alan. He noticed some changes in Alan's fingers. On the surface of his originally fair skin, dark red patterns emerged. Then a mass of blazing magma rolled and surged in his palm, emitting astonishing heat. Isn't that the ability of that Marine? Law's eyes widened and he tugged at Rosinante's sleeve. Rosinante followed Law's gaze and his pupils constricted. Magma. How is that possible? How can a person possess two devil fruit powers at once? Before he could finish, his pupils quaked violently again, and he saw Alan, who had been perfectly fine, suddenly plunge straight into the sea. Devil fruit users are called incarnations of the sea demon. Those who consume them will be rejected by the sea. The user will lose all strength. Not only Rosinante saw this, but the Marines and the Revolutionary Army also witnessed Alan's extremely bizarre behavior. Plop. Alan sank into the sea like a stone, sending ripples, and then there was no more movement. The crowd. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and save him. Ginny reacted the fastest, immediately speeding the ship to full throttle while shouting and taking off her shoes to dive in. Law and Rosinante were also baffled and rushed toward the shore. This is really strange. Kizaru, back on the warship, scratched his head, also looking confused. Beside him, Akainu, whose severed arm had been bandaged, stared intently at the sea where Alan had fallen. At the moment Alan hit the water, a flash of manic joy flickered in his eyes. Lord Akainu, should we go capture Alan? A Marine hesitated as he stepped forward, but before he could finish. At the spot where Alan had fallen, the sea suddenly rippled. In just a few seconds, bubbles began to bulge over dozens of square meters of water surface. The sea water was boiling. The sea churned violently. Huge bubbles surged from the deep, rising to the surface with a piercing hiss. The intense heat transformed the entire stretch of ocean into a boiling cauldron, white steam billowing skyward. The next moment, a figure tore through the water, soaring into the sky, and hovered steadily in midair. Alan looked down upon the sea below. His left hand spread wide, wild blue-white lightning crackling and leaping between his fingertips. His right hand drooped, slightly dark red magma dripping from his palm. Lightning intertwined with magma, casting the sky above him in a half-blue, half-red glow. He was like a god or demon descending upon the world. Alan was truly delighted now. This configuration was outrageously overpowered. In future battles with lightning in his left fist and magma in his right, who could withstand him? In the truest sense, he had achieved left fist with high damage, right fist with even higher damage. Pulling his thoughts back, Alan glanced at the panel. Name: Augustine Allen, age 13, strength 105, 146, agility 108, 144, endurance 104, spirit 1001, 41, abilities Roger, sword technique 63. 2. Rumble, magma, sweet observation, Haki intermediate, armament, Haki intermediate. All 4 physical stats had broken through the 140 barrier. Compared to the near doubling surge when he first fused with the rumble ability, this increase was relatively modest. This was only natural. The higher the base values, the exponentially greater the difficulty of further improvement. Take the legendary old monsters like Garp and Roger, for instance. Both were non-devil fruit users, yet even if they were handed a mythical Zoan devil fruit now, the boost to their physical abilities would be extremely limited. The stronger one's base strength, the more pronounced the diminishing returns. Closing the panel, Alan swept his gaze across the surroundings. Dead silence. Everyone stared at Alan, who had been showing off alone, too stunned to speak. On the distant, battered warship, Kizaru raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. How terrifying. What a monster. All troops retreat. Kizaru barked orders to the sailors behind him, his speech noticeably quicker. Akainu, normally so belligerent and intolerant of any evil uncharacteristically, kept his mouth shut, offering no rebuttal. He was warlike, but he wasn't an idiot. Others might not recognize what that dark red fluid was, but how could he not? It was his own proud magma fruit ability. The moment he saw Alan display the magma ability, Akainu's brain short-circuited. One person possessing the top-tier Logia like the rumble fruit was already headache-inducing enough. And now he could replicate his own fruit ability. Moreover, this pirate named Alan, despite being a devil fruit user, showed no fear of the sea. How could they fight this? Rushing in would be nothing but suicide. The top priority was to report this horrifying intelligence to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Until they understood the true depths of this monster, they must not act rashly again. The warship, dragging its damaged hull, turned around shamefully and accelerated away from the waters of Flevence. Alan watched until the Marines vanished completely over the horizon, then descended back to Flevence. After a brief silence, the surviving civilians erupted in ear-splitting cheers. It was the rapture of survival, the desperate yearning for life. They embraced each other, weeping, already regarding Alan as the god who had saved them. Rocinante stood not far away, staring intently at the 13-year-old boy, his back drenched in cold sweat. A calamity descending upon the world. That was the only adjective he could find in his mind. Watching the terrifying disaster-like power Alan displayed, a thought suddenly sprouted from the depths of his heart. His elder brother Doflamingo's true nature was cruel, bloodthirsty, and unscrupulous. By himself, he could never stop the Don Quixote family's expansion and atrocities. What if he could set Alan against Doflamingo? Rocinante fell into deep thought. On the shore, the Revolutionary Army's ship docked. The towering Kuma and a pink-haired Ginny had just jumped off when Alan strode over to greet them. Bear. Alan opened his arms and gave Kuma a solid bear hug. Seeing this, Ginny immediately pouted. Squeezing between them, she forcibly separated Alan and Kuma, leaving Alan bewildered. Hey, why only greet the bear? Ginny put her hands on her hips, looking up at Alan. 2 years ago, this kid at least still looked like a 10-year-old brat. Now in just a short time, he had shot up in height, already half a head taller than her. Just what have you been eating to grow so fast? Ginny grumbled under her breath. Alan laughed heartily, giving Ginny's head an impartial pat, and casually said, I eat sea kings every day as my meals. With good nutrition, growth comes naturally and strength follows. Ginny rolled her eyes, slapped his hand away, her face full of disbelief. What a load of bravado! Who could actually hunt sea kings every day? But recalling the power Alan had just displayed and his immunity to the sea, her conviction wavered. What a freak. After brief pleasantries, the conversation turned serious. Alan gestured to the grimy, hopeful civilians of Flevence behind him. I'm entrusting these people to you and Bear. The world government doesn't want them, but surely your revolutionary army won't turn a blind eye. Kuma nodded solemnly, his gaze sweeping over the tormented faces. Thank you, Alan. You've preserved a powerful force of resistance for the revolutionary army. These people have witnessed the darkness of the world government firsthand. They will become the most steadfast foundation for overthrowing tyranny. The resettlement proceeded smoothly, the civilians lining up to board the Revolutionary Army's ships. Law, holding his sister Lammy's hand, bid a reluctant farewell to their families, silently vowing to find a cure for the amber lead disease. At parting, Kuma and Ginny stood on the deck, looking down at Alan on the shore. Alan, when will we meet again? Alan faced the sea breeze, a carefree smile, revealing a row of white teeth. We'll always meet again on the vast sea. Goodbye, Bear and Ginny. The ship slowly sailed away from the shore, cutting through the waves. Faintly, the wind carried the sound of their bickering. Stupid Bear. Didn't I tell you not to let Alan call you Bear? That's my exclusive nickname. We haven't seen each other for so long, don't be mad. They'll cook you a big dinner tonight, okay? If that's more like it. I want barbecue extra large. Alright. The Revolutionary Army's ship vanished over the horizon. Only Alan, Luoxin and D and Luo remained on the shore. Luoxin and D stood beside Alan, fidgeting nervously and rubbing his hands together. After a long silence, he finally squeezed out a sentence. Lord Alan, since you have no specific destination now, would you like to visit the Tangjide family's base as a guest? Even he felt his own words were unconvincing. Inviting a monster who had just ground a Marine vice admiral into the dirt back to their lair. Wasn't that like inviting a wolf into the house? Alan glanced at him. The man's ulterior motives were written all over his face. He simply wanted to use Alan to suppress Duofu Langming. This guy had infiltrated the Tangjide family from the Marines, his goal being to prevent his older brother from wreaking further havoc on the world. Good people truly are, but good people are also worth helping. Moreover, he was quite eager to meet the legendary heavenly demon. Sure. Alan slapped Luoxin and D on his broad shoulder with such force that the man coughed. I happen to be hungry. Since someone's treating me to a meal, why not? Lead the way, Mr. Kelesong. North Sea Cepeda Myerzi. Deep within the garbage dump, an abandoned warehouse had been converted into the Tangjide family's temporary headquarters. The warehouse was brightly lit. The long table was laden with roast meat and wine. Tuoliboer, dragging his disgusting mucus, cackled as he shoved a bony piece of meat into his mouth. Hey Dwafu, Kelisong has been gone so long. Don't tell me he messed up. Diamandi sat cross-legged, idly wiping the long sword in his hand. That guy never speaks. He's really a worry. At the head of the table, Dwafu Langming wore his iconic pink feather coat, legs crossed. His red sunglasses concealed his eyes, making it impossible to read his thoughts. Fufufu, no need to rush. He grinned, revealing stark, white teeth. Kelisong may be quiet, but he's loyal to the family. Wyrge had infiltrated the Marines, but his rank was too low to access core intelligence. News of Chiquan leading a team to Fury Fancy had arrived, but the specific reason still required Kelisong to investigate. As everyone waited, bang! A thunderous crash. Two heavy iron doors along with their frame were kicked flying from outside. The twisted metal slammed onto the front of a dining table. A dozen plates of roast meat were overturned, soup splattering all over Tuoliboer. The noisy warehouse fell into dead silence. A silver plate rolled across the floor, clattering to a stop at Dwafu Langming's feet. The polished surface reflected his bulging forehead veins. Alan strode in with his hands in his pockets, swaggering across the threshold. Behind him, Loguetown and D followed, head lowered, as if coerced. The polished surface reflected his bulging forehead veins. Alan strode in with his hands in his pockets, swaggering. So he staged a scene where Loguetown and D was discovered, and he came to demand an explanation. Yo, eating. Alan swept his gaze across the long table, his tone laced with mockery. Having a meal without inviting me, your guest. How rude. At these words, many of the executives reacted fiercely. The towering Pika stood up, his eyes icy. Galadawus's palms opened, ready to trigger an explosion at any moment. Dwafu Langming stared at the black-haired youth at the entrance, a wanted poster flashing through his mind. He had seen many wanted posters, but one was etched most deeply in his memory. Ao Guziting Iloan. Wanted 70000. The bounty of 700 million wasn't what made Dwafu Langming so impressed. What truly made him remember that name was what happened on the Xiangbidi Islands 2.5 years ago. That kid had nearly killed a celestial dragon, and incidentally destroyed his own auction house on the Xiangbidi Islands. Dwafu Langming hated those celestial dragons more than anyone. No one wanted those arrogant swine to die more than he did. From a certain perspective, Iloan had done what he had always wanted to do, but never accomplished. So even though the other party had violently kicked in his door and ruined his business, Dwafu Langming was not angry. Instead, he found the kid quite to his liking. Fufufu. The veins on Dwafu Langming's forehead receded. He stood up, spread his arms, and assumed an extremely enthusiastic posture. Kelisong, this is your fault. When a distinguished guest arrives, why didn't you inform me in advance? To neglect a guest is a dereliction of duty for our Tangjide family. At these words, Tuoliboer's snot nearly fell into his plate. Was this Dwafu? Was this the same violent young master who would cut people to pieces at the slightest provocation? He had followed Dwafu Langming for so many years. When had he ever seen him so humble and kind? But then he thought again. After all, the other party was a great pirate with a 700 million bounty, a monster who survived Huan Yuan, the vice admiral. The young master extending such courtesy was understandable. But Alan wasn't buying it. He had come today precisely to pick a fight. Distinguished. Alan walked to the table, casually picked up a clean apple, and took a bite, crunching loudly. I wouldn't dare be your distinguished guest. A person under surveillance by your family can hardly be called a guest. He tossed the half-eaten apple onto the table. It rolled to a stop in front of Dwafu Langming. Surveilling people arbitrarily. Your Tangjide family is truly impolite. The atmosphere plunged to freezing point. So infuriating. It was absolutely infuriating. Not even the young master, but even the executives couldn't tolerate someone insulting their Tangjide family. Everyone glared at Alan, ready to pounce. If Dwafu Langming gave the order, they would risk their lives to tear this brat to shreds. No one could insult the Tangjide family. Dwafu Langming stared at the half-apple on the table. The veins on his forehead twitched violently twice. Fufufufu. He suddenly burst into loud laughter. The laughter echoed in the empty warehouse. To everyone's surprise, Dwafu Langming pressed one hand to his chest, slightly bowed, and spoke with utmost sincerity. We were indeed rude. The family members were ignorant and offended you. I hope Lord Alan will forgive us. Lord, the young master of the noble Tangjide family, the underground king of the North Sea, had used an honorific for a mere youth. Why? The executive's eyes were filled with rage and confusion. Fufufu. Lord Alan, have a slice of watermelon to cool your temper. As if to apologize, Dwafu Langming pushed the large watermelon from the center of the table toward him. In the coldest of the four seas, the North Sea, watermelons grown in warm regions were indeed quite precious. Alan clicked his tongue, somewhat disappointed. This pink flamingo was far more patient than he had imagined. No wonder he would later become one of the 7 warlords of the sea and thrive in the underworld. Given the Tangjide family's current strength, a heating clash with a pirate of the 700 million level would indeed bring far more harm than good. He really knew how to read the situation. But he had come specifically to cause trouble, and you being so cowardly was really annoying. Alan lifted his chin slightly and sneered. A watermelon is supposed to calm my anger. Is the rind made of gold or the seeds made of gold? With that, Alan drew the guache in a flash of speed and split the watermelon with a single stroke. Duofu Langming's expression turned completely cold. You chopped my watermelon. And if I don't forgive you? Alan's tone was flat. Diamante's temples throbbed with bulging veins, and the rapier in his hand let out a faint hum. Doflamingo stood silently in the shadows, saying no more. It seemed his title as Joker had kept him too long in the underworld. So long that those on the surface had mistaken him for someone they could bully at will. Don't get too cocky, brat. Diamante lunged forward, his rapier twisting into a serpentine arc aimed straight at Alan's throat. On the other side, Pika, towering like an iron tower, also moved. His thick arms were coated in a dense layer of armament Haki, and he charged with heavy strides like a raging rhinoceros barreling toward Alan. Yet facing the pincer attack of 2 executives, Alan stood still, not even bothering to dodge. He merely waved his right. Dark red magma erupted from his palm, radiating extreme heat as it met Diamante's rapier. The scorching magma hissed against the steel blade, producing a piercing sizzle. Diamante's sword collided with the magma, not even a single spark flying before it turned into molten iron. In the same second, lightning crackled in Alan's left palm. Thunderous might. A bolt of lightning pierced the ceiling, striking Pika square on the head. Ayah! Pika let out a piercing scream. His proud armament Haki defense was as fragile as a cicada's wing before the raging thunder. The terrifying current penetrated his defense, charring him black and sending him crashing to the ground. 1 against 2, instant annihilation. On the main seat, Doflamingo's pupils contracted sharply behind his red sunglasses. What was he seeing? Lightning in his left hand, magma in his right. Either of these powers alone was among the top-tier Logia Devil Fruit abilities on the sea. The Rumble Fruit and the Magma Fruit. Both were catastrophic forces capable of destroying heaven and earth. Yet now both powers manifested in a single person. How could one person consume 2 devil fruits? Doflamingo's breath quickened, his chest heaving with an indescribable shock. Then a surge of intense jealousy and resentment washed over him. Why? He was a celestial dragon with the blood of gods. Born to stand at the apex of the world. The fruit he had eaten was merely a paramecia, the string fruit. How much sweat and blood had he shed to develop it and reach his current strength? Why should this mere kid, barely a teenager, be born with such cataclysmic power? This isn't fair. Stop putting on airs. Doflamingo roared, flicking his fingers. 5-color string. Strings wrapped in black Haki tore through the air, descending with a sharpness that could cut through anything. Alan didn't dodge. Clang. The screech of metal on metal exploded in the warehouse. A layer of deep armament Haki covered Alan's body, sparks flying. The strings that could cut through metal and jade didn't even scratch his skin, leaving only a few faint white marks. With his formidable physical skills and armament Haki, Doflamingo couldn't even break through his defense. Is that all? Alan patted his shoulder, a hint of mockery in his smile. Too weak. Compared to the enemies he had faced before, like a Kainu or Kazuru, this was pitifully weak. Not to mention legendary monsters like Rayleigh. Right now he was barely stronger than Enigmo. All along, Alan had fought in high-stakes battles, facing either admiral level or legendary figures. Today he finally encountered someone at the future warlord level, and it turned out he was just bullying. Doflamingo's sanity snapped completely. His signature killing move couldn't even break through his defense. No way. He was a man who had awakened the quality of a king. He was the man destined to pull all those lofty celestial dragons from their throne. How could he lose to a mere brat? Don't underestimate me. Doflamingo roared, and a violent pressure erupted from him. Conqueror's Haki. Red-black lightning surged through the ruins. The debris in the warehouse burst, and weaker henchmen fainted with rolled eyes. Treble and the others showed fanatical expressions. This was the king they followed. Now the young master is angry. Kill him. Doflamingo felt a blur before his eyes. His observation Haki hadn't even time to warn him before a sharp pain shot through his neck. Doflamingo felt a blur before his eyes. His observation Haki hadn't even time to warn him before a sharp pain shot through his neck. A pale hand strong as steel pliers clamped tightly around his throat. The quality of a king. Alan's voice sounded in his ear. The next moment, Doflamingo was lifted by one hand and slammed into the ground like trash. Bang! The hard stone floor shattered instantly, creating a massive crater. Doflamingo's back hit the pit floor, a muffled groan of pain escaping his throat. Blood gushed out, staining his pink feather coat. His red sunglasses shattered into pieces, revealing his bloodshot eyes filled with terror. Alan stepped on Doflamingo with one foot, grinning. What a coincidence. I'm a professional king addiction rehab specialist. Before absolute power, all schemes and kingly dispositions are but jokes. Yet someone so mediocre possesses the conqueror's Haki. Becoming the freest man in the world. Doesn't that require greater ambition than merely wanting to destroy the celestial dragons? Why hasn't he awakened it yet? Alan pouted helplessly. Young master. Treble screeched recklessly, flinging mucus in an attempt to trap Alan. The other officers, whether Gladius or Senior Pink, charged like madmen, unleashing their strongest moves from all directions toward the man who stood atop their king. Given Doflamingo's crushing defeat, rushing at him was like moths flying into a flame. Yet they were willing to sacrifice everything for their young master. How touching, this family. Alan didn't even turn around. With a casual flick of his left hand, several bolts of lightning lashed out like whips, striking each charging officer with precision. Crack, crack, crack. After a series of explosions, Treble, Senior Pink, Gladius. Every single officer without exception was charred black, their eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground, twitching and unconscious. The entire process took less than a second. Alan looked down at Doflamingo, who trembled with rage and humiliation, and lightly nudged him with his toe. Don't make me look like the villain here. To be fair, the Don Quixote family's cohesion was far stronger than that of Crocodile's gang. So many of his subordinates were willing to die for him. What a pity they followed the wrong master. In a true crisis, a man like Doflamingo would never care about their lives. In this regard, the Don Quixote family fell far short of the Straw Hats and the Whitebeard pirates. But then, Alan's thoughts shifted, and he suddenly stepped back. He brushed non-existent dust off his pants and flashed a brilliant smile at the bewildered Doflamingo. Who said I was going to kill your young master? He looked around at the officers he had electrocuted, shrugged helplessly, and spoke in an innocent tone. I hate violence. It's just that I felt like someone was watching me, and that made me uncomfortable, so I came to reason with you all. Why did everyone rush at me to fight to the death? Looking at the mess, the instantly defeated officers, and the searing pain in his back, Doflamingo felt a surge of bitterness in his throat. This man had clearly come to provoke, and now he wanted to reason. It was pure humiliation. I'm kind-hearted, so I won't bicker with you. Alan sighed helplessly, then walked straight toward the door he had kicked open. At the entrance, as if remembering something, he turned and waved at Doflamingo. Oh, and next time you spy on me, be more careful. With that, his figure vanished beyond the door. Huh. Doflamingo could no longer hold back. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. He staggered and nearly fell again. The warehouse fell into dead silence. Few officers remained standing. The surviving underlings were petrified, afraid even to breathe. Doflamingo clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his flesh as blood dripped through his fingers. He stared fixedly at the direction Alan had left, his eyes burning with unprecedented venom and fear. Just then, bring. The den mushy rang. It was Virgo's personal den mushy. Doflamingo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed his surging blood, and answered the call. Young master. Virgo's voice came through, grave and urgent. The Navy's operation in Flevence has failed. Doflamingo remained silent, listening intently. The Navy sent forces to annihilate the pirate Alan, Guion, and Enigma were defeated. Borsellino retreated with a one-armed Sakazuki. Dofla, listen to me. No matter what, never confront that monster. He is not someone we can provoke now. There was a long silence on the other end. Young master, can you hear me? Your top priority is to raise your rank quickly. Get all the details of the intelligence before calling me again. Your top priority is to raise your rank quickly. Get all the details of the intelligence before calling me again. Leaving Spotemeyer, Alan felt a slight dismay. He had humiliated Doflamingo so thoroughly, yet the system hadn't reacted at all. It seemed his actions had no impact on Doflamingo's future iconic moments. Truly a born villain. Next time they met, he would find another excuse to beat him harder. About to transform into lightning and leave, he spotted a small figure on the nearby shore. It was Law. Law seemed to know he was leaving and had been waiting there early. The boy hesitated, then ran over. Stopping before Alan, he lowered his head and spoke softly. Thank you for saving everyone. Alan was taken aback. Was this the future aloof, scheming man? The sudden thanks made him a little embarrassed. That was just a transaction between us. Alan's tone was flat. You traded your lifelong freedom for 101, but you also saved the others in Flevence. Law stubbornly lowered his head. Before he could finish, Alan interrupted. Kid, I didn't save the others in Flevence. They were just lucky. No. Law suddenly looked up, his eyes red. He shouted at Alan, his voice choked with tears. That's not true. You saved everyone. I couldn't help it all. I almost lost my own family. He couldn't hold back anymore, lowering his head so Alan wouldn't see as tears fell, leaving dark marks on the ground. Law was still a child after all. This boy who had just endured a national catastrophe and witnessed countless tragedies could no longer maintain his facade. Everyone had survived thanks to Alan, so why wouldn't he admit it? He was so weak, unable to change anything. The more Law thought, the sadder he became. He wanted to be strong, but tears flowed like an unstoppable faucet. Oh, this is really troublesome, crying like that. Alan stepped forward, took Law's spotted hat with his left hand, and gently rubbed his head with his right. His movements were light and soft. There's no mistake. Right now you are indeed weak. But believe me, in the future you will become very strong enough to protect those around you. Law's sobbing ceased. He slowly raised his tear-blurred face, looking at Alan in confusion. He didn't have Alan's omniscient perspective. At this moment, he was filled with bewilderment. Alan grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Of course, that's only if you become my captain. Right, my future crew member. Crew member. Law's pupils dilated instantly. He stared blankly at Alan, forgetting to cry. Before he could snap out of it, Alan had already placed the hat back on his head, turned, and waved without looking back. Sayonara, Law. Lightning flashed, and Alan vanished. On the shore, the boy's small figure appeared somewhat frail in the sea breeze. The wind stirred the speckled hat atop Luo's head and dried the tear stains on his face. Gazing at the empty ocean after an unknown span of time, Luo mustered all his strength and shouted, "Captain, take care." After uttering these words, Luo seemed to shed all burdens, yet also to take on a new weight. He turned and strode resolutely towards Spider Mills. Yet what he did not know was that thousands of meters above his head, his captain had not departed. Ai Luin watched the scene with keen interest. He sat cross-legged on a cloud, and upon hearing Luo's heartfelt cry of "Captain," he felt utterly at ease. He had finally tricked. No inspired the future bounty of 3 billion, bury the death surgeon onto his ship. He stroked his chin, savoring the farewell scene. Did it have a hint of red hair? Passing the straw hat to Lu Fei. It was kind of cool, wasn't it? The only flaw was that the process was too easy. From helping Luo annihilate those soldiers, to just wiping out the Don Quixote family, everything was so effortless. Even against Red Dog, Ai Luin only had to be a bit more serious. He hadn't even used the ultimate killing move head comprehended during his training. Too easy, naturally lacking a sense of tragedy. He should learn from Red Hair and act more difficult next time he saves someone. It would be best to make himself battered and bruised, maybe even lose an arm, cosplaying as Yonghua for that extra flavor. After his wild thoughts, Ai Luin began to assess his current crew. Ship's Dr. Trafalgar Luo. Helmsman. Well, Annie Lu, though not the brightest, has the Rumble Fruit, which is a top-tier human generator. The Arc Maxim relies on him to run, so tentatively, he's the one. Mascot Bartholomew Xiong. Communications expert Jean and I. These two are bound to be lured aboard sooner or later. Oh, and our great Nan Jin Nyosin. Mascot Bartholomew Xiong. Communications expert Jean and I. These two are bound to be lured aboard sooner or later. Oh, and our great Nan Jin Nyosin. These few people and one bird were a done deal. As for the blue fatty Shinping, to lure him on board, had first have to solve the problem of Fishman Island. Fishman Island was still under Whitebeard's control, which was a bit troublesome. Luo Binchen's whereabouts were also unknown. Ai Luin had no ideas for the remaining crew members for now. But no rush. After all, he didn't even have a ship yet. Even if he found them now, he couldn't set sail. Take it slow. Eat one bite at a time, lure one person at a time. Now he just had to do one thing he had always wanted to do. Cackle. Ai Luin let out an inexplicable eerie laugh. Uncle Laylee, you treated me as a substitute for that person and drilled me hard for 2.5 years. As payback, it shouldn't be too much for me to take care of him for you, right? A flash of lightning, and Ai Lun's figure shot toward the east blue. Marine Headquarters Malinfanjuo. A top priority emergency meeting was convening. In the spacious conference room on both sides of the long table sat a group of beings capable of striking fear into any pirate. The fleet Admiral Kong Gu sat at the head. On his left was the Admiral Buddha Zhonghua. Beside Zhonghua sat 3 monster vice-admirals. Kuzan Lazy with an eye mask, Bo Lu Sali Nuo with a lecherous expression, and Saka CG, whose left sleeve hung empty, wrapped in thick bandages. Further down, rear admirals such as Hua, Xiao Shangui, Zhuji Yuan, and Jia Ji sat solemnly, barely daring to breathe. Glances occasionally swept over Saka CG's empty left sleeve, making his face darken. The meeting's host was still Bulan Nyo, who had been promoted from lieutenant commander to commander 2 years ago after reporting on the Ai Lun incident. Now this king of meetings trembled as he held the report, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He had barely entered the conference room and scanned the seated figures before he was too nervous to speak. What a joke. This lineup. Are they preparing to go to war with Whitebeard? Ahem. Marshal Kong Gu cleared his throat, his deep voice echoing in the silent room. Bulan Nyo began. Yes, sir. Bulan Nyo snapped to attention and quickly activated the projection transponder snail. The screen lit up and AI Lun's excessively youthful face once again appeared before everyone. The latest intelligence on the great pirate AI Luan Augustine at Feely Fancy. Boulanio's voice was tense. He has made contact with Revolutionary Army cadres Bartholomew Xiong and Jean Ni, and single-handedly repelled a fleet led by Vice Admiral Saka CG and Vice Admiral Bo Lu Sali Nua. At these words the room fell into dead silence. The Marines who had only dared to sneak glances at Saka CG now openly fixed their eyes on his empty left sleeve. Repelled. Boulanio's report is too euphemistic. Is this a repulsion? This is crippling Vice Admiral Saka CG. Saka CGI's face was grim. A missing left arm wasn't as impactful for a Logia-type fruit user as one might imagine. After all, when Logia users truly fight, they are often in elemental form. But at this moment, the severed arm was the ultimate humiliation to him. That brat is a monster beyond our previous understanding. Saka CG explained in a low voice. He possesses both the rumble fruit and the magma fruit, and is completely unafraid of seawater. My left arm was severed by his lightning-wreathed slash. The entire room was shocked. Two fruits, unafraid of seawater. This completely defies their understanding of devil fruits. Scary. Yellow Monkey chimed in, his tone as infuriating as ever, but his words startled everyone again. Saka CG is right, but I should add, it's not just the fruit abilities. That brat's physical arts and Haki are also extremely formidable, and there's his most dreaded swordsmanship. Yellow Monkey's meaning was clear. That terrifying fruit ability wasn't even the pirate's strongest aspect. This meant that the pirate hadn't even used his full strength when he severed Vice Admiral Saka CGI's left arm. At this thought, everyone felt a chill down their spines. What kind of monster is this? Alala, is a 13-year-old brat really as formidable as you describe? A lazy voice suddenly rang out. Blue Pheasant Kuzan lifted his eyelids and glanced at Red Dog beside him. Kuzan, what do you mean by that? Red Dog slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Blue Pheasant. Are you implying that I deliberately let that brat cut off my left arm? Blue Pheasant and Red Dog had always been at odds. Seizing the opportunity, Blue Pheasant couldn't help but take a jab. I never said that. Blue Pheasant spread his hands. It's just that if we let a newcomer throw the Marines into disarray, that would be the real joke. You? Both of you shut up. Marshal Kong Gu roared, his terrifying aura instantly suppressing the quarrel between the two vice admirals. He scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Boulanio. The previous bounty of 700 million was the result of the 5 elders suppressing it. Kong Gu's voice was cold. They were worried that setting an exorbitant bounty on a 10-year-old child would damage the Celestial Dragon's dignity. But now the situation is different. Openly attacking Celestial Dragons, assaulting the Marines, colluding with the Revolutionary Army. Each and every act can be classified as extreme evil. Kong Gu stood up, both hands on the table, his gaze piercingly sharp. I will report this to the world government. From today, the bounty on AI Luan Augustine will be raised to. He paused, then finally uttered a number that would stir up another storm on the sea. 15 billion berry. The headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. Inside this massive mobile airship, a nearly frenzied rapid pace filled the air. Inside the room, printing presses roared while more Gangsta's gaze was fixed intently on the freshly developed photos on the table. They were from a battle that had taken place not long ago in Feely Fancy. Protagonist Ao Guzading Iloan. This youth, who had created the shocking incident of attacking the Celestial Dragons 2.5 years ago, appeared once again in everyone's sight, bringing with him an immense surprise the moment he showed up. In the photo, Iloan hovered above the sea with lightning in his left hand and magma in his right arm, splitting the sky in two like a god or demon descending to the world. On the nearby shattered warship, Sakasiji's missing right arm and the terrified expression on Yellow Monkey's face clearly indicated the outcome of this battle. Mad, absolutely mad. More Gangsta's voice trembled with excitement. As a magnate who controlled most of the hidden intelligence on the seas, he knew all too well the weight of the name Sakasiji. A vice admiral of the Marine headquarters, a Logia-type Magomagu no Mi user. On the surface, Sakasiji was merely a vice admiral. But in more Gangsta's private evaluation files, this man was known along with Kazan and Bulisalinuo as the Monster Trio, and his strength had long surpassed the scope of an ordinary vice admiral. It wouldn't be long before these three became the next admirals. Countless infamous pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions, even approaching 1 billion, couldn't even let out a scream under the absolute justice of Red Dog and his twin magma fists. But now this monster had actually lost to a 13-year-old boy. He had his arm severed. He was even forced into a position where he needed his comrades' rescue to survive. Chief, the Marine headquarters just sent the latest bounty poster draft. A subordinate stumbled in, clutching a steaming document. The 5 elders personally signed it. Iloan Ao Guzading, the new bounty is. 1.5 billion berries. 1.5 billion. That 13-year-old brat has become the most outrageous rookie in the history of the sea with the most dramatic bounty increase. Even on his second bounty announcement, he's already broken through 1 billion. Morgang's heart raced. What did this mean? It meant that Iluin could provide him with another earth-shattering headline that would shock the entire sea. Everyone stop. Scrap the current layout immediately. We're printing a second edition urgently today. Use the largest bold font for the headline printed deeply. The Marine headquarters suffer an unprecedented crushing defeat. Sakaseji's arm severed Bulusalinuo's frantic retreat. The most wicked pirate Iluin shocks the world. Wahaha. This sea is about to be completely turned upside down. Print more. Print as much as you can. I want to sell this news to every corner of the world. That day the figure of the news bird appeared once again over. When many people were puzzled and curiously bought this extra edition of the newspaper, everyone was stunned. The descriptions in the newspaper were incredibly exaggerated. It not only recorded in detail how Iluin single-handedly severely wounded Gizizu, defeated Zuan and Sakaseji, and forced Yellow Monkey to retreat, but also subtly hinted at the terror of Ailin's dual devil fruit abilities. The Marine's operation in Fury Fancy was depicted as a complete and utter rout. This report, even with its subjective bias, instantly ignited panic and frenzy across the entire sea. In the latter half of the Vita Honglu, on an island full of war flames, red-haired Zyankasi was sitting on the ruins wiping the Golifin at his waist. They had just finished a turf war here. Yasubu snatched the newspaper from the news bird that had fallen from the sky, took one look and, "Hey Zyankasi, that kid we met before." Yasubu's voice carried a hint of absurdity. He cut off Sakaseji's arm. Zyankasi snatched the newspaper, stared at the 1.5 billion bounty poster, and the photo of Iluin standing proudly above the Marines amid lightning, his eyes full of disbelief. What the hell? That kid's bounty was actually quite a bit higher than his. 1.5 billion. I want it. Zyankasi murmured softly, then burst into a most joyful laughter. Ha! Beekman, did you hear that? That kid is even crazier than I imagined. Beekman exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze solemn, 13 years old. If he keeps growing like this world will truly be turned upside down. Hold a banquet. Zyankasi suddenly stood up, raising the newspaper high. For Ilunson, who made the Marines eat dirt, everyone hold a banquet to celebrate. Yeah. On a certain isolated island of the Vita Honglu, Hawkeye Mihawk sat under a withered tree, the Heidao Yi resting flat on his knees. He looked at the newspaper's mention of a lightning-wreathed slash and the smooth wound on Sakaseji. Has he grown to this level already? Mihawk's gaze lingered on Ailin's face, his eyes trembling slightly. The day we meet is drawing near again, Iluin. And on the ship heading to the secret base of the Revolutionary Army, Xiong was silently standing at the edge of the deck. Behind him were the rescued citizens of Fury Fancy. Jenny clutched the crumpled bounty poster, her brows furrowed. Jenny, don't worry, Iluin can handle it. Xiong patted Jenny's head, comforting her gently. Are you kidding? That's 1.5 billion, how could I not worry? Jenny glared at Xiong, but then sighed again. 1.5 billion, he's a total monster. As his friends, we can't help it all now. Xiong crouched down, looking at Jenny with a serious gaze, his breath so close that Jenny blushed. 1.5 billion, he's a total monster. As his friends, we can't help it all now. Xiong crouched down, looking at Jenny with, although Iluin won't admit it, he fights for the oppressed people of this world. We must follow in Ailin's footsteps and fight for freedom together. Hey Jenny, why is your face so red? Why are you so close? Idiot. Donghai Loguetown. A certain tavern. Munch munch. This food is so delicious. Whoa. Big Brother Ailin's bounty poster makes the meal even more appetizing. Yeah, we haven't heard news of Big Brother Iluin for 2 years. We've both grown thin. No matter what, I can still eat 3 more bowls. Outside the tavern, Yibenson's weapon shop was packed again with a new bounty poster on the wall. This is the man who came from my shop, the owner of the Sandai Guiche. Hey, you bunch of paupers, don't squeeze in if you're not buying anything. From now on, if you want to come in and see the bounty poster, you'll have to pay an entrance fee. Hey, don't touch that pipe, it's the treasure of the shop. Damn, stop touching. Who was just touching me? And not only those familiar with Iluin, but such huge news also eventually caught the attention of the most powerful figures in this world. Xian Shiji, the Mobadike Hao, a man of immense physique, was holding a huge wine jug, his gaze fixed on the bounty poster. Gulalala, these kids nowadays are really getting more and more astonishing. Gurura, that magma brat's arm got severed just like that. That old geezer Zhanghua is probably gnawing on Sun Bei in his office to vent his frustration, right? Pops, this is no joke. Merrick crouched on the mast, a hint of gravity in his deadpan eyes. A kid with such achievements at 13, it's unheard of. In Wangwa Tuotelin. Mama. Perfect genes. If only this brat could become my husband. Xiaoluo lingling stuffed caramel shoe pastries into her mouth while staring at Aelin's photo. The greedy gleam in her eyes chilled the hearts of her children. On Loguetown, the drunken Ki duo was throwing a tantrum. Wolo. Interesting. A pirate of the worst generation. To actually cut off that magma brat's arm. I wonder if he has the ability to kill me. The next morning, East Blue Gaia Kingdom Fengshe Village. At the old oak tree by the village entrance, the naval hero Minchi Kapu, who was on vacation, was lying sprawled on a rocking chair. His chest was covered with the latest newspaper, and a snot bubble expanded and contracted rhythmically with his breaths. Gramps, a childish voice sounded beside him. The bubble on Kapu's nose popped abruptly. He rubbed his eyes, sat up, and looked at the little toddler before him. 3-year-old Minchi. Luffy was clutching a wanted poster that had fallen off Kapu. Gramps, who is this person? He looks so cool, and his hands can make fire and lightning. Kapu's face, which had been drowsy. Gramps, who is this person? He looks so cool, and his hands can make fire and lightning. Kapu's face, which had been drowsy, darkened completely the moment he saw the wanted poster. Luffy, stay away from this picture. This kid is the worst villain in the world. He's a most evil pirate. Understand? Kapu snatched the paper and crumpled it into a ball with gritted teeth. But Luffy tilted his head, biting his finger. He really looks super strong, stronger than anyone in the village. Strong or not, you can't learn from him. Veins bulged on Kapu's forehead. Those idiots at Marine headquarters actually let a 13-year-old brat slip through a formation of 2 vice admirals and 2 rear admirals. What made him even more furious was that Sakaseiji actually lost an arm. Although Kapu usually didn't care for Sakaseiji's extreme personality, this was still about the Navy's face. I'm training you in the East Blue so that you'll become the strongest Marine in the future. You must not learn from these murderous pirates. I don't want to be a Marine, I want to be a pie. Before Luffy could finish, Kapu's iron fist of love came whistling down. Thump. Ouch, it hurts. Luffy burst into tears, wobbling on his short legs as he ran into the woods behind the village. Gramps is a big meanie. The Navy is a big meanie. I hate Gramps. Hate the Navy. Watching his grandson's retreating figure, Kapu sighed, smoothed out the crumpled wanted poster again, and stared at Aelin's face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Damn, Iluin almost corrupted his grandson. If he ever ran into him, he would lock that brat up in Tujinchang. At this moment, outside the port of Fengshe Village. So this is Fengshe Village. A young man in a simple shirt with a long sword at his waist slowly stepped onto the land. Gotta admit, being able to fly is really convenient. It took less than a day to get from the North Blue to the East Blue. At this speed, Iluin might as well just fly around the second half of the Grand Line. Maybe he wouldn't even need coordinates, and could crash into Lafa Delu after some time. But he wasn't really that interested in One Piece. What if it really was Ziaki's panties? Then he'd have searched for nothing. He could easily get the Emperor's panties anyway. Hankyuk probably wouldn't mind, right? Brushing aside fanciful thoughts, Iluin began to take in the scenery around him. The sight of Fengshe Village overlapped with his memories. This place was indeed excessively peaceful, with the air full of the fragrance of grass and soil. The villagers moved slowly, occasionally casting curious glances, but only because they thought the young man was handsome and unfamiliar. After all, news traveled with a delay. In this weakest of seas, news of Iluin hadn't yet reached everyone. Tisk, this place is truly a blessed land of talents. Iluin muttered to himself while searching for traces of Wang Luffy. Don't underestimate this tiny Fengshe village. It produced the naval hero Kapu, the Revolutionary Army commander Long, and in the future it would give rise to the 5th Emperor Luffy, who would turn the seas upside down. And even AC, who sparked the Summit War, and Sabo, the future pillar of the Revolutionary Army. Truly a vocational technical college for worst generation forces. As he walked, Iluin came to a forest. Not long after entering, a desolate, sorrowful wail drifted through the shade of the trees. Iluin pushed aside waist-high bushes and saw a little meatball crouching under a big tree. The little guy had his back to him, his shoulders heaving with a bump bigger than an egg on his head, looking utterly comical. Little one crying so sadly? Iluin asked with interest. The little meatball turned, his face covered in tears with snot nearly dripping into his mouth. He looked at Iluin between sobs, his eyes bearing a natural dazed look. Hiss. This stupid, silly feeling. Why does it seem so familiar? Iluin looked at that face, his eyelids twitching. He had a feeling this kid wasn't very smart. But this wasn't an anime, and the kid in front of him had no distinctive features, so Iluin couldn't immediately figure out where the familiarity came from. Gramps. Gramps hit me. Luffy wiped his tears, not caring who the newcomer was, and began complaining pitifully. He said I'm an idiot, and he wouldn't let me look at the cool picture. Gramps. Aelin's heart tightened in his mind. He immediately pictured that old geezer in a suit draped in a justice cloak with fists bigger than sandbags. That familiar feeling of not being very smart finally clicked in Aelin's mind. Could this brat be Wang Lufei? He just mentioned his gramps. Could Kapu be nearby as well? Before Kapu could ask further, a full-throated roar came from deep in the forest. Lufei, where did that brat run off to? Get back here for training right now. Footsteps sounded heavy and powerful, each step seeming to make the ground tremble. Ailuan stiffly turned his head. He saw an old man with hair not yet fully gray, built as sturdy as a wall, pushing through the branches while cursing. Kapu stopped, and his gaze fell on the black-haired youth beside Lufei. The moment their eyes met, the air grew still. Kapu stopped, and his gaze fell on the black-haired youth beside Lufei. The worst thing is the sudden silence. Creak. Garp's fist tightened. As if afraid of misreading, he quickly glanced down at the bounty poster in his hand, then looked up at the young man before him. Augustine Allen. Garp squeezed out every word through clenched teeth. Why aren't you staying in the Grand Line? What are you doing in a remote place like the East Blue? Grandpa, what if I say I'm actually here to visit relatives? Would you believe me? Allen laughed dryly, appearing completely. If it were anyone else, Allen, with his aversion to trouble, would likely have knocked them out with a single strike. But now he had to negotiate properly. Are you kidding? Standing opposite was none other than the Marine hero Garp. If it came to a fight, the old man's iron fists, which had chased Roger around, were no joke. Veins bulged on Garp's forehead. Who the hell are you trying to claim a relationship with? Who's your grandpa? Windmill Village was his hometown, and he had never heard of a 15 billion berry great pirate appearing here. Just as he was about to speak, little Luffy, who was being protected behind Garp, popped his head out. His big eyes scanned Allen up and down, and finally his eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, you're the big brother in the photo. Luffy acted as if he had discovered a new continent, completely ignoring the murderous aura around Garp, and ran over excitedly, tugging at Allen's clothes. Big brother, how did you make your hand catch fire? And lightning. Can you do magic too? Garp's face darkened. He, a Marine hero, had painstakingly taught Luffy for years, but still couldn't make him want to become a Marine. And now, just like that, a pirate appears and immediately captivates him. Damn it. His son had already gone astray. This grandson absolutely must not follow the same path. Allen looked at the little Luffy in front of him, whose nose was still running, and twitched his mouth. The way he looked at him was even more eager than looking at meat. This kid was practically a born pirate. He had a Marine grandfather and a Revolutionary Army father, yet when he grew up he was tricked into becoming a pirate by a straw hat. Allen took out a 1-0 note from his pocket and gave it to Luffy, then patted Luffy's head and pointed towards the village. Allen took out a 1-0 note from his pocket and gave it to Luffy, then patted Luffy's head and pointed towards the village. Later, big brother will show you lightning again. Luffy's eyes lit up again at the sight of the money. 1-0 berry. He could buy so much meat. Although he had been living with Garp and never lacked food or drink. But the carefree Garp naturally wouldn't give him much money. After all, what child could resist such a huge allowance? Luffy bit his finger, looked at Allen, then turned to look at his grandfather, whose face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Really? Really? With Allen's confirmation, the little chubby Luffy waddled away. After Luffy's small figure disappeared into the bushes, Garp's aura completely changed. Without any warning, his massive fist suddenly swung out. Allen's eyes sharpened and blue-white lightning burst from his entire body. He maximized the speed of the rumble fruit, and Garp's fist missed its target. Boom. The spot where Garp had stood was blasted into a large crater by the shockwave. Tisk, old man, you're really going for it. Allen's figure appeared 10 meters away, his hand already resting on the kitetsu at his waist. I don't care if you're worth 15 billion or 50 billion. If you dare lay a hand on my grandson, you'd better be prepared to go to impel down. Garp disappeared from his spot again. This damn pirate actually used money to corrupt his grandson. That was something he could never forgive. The two figures flickered rapidly through the forest. Garp's attacks were straightforward, pure physical techniques, and Haki. The more Allen fought, the more alarmed he became. He had already faced a legendary figure like Rayleigh, but when confronting a fully enraged Garp, he realized that even among legends there were differences. As expected of the Marine hero who had chased Roger all the way and defeated Rocks alongside Roger at God Valley. Although Garp, now just past 60, was not as strong as his peak at 50, he was clearly much stronger than he would be in the battle at Hakanosu over a decade later. When Allen occasionally parried a blow, the opponent's body was completely unharmed, while Allen's own hand was numbed by the shock. If the future Garp was a glass cannon with maxed-out attack and paper-thin defense, then the current Garp was a monster with both Kaido-level health and peak attack power. Allen dared not engage Hedon, so he could only keep circling using the flexibility of the rumble fruit. After just a dozen or so exchanges, almost all the trees within 100 meters were destroyed. Such a commotion naturally could not be hidden from others. Allen glanced at the houses not far away where the villagers had already started peeking out. Stop. Allen suddenly pulled back, raising his hands above his head to signal surrender. I'm not fighting anymore. Old man, do you want to destroy this village? Garp stopped, his breathing still steady as a rock. He stared at Alan, then at the frightened villagers, and the fury in his eyes subsided a little. He knew that although he could suppress Alan, capturing this Logia user in the village would be extremely difficult. Moreover, judging from the exchange, just now this little monster hadn't even used his true power. The devil fruit abilities described in the intelligence, as well as those terrifying swordsmanship techniques, had not been seen. If he used those, Windmill Village would instantly become ruins. What exactly do you want? Garp asked coldly. I told you I'm just here to play. Seeing that the other party had no intention to continue fighting, Alan breathed a sigh of relief, sheathed his sword, and found a clean stone to sit on. The East Blue is also my hometown. Now that I've made a name for myself, it would be a waste not to come back and have some fun, show off a bit. Veins bulged on Garp's forehead again. Made a name for himself. Well said. So you damn pirates treat the Marines' bounties as a badge of honor. However, he didn't refute anything. After all, if this guy really wanted to cause trouble here, the place would have been covered in magma and lightning before Garp even discovered him. Why would he wander around the village leisurely, not even bothering to activate his observation Haki? Moreover, eyes don't lie. The reason he had allowed Alan to pat little Luffy's head was that he saw no trace of the bloodthirstiness and brutality typical of pirates in the other's eyes. But still, he would not allow a 15 billion berry great pirate to operate in his hometown. You are not welcome here. Garp remained cold-faced. With a dangerous person like you here, I'd have to sleep with one eye open. You're a marine hero, you can't guard Windmill Village forever, can you? Alan reasoned patiently. You can't capture me, and am not planning to fight you to the death. If I really wanted to do evil, I could make this island disappear in minutes when you're not here. Garp's expression was extremely grim, but he had to admit that Alan was telling the truth. A little monster with 2 devil fruits, Rumble Rumble and Magma Magma. If he was really determined to cause destruction, no one could stop him. Especially since this kid was only 13 years old. Damn it, was he just going to give in like that? Garp looked at Alan's still childish face, then thought of Luffy's admiring expression from earlier, and a sudden idea popped into his mind. He suddenly had a good idea. That brat Luffy was always clamoring for freedom, wanting to go out to sea, and absolutely refused to become a marine. He had no way to handle it, but Alan, whom Luffy admired, might be able to change Luffy's mind. Garp's expression began to turn strange, the usual dignity of a marine hero gradually fading away. In its place was a sinister smile that made even Alan's spine chill. AI Lun involuntarily shuffled backward. AI Lun, kid, if you want to stay in Fonche Village, it's not impossible. Kapu rubbed his hands together, suddenly becoming amiable, and leaned in to whisper, but you have to agree to one condition from this old man. For the sake of his grandson's future, temporarily cooperating with a pirate who didn't seem so evil was not a bad idea. After all, it wasn't the first time he had done such a thing. What condition? I won't do anything like murder or arson. AI Lun's expression tensed. To be honest, if it weren't for his precious grandson, Kapu really wanted to fight this kid. What do you mean you want to murder or arson? Am I the pirate, or are you? I am a marine hero, how could I possibly make you do such things? But for Luffy's sake, Kapu took a deep breath. He patiently explained, that kid just now is my grandson named Luffy. That brat keeps shouting about going out to sea. I beat him for 3 years, but I couldn't change his mind. He stubbornly insists on becoming a pirate. AI Lewin squinted at him. So, you want me, a great pirate, to persuade him to go straight? Exactly. Kapu sat cross-legged, completely ignoring the fact that it was the rubble from their earlier battle. A heinous pirate like you can serve as a perfect negative example. You stay here for a while and show Luffy how terrible it is to be a pirate. If you can completely extinguish his desire to go to sea and make him want to become a marine, then I can turn a blind eye to your return to Dong Hai. As long as you don't touch the civilians, I'll pretend I haven't seen you. AI Lun's mouth twitched. Having a pirate with a 1.5 billion bounty teach the future pirate king how to be a marine. This old man really dared to think. However, at this moment AI Lun was actually overjoyed inside, turning the future pirate king into the marine king. Quite interesting. If he really succeeded, wouldn't that completely change the world line concerning Luffy, and all those famous scenes of Luffy would be altered? When the system settles, if he could draw a Nika form or something, that would be amazing. Kapu, you really know how to come up with ideas. Vice Admiral Kapu, this goes against professional ethics. I am a pirate and he is my colleague. If I do this. Although AI Lewin was already eager, he still put on a troubled expression. He wanted to negotiate for more conditions. Stop dawdling, just say yes or no. Kapu raised his fist, his face full of menace. All right, but there's a condition. AI Lewin held up one finger. Since this is teaching, you can't interfere with my methods. No matter what I do, even if I hang him from a tree and whip him, you have to watch and not intervene. Kapu was stunned, then finally gritted his teeth. Deal. Good, now he could finally beat up an emperor legitimately. Kapu was stunned, then finally gritted his teeth. Deal. Good, now he could finally beat up an emperor legitimately. But neither of them realized at that moment what kind of torment the upcoming teaching would be for both parties. Since he had agreed to teach AI, Lewin stopped messing around and began to get serious. For the first lesson, he went to Makino's bar. AI Lewin thought that the first impression pirates usually gave was rudeness, savagery, and lack of manners. If he could make Luffy realize that, surely the kid would hate pirates. Follow me, Luffy. AI Lewin stood at the bar entrance, glanced back at Luffy trailing behind him. Today, I'll show you how a pirate eats. Luffy bit his finger and nodded with a half-understanding look. AI Lewin took a deep breath, imagined himself as a rough pirate, then kicked open the bar door. Bang! The villagers in the bar were startled by the loud noise and stopped their movements. AI Lewin put on a gloomy and arrogant face, strode into the room, and slammed his palm on the counter. Hey, you woman! AI Lewin pointed at Makino behind the counter, his tone fierce. Bring out the strongest liquor and bring all the meat. Luffy widened his eyes behind him. So this is what a pirate is like. So domineering. But contrary to the expected screams and fear after AI Lewin's shout, nothing happened. Makino paused, looked at the young man who was obviously pretending to be fierce, but still had a clear and handsome face. Then she glanced at the furtive Kapu at the door and suddenly understood. Ah, you must be a friend of Mr. Kapu, right? Makino smiled, gently, not frightened at all. Instead, she took out a steaming cup of milk from behind the counter. You're quite handsome. Little brother, although Mr. Kapu often brings Luffy here to freeload, you're still young. Drinking alcohol is bad for your health. This milk is on me. The meat will be right up. Wow, it's big brother AI Lewin. Makino, he's super strong. Upon seeing Makino, Luffy hugged AI Lewin's leg and proudly introduced him to everyone in the bar. Everyone, look. Big brother AI Lewin is a pirate. He's the strongest great pirate. The previously quiet bar instantly erupted into chatter. Oh, a pirate brought by Mr. Kapu. He must be a good person. Young man, don't be so fierce. Come, uncle will treat you to this grilled meat. I heard he's a pirate. No wonder he looks so imposing, much more spirited than those Marines who only collect taxes. Listening to the little Luffy's introduction, the people in the tavern looked at AI Lewin with kind smiles. Such a young and handsome lad couldn't be a bad person. He must be a little pirate. That little Luffy, still dreaming of being a pirate, randomly pulled in from the street. Besides, with Mr. Kapu around, a pirate approved by Mr. Kapu must be a good pirate, right? AI Lewin subconsciously took the warm milk and stood frozen. What does this mean? I'm a great pirate with a 1.5 billion bounty. A really fierce one. Roar, roar, roar. Shouldn't you all be afraid of me? Seeing the villagers sending food to AI Lewin, Luffy's eyes sparkled. So if you become a pirate, everyone gives you meat to eat. Then I definitely want to become a pirate. AI Lewin, is there something wrong with the brains of these villagers? Is there any norm? In a corner where no one noticed, Kapu's old face was streaming with tears. Thus the first lesson. AI Lewin and Kapu were utterly defeated. Can you be fiercer? You're a 1.5 billion berry pirate. Can't you show some pirate spirit? Do I have to teach you how to be a pirate? Seeing Luffy's state, Kapu grew increasingly anxious. I'll try my best. Lewin shrugged, somewhat helpless. Could it be that he really didn't look like a pirate? Lewin resolved to display the majesty of his super invincible whirlwind, terrifying great pirate. So for the second lesson, Lewin brought Luffy to the back mountain. Watch closely, Luffy. This is how we pirates bully the weak with our strength. Lewin raised his hand, his magma ability erupting. Scorching lava gathered at his fingertips, then shot out, instantly melting a nearby boulder. He turned back deliberately, putting on a ferocious expression, staring at Luffy. But seeing this, Luffy's eyes lit up astonishingly. He showed no fear at all, instead hopping and skipping around the lava pit. Wow, amazing. Brother Lewin, is that a flaming fist? Teach me to become a pirate. If I learn this, I can protect my grandpa and everyone in the village. Nearby, a certain grandpa hiding behind a big tree shed tears of regret. Whether it was because he was moved by Luffy's words, or because he watched his grandson stray further and further from the right path. Aelin's fist clenched. Hey, where exactly is your focus, kid? A huge rock just got melted. Shouldn't you be afraid? Lewin resolved to show the true terror of pirates. So for the third lesson, Lewin took Luffy on a small boat to the offshore waters of Windmill Village. Luffy, I will make you witness the terror of pirates. 100 million volt thunder dragon. Lewin roared and punched toward the sky. Furious lightning twisted and converged wildly in the air, actually forming a sky-covering thunder dragon. In the next instant, the thunder dragon raised its head and soared into the sky, dragging a blazing light tail that spanned heaven and earth as it crashed into the firmament, tearing open a hideous electric crack in the sky. Boom! The thunderclap sent the houses along the coast of Windmill Village trembling, the sea surface raised into towering waves several zhang high by the violent aftermath, lightning illuminating the entire sea like the apocalypse. In the distance, Kapu watched with a solemn expression. It turned out that Brat hadn't shown his true strength earlier. With this level of destructive power, no wonder he could defeat Sakaseiji. What a terrifying brat. However, the more terrifying it is, surely Luffy will be all the more afraid. Thinking this, Kapu's stubbly face showed a hint of a smile. He then turned his gaze to little Luffy, who stood beside Iluin with a dazed expression. Luffy's eyes widened on the boat. He felt this scene was more shocking than any pirate legend he had heard. Iluin curled his lips. Little brat, can I handle you? Are you bragging? Have you seen this? This is called 100 million volt Thunder Dragon. So what if you're the child of destiny? You can't become the pirate king. You can only watch your brother Iluin become it. This is strength. Understand? But the next second, both Iluin and Kapu's faces froze. Amazing. Brother Iluin. So amazing. So cool. When I go out to sea, I'll also find a partner as awesome as you to go on adventures together. Little Luffy suddenly clapped his hands excitedly, letting out an excited scream. At this point, Kapu out. Iluin out. Under the setting sun, a heartbroken man at Windmill Village. After a busy day, Kapu collapsed onto the ground, his navy uniform covered in dirt and leaves. He waved his hand and said weakly, Kid Iluin, forget it. Stop trying. Ailin's fist clenched again. What do you mean by that? Look down on me, a 1.5 billion berry extremely evil pirate. I can even subdue a celestial dragon, yet I can't handle your grandson. What a joke. Iluin was unwilling. Just then a small figure like the wind flashed past them. Luffy ran laughing loudly, his childish voice spreading through the forest. I'm the man who's going to become the pirate king. That voice echoed in Iluin and Kapu's ears, lingering for a long time. Kapu pressed down on Iluin, who was about to stand up, looking at him with a pained expression. Yemi, don't teach anymore. Iluin looked at Luffy's retreating back, completely silent. The air had never been as awkward as it was today. Originally, if he hadn't taught Luffy, at least the other would have to wait until the plot where Shanks gives the Straw Hat appears before becoming so determined to become the Pirate King. But now, Kapu was also regretting deeply. If he had known Iluin was such a not-so-pirate, he wouldn't have come up with such a terrible idea. But he couldn't blame the other either. As a Marine, he couldn't very well scold a pirate for not being evil enough, could he? Moreover, he had been watching all along, and knew Iluin had indeed tried his best. This made him even more unable to voice his grievance. After a brief silence, Kapu slowly stood up, patted the dust off but showed a look of being ready to face death, and looked ahead with renewed determination. Brat, I will never let you do as you please. Iluin looked at Kapu, feeling some admiration. Putting aside other things, this old man truly loved Luffy. It was imaginable how much pain he would feel in the future when facing the execution of his other grandson. Kapu, caught between justice and family, was indeed in a difficult position. If he could help in the future, it wouldn't be a bad thing. As Iluin was lost in thought, Kapu turned to look at him, his tone softening considerably. Kid Iluin, although you didn't change my grandson's mind, you did your best. Stay or leave as you please. Oh, I won't report to the Marines. Kapu recalled Ailin's various behaviors. He finally understood that the heinous, vicious pirate in the intelligence was not this kid before him at all. A person whose feigned evil couldn't even fool the villagers. How could he be a bad person? The two of them simply had different stances. Such a person, even if he stays here, won't do anything bad. Hearing this, Iluin felt warmth in his heart. This old man wasn't so unreasonable after all. It's fine, I understand, it's all for the child. Iluin looked at Kapu. Kapu looked at Iluin. And so an extremely evil great pirate and a marine hero actually developed a sense of mutual admiration at this moment. Iluin, are your fists itching? Kapu's face showed a sinister grin. Iluin was startled, looked at Kapu, and Kapu looked back at Iluin. A little itchy. The two suddenly smiled at each other, everything understood without words. It was like meeting a kindred spirit in a low mountain with foul water. Let's go. Poor Luffy, at this moment immersed in the fantasy of becoming the Pirate King, completely unaware. The setting sun behind him had been blocked by two dark shadows. Soon a series of miserable screams came from the back mountain of Windmill Village. Meanwhile, on the distant Fishman Island, the Ryugu Palace. You want to liberate the slaves? The sea god Neptune sat solemnly on his throne, looking at the red fishman before him, his eyes trembling slightly. I can no longer endure this. Inside the Dragon Palace city, Fisher Tiger stood in the great hall with a sorrowful expression. He wore a turban on his head and had thick curly hair. His voice was suppressed with rage. Slaves are living in hell. Even now they are still treated as less than human. He had escaped from the Holy Land for some time, but the tragic scenes he had witnessed were branded into his memory like an indelible. Whenever he closed his eyes, those nightmares would surge back, burning his soul. Beside the throne, the beautiful Queen Iji was pale. Her gentle eyes were tightly shut. Her powerful Kinbunshika Haki allowed her to clearly hear the immense sorrow in Tiger's heart. It was not words, but a soul cry mixed with despair, rage, and endless pain. Empathizing her heart also clung. Tiger raised his head, his gaze fixed on Neptune with unwavering determination. So I have decided. I will go on a rampage to the summit of the world, the Holy Land Mary Geos. Free all the slaves. Neptune was silent. He knew what Tiger's decision meant. That was a direct challenge to the world government, to the celestial dragons, to the highest power of this world. Those who dared to do so were almost certain to die. No, not entirely. His mind recalled the boy who had set the entire sea ablaze in recent days. He looked at Tiger's eyes, which burned with a fire that consumed everything. Somehow Neptune felt a glimmer of confidence. In the end, he nodded heavily. Fishman Island will always be your support. After that, Alan lived a life that could be described as regular and even somewhat dull. After receiving Garp's tacit approval of turning a blind eye, he settled down in Windmill Village with peace of mind. To ensure Alan could live peacefully in Windmill Village, Garp even had someone forge a bounty poster for Alan. The photo specifically chosen was Alan's usual headshot, and the bounty was set at 8 million berries. After all, having a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion living here would cause panic even among the most carefree villagers. An 8 million bounty was much more reassuring. However, this bounty reminded Alan of a certain king. Then Alan's daily life in Windmill Village consisted of 3 main activities: eating, sleeping, and beating up the 4 emperors. Euphemistically, it was called educating Luffy. And little Luffy had already begun to show his astonishing talent for getting back up after being knocked down. No matter how many times Alan knocked him down, Luffy would bounce back to full health after a hearty meal, and his desire to become a pirate grew stronger each day. In his understanding, Alenii beating him every day was a special training to become a strong pirate. To this, Alan could only say, "He, what a foolish little brother I have. I'm just doing it to get a taste of beating up a future emperor." Of course, besides beating up emperors, Alan never neglected his own training. Sword practice had become an instinct as natural as breathing. Every morning, swinging his sword against the rising sun and crashing waves became a unique sight in Windmill Village. Whenever his hands itched, he would set sail to the calm belt to find a few unlucky large sea kings to practice on. As a result, a certain near-sea king that had been terrorizing Windmill Village would immediately dive into the deepest trench and tremble in fear whenever it sensed Alan's presence at sea. Days like these, both interesting and leisurely, passed quickly. Flowers bloomed and withered, another autumn passed. One morning in the year 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar, on a lounger outside Makino's bar, Garp, who was enjoying a rare vacation, suddenly received a message. Vice Admiral Garp, emergency situation. Please return to the Holy Land Mary Geos immediately. The Den Mushi only transmitted a brief and grave message. Understood. Garp hung up the phone, his brows deeply furrowed. Although annoyed by the interruption of his vacation, he understood that anything related to the Holy Land Mary Geos must be a major incident. I will become the Pirate King. Meanwhile, Luffy was jumping around in the yard shouting that he would become the Pirate King. He glanced at the still rambunctious Luffy, feeling a surge of irritation. He himself was completely unable to control him. Even with the great hero of the Navy standing right there, the brat dared to shout about becoming the Pirate King. If he left, wouldn't this little rascal sail off directly? By the way, where is that brat Alan? Garp subconsciously thought of Alan. During his absence, he had always entrusted Alan with disciplining little Luffy. Alan's identity as a pirate seemed to naturally make Luffy more receptive, and he obeyed him completely. But it seemed he hadn't seen that kid for several days. He released his Kinbunshika Haki, covering the entire Windmill Village and even the surrounding seas. Nothing. That familiar and powerful presence had vanished, as if it had never been there. A foreboding sense suddenly surged in Garp's heart. His gaze unconsciously turned to the newspaper that had just been delivered on the table. Fisher Tiger of the Fishman race wreaks havoc in the Holy Land. Blazing flames. Celestial dragons lose face. Garp's pupils contracted. No wonder the Navy was so urgently summoning him. Someone had attacked Mary Geos. Connecting this to Alan's absence for several days, the ominous feeling in Garp's heart grew even stronger. He grabbed the newspaper, his eyes quickly scanning the blurry photo of Tiger climbing the red line and landing directly on the details at the end of the report. According to reports, the nature of this attack is extremely severe. Fisher Tiger of the Fishman race did not act alone. There are suspected multiple forces backing him. According to the testimony of lucky survivors from CP0 and some celestial dragons, multiple terrifyingly powerful accomplices were present at the scene. Among them, those with confirmed identities are. Garp's breath caught for a moment. His pupils suddenly contracted, staring fixedly at the list. Bounty 1. 5 billion berries, most heinous pirate Augustine Allen. Just as I thought. Garp's fist clenched with a cracking sound. He knew that brat wouldn't stay put. Why would he go to the Holy Land when he was supposed to be staying peacefully in Windmill Village? Before Garp could catch his breath as his eyes continued moving down, when he saw the name that followed immediately after on the list, his entire body froze. And Emperor of the Sea Beast Kaido. Thud. The rice cracker in Garp's hand fell to the ground. Time rewind. 3 days ago. 3 days ago. On the beach of Fengshe village, a giant beast skeleton, dozens of meters long, lay quietly bleached white by the waves. Big brother Alan. Meat. Can't even gnaw the bones. A little guy wearing a straw hat was hugging a rib thicker than his own body, grinding it with his teeth, making a creaking sound. Not far away, a young man leaned against a coconut tree, his mouth twitching. You eat so fast, Luffy. The spoils of his hunt at sea half a month ago had been devoured by him and Luffy, 2 big eaters, leaving only a skeleton in less than half a month. And most of it was eaten by that brat Luffy. Under such a massive supply of food, energy, Luffy's physique was growing at a savage speed. Who said there's no bloodline theory in the One Piece world? Isn't this terrifying appetite alone Luffy's greatest talent? Alan shook his head helplessly. Time flies so fast. He looked at the kid beside him, who was incredibly energetic and couldn't help but feel emotional. Having stayed in Fengshe village for nearly a year, eating, sleeping, and beating up the future 4 emperors every day, he found it fun at first, but as time went on, even the thrill of beating the 4 emperors began to feel boring. With a thought, the panel appeared. Name: Augustine Allen. Age 14. Strength: 146,148. Agility: 144,146. Endurance: 145,147. Spirit: 141,143. Abilities: Luo GS Swordsmanship, 66. 1 Thunder Magma Sweet Jangwen Sei Baki Intermediate Wuzhuang, Sei Baki Intermediate. A year of persistent daily training, all stats steadily improved, though pitifully little. Wuzhuang Sei Baki was only 1 step away from the advanced level, and Jangwen Sei Baki had long touched that barrier, only needing a fierce battle. This growth rate would be enough to be proud of for an ordinary person. But for Alan it was still too slow. Without life and death battles, without world-shaking events, relying solely on this comfortable training, it was still too slow. He stood up, dusting off the sand from his body. This year his body had also undergone some changes. At 14 years old, his height had shot up to 185 meters, shedding some childishness, his facial features becoming more distinct, black hair gently fluttering in the sea breeze. It's time to go out to sea again, he murmured to himself. Calculating the time, that world-shaking event should be happening. The fisherman hero Fisher Tage was about to climb the Hong to Dalu with his bare hands, cause a commotion at the Shundi Mali Chiaoya, and liberate thousands of slaves. A year has passed, the sea has almost forgotten the name of the extremely evil pirate Alan Wright. Alan grinned. That won't do. How can I let others steal the spotlight? He walked over to Luffy, ruffled his hair, and grinned. My foolish little brother, I'm going to find you even tastier sea kings. Saying that without waiting for Luffy to pester him further, lightning shot into the sky, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only a little guy whose mouth was almost watering standing excitedly by the sea, eagerly looking forward. At this moment, little Luffy did not know how huge a wave Alan's next trip would stir up in this world again. Vita Honglu. High above, thunderclouds rolled. Alan in his elemental form traveled at high speed through the clouds, his powerful Jangwen Sei Baki spread out without reservation, like an invisible radar constantly scanning the vast sea below. According to the route of climbing, the Hong to Dalu Tage would definitely come near the junction of the Hong to Dalu and the Vita Honglu. Heading in this direction after searching continuously for nearly a day, his Jangwen Sei finally caught a small boat. On the boat sat a red fishman wearing a headband with thick curly hair and a large sausage-like mouth. Fisher Tage. It was such an ordinary fishman who would next represent the entire world and become the first hero in history to cause a commotion at Malichaya. But such a fishman hero had once hated humans immensely because he was sold into slavery by humans. Not to mention someone like himself, a great pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion. I need to find a way to get close. Alan's eyes shifted, and he suddenly reached into his bosom and pulled out a wanted poster. That wanted poster was the one with a bounty of 8 million forged by Kapu for him. Hee. Watch me first pretend to be harmless, then trick him. Fisher Tage felt that today was very unlucky for him. He had just made up his mind to accomplish a great matter that would stake the dignity and future of the fishman race, a matter that could shake the world. But just after setting out, he fished out a fool from the sea. A human drenched all over, his face blackened by lightning. Big brother fishman, thank you for saving my life. My fleet encountered a damned storm, and the whole ship fell apart. If you hadn't passed by, I would have been fed to the sea kings. That human, as soon as he woke up, kept smiling foolishly like this. Although Tage hated humans, he did not want to hate an ordinary person with no grudges, and he couldn't bear to watch someone die without helping. But this greatly slowed down his movement speed, and he had to find a way to send this human to some island. Fishman sounds so ugly. I have a name, call me Tej. Tej looked at the young man, frowned, and turned his gaze to a similarly wet piece of paper that was taken from that guy, a wanted poster with a bounty of 8 million berries. Alan bounty 8 million berries in the Vita Honglu. This level of guy is no different from the small fry in the sea. Seeing this, most of the vigilance in his eyes dissipated, and soon a hint of contempt appeared. This kind of minion strength posed no threat to him. However, the name Alan and this face always felt inexplicably familiar, as if he had heard or seen it somewhere. Tej spent all year on Yurandao, and he was not sensitive to news of the human world, let alone the fact that Alan's fame was at its peak a year ago. At this moment, the disguised Alan saw the contempt in Tej's eyes and immediately felt displeased. Hey, don't look down on 8 million. Whether you believe it or not, I know a certain 8 million berry pirate who with a wine bottle in hand beats up the Si Huang and kicks the future Haizhe Wang. We 8 million berry pirates are not to be bullied. While inwardly venting madly, the smile on Alan's face became even more sincere. For the sake of gaining the other's trust, this was no big deal. He leaned forward, lowered his voice, and looked as if he was pouring out his heart. Big brother Tej, we humans value repaying kindness the most. You saved my life in the future. Whatever you need, just command me, Alan. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Hearing this, Tej's mouth twisted into a sarcastic arc. When he was a slave at the Shungdi Mali Chaoya, he had seen too much human ugliness and cunning. In his view, the guy in front of him said these words only because he was afraid of being thrown back into the sea, just a performance. Repaying kindness. What a joke. I'm going to the Shungdi Mali Chaoya. To go there and cause a huge ruckus. Do you want to help me? Tej's voice was suppressed with anger, and he stared intently into Alan's eyes, wanting to see the fear and embarrassment he had anticipated. But none of the expected expressions appeared. All right, count me in. Alan's eyes blazed as if he had been waiting for those words. Finally, he fell for it. Tai Guest's mouth opened and closed, unable to close for a long time. He had lived for so many years and seen all kinds of humans. Greedy, cowardly, cunning, cruel. The hellish experience in the holy land of Mali Chaoya had shown him the darkest side of humanity. But one as foolish as the one before him he had never seen. Do you know what you're saying? Tai Gu felt he needed to explain clearly to this not-so-bright fellow. That is the holy land of Mali Chaoya. It is where the world nobles, the celestial dragons, reside. Celestial dragons, do you understand? They are monsters who can treat people as mounts and shoot anyone who blocks their way. I never expected to return alive from this trip. Do you understand what I mean? Ai Lun was taken aback, as if he understood something, nodded, and said sincerely, I know. That's precisely because it's so dangerous that I must go to repay you, brother Tai Gu. Tai Gu was completely speechless. He looked at Ai Lun's clear eyes devoid of any impurity, and inexplicably the flame of hatred for humans in his heart subsided a little. Could there really be such a fool in this world, willing to follow a newly met fishman to his death just for the sake of repaying a debt of gratitude? This is too absurd. A bitter smile appeared on Tai Guest's face. So the gap between people could be this vast. If only he had seen such kindness in humans earlier, how could he have lost faith in humanity so soon? This human is a complete and utter fool. But wasn't he the same? Then Tai Gu thought of himself. Staking everything to liberate slaves, he didn't even know, doing a foolish act that seemed no different from suicide to outsiders. From this perspective, the two of them might be the same kind of people. Two fools, misunderstood by the world. With that thought, Tai Guest's tense shoulders relaxed, and his gaze toward Ai Lun was no longer filled with the wariness and disdain he had for ordinary humans, but instead held an indescribable softness. He let out a heavy breath, as if making a decision. Since you insist on going, I won't stop you. However, let me make it clear, this mission is fraught with danger, and I won't have time to look after you. Of course. Ai Lun patted his chest in assurance with an air of leaving everything to him, which made Tai Guest's eye twitch. All right. Tai Gu nodded and got down to business. Since we're going to act together, I need to know your abilities. What were you responsible for on your previous ship? At this question, Ai Lun was stunned. He had been acting alone before without even a ship. What was he responsible for? Navigating, cooking, hunting, fighting. It seemed he had to do everything, didn't he? So how should he answer? Seeing Ai Lun silent for a long time, Tai Gu pressed on. For example, do you have any special abilities? Abilities? Ai Lun's eyes rolled, and he had an idea. I can use fire. The magma fruit allowed him to control some flames, and no problem. Tai Gu saw it, and instantly understood. No wonder this kid had been stammering and unable to speak for so long. It turned out he thought his ability was too weak. Oh, you can use fire. He stroked his chin and analyzed seriously. Then it seems you're a cook. Good, with a cook the problem of meals on the road is solved. Cook. The smile on Ai Lun's face froze. IAO, Giziting Ai Lun, wielder of 3 powers, Rumble Fruit, Magma Fruit, and Love Fruit. the freest man on the sea, and you call me a cook. Then what is Chi Quan? A navy cook? Taiga did not notice AI Lun's expression change, and continued asking, besides cooking, can you do anything else? AI Lun took a deep breath, suppressing the overwhelming urge to retort, and said, I am also familiar with thunder and lightning. The rumble fruit, familiar with thunder and lightning, very reasonable. Thunder and lightning. Taiga's eyes lit up. Familiar with weather changes, can predict storms. Then you are also a navigator. The more he said, the more reasonable it seemed. He nodded in satisfaction. A cook and a navigator, although the bounty is a bit low, still a useful talent. AI Lun didn't want to say anything anymore. He felt his blood pressure soaring. Seeing AI Lun's face about to crack, Taiga continued asking, besides these two, can you do anything else? AI Lun didn't like hearing that. What do you mean, anything else? Do you think the magma and rumble abilities are common cabbages? What else do you want? AI Lun hurriedly patted the sword at his waist. I can also fight. Swordsmanship. Taiga's gaze fell on the blade. It was a good sword. But that was all. He recalled the bounty poster of 8 million berries, and the last shred of expectation in his heart vanished. Knowing a little of everything means jack of all trades, master of none. A cook and navigator, and a bit of mediocre swordsmanship. No wonder the bounty was so low. Sigh. It seems this slave liberation will still have to rely on myself. Taiga sighed, inwardly patted AI Lun on the shoulder, and said in a tone of an elder encouraging a junior, not bad. Young man, work hard, and after this matter is over, your bounty might rise to 10 million berries. AI Lun was numb. Just as he was about to argue a few more words to justify his 8 million bounty, his expression suddenly changed slightly. A powerful and violent aura was rapidly approaching from the distant sea. Almost at the same time, Taiga also stood up abruptly, his eyes solemnly fixed on the same direction. Annoying. Annoying. He had an exaggerated long golden braid, a metal jaw guard on his mouth, and 2 ivory-like horns protruding from his forehead. He had an exaggerated long golden braid, a metal jaw guard on his mouth, and 2 ivory-like horns protruding from his forehead, exuding an aura of destruction all over his body. It was none other than the big name of the beast's pirates, one of the 3 calamities, Jiaku the Drought. What the hell is Captain Kaido thinking? Just for a brat who hasn't made a move for a year, he sends me out to wander the world. Jiaku punched the bulwark, venting his dissatisfaction. That brat named AI Lun, who caused such a big commotion in the North Blue, then disappeared without a trace for a whole year. Like looking for a needle in the sea, who could find him? But Captain Kaido is obsessed, talking day and night about wanting to fight that kid. The more Jiaku thought about it, the angrier he got, with no outlet for his rage. Just then a lookout suddenly shouted, Lord Jiaku, there's a small boat ahead. Moi. Jiaku looked up, following the direction his subordinate pointed, and saw a tiny black dot drifting on the sea. A reckless little broken boat. Perfect, I'll use you to vent my anger. A cruel smile appeared on Jiaku's face, hidden behind the metal jaw guard. Men, bring the ship alongside. Bring the ship alongside. With Jiaku's command, the massive mammoth-headed pirate ship, like a moving mountain, charged straight toward their tiny boat. Taiga's expression instantly turned extremely grave. The 100 Beasts pirates, Drought, Jiaku, one of the 3 calamities. How could this guy be here? As a traveler who had traversed the world, Taiga naturally recognized the man before him. Drought Jiaku, famous at a young age, had long followed Kaido to conquer Hijigua, and was one of the 3 main executives of the 100 Beasts pirates, with a bounty of hundreds of millions of berries. Why would a pirate of this caliber target them? Taiga acted as if facing a great enemy, while AI Lun, beside him, wore a rather strange smile on his face. What a ship-ramming king. To snatch someone from Duafulaming's escort ship, they faced 4 warships carrying Admiral Tung, who former Navy Marshal Zhanghua and Chief of Staff Ahi. This fearless man didn't even blink and directly ordered the ship to ram. A few old Navy men and women can beat me. Then, even while still seriously injured, he opened fire directly at the Elephant Lord, which was tens of thousands of meters tall. The result? Naturally, the ship was destroyed, and everyone died. If he weren't a fisherman, he would have almost sunk to the bottom and drowned. It could be said that Jiaku had been weak, but had never been a coward in his life. Little did he expect that he would one day enjoy such top-tier ramming treatment. A pure benefit game. But this was the year 1509, and this guy's love for ramming ships hadn't changed at all. Just as AI Lun was frantically complaining in his mind, the mammoth ship was already within arm's reach. Jiaku stood at the bow, looking down at them from above, his gaze sweeping over Taiga, and then falling on the human beside him, whose face was pitch black and unrecognizable. Why does he seem a bit familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Jiaku scratched his head. Since he had never seen him in person, and AI Lun's face was very small on the wanted poster, he couldn't recognize him. And at this moment, AI Lun's face was pitch black, so he didn't recognize him for a while. But he didn't care either. Who did he think he was? Two insignificant nobodies weren't even worth a second glance. Hey fishman over there. Kaido spoke in a muffled voice. Your crappy boat is blocking my way. Kaido suppressed the shock in his heart, looked up, and said solemnly, Kaido, we are both fishmen, there's no need to go this far, is there? Well, clear the way immediately. He tried to defuse the crisis using their shared race. However, he was facing Kaido. Same race. Kaido laughed as if he had heard a huge joke, grinning under his metal jaw guard. I don't give a damn who you are. If you piss me off, I'll cut anyone down. Block the way and you die. As he finished speaking, he waved his hand abruptly. Ram them. Crush them all. Rumble. The mammoth ship's speed increased again, and the ferocious ivory at the bow charged straight toward the small boat's hull. Damn it. Kaido broke out in a cold sweat. If this small boat was hit, it would definitely shatter instantly. He himself wasn't afraid. As a fisherman, the sea was his home turf. But this human, named AI Lewin, next to him. Although he was a simple-minded fool, he had a good heart. If he fell into the sea in such chaos, he might not be able to save him. No. Must dodge. AI Lewin. Hurry. Row. Kaido roared, anxiously grabbing the oar and paddling with all his strength to one side, trying to escape before being hit. But how could the small boat's speed compare to the giant ship of the 100 Beast pirates? As the enormous shadow completely enveloped them and the aura of destruction rushed toward them, Kaido's heart sank to the bottom. It's over. Kaido had already prepared to grab AI Lewin and dive underwater as soon as the boat shattered. But at that moment, a hand gently pressed on his shoulder. Brother Kaido, don't be anxious. AI Lewin's tone was calm, as if what he faced was not a giant pirate ship, but a small wave. Kaido turned around sharply, about to scold him for being foolish at such a time, but saw a pair of astonishingly bright eyes. AI Lewin stood up, looked up at the mammoth ship that blotted out the sky, and still wore that incomprehensible smile on his face. Divine punishment. He softly uttered 4 words. The next second, the sky without any warning turned dark. The originally clear sky was instantly devoured by thick, impenetrable dark clouds, and a chilling sense of oppression plunged the entire sea into dead silence. The pirates of the 100 Beasts pirates looked up in terror, not understanding why the weather had changed so dramatically. Even the irritable Kaido widened his eyes and stared at the eerie sky. What the hell? Before he finished his words, a colossal pillar of lightning, indescribable in words, tore through the pitch-black clouds and descended with the majesty of judgment, crashing down. There was no deafening roar, only an extreme whiteness that swallowed all sound and light. That bolt of lightning precisely struck the center of the mammoth ship's hull. Then came the delayed, ear-splitting, terrifying explosion. Boom! In Tage's dazed eyes, the mammoth-like ship was crushed like a cookie by the hand of a god. Where the lightning touched deck's mast bulwarks, everything turned into char and dust in an instant. The destructive force spread outward, and the entire ship exploded from the middle. Countless burning wood chips and screaming figures were thrown into the air, then fell into the sea like dumplings. Just one strike. The giant ship of the 100 Beast pirates was just gone. Only a mess of wreckage and billowing smoke remained on the sea. The world fell silent. The sea breeze blew, carrying away the smoke, revealing Kaido's eyes nearly popping out. He remained in the rowing posture, frozen, like a stone, motionless. His mind was blank. Cook. Navigator. A small fry with an 8 million bounty. Raised to 10 million. What had he been saying before? All his previous understanding of AI Lewin was completely shattered by that earth-shattering scene. His gaze fell on the man who still stood at the bow with faint arcs of electricity still lingering around him. His lips trembled for a long time before he spoke hoarsely. You're not, didn't you say? You only know a little about lightning. Yeah. AI Lewin turned around, grinned, and held up his thumb and index finger, leaving a barely noticeable gap between them. I'm just a tiny bit familiar with lightning. The sea breeze blew, carrying the aftertaste of gunpowder and a burnt smell. Was it gone? That mammoth ship towering like a mountain, the giant vessel of the Beast's pirates, the command of Drought, Kaido. Was it really wiped out in an instant by a bolt of lightning falling from the heavens? That was Drought Kaido, one of the 3 most renowned all-stars under Kaido, a monster with a bounty of hundreds of millions, feared by countless pirates. How could he be defeated by a guy with a bounty of less than 8 million? No. A powerhouse of this level, how could his bounty be only 8 million? Kaido's mouth twitched, feeling that he had been made a complete fool by AI Lewin. Who exactly was he? Such terrifying lightning. Wait. Lightning. A memory from long ago surfaced in Kaido's mind. A year ago in the North Sea, there was a great pirate whose swordsmanship, wreathed in thunder, gravely wounded the monstrous Vice Admiral Sakac of Marine Headquarters, infamous for his brutality. Could it be? At that moment, from the nearby shipwreck, a violent splash sounded. Splash. A huge piece of wreckage burst through the water surface. On the wreckage, a figure charred black and emitting green smoke staggered to its feet, chest heaving violently. It was Jieku. He was still alive. Cough. Cough cough. Jieku spat out a few breaths of black smoke. He lifted his head, his fierce eyes fixed on Ai Lun, who was floating in midair, surrounded by lightning. It's you. Jieku's voice was hoarse. Ao Guziding Ai Lun. Upon hearing this, Tai Guest's pupils violently contracted. Ao Guziding Ai Lun. The one who attacked the celestial dragons, severed Saka's left arm, and was wanted by the world government for 1.5 billion berries. The most heinous pirate. In an instant, Tai Gu understood everything. Everything made sense now. Why wasn't he afraid of death? Why did he show no fear of the so-called Mali Qiaoya? How could he annihilate Jieku's fleet so casually? Because he himself was the terrifying existence who had once attacked the celestial dragons. How could he possibly be afraid? And he himself had actually taken him for a kind-hearted but dim-witted fool, protecting him all the way. Thinking of the words he had said before. Tai Gu idiot felt his face burning. Huh. So it's you bastard. Jieku let out a few creepy laughs, then his muscles began to swell, and his bones emitted grating sounds. I've been looking for you for a whole year. It's you. You seduced Boss Kaido. Made him lose appetite, and think of you all day long. You bastard. Jieku's roar echoed across the sea. Ai Lun, who had been about to show off after being recognized, stumbled, and nearly fell from the sky. What the hell? Seduce? Me? Seduce Kaido? Ai Lun's head was full of question marks. Big brother, do you even hear what you're saying? While Ai Lun was bewildered, Jieku had completed his transformation. A giant ancient mammoth over 10 meters tall appeared on the wreckage, its long trunk letting out a sky-shaking roar. While Ai Lun was bewildered, Jieku had completed his transformation. A giant ancient mammoth over 10 meters tall, Jieku stomped with all four hooves, shattering the deck beneath him. His massive body actually leaped, directly charging toward Ai Lun. Facing the charging Jieku again, Ai Lun put aside his inner complaints, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. He was a great pirate after all, and being mocked like this by Jieku stirred his anger. Facing the terrifying giant elephant, he didn't even dodge, but actively charged forward. Ai Lun's left hand turned into scorching red magma. His right hand was wreathed in violent blue lightning. Two fists struck out. Zazup! Lightning erupted, first powerful currents instantly piercing Jieku's body, causing his massive frame to shudder and his movements to freeze for a moment. Then the magma fist landed on the same spot. Pshhh. The high-temperature magma directly burned through Jieku's proud tough skin, the sizzling sound of flesh being scorched sending chills down the spine. It truly achieved. Left hand with high damage, right hand with high damage. Every punch was blazing fire. Ow! Jieku let out a pained roar, sent flying backward by these two punches, crashing back onto the wreckage, nearly overturning the entire debris. Ancient Zoan ability users indeed have astonishing strength and defense. But unfortunately he encountered Ai Lun. Unable to match Ai Lun's speed, he could only become a living target. Is that all you've got? Jieku burst out of the sea again. Though his body was charred and smelled of roasted meat, he still remained a tough talker. You are completely unworthy of Boss Kaido's favor. Ai Lun was speechless. Who the hell wanted Kaido's favor? This guy was really a hothead. By timeline, Jieku was only 13, now a year younger than himself. He had originally let it slide, because Jieku was young, unwilling to bully the younger. But now did you call a person over 6 meters tall in human form a 13-year-old? Ai Lun decided to strike hard. One sword style, 3 chasing waves. He drew his sword and slashed horizontally. A seemingly ordinary strike cut through the air, but in Jieku's eyes this sword made his hair stand on end. A sense of deathly threat surged in his heart. The moment the slash shot out, it seemed to split into 3, yet also like 3 consecutive strikes at the same point. 3 wave-like, sword momentum stacked upon each other, finally condensed into one, fiercely slashing down. Don't underestimate me. Who do you think I am? Jieku roared, raising his head and chest, crossing the 2 hardest mammoth tusks in front of him, desperately blocking the fatal blow. Crack! A crisp, piercing sound of fracture exploded. Those 2 massive tusks, which would later be worth 900 million, snapped like dead with the moment the slash struck. The power of the slash weakened slightly, but it still carried momentum, striking Jieku's chest fiercely. Puff! Blood spattered. Jieku's massive mammoth form was forcibly reverted to human form, with a terrifying wound 3 meters long and deep enough to see bone tearing from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Even the last piece of deck beneath his feet was completely shattered by the residual force of this sword. As blood flowed, Jieku's eyes rolled back, his face full of disbelief, and his body fell straight backwards, sinking into the vast sea, his fate unknown. On the sea surface, only circles of slowly spreading crimson ripples remained. Thus, the Beast Pirates' all-star drought Jack suffered a crushing defeat. As everyone knows, among the entire Beast Pirates, Kaido is the most cowardly. If he had half of Jack's guts, he would have died at Marine headquarters long ago. So it's not an exaggeration to call Kaido Little Jack, is it? If Jack is only at this level, how strong could Kaido be? And if Kaido is like that, what about the other 4 emperors who share his reputation? If the 4 emperors are like this, then and the others are probably nothing special either. AI Lun puffed out his chest, feeling a bit inflated. He just wanted to ask who else. AI Lun couldn't help himself. First a low chuckle escaped his lips, then the laughter grew louder and more unrestrained. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The arrogant laughter echoed across the empty sea. Behind him, Tiger's body stiffened, startled by the sudden burst of laughter. He tightened his grip on the oar and stared at AI Lun with a look full of wariness. 1.5 billion berries. Attacking a celestial dragon. Severing Vice Admiral Sakaski's arm. These words clashed and collided in his mind, shattering his previous understanding of AI Lun. What does this guy actually want? AI Lun sensed the commotion behind him. He stopped laughing and turned around to see Tiger's guarded expression. Well, AI Lun sighed inwardly. The harmless 8 million berry pirate image he had painstakingly crafted was completely ruined by Jack, that ship king, with his antics. He had originally hoped to dispel Tiger's doubts about humans, but now trust had plummeted from 0 to negative. Still, it was to be expected. Who would feel comfortable with a 0.5 billion berry pirate who spews lies at every turn, especially when he also bursts into maniacal laughter like a lunatic? Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Augustine AI Lun. AI Lun cleared his throat, trying to ease the tension. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Augustine AI Lun. AI Lun cleared his throat, trying to ease. I already told you I want to repay your life-saving grace and go with you to marry Geos. Do you think he'll still believe that? Tiger's tone was he couldn't understand. There was no doubt that AI Lun dared to go to marry Geos. A monster who had attacked the celestial dragon and left. He couldn't understand. There was no doubt that AI Lun dared to go to marry Geos. A monster who had attacked the celestial dragon and left 2 marine vice admiral monsters helpless would naturally fear nothing. But why did AI Lun want to go with him? With his strength, wouldn't it be more convenient to go alone? Coincidence? Impossible. There aren't that many coincidences in the world. This guy must have some ulterior motive. Seeing Tiger's utterly incredulous expression, AI Lun felt a headache coming on. He wanted to tell the truth. Nonsense. When you went, the 5 elders didn't even appear. Oda hadn't had time to patch in the God's Knights, and Im was as blind as a bat, doing nothing while you set fire to the holy land of Mary Geos. In the end, you came back unscathed. But if I went alone, who knows what might happen? Although AI Lun believed that currently, aside from Im, he could flee from anyone else even if he couldn't defeat them. But wouldn't it be better to follow the safer timeline of the original story? However, the idea of foreseeing the future was too absurd. Tiger would never believe it. He had to come up with a reasonable explanation. As he pondered, a brilliant idea formed in AI Lun's mind. He was about to start spinning a tale. AI Lun suppressed his smile, his once playful eyes turning serious and profound, and his entire demeanor shifted. AI Lun let out a long sigh as if he could no longer hide it, because besides being a pirate, I have another identity. Tiger was stunned. Then AI Lun spoke in a low, solemn voice. Actually, I am a revolutionary. Revolutionary. Tiger's face showed surprise. Of course, he had heard of that organization, the mysterious group aiming to overthrow the world government. He immediately recalled the news about AI Lun in Flevent's North Blue. It was said that AI Lun, together with the Revolutionary Army, had rescued countless sufferers of the Amber Lead disease from the world government's blockade. Could it be? That's right, exactly what you're thinking. AI Lun seemed to read his mind, his eyes firm, as if he were about to join them. The celestial dragons are the cancer of the world, the root of all evil. As long as they remain above, there will be no true freedom or equality in this world. Your dream is to liberate slaves, and my dream is to liberate the entire world. Our goals are fundamentally aligned. Comrade. AI Lun's words were righteous and weighty. At that moment, Tiger felt as if AI Lun was radiating a golden light. Great and selfless. Was this the Revolutionary Army? And the word comrade seemed to have a magic of its own, deeply imprinting itself in his heart. Even though he didn't understand what it meant the instant he heard it, he felt an indescribable closeness to AI Lun. He looked at AI Lun, at those clear and resolute eyes. He recalled AI Lun's fearless attack on the celestial dragons and his compassion in saving half of Flevents. He remembered his unwavering determination to go with him to storm the Holy Land. If it was all for a noble revolutionary ideal, then everything made sense. Comrade. Tiger's lips trembled as he uttered those 2 words. Don't worry. This time you follow your own plan and do what you want. As for the aftermath you're worried about, like how to resettle the freed slaves, he'll contact a few comrades in the Revolutionary Army in advance. They'll arrange everything and ensure everyone's safety. Tiger stared at AI Lun for a long time before finally nodding heavily. Good. In his mind, the so-called Revolutionary Army friends AI Lun mentioned were probably just a few officers or squad members active near Mary Geos. Although the help would be limited, it was better than nothing. Thus the two continued sailing toward the Red Line on their small boat. Meanwhile, deep beneath the sea, unnoticed by anyone, a pair of eyes was fixed on the boat above. Half a day after they left, a ship flying the flag of the Beast's pirates hauled a charred, nearly unrecognizable body from the sea. It's Jacksama. Quick, quick. He's still breathing. Jack struggled to open his eyes, his gaze filled with terror. Mary Geo's plaza was reduced to ruins. The figures of Alan and Saturn Saint weaved constantly among the collapsed buildings. Each collision unleashed devastation. 3 days later in the afternoon, on the boundless azure sea, a red earth continent that pierced the heavens and earth stood like a wall of the world dividing the four seas. Upon this majestic miracle, two minuscule black silhouettes were moving slowly. Huff, huff. Kaido gazed up at the nearly vertical crimson cliff, his throat feeling parched. Relying on the formidable arm strength of a fisherman, climbing was a simple task for him. Yet a height of 10,000 meters was still too exaggerated. He stole a glance beside him and was instantly stunned. AI Lun was 100 meters above him, unhurried, even leisure. That fellow clung to the rock face with one hand, while the other idly tapped and prodded at the cliff as if examining the rock's texture. Having climbed nearly half the distance, he wasn't even out of breath. Fishmen were born with arm strength 10 times that of humans. And he was the leader of Fishman Street, a warrior who had risen through countless bloody battles. In terms of pure physical strength, he was confident he was no less than AI Lun. So from the start of the climb, he had secretly competed with AI Lun, hoping to surpass him at least in rock climbing. But now, Taiga suddenly realized an absurd truth. Even in martial arts, this youth far surpassed him. AI Lun indeed did not take this climb to heart. His current physique was hundreds of times superior to an ordinary person's, so even a 10th of centimeter red earth continent meant nothing to him. Moreover, if he wished, he could transform into lightning and fly up at any moment. But using his ability would inevitably be detected by those fellows through observation Haki. So accompanying Taigu in a slow hand-over-hand climb was the best choice. As he climbed, he diverted his mind and released his observation Haki. The vast observation Haki spread like an invisible giant net, enveloping the summit of the Red Earth continent. Holy Land Malichiaya, the resplendent Pangu city, the realm of the gods where the celestial dragons dwell, the heavily guarded slave quarters, and several formidable auras. A faint smile curled at the corner of AI Lun's mouth. His visit this time was not merely to help Taigo. Such a splendid place. He would certainly not come only once in the future. He would have to return just when Jean and I was captured. Now scouting ahead and familiarizing himself with the terrain would greatly aid future operations. As for Taigo, AI Lun glanced downward, watching the fishman still laboring upward, steam rising from his body. Truly an outstanding member of the fishman race. If not for his system daily rigorous training and the enhancement of various abilities, he might not have been able to overpower him in pure physical terms. Bloodline was truly unreasonable. If only he could have the bloodline of a fishman. After an unknown period, when Taigu felt his limbs were about to lose sensation, a hand reached down from above and pulled him up onto the cliff. The sky had grown slightly dim. We're here. AI Lun's voice was steady and calm, without the slightest fluctuation. Taige's legs went weak and he nearly collapsed. He gasped for air, gazing at the holy city bathed in the sunset, then at the unruffled AI Lun beside him, amazement surging within him. What kind of monster was this guy? Plan as usual. AI Lun brushed the dust off his hands. You rescue the people, it'll stir up some big commotion to draw everyone's attention. In the original timeline, Taigu would have had to set fires to divert attention before rescuing the slaves. Now with AI Lun's help, he no longer needed such cumbersome steps. Besides, playing with fire was a child's game, and AI Lun scorned it. He had already conceived a method that would make a slightly bigger, just a tiny bit, disturbance. Be careful. Taigu was silent for a long while before uttering those 3 words. Don't worry. AI Lun smiled and waved his hand, then turned and walked toward the central plaza of the Holy Land. Mali Chiaya Central Plaza. The Holy Land was still bustling and noisy even at night. All sorts of grotesquely strange celestial dragons paraded their prized slaves. Mali Chiaya Central Plaza. The Holy Land was still bustling and noisy even at night. All sorts of grotesquely strange celestial dragons paraded their prized slaves around the plaza. Setting aside the numb, expressionless faces of the slaves, everything seemed so peaceful. But this was after all a land destined for sin. AI Lun stood at the very heart of that peace. A man so handsome without a slave by his side could not escape the notice of those around him. Hey, that man is really handsome. Which family is he from? The Roswald family. Impossible. The Roswald family couldn't have a man so handsome. I think he's from the Figureland family, a descendant of Lord Garling. No, look, he's not wearing a celestial dragon robe. It was only when someone noticed that AI Lun's attire was nothing like that of a celestial dragon that the crowd began to stir. An outsider had broken into the Holy Land. AI Lun paid no heed to the crowd. He slowly raised his right-hand palm facing the sky. At first nothing happened. But soon the light around him began to warp, and an oppressive, suffocating atmosphere filled the air. The already dim sky turned completely black as if the world had plunged into midnight. It was not the darkness of clouds obscuring the sun, but a pure, profound pitch blackness born of light being devoured. A tiny, ominous black electric sphere coalesced in AI Lun's palm. The black electric sphere expanded at a visible rate. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters. Finally, it transformed into the black electric sphere expanded at a visible rate. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters. Finally, it transformed into a colossal black sphere nearly a kilometer in diameter, hovering above Mali Xiaoya. Like a black sun. Within the sphere, billions of dark purple arcs of lightning crazily darted about, yet not a single sound escaped. That utter stillness before ultimate destruction was more terrifying than any roar. Below, everyone had stopped in their tracks. Whether celestial dragons or CP agents, they all raised their heads, staring blankly at that all-devouring black sun. AI Lun's figure floated in midair. He looked down upon the crowd in the plaza with an indifferent expression, like a god descending. The fruits of a year's training would be too paltry if they amounted to just a slight improvement in physical skills. His greatest gain was the development of the lightning ability. He could now unleash that technique without the aid of an arc. His greatest gain was the development of the lightning ability. He could now unleash that technique. The moment those two words were uttered, the black sun hanging in the sky frantically began to expand. No earth-shattering roar ensued, only a darkness that devoured all things, mingled with countless fine dark purple arcs of lightning descending from the heavens. Boom! The belated sound transformed into a roar that tore the heavens and earth apart. Below, those celestial dragons who usually held themselves aloft had their arrogance utterly dissipated. They all raised their heads, their mouths unconsciously agape, their pupils reflecting that black sun that brought ultimate destruction and despair. Gurgle. A young pampered celestial dragon let out a strange sound from his throat. His eyes rolled back, and he fell straight backward, having fainted from terror. Panic began to spread. Cries and screams. Unending. The slaves bound by chains saw their numb expressions change, mixed with fear and a faint sense of release. This was the result of AI Lun's year of training. Like a true divine punishment. Thunder's descent. Penga City, the chamber of power. The 5 peaks of world power sat solemnly upright. The moment the Thunder's descent took shape, 5 pairs of eyes snapped open simultaneously. Their gazes seemed to ignore the obstruction of walls, locking precisely onto the black sphere suspended in the sky. What an insolent brat. The only one among the 5 not wearing a suit, a bald old man in a white kimono, said in a cold, "Finance war god Yizenbalong v Nazishalang Shung. It's Ao Gyuziting AI Lun." A scarred, burly old man exclaimed in shock and anger, his voice filled with incredulous fury. Science defense war god Jai Galaxia Satan Shung. He dares to use such power here. In the very heart of the Holy Land, Mary Geos, unleashing an attack capable of wiping the entire city from the sea. This was the most blatant provocation against the world government, against the 5 beings who stood at the apex of world power. Act together, control it. We must not let the Holy Land be damaged. Agreed. Agreed. As the words fell, 5 figures vanished from their spots. The next instant, beneath the enormous black thunder sphere, 5 old men materialized out of thin air, facing AI Lun in midair. They simply stood there doing nothing, yet an indescribably terrifying aura descended instantly. The destructive aura emanating from the Thunder's descent was actually partially dispersed by these 5 auras. On the plaza below, all members of the CP organization lowered their heads in unison the moment they saw the 5 appear. The destructive aura emanating from the Thunder's descent was actually partially dispersed by these 5 auras. On the plaza below, all members of the CP organization lowered their heads in unison the moment they saw the 5. It's the 5 elders. Great. Now there's a show. Quick. Kill that commoner. Turn him into my most perfect slave collection. For these people, the 5 elders were their greatest support, the invincible supreme power. As long as these 5 lords appeared, there was absolutely no problem in this world that couldn't be solved. And at that moment, the energy within the Thunder's descent reached its critical point. The ultra-compressed black sphere burst outward violently. Boom, boom, boom. Under the terrifying roar, countless dark purple lightning bolts spread wildly in all directions from the black sun as the center. They acted in unison. Ominous black clouds erupted from the five. Black-red lightning interwove in the air into an invisible net forcibly enveloped. They acted in unison. Ominous black clouds erupted from the five. Black-red lightning interwove in the air into an invisible net forcibly enveloping the already exploded Thunder's descent. Conqueror's Haki. The moment the spreading lightning touched the net woven from Conqueror's Haki, its speed abruptly slowed. Energy enough to destroy an island was forcibly suppressed and contained. Damn, how is that even possible? AI Lewin hovering in midair. Energy enough to destroy an island was forcibly suppressed and contained. Damn, how is that even possible? AI Lewin hovering in midair was also stunned by the sight. This was a Thunder's descent in its detonated state. It was completely different from a compressed Thunder's descent. The difference in power was immeasurable. These five old men could actually force an already detonated Thunder's descent back. He had originally thought that he would at least destroy half of Mary Geos to make this trip worthwhile. For that he had taken the trouble to climb here barehanded. It was to allow enough time to detonate this Thunder's descent. The strength of the five had indeed exceeded his expectations. As expected of the five elders, the pinnacle of world power. However, AI Lun's gaze swept across the faces of the five. He saw that the bald old man holding a sword had a slight twitch of veins on his forehead, and the old man wearing a flat hat had his outstretched hand trembling imperceptibly. He saw that the bald old man holding a sword had a slight twitch of veins on his forehead, and the old man wearing a flat hat. At that moment among the five, Satan Shung suddenly took a step back. He withdrew himself, his cold gaze locking onto AI Lun. You suppress this thunder sphere or go kill this audacious brat. The other four did not speak, only silently increasing their power output to further compress the raging thunder sphere. Receiving his companion's response, Satan Shung's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was right in front of AI Lun. Accompanying his appearance was an extremely ominous black smoke cloud, as well as a drastic transformation in form. Satan Shung's originally human upper body now became as ferocious as a demon. Although still retaining a human shape, two horns were slowly growing from the top of his head. His lower body transformed into a huge and bloated spider body. 8 segmented limbs covered in black bristles waved in the air, sending chills down one's spine. A monster shrouded in ominous black clouds with an upper body like an ox demon and a lower body like a spider now stood blocking AI Lun's path. Ha, old beast, Satan Shung. AI Lewin saw the newcomer and immediately started cursing. If most of the evil in the world of pirates had reasons, most villains always had a pitiful past, but this one in front of him was simply a beast among beasts. Saint Satan, having been met with a curse upon their first encounter, was momentarily stunned. How long had it been since someone of his high station had been insulted? After a brief pause, he was consumed by a towering rage. Wretched brat, die. With a sudden sweep of his 8 spider-like limbs through the air, his figure vanished from the spot. It was not the 6 powers shave. It was a far more advanced and eerie form of movement. Alan's observation, Haki screamed a dire warning as an extreme sense of danger surged from his left side. Without a second thought, he swung his left fist, unleashing a torrent of lightning at millions of volts. Clang. A piercing clang of metal rang out. One of Saint Satan's spider limbs, its tip sharp as a blade, struck heavily against the lightning-wreathed fist. Bolts of wild electricity crawled up the limb, but were firmly blocked by an invisible layer of Haki, failing to harm him in the slightest. So fast, Alan's heart tightened. His right hand whipped up Kitetsu, unleashing a sweeping slash entwined with magma and demonic energy. Saint Satan did not dodge. 2 more limbs shot out from below, precisely catching the blade of Kitetsu. Sizzle! The magma clashed with the black aura on the limbs, emitting a grating, searing sound. A tremendous force traveled through the blade. Alan felt his wrist sink, and the sheer momentum sent him sliding backward for dozens of meters. The old man's got some strength. Alan grumbled inwardly. Before he could even steady himself, the corner of his eye caught a dark shadow descending upon him. It was Saint Satan's true form, a monstrous oxdemon hybrid. He had somehow closed in directly above. A sharp claw wreathed in armament Haki, and eerie black clouds lunged straight for Alan's head. Just as Alan was about to have his skull pierced, he arched his body back sharply in a bridge-like dodge, barely evading the strike. The claw grazed the tip of his nose, leaving a shallow, bloody gash across his face. Phew, that was close. Alan had barely exhaled in relief when the 8 legs of the spider lower body came to life. They transformed into 8 indestructible spears, sealing off all escape routes and thrusting in unison from every direction. No escape. Alan's pupils contracted sharply. His observation Haki had already traced the trajectories of all 8 attacks, but his Bodis reaction speed could barely keep up. Was this the terrifying might of the world's highest authority? After a relentless onslaught, he had yet to counterattack and was already being battered into retreat. Just as he prepared to endure the blows, suddenly within his hyper-focused mental world, everything slowed down. The world stood still. Time seemed to stretch into a long, thin thread. He could see, the moment those 8 limb tips pierced through his body. He could see the cold, triumphant grin spreading across Saint Satan's ferocious face. He could even see the distant 4 old men, their indifferent gazes cast his way even as they suppressed the Rego. No, this wasn't seeing. This was foresight. Advanced observation Haki whoosh. A roaring in his mind, and the world resumed its normal flow. But for Alan, everything had changed. Advanced observation Haki, foresight. Now, Alan twisted his body at an impossible angle. As if boneless, he slipped through the narrow gaps between the 8 thrusting limbs, narrowly escaping. Amid the near-certain death blow, he had foreseen the only path of survival. Saint Satan let out a faint grunt of surprise. The image of his opponent being impaled did not materialize. How could that brat have dodged? Before he could comprehend, a sharp, ominous aura that even made him uneasy rose from behind. Alan's figure had somehow appeared at his back, the cursed blade, Kitetsu, raised high. On the blade, dark purple demonic energy intertwined, with azure lightning forming a strange and perilous hue. One sword-style demon thunder, divine departure. Saint Satan had no time to react. This strike fused the speed of the rumble fruit, the eerie nature of the cursed sword, and the overbearing might of Roger's swordsmanship. More critically, it was launched under Alan's foresight, aimed at the very point Saint Satan could least defend. Rip! Blood burst forth. 4 of Saint Satan's massive spider body limbs covered in black bristles were cleanly severed at the root by that single slash. Black blood gushed out, accompanied by a stifled roar of agony. Brat! Saint Satan bellowed. And the other 4-5 elders, their indifference finally shattered. The bald elder holding the sword unconsciously tightened his grip on the hilt. A tall, lean old man paused his extended hand, causing a wisp of the compressed lightning to escape. They could hardly believe their eyes. That brat had actually wounded Satan. And in an unknown frontal confrontation. Tisk, these things are pretty tough. Alan shook his slightly numb wrist, looking at the stilt-witching severed limbs on the ground, a chill of fear running through him. If not for his breakthrough in the nick of time, he would have been severely wounded by now. But, so this is what foresight feels like. Alan grinned. Watching Saint Satan charge again, his eyes held not a trace of fear, but instead a restless excitement, eager to test his newfound power. Now the tables had turned. Meanwhile, in the land of Wano, Onigashima, the headquarters of the Beast Pirates was in the midst of a raucous banquet. The hulking Kaido was furiously chugging from a massive gourd of sake. A few subordinates stumbled in, carrying a tall, bandaged figure with only a pair of eyes visible. Kaido, Lord Kaido, came Jack's weak, raspy voice from beneath the bandages. Kaido glanced at him with bleary eyes, then his pupils suddenly contracted. Jack, how did you get this badly beaten? Who did this? It was Augustine Allen. Jack panted heavily, struggling. Lord Kaido, Augustine Allen. He's attacking Mary Geos. The moment the words fell, the entire banquet hall fell silent. A thunderous, earth-shaking roar of laughter burst from Kaido's throat. The laughter was so loud it nearly... A thunderous, earth-shaking roar of laughter burst from Kaido's throat. The laughter was so loud it nearly blew the roof off Onigashima. Interesting. That brat is worthy of my attention. Kaido tossed aside the gourd and rose abruptly. His mountain-like figure cast a heavy shadow. An overwhelming sense of pressure instantly filled the hall. Yet his eyes held no anger, instead they burned with unprecedented excitement and battle lust. An overwhelming sense of pressure instantly filled the hall. Yet his eyes held no anger, instead they burned with unprecedented excitement and beating Jack to a pulp and daring to raise hell at Mary Geos. In this world, there was still a brat who suited my taste. Lads, keep the party going. Kaido bellowed, then to the horror of all present his form began to change drastically. In an instant he transformed into a colossal azure dragon thousands of meters long. I'm going to marry Geos. Before the words faded, the massive tail lashed out. Boom. The skull roof of Onigashima was smashed open. The azure dragon soared into the sky, racing toward the red line at breakneck speed. Mary Geo's plaza was reduced to ruins. The figures of Alan and Saturn Saint weaved constantly among the collapsed buildings. Each collision unleashed devastating energy. Thunder and black mist, magma and spider legs, blade and sharp claws. Alan pushed his abilities to the absolute limit. The extreme speed granted by the Goro Goro Nomi transformed him into flashes of lightning darting through Saturn Saint's storm of attacks. The scorching heat and overbearing force of magma clung to the Kitetsu, each slash leaving a trail of charred earth. And with his future sight, a nearly broken ability, Saturn Saint could barely even touch him. Meanwhile, every one of his strikes inflicted massive damage upon his foe. One sword style triple chasing wave. Seizing an opening, Alan swung his blade, and 3 overlapping waves of slashing power roared towards Saturn's Saint. Unable to dodge, Saturn could only raise 2 of his segmented limbs to block, yet the terrifying attack instantly severed them. Under the pain, his massive body faltered for a moment. Now, Alan's form vanished, reappearing in the next instant at Saturn's Saint's side and rear. A heavy fist wreathed in lightning slammed into his face. 50 million volts discharge. Boom. Lightning exploded. Half of Saturn's Saint's face was blasted to a pulp, and his colossal body toppled backward. This should have been cause for celebration, yet Alan's expression remained tense. He had landed such attacks more than once. But each time, brat, his thoughts were interrupted by Saturn's Saint's roar. The monster that was about to fall steadied itself once more. Billowing black smoke erupted from his body. The severed forelimbs, the half-destroyed face, all regenerated under the cover of the black smoke. Each of the 5 elders was granted an eternal contract by Msama, coupled with their incredible regenerative abilities, likely from some mythical. Each of the 5 elders was granted an eternal contract by Msama, coupled with their incredible regenerative abilities, likely from some mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. No matter how severe the damage, they could recover swiftly. The only way to counter it was to use high-level Conqueror's Haki infusion or extreme explosive power to temporarily suppress the regeneration. But these were merely stopgap measures. As long as their connection to him remained, these men could never be killed. Even Alan, with his future sight, could dominate the fight. Yet in terms of sheer annoyance, this guy was far worse than Rayleigh. He couldn't drag this out any longer. The other 4 old men would finish dispelling the Rago at any moment. Once they had free hands, escaping would be a nightmare. He didn't possess Conqueror's Haki, but extreme explosive power. Alan had plenty of that. One strike to decide it all. With that thought, Alan's gaze turned serious. Every muscle in his body tensed, and he raised the Sandai Kitetsu high. The air over Holy Land Mary Geos began to carry the briny scent of the sea. A single wave, 1,000 layers, 10,000 collapses. 10,000 meters below the red line, the surging waves never ceased. 9 mountains, 8 seas, nothing I cannot cut. Saturn's Saint's heart screamed a deathly warning. He could not die, but he could feel death. This technique, he could not let the brat release it. In Alan's vision of the future, Saturn's Saint's 8 spider legs turned into a rain of spears, sealing all escape routes. But at the end of that rain of spears, Alan saw an opening he himself had created. As it passed, the surrounding space twisted under the unbearable strain of the power. All sounds of heaven and earth seemed to be sucked away. As it passed, the surrounding space twisted under the unbearable strain of the power. All sounds of heaven and earth seemed to be sucked away. Space itself felt folded. A terrifying slash beyond description, as if channeling the power of 1,000 waves silently carved through Saturn's Saint's massive body. Time stood still. 1 second later, splurt, a line of blood appeared on Saturn's Saint's forehead, then rapidly spread down to his lower body. His colossal form split in 2, left and right halves, blood bursting forth. Huff, huff. Alan dropped to one knee, panting heavily. First unleashing the Rago, then fighting Saturn's Saint for so long. This last slash had nearly drained him completely. Yet Alan, seeing Saturn's Saint cut in 2, allowed a faint smile. That should be it, right? But what happened next made his pupil. You damn brat. The severed left half spoke, its half face twisted in anger. And the right half followed. He'll kill you. Dense black mist surged wildly from the wounds like living tentacles, pulling the 2 separated halves back together, stitching them. Flesh buds sprouted, bones reknit. Within seconds, the Saturn Saint who had been cut in 2 stood up, completely intact. Alan's pupils dilated in shock, a chill surging from his soles to his crown. What the hell, he might as well eat Boa Hancock's feet. With regeneration this fast, how could he even fight? Perhaps humiliated by being cut down by a fledgling and losing face before his colleague, Saturn's Saint's rage-driven healing was several times faster than usual. Can't win, adios. Facing this monster, he knew he couldn't kill it for now. After all, this tiger should have led the slaves out by now. Alan made a snap decision, turning into a lightning bolt to flee. Just then, boom! A deafening crash echoed from the sky. The black thunderball, the Rago capable of destroying an island, had finally been worn down and completely dispelled under the combined suppression of the other 4 elders. The black sun dissipated, the world cleared. Almost at the same moment Alan tried to escape, 4 figures descended from the sky, appearing at his 4 cardinal directions. Together with Saturn's Saint, they surrounded Alan completely. The bald, elderly man wielding the Shodai Kitetsu, Venus god of finance, Ethan Baron V. Nustro Saint. The imposing elder with golden hair, thick beard, and a scar on his neck, Jupiter god of agriculture, Shepherd Jupiter Saint. The bald mustachioed elder, Mercury god of law, Topman Mercury Saint. The tall, thin elder with a long beard, Mars god of environment, Marcus Mars Saint. And finally the one glaring at him with fury, Saturn god of science and defense, J. Garcia, Saturn Saint. 5 figures, 5 pinnacles of the world. 5 terrifying waves of Conqueror's Haki locked Alan firmly in place. Even Alan, who had endured Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki for 2.5 years now, felt as if he were trapped in quicksand, barely able to move. Staring at this lavish lineup, he couldn't help but swallow. Looks like I bit off more than I can chew. In the distance, under the shadow of a ruin, Fisher Tiger hid behind the wall. He and the rescued slaves had just witnessed everything that had happened. After Alan's astonishing slash, after the monster had regenerated without a scratch, the flickering flame of hope in their hearts was instantly extinguished. So this is the supreme power of the world, the 5 elders. Even one of them was already such a formidable foe, and now there are 5 such monsters. Despair, suffocating despair. A deathly silence fell over the plaza. The 5 elders stood motionless, not yet making a move. They were like 5 insurmountable peaks, their mere aura enough to crush everything in the world. Except for Saint Saturn, whose eyes burned with fury, the other foreshowed no anger, no killing intent, only utter indifference. It was the gaze of a deity looking down upon an ant, as if Alan's existence were merely an unsightly stain on the ground, and all they needed to do was to wipe it away. It's over, Augustine Allen. Saint Nustero, holding the Shodai Katetsu, spoke in a tone of finality. Alan propped himself up with his blade and slowly straightened. On the surface, calm, his mind was already calculating how to escape. The 5 had sealed off every possible route, front, back, left, right, and above. Under such a level of Conqueror's Haki intimidation, his Thunderfruit would be severely hindered if he tried to force his way out. Would he have to use that move? He really didn't want to resort to it unless absolutely necessary. It was too damn embarrassing. An incident of this magnitude would surely be reported to the world by Morgans. There might even be a newsbird with a camera snail aimed at him from some corner. If he used that move and it was captured for the world to see, his reputation would be ruined forever. Hesitating inwardly, Alan put on a brilliant smile. 5 against 1. You sure flatter me, you old bastards. But if you want to kill me, you'll have to lose a few teeth first. Insolent brat. Saint Saturn snorted coldly, stepping forward to crush the boy who had humiliated him. Sigh. Alan sighed, about to resort to that move, when a strange sound came without warning from the distant sky. Urororo. Urororo. The laughter, faint at first, rapidly drew closer. Louder and wilder until it thundered like rolling thunder across the summit of the red line. Alan, kid. Is this another ally you've summoned? Saint Saturn was enraged. Today the Holy Land had been attacked by more than one intruder. These pirates were utterly the hell. Don't pin your dirty tricks on me. Alan was also furious at the false accusation. If he had summoned help, wouldn't he know it? He was just as bewildered. The more he listened, the more the voice felt familiar. It sounded like the eastern sky roiled with clouds. An immense shadow too vast to imagine fell and engulfed the entire Holy Land of Mary Geos. Then, in the horrified gaze of the celestial dragons, a colossal azure dragon, indescribably huge, tore through the thick clouds and thrust its mountain-like head into the Holy Land. Urororo. Looks like I'm not late. The azure dragon spoke in human tongue, its voice like a great bell, making the entire Holy Land tremble. Augustine Allen. I've finally found you. Alan's mouth twitched. No way. He turned his head slowly, inch by inch, stared at the dragon head bigger than a warship, and stood dumbfounded. That maniacal laughter. That enormous azure dragon. Could it really be Kaido of the beasts? What the hell? Kaido attacks the Holy Land of Mary Geos. Was this in the original story? Had Kaido gone mad from watching Odin dance? Alan felt like a complete fool. Since Roger's execution, he probably hadn't read any One Piece. Had just been winging it from memory, right? But reality told him this was all true. But soon Alan realized something. Perhaps it was because of the major incidents he had caused that Kaido had taken an interest in him. And 3 days ago he had beaten Jack. With that creature's vitality, he couldn't die, so naturally he went back to report. Then Kaido, following Jack's words, came to the Holy Land to find him. Thinking this, Alan looked at the ecstatic dragon in the sky, and his mouth twitched again. So it was all because of him. But the 5 others were even more bewildered. The indifference on the 5 elders' faces turned into profound gravity. The Emperor of the Sea. Kaido of the Beasts. Saint Saturn spat the name through gritted teeth. His Oni-like face no longer held any trace of calm or mockery. A newcomer brat with a bounty of 1.5 billion, no matter how monstrous, was just a nuisance to them. But an Emperor of the Sea who ruled the new world appearing in person at Mary Geos. The implications were completely different. This was a declaration of war against the world government. Urororo. All the old geezers are here. Kaido's massive dragon head swayed as if drunk. His eyes were hazy with drink, but even more so with madness. 5 against 1, kid. Have you no shame? Without warning, the colossal tail lashed through the clouds. Boom. A thick dragon breath descended without any sign. Like a pillar of divine punishment, it struck the center of the plaza. Boom. A thick dragon breath descended without any sign. Like a pillar of divine punishment, it struck the center. Saint Nustero cursed, and the 5 elders instantly retreated. Alan's heart leaped with joy as he too flashed away from the encirclement. Boom. The devastating explosion tore through the plaza, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The violent shockwave blasted away all surrounding buildings. Alan Kid. Kaido's beastly eyes turned to Alan, his mouth grinning wide, revealing a row of menacing dragon fangs. Listen up. Your life belongs to me. No one else can kill you. Today let me join you and turn this place upside down. Urororo. Amid the wild laughter, the azure dragon spiraled down and landed beside Alan. One man, one dragon stood against the pinnacle of world power, the 5 elders. The scene was utterly transformed by Kaido's arrival. The faces of the 5 elders turned darker than the abyss. Ao Guziting Iloan. Nasajuro erupted in a roar, his voice stripped of its former calm. So this was your true hand. The ability to summon an emperor of the sea to your aid. The reasons for Iloan daring to attack the Holy Land had run through countless possibilities in their minds. Perhaps he bore a blood feud with the celestial dragons so deep that he would forsake his very life. Or perhaps he had a hidden escape route. But they never imagined that he could directly summon an emperor of the sea. If Alan's assault on the celestial dragons was merely a nuisance, then inciting an emperor of the sea to wage war against the world government was a calamity that could shake the very foundations of the world. At that moment, a rare pang of regret surged through the 5 of them. Had they known this man possessed such influence, they should never have restrained the navy. Out of concern for the so-called dignity of the celestial dragons, they had set his bounty at a mere 1.5 billion. Faced with their accusations, Iloan was utterly speechless. Folks, wasn't he wronged? If I had known I could lure Ahem summon Kaido, would I have gone to all the trouble of conjuring a Rego here? I could have just let Kaido draw the fire. But glancing at the ecstatic Kaido, he found himself at a loss for words. This was a classic case of mud smeared on the crotch. Not shit, but it looked like it. Iloan seriously began to wonder if his Mero power had awakened without his knowledge. Had he truly become a great sea succubus? Could he even summon an emperor? Then he had nothing to fear about escaping. Oh. Iloan stared at the colossal dragon head beside him, a thought flashing through his mind. Explain. To hell with explanations. Wasn't this the perfect escape plan? So instead of refuting, Iloan met the furious glares of the 5 elders and openly admitted it. Realizing it now, a bit late, old bastards. A smug grin spread across his face, exuding an air of complete confidence. Huh. Kaido's head, larger than a warship, swayed as his enormous dragon eyes brimmed with confusion. What were these people talking about? When had I ever been summoned by that brat Iloan? But before he could voice his doubts, the 5 elders had already turned their wrath upon him. Kaido of the beasts. Saint Saturn's face twisted like a demon ox bulged with veins. As an emperor of the sea ruling the new world, how dare you openly attack the holy land of Mary Geos? Do you wish to plunge the beast pirates into an all-out war with the world government? The accusation thundered like rolling thunder, dripping with undisguised killing intent. Kaido, already drunk and clouded in mind, was instantly ignited by the barrage of accusations. His innate brutishness surged forth. War? Fine. When had I ever been afraid? Urororo. Kaido burst into crazed laughter, shaking the very earth. Do you think I fear you old geezers, eh? I came here today to fight. Before the words even faded, his massive draconic body twisted, and a spiked club coated in Conqueror's Haki materialized. With world-shattering might, it slammed down toward the 5 elders. Ragnarok. The battle erupted in full fury. Madman. The 5 elders cursed, scattering to evade the cataclysmic strike. Even with their immortal bodies, they had no desire to endure such a blow. Death was not an option. But a club of that size wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, it hurt. Chief Kaido, you're awesome. Iloan, ever the instigator, shouted with feigned admiration and excitement. Chief Kaido will help you. His voice boomed, but his body merely transformed into a bolt of lightning, lazily kiting at the edge of the battlefield. Every now and then he tossed a tiny spark toward the 5 elders, just for show. Kaido, thrilled by the cry of Chief Kaido, felt his dragon heart swell. Hearing that, even a pirate worth 1.5 billion had to call him boss when facing an emperor of the sea. The more he thought, the more elated he became. Kaido charged forward, his colossal dragon body ramming headlong, enduring the brunt of the attacks. For a moment, the entire Holy Land Plaza became a maelstrom of dragon breath and bizarre abilities, the residual energy carving the already shattered ground again and again. In the distance, Tiger and the fleeing slaves watched in utter disbelief. Was this the pinnacle of world combat? One man and one dragon standing against the highest authority. Yet the five elders were monsters who had stood at the world's apex for 800 years. Their attacks were not to be underestimated. Under their five bizarre abilities, deep, bone-visible wounds soon appeared on Kaido's otherwise indestructible scales. The searing pain jolted Kaido's alcohol-dulled senses wide awake. He was beaten back to clarity. Something was wrong. Deeply, profoundly wrong. Why were all five old men's attacks landing on him? If he kept taking this, he might end up dead here today. Kaido's massive frame rolled violently, dodging several lethal strikes. He turned his dragon head toward Iluin, who was play-acting and slacking off, and roared, "Iluin, you brat. Stop watching. Let's finish this war together." The moment had come. Ailin's heart leaped with joy. He knew Kaido was about to unleash his ultimate move. He instantly dropped his lazy demeanor, his face hardening with unprecedented gravity. Agreed. The next second, to the astonishment of all, Iluin transformed into a streak of lightning and charged to the front of Kaido. Spreading his arms, he assumed a posture of shielding Kaido from everything. Lightning crackled around him as he began to gather energy. From the look of it, he was clearly about to conjure another colossal thunderball, just like the one that had devastated the city earlier. Urororo, that's more like it. Kaido's battle lust reignited. He opened his maw, and raging flames erupted. Around him, a lifelike giant dragon of fire formed, enveloping his entire draconic body. Dragon Torch. Rising Dragon Flame Bagua. Kaido was brimming with pride. Even before arriving, he had sensed the terror of Ailin's Reigo. If his ultimate attack combined with that brat's thunderball. Even with the five old men present, they could only watch helplessly as half of Mary Geos was blasted apart. Then the name Kaido of the Beast would resound throughout the world. But just as he pushed his power to the limit, preparing to unleash this earth-shattering blow, he sensed something amiss. What? Was the energy signature of that brat's gathering power so faint? Compared to before, it was even weaker than a fart of his. Instinctively, he twisted his massive dragon head to look forward. There in Ailin's hand was a thunderball the size of an egg. The lightning flickered weakly, crackling like a dim bulb. "Iluin, you brat. What are you doing?" Kaido bellowed in disbelief. "Use your finishing move." Faced with Kaido's roar, Iluin merely grinned, then shielded himself behind Kaido. I'm tired." "Are you kidding me?" Kaido's roar was filled with the fury of betrayal and disbelief. No matter how dense he was, he could not fail to understand. That brat Allen had never intended to fight alongside him. Sure enough, Allen casually tossed the small light bulb aside and instantly elementalized his entire body. A dazzling flash of lightning vanished in an instant. "Boss Kaido, hold the line. They'll go find reinforcements for you." His voice still echoed in the air as Allen's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning charging out of the Holy Land. Nijarandeo, no way. After fighting the five elders for so long, he was already half dead from exhaustion. Making him conjure another thunderclap a kilometer in diameter would be the death of him. Besides, even if he did manage it, it wouldn't finish off these five monsters. Meanwhile, Kaido, with his tough hide and abundant stamina, could flee anytime he wanted. What about him then? Stay and die. Allen wasn't so narcissistic as to pin his hopes on Kaido being able to save him. Better the friend dies than the self. Summa Mason Teacher Kaido. "Allen, you coward." Kaido's roar shook the skies. He wished he could turn around immediately and tear that detestable brat to pieces. But the five elders would never give him that chance. "Don't run, Allen, brat. Kaido wants to run too. Since you're his accomplice, stay here forever in his place." The five strongest beings at the pinnacle of the world unleashed all their attacks upon Kaido with overwhelming fury. At this moment, Kaido truly felt like crying, but had no tears. He looked at the rising dragon flame Bagua that had already built up to its peak, ready to be unleashed. With no choice, he gritted his teeth and slammed it out fiercely. Boom! A colossal fire dragon crashed into the center of the Holy Land. "Allen, brat. I'm not done." At the bottom of the red line on the coast, Allen's figure suddenly appeared. Fisher Tiger was gathering thousands of newly liberated slaves here. Every face bore the dazed excitement of having survived a calamity. Seeing Allen return unharmed, Tiger was utterly astonished. He strode forward, lowering his voice, his tone filled with indescribable shock. "Allen, just now in the sky. Was that the Emperor of the Sea, Kaido?" He had watched helplessly as Allen was trapped in mortal danger. But suddenly a blue dragon appeared to aid Allen. Tiger remembered what Allen had told him about a few comrades from the Revolutionary Army coming to help. He had imagined those comrades might be some elite members of the Revolutionary Army, maybe even minor officers. But he never expected. The arrival turned out to be the Emperor of the Sea, Kaido. So Kaido was also a member of the Revolutionary Army. He was a comrade too. At this moment, Tiger suddenly felt the immense power of liberation. He felt as if he had touched the deepest secrets of this world. Allen nodded. Teacher Kaido, who didn't know him. Hearing Allen's confirmation, Tiger's expression shifted again, his voice trembling. So the Emperor of the Sea Kaido is also a rev. Alan's eyes widened, and he quickly shook his head to deny it. Hell, Kaido as a revolutionary. What nonsense was that? What kind of plot was this? Even Oda would weep and beg you to write the rest of the story. Seeing Alan shake his head, and noticing the many eyes around Tiger instantly put on a look of, I understand. He nodded heavily, swallowing the rest of his sentence. This kind of top-secret information must not be spoken in public. How careless of him. Alan looked at the other man's knowing expression, the corner of his mouth twitching. You understand a damn thing. But he was too tired to explain, so he let the other think whatever he wanted. Just then from the top of the red line, Kaido's roar full of rage reached them. Alan brat, I'm not done with you. Hearing the earth-shattering roar, Tiger's face showed a trace of worry. Alan, aren't you going to help? It's fine. Alan waved his hand, his expression unruffled. We must trust in the power of our comrades. Tiger's expression immediately became serious, and he nodded heavily. Yes, trust in our comrades. But then he looked at the vast crowd behind him and fell into a dilemma. What do we do now? With so many people, our little boat can't hold them all. Alan smiled. Didn't I say it before? I told you I'd decall a few Revolutionary Army comrades to help. Before coming, he had contacted the Revolutionary Army, telling them he would bring out a batch of slaves from Mary Geos and asking them to come pick them up. The Revolutionary Army contact was overjoyed. Slaves from Mary Geos. Wasn't the Revolutionary Army fighting against those self-righteous celestial dragons? Freeing slaves from their hands would be the greatest blow to the world's nobility class. And though it might be inappropriate to say, those who could be slaves in Mary Geos were the cream of the crop. Such a powerful force joining the Revolutionary Army was exactly what they wanted. Counting the time, the Revolutionary Army should be arriving soon. Alan silently estimated the agreed time. He just wondered if it would be Kuma or Ivankov this time. For such an important matter, they'd at least send a commander. Tiger's eyes widened. Right? Alan had said a few. So it wasn't just the Emperor of the Sea Kaido alone. They had other comrades. Just then on the distant horizon, a row of black dots appeared. The black dots quickly grew larger. Dozens of massive ships sailing against the wind and waves. On the leading ships, blackened flags fluttered. On either side of a winged dragon head were the letters R and A. It was the flag of the Revolutionary Army. Alan's observation Haki had already swept over them. On the bow of the ship stood the massive figure of Tyrant Kuma, the iconic huge face of Emporio Ivankov and Ginny. However, on the bow of the middle ship, he saw a figure that even surprised him. A man in a deep green cloak with a tattoo. The Supreme Commander of the Revolutionary Army, the world's most wanted criminal, Monkey D. Dragon. The entire Revolutionary Army had mobilized in full force. The Supreme Commander of the Revolutionary Army, the world's most wanted criminal, Monkey D. Dragon. The entire Revolutionary Army had This is a few.